Not even Tom Brady
Mania.
was a match for Brock Purdy and the 49ers.
Purdy, back to throw. Pressure coming, steps away, looking to run, and he walks it in for the touchdown. Purdy makes a swim move and finds Deebo Samuel. Are you kidding me? What a play, and the crowd loves it from Brock Purdy. What's coming? Purdy, lofting, going deep, has McCaffrey. He's got it! Touchdown, San Francisco!
We're reacting to Niners-Bucs all day long.
Hell yeah!
On 95.7 The Game.
Have you considered walking through another door? I don't mean to pursue another opportunity, but upgrading a door in your home. Now, if you are in fact looking for another opportunity, Golden State Window and Door can provide you with plenty. You can create renewed function and design for use indoors and out. You'll find modern options like Marvin's Elevate In-Swing French Door, Barn Doors by Trustyle, or Anderson Big Doors that welcome in natural light. Golden State Window and Door features a variety of materials, sizes, and glass options. You can get inspired by the many possibilities when you visit goldenstatelumber.com. Click on Virtual Tours, and you'll discover beautifully planned displays of doors and windows of all kinds that will spark your imagination. Then, talk with our builder or designer to see what might be a good fit for your home. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's official. Fast just got a whole lot faster. Xfinity has the fastest internet with up to 6 gig speed. Plus, Xfinity Mobile is the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. You heard that right. Xfinity just increased internet speeds again. And Xfinity Mobile gives you can't-catch-me speeds. The fastest internet, the fastest mobile service, and major savings? Can't argue with the facts. Now through December 21st, new customers can get 1.2 gig internet plus X-Fi Complete with unlimited data and Wi-Fi equipment included. It's just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Plus, get $200 back. Go to Xfinity.com/faster. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Triple Points Weekend at Outdoor Supply Hardware is your chance to give and receive. Club OSH members earn triple points on every dollar spent December 16th, 17th, and 18th. Great gifts await at all 14 OSH stores. With tidings big and small. Mark your calendars to get in, gift out, and earn points 3 times faster towards the next $5 off coupon. So December 16th, 17th, and 18th, make your way to OSH for Triple Points Weekend. Not a Club OSH member? It's not too late. Sign up today to start earning.
What's up, San Francisco? If you're a fan of the team, which I'm sure you are, you've been following Christian McCaffrey light up the competition. This season, Christian will be hydrating himself with Body Armor sports drinks. It has potassium-packed electrolytes, antioxidants, and no artificial sweeteners, flavors, or dyes. In fact, Body Armor has 820 milligrams of electrolytes per 16-ounce serving. Body Armor is the sports drink of choice for Christian McCaffrey. It's more than a sports drink. It's Body Armor sports drink. Available at your local Safeway.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs, but the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more, and you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7, with supplies and solutions for every industry, and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
San Francisco, mostly cloudy this morning, highs in the mid-40s.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. This fall, there are now updated COVID-19 booster shots designed for recent Omicron variants. Learn more and schedule your updated booster at vaccines.gov.
It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring
the Fillmore's finest, Monte Hill. The pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast. Four-man rush. Purdy loaded up, going deep. He's got a man. Ayuk in. Touchdown 49ers. Are you kidding?
Well, so much for playing for a field goal. They went double move on the outside with Brandon Ayuk. Brock Purdy gave a huge pump fake, and Ayuk just ran right by him.
Oh, baby. Or should I say, Purdy. Holy crap, what the hell happened yesterday at Levi's Stadium? What happened at Levi's Stadium? Well, I'll tell you what happened. Shaska and I tell you what happened all morning. The Niners beat the Buccaneers 35-7. They punked the GOAT, or the greatest quarterback of all time, supposedly. I'll still take Joe Montana. But Tom Brady looked befuddled out there. He was rattled.
Down goes Brady. Down
the
goes Brady.
defense played at a high level. Christian McCaffrey, again, was special.
Oh, he's
not going to get any headlines, but McCaffrey was special.
He should. He's been incredible.
Incredible. But Brock Purdy.
Unbelievable, B.
Brock Purdy, as I say, good morning to everybody out there on the roadways. Drive safely. I heard Spinotti saying it. Drive safely. It's wet out there. It's cold. Don't rush. Drive safely. Everybody getting off their graveyard shifts. Drive safely. Good morning. Janitors, plumbers, electricians, strippers, teachers, students, cops, firefighters, rappers. Rappers are still asleep. There's no way they're waking up.
No, they might be up from the night before.
Yeah, they may still be up.
Maybe.
Yeah,
All
they
rise.
haven't gone to sleep yet.
What was that?
All rise.
Oh, I hate you. I hate you.
Yeah, by the way, the Giant size Shaman diet.
We're not doing that. I'm not doing that today.
Way to sneak that in.
I'm too happy.
In the middle of the night, Giants.
First off, Saturday night was one of my favorite times of the year. A Saturday night special, if you will, Leonard Skinner. Celtics Warriors, just a fun game. I love Saturday night games in the NBA. And then yesterday's game against the GOAT, walking into that stadium, or driving into the parking lot and then walking into the stadium.
Yeah, because it takes you about 20 minutes to park.
I was blown away. First off, I want to give shout out Sarah High School. They represented so hard at that stadium yesterday. The amount of Sarah alumni, I was blown away.
Well, first, if we're going to start there, it was a tough go for our NorCal high school football teams down in Saddleback. Sarah loses to St. John Bosco, basically a college team. De La Salle barely loses to Lincoln High School. They had a running back going to Georgia. De La Salle, they lose. San Ramon Valley loses its overtime. I watched that game. They lose to Granite Hills. That was a hell of a football game. Pitt gets blown out by Liberty and Bakersfield. Shout out to Pitt, who had a great season. And, of course, McClymonds loses to Mater Dei Catholic. So a rough go for our NorCal teams, but shout out to all those NorCal teams for representing us the right way. Lincoln did win a state championship. San Marin did win a state championship. So shout out to all the NorCal teams who represented well.
Well, and then seeing all the Brady jerseys walking into the stadium, I was like, damn, I underestimated how many Brady jerseys there were.
It was a lot.
And then it wasn't just Patriot ones. I couldn't believe how many Bucs Brady jerseys, and they kind of blended in the crowd because of the red jersey. And I was like, was it just me, B? I was like blown away how many Brady fans there were.
Well, and shout out to CSM as well, winning the state championship, 55-0 over Riverside College. Omari Green, Jason Hardy, K. Booth. What is happening? But what I had a problem with the Brady stuff.
What's that?
Is I got split cap syndrome.
Well, that's my buddy who did that.
I saw that. JJ, I didn't like it.
No,
I saw a lot of people like that. No.
That's his guy.
But so what? I don't like seeing a Brady jersey with the Niner beanies.
To each their own.
Like that's.
But you got to understand.
It's like somebody going to a Warriors game saying, "Hey, I'm a Warriors fan, but I'm also a LeBron fan, so I'm gonna wear a LeBron jersey with the Warriors hat."
Time out.
LeBron
LeBron didn't go to your high school. If he went to your high school and he did, Brady has donated more to Sarah High School than any player, more than Bonds, more than anyone. So there's
I don't see
something
anybody wearing
there.
Lynn Swan jerseys.
Yeah, Lynn Swan has
I don't see
lived in
anybody wearing
Pittsburgh
Pat
forever.
Purl jerseys.
You know,
we don't. That's not
Greg Jeffries, line 2.
I'm not a fan of that. But anyway, to each their own.
Look, again, to each their own. I'm not mad at those people. And also, let's be real, B. This might be the last time you see him in person, right? He's only played twice.
Unless he
now.
comes to the Niners next year.
We'll get to that down the line. But look, my point is, I enjoyed it thoroughly. Walking in and seeing all the Brady fans, I thought it was absolutely unbelievable. It felt big time. Early on, the crowd felt into it. You didn't know if the skies were going to open up and just start pouring. And the first play of the game, Purdy takes a shot like in Madden, like in one of those NFL hits videos from the 80s. And my heart stopped. And I said, oh, my God. And he jumped right up. And I said, okay.
Well,
okay.
I didn't think he was going to stay down. I knew he'd jump right up. But I'm not going to lie. In today's game, they're going to call that a flag.
I didn't think it was a penalty.
I didn't think it was a
You
penalty
didn't either? Yeah,
I thought it was a great tone setter by Tampa Bay.
100%.
Coming out the blitz, Purdy doesn't see it. Boom, he gets smacked. Then all of a sudden, he gets up, and it's on and popping.
He hit Kittle on that one play over the middle where he kind of like the only throw was slightly behind Kittle because that's where the window was, and then Kittle comes in and gets it down, and it felt like he just settled in right then there because he missed Debo in the flat, and I'm thinking, he looks rattled, and you didn't know where he was throwing to. I jumped the gun on that. He looked really good. He looked great yesterday.
He looked good. Look, if it's helmet to helmet, fine. I'm not gonna. I'm just trying to be how I saw it. I thought it was a clean football hit.
Was it helmet to helmet? It looked shoulder
he got
to
his
shoulder.
helmet on it, and then on the broadcast he said, "Well, he lowered his helmet." You know what? It's fine. If they're going to call that, they're going to call that.
To me, that's a tackle.
As just a neutral fan.
Yeah,
as a neutral. I'm taking my Niner jersey off. Imagine me taking my Niner jersey off.
Okay,
as a neutral fan, I thought it was a clean football hit. I like hits like that. We need more hits like that. But you know what? They called it. It is what it is. Next thing you know, they go down the field. McCaffrey has a big run.
Mm-hmm.
Debo has, of course, the touchdown run.
Mm-hmm.
Purdy hits Kittle out on the out route. And then all of a sudden, the second quarter, the avalanche happened. And the pass to Christian McCaffrey, that whole drive.
He stepped up three
times. The ball, what I love is the ball skills in the pocket. He manipulates defenders, whether it's faking with the ball, shoulder fakes, head fakes. The step up in the pocket.
And then he's got the different arm slots to throw it away. The one he threw to Debo, and everyone's like, oh my God, like everyone held their breath. That's a hell of a play. He steps up and doesn't get sacked on that one, then throws a touch pass over the linebacker underneath the corner to Debo. I don't know what to say. To me, we could say it's only one game. Yeah, it's only one game. And it was an incredible start.
It was an incredible start. The Ray McCloud play, stepping up there, hitting Ray McCloud in the window. It didn't outside the numbers deep. If there's one knock on Jimmy, and I'm not here to knock Jimmy Garoppolo.
Today's about Brock, not about Jimmy.
Today's about Brock. But Jimmy, one thing he struggles with is throwing deep down the sidelines. Is throwing down the field on the sidelines, outside the numbers. And I thought Brock would struggle with that. Well, he didn't yesterday. Hitting Christian McCaffrey right there at the pylon. Beautiful throw against the blitz. And one thing I'm noticing
processed the guy.
No doubt. One thing I'm noticing about Brock is against the blitz, he stands in there and he delivers dimes.
He got cracked.
Teams are going to look at the scouting report. They're going to watch the film and say, you know what? It's probably best we don't blitz this guy. Because against the blitz, again, we saw it against Miami.
Yeah.
We saw it against Tampa yesterday. Against the blitz, Brock will kill you.
The identification and the processing of what the defense is trying to do, he is so fast at seeing where to go with the ball, at seeing where the misstep is. On that CMC play, the cornerback, like in Madden, when you're in strafe mode, you're like squared up to the line. SCMC's running by him, and he's like, oh, I'll take that. And maybe he doesn't have the greatest arm strength, but it reminds me of pick another sport, of a guy who maybe isn't the greatest athlete, but he's so smart and he's so crafty, he knows how to get his shot off. Or a left fielder, like Barry Bonds, who doesn't have the greatest arm, but a quick release. The way Brock processes it, he makes up for the lack of arm strength.
No doubt.
Like the Ayuk play, he kind of underthrew him.
Right.
It's a touchdown. All I know is they scored 35 points.
Yeah, and I don't want to do that. We did that so much as a fan base with Jimmy Garoppolo. Well, he threw it behind him. Well, he threw it underneath him. I remember the Ross Dooley play in L.A. where he hits him down the sideline, down the left sideline.
It's a big play.
They beat him 31-14 there. Well, he kind of underthrew Dooley. We're not doing that. He connected to the receiver. The receiver caught the ball, and you got a big chunk play. Yesterday with Ayuk, they used the shoulder fake.
Yes.
The double pump.
Yes.
And by the way, Brendan Ayuk with a great route, the stutter and go. The Logan Ryan got cooked on that play, and he hit Brendan Ayuk. Look, he had to wait on it a little bit. He got it there. Touchdown right before the half. You go up 28-0. Two straight weeks. Purdy has looked like a master in a 2-minute drill.
Let me give you his third down numbers. I couldn't believe this. Third down the last 2 games. Not 1 game, 2 games. 15 of 17. That's an 88% completion percentage. 127 yards. 2 touchdowns. 0 interceptions. 9 first downs. He's converting 52% of his third downs. You want to talk about money downs? Those are them. How about in the red zone, B?
Yeah, the red zone. The 2-yard touchdown was beautiful.
How about him scrambling for a touchdown?
Poise.
I mean, I hate to say it. I'm just going to throw my hands up in the air. Why not the 49ers? Why not Brock Purdy? Like, I know it's week to week. I get all that. I'm looking at Kyle Shanahan, B, too. Everything that's gone wrong this year. Think about it. They've lost running backs. They've lost tackles. They've lost both quarterbacks. They've lost a cornerback. Now, I don't know if this is his best coaching job. You can say 2019. I'll listen.
Well, I think he should be in the running for Coach of the Year.
B, they got 9 wins. They've guaranteed themselves a winning season.
And
if they win on Thursday, they win the West. I mean, come on.
Yeah, Thursday's
He's been incredible.
Thursday's a hat and T-shirt game for the 49ers. Seattle loses to Carolina. You go up to Seattle on Thursday. It's a hat and T-shirt game. All of a sudden, you're celebrating the NFC West with 3 games to go. 3 games to go. That's where we're at here. So Brock Purdy, it was his moment. It was his time. You see his parents in the game, at the game,
that was really
crying.
Cool.
That was a really cool moment for him.
Man.
To hug his dad after the game, to hug his mom. You see his family members right there. His dad's crying after the first touchdown. When he threw it in, and the one thing, too, you know me, I love swagger. This kid's got some swagger.
And when he jumped in the air after the touchdown run?
He jumps in the air. He's high. He's fist pumping in the air. He's got the double guns pointing.
The team's responding to him, too, B.
And Greg Olsen, so I watched it back last night, and I had to. And Greg Olsen says something. He goes, the reaction from the sideline on some of these throws is unreal. So the drive where they go up 21-0, the first drive, and Shanahan's dialing up first down passes, which I like. Play action passes. First down passes. I love that.
And he had some beautiful plays where you had wide receivers coming across the formation in pre-snap. He had some really beautiful play designs.
No, he did. Shanahan was in his bag yesterday. He's doing a hell of a job. He should be in the running for Coach of the Year, but guys are going to look at Dan Campbell. They're going to look at Ron Rivera. I get it. They're going to look at
they've overcome.
They're going to look at Sirianni, whatever. But you see Brock. You see Brock on that drive where he goes 21-0. I still thought there was a lot of game left. And then we'll get to that in a second.
Bonte,
but that first down throw
even up 28-0, I thought Brady might have a chance.
I thought it was over. 28-0, I was like, this one's over. They're not coming back against this defense. No. Not with that offensive line. Not against this defense. Not against Bosa. Not against Dre Greenlaw, who had 15 tackles yesterday. Forget Pro Bowl. He may be a damn all-pro. He may be an all-pro.
And then him batting the ball to himself on the interception.
He's athletic. He's a freak.
Before you continue on this drive, because I know you want to get there, at some point, how many times did Brady throw an intentional grounding that didn't get called? He was crying to the officials the whole game.
He threw the ball 55 times yesterday, and it was like, damn. And there was a lot of checkdowns, throwing late over the middle. You know, he hit his hand. Ebukam hit him one time, and his helmet hit Brady's hand.
Yeah.
He was hurting, and in the next play, he threw a pick. But even later on in the game, and this is what happened to Tua. When you get a pass rush, and they're coming up the middle, they're coming on the edge, you can't set your feet. Your feet becomes happy. All of a sudden, your footwork becomes a mess. and we saw it with Tua Tagovailoa last week, and we saw it this week with Brady, where all of a sudden, throws that you usually make in your sleep, like the fourth down throw to Mike Evans where he underthrows
he skipped it.
Scotty Miller down the sideline where he had his man beat. He underthrew it. Why? Because the rush is getting to him. So even the best quarterbacks in the league, boy, they struggle against pass rushers. And this pass rush right now with the 49ers is unbelievable.
Did you notice they moved Bosa inside toward the end of that game? And I just felt like he was just game wrecking it. And he could have had like 4 sacks in that game.
No doubt.
God, what a great game. Get to that drive, though, because that drive was impressive. Because 21-0, I still felt like this is a game.
Well, 21-0, right? So Purdy does a sneak. He hits McCaffrey. I don't even know why it was reviewed. Obviously, he bobbled it a little bit.
That was the weirdest review.
It was the weirdest review.
And then the chants,
but the chants with Purdy, I got goosebumps with that. I got goosebumps, and I was stunned. My jaw was dropped. Everybody in our section was like, is this really happening?
Yes.
And Anna went to the bathroom. She came back, and she was like, yo, this kid was just telling his dad, I need a Purdy jersey.
It's unbelievable.
We'll get the Prilosec to Purdy at an appropriate time. Today's not the day. But I thought that next drive was the key to the game, where they stuffed Tampa Bay down in the red zone. Tampa Bay scores. It's 21-7. All of a sudden, the pressure's back on the 49ers to go through a drive and try to make something happen. There's no Deebo Samuel.
No.
And I'm thinking, okay, 21-7. Tampa Bay gets a stop.
I know.
They get the ball to open the second half. You got a whole new ball game. There's a lot more pressure on Purdy in the offense. That defense stood up time and time again.
Jimmy Ward.
Bent. They tried to attack Jimmy Ward all day long. Did not work.
No,
they
he looked great.
They tried to attack Dre Greenlaw. It did not work. They tried to attack Diamador Lenore. It did not work. So to get that stop inside the red zone, I thought was huge. And then to go right back down the field and score, go up 28-0, I thought game was over.
Was it right before the Ayuk touchdown pass where he threw the interception? Okay, so on that play, the DN made a hell of a play on that one, right? And you could say they got bailed out, and I'll listen to that. Like, okay, but this is what I'll give Brock, and this is, I think, my biggest point when I'm watching him. His ability to overcome the mistake by the other team and then gash them with a big play, it's incredible. It's really incredible. That's one of those ones, like most guys, they get a little gun shy after they throw an interception. They kind of get into their shell. They get a little worried. Because once they hit the Ayuk touchdown, didn't it feel like, oh, my God, this is real? This is, I don't even know what to say.
The interception was huge, and I get Tampa Bay's gripe.
Well, Mike Evans was like coming onto the field ready to kill an official.
Dude, well, you watch it back, and it was like, it
was a ticky-tacky call, right? Am I tripping?
It was a bad call.
Yeah.
It was a bad call. Tampa Bay got jobbed there.
Yeah.
I'm not going to complain.
That was a hell of a play by the DN.
It was a hell of a play by DN.
He faked it. It was a Jimmy pick.
It was a hell of a play by DN. They called defensive holding. I was like, oh, my gosh.
We got bailed.
Yeah, they got bailed out.
They did.
And next play, boom, touchdown.
It was the very next play.
I think it was the very next play.
Wow, that's incredible. And then McCaffrey. Some of the runs from McCaffrey, I was telling Spadoni in the pregame show.
Yeah, it was the very next play.
Oh, there you go.
Throwing an interception. Yeah. Next play, 32 yards, stutter and go. Hits him. And give Shanahan credit for trusting Brock Purdy to throw it down the field.
I was going to say, it felt like, and we're going to get lost in the sauce, and because Brock was awesome. Their blocking on the outside was spectacular yesterday. And I thought McCaffrey was picking the holes perfectly, and his familiarity in the outside zone, he's getting better and better and better. Yep. And he toe-tapped and wiggled through, and then, boom, burst for another 8, 9, 10 yards.
What a trade. What a trade.
You called this You called this 2 months ago. It has changed the Niners offense.
I mean, getting a home run hitter in the backfield. You got a great defense.
Right?
Purdy's pocket presence blew me away. Now, again, I'm going to take it week by week. But you got a vulnerable Seattle team on Thursday. Not going to be an easy game. But, man, without Deebo Samuel, we'll get the Deebo Samuel. Reports are he may be out 3 to 6 weeks. You hope to get him back by the playoffs. Thankfully, it's not anything worse.
Crushing.
Oh, so close. Because he got up.
Yes.
And he got back down, and it was like, oh, you got to bring the cart out.
And then when the cart comes out, all the players are dapping him. When I see players dapping him at a game, I'm like, that's not good.
It's not good.
And so my heart sank because this guy's a gladiator.
He is. Debo's a good player, man. He's a really, really good player. But and we'll get to Jerry Rice's comments. Jerry Rice didn't like to run up the middle in the second quarter. Look, man, you got to do what you got to do it for Shanahan. You got to get playmakers the ball. Guys get hurt. I saw some people complaining, it's 28-0. They don't give Christian McCaffrey the ball. What are they going to do, bubble wrap everybody? You only dress 53 dudes.
But if you want, okay, just for a second, if you love the Debo touchdown on the very first drive, Like, that's from the running back position, essentially.
Right.
Like, I'm sorry. That's the way. How is that different from their screen passes that they throw to Debo where he's getting plastered? Okay? Like, that's the way that guy plays. And it's unfortunate. He got twisted and bent around. We're lucky it's not worse. B, I thought it was ankle, knee, and the other ankle.
Yeah,
both ankles got crushed.
I didn't know what happened there on that play, but he got smacked. He left the game in the second quarter, but the Niners win 35-7.
He was wearing sick Jordans. The black ones with the red.
You know what he did, too? It's the Christmas season. It's the holiday season. He gifted a bunch of kids with some Cherry 11 red Jordans.
No, he did. I didn't know that.
Hooked them all up, dude.
Really?
It was pretty cool, man. You had Curry's Christmas yesterday.
Really?
But Debo hooked up these kids with some Jordans. That was a pretty cool moment.
That's pretty cool.
That was cool. And they were at the game yesterday.
That's pretty cool.
Saw them before the game with the fresh J's on the field.
Yeah,
So
that's pretty cool.
man.
That's pretty cool.
So Debo
By the way, the saxophone. We're gonna forget the saxophone to start the game, where he held it for the plane to fly over.
Yeah, that was pretty sick.
I got goosebumps.
Sick.
That was badass.
It was a big game, though. It was packed yesterday. It was packed. People wanted to see Brady. When he threw that touchdown pass to Mike Evans and he got called back,
I got silent.
Well, the Brady fans were loud.
Oh my
they
God.
were loud. And they sat right back down, and they were pretty quiet the rest of the game. So, anyway, 888-957-9570. Your thoughts on yesterday. Is Brock Purdy legit? Is this for real? Is this guy, does he have it?
Feels like it.
Does he have it? Brock Purdy mania here on the Morning Roast. 888-957-9570. Brought to you by Go to State Lumber. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. What's coming up on the game is sponsored by Pfizer. Your phone calls coming up here on the Roast. Niners beat the Bucs. Smash them 35-7. They're a game away from clinching the NFC West. We're going to talk about it here on the Roast.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Kirby, they're your driveway mechanic, and they bring the shop to you. And our friends over at Kirby just won the Motor Top 20 Award for innovation, brakes and tire replacements, oil changes, and so much more. And they've just added Kirby's eco-friendly wash. It barely uses any water and makes your car look brand new. They use all biodegradable products that provide the ultimate shine and protection to both the exterior and interior of your car, all in the ease of your driveway. The ultimate convenience, easy booking, transparent pricing, on-time arrival, service in your driveway. No waiting rooms, no coordinating rides, direct access to your mechanic. Friendly and reliable service, no middlemen, and no upsells. Get $50 off your first oil change with the code OIL50. That's OIL50, or use my code JOEWASH, JOEWASH, to get a free sealant treatment with the purchase of Kirby's eco-friendly wash. Check out Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain. The market might not care you have a wedding to plan or a kid to put through school. And inflation doesn't know you've got a family to feed. But Bank of America does, and is here to help. With digital tools to help you save and local experts in the Bay Area, you can keep life moving forward the way you need it to. Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at BofA.com/San Francisco. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC equal credit opportunity lender.
Get fast, reliable speeds at home and on the go with internet and mobile from Xfinity. Now through December 21st, new customers can get 1.2 gig internet plus X-Fi Complete with unlimited data and Wi-Fi equipment included. It's just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Plus, get $200 back. Go online, call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Goody Nation is a nonprofit that connects small, diverse companies to big money. At one point, we had to send millions of dollars to 76 companies overnight, tracking every penny all on paper. I know, right? We don't do that anymore. Now we've got Bill. It knows where the money's going. Once we automated that process, we got more time back with our community. Bill is accurate, and that gives us confidence.
Automate your finances with Bill. Learn more at Bill.com.
Television sales on Black Friday set new records as millions of Americans snapped up the hot deals. But a lot of people were out of town or too busy to take advantage of the special pricing. So, how about a redo? Right now, you've got a second chance to save big on many of the top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs. Where? At Video Only, where the smart shoppers go. So, don't miss out. Check out Video Only now, or
you'll be sorry.
Looking for a holiday dining experience to remember? Look no further. Afici San Francisco's newest culinary dining adventure is now open at 680 Folsom Street in San Francisco. Visit our website at aficisf.com to book your reservation today. That's AFICISF.com.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
Meet Joe A,
Hi.
Joe B,
Hello.
and Joe C.
What's up?
3 everyday Joes perfecting their banking with Chase. Joe A is locking his lost debit card with the Chase mobile app. Joe B is cruising toward his new ride with AutoZone. And Joe C's Chase banker is helping him budget to go back to school. Tools that help protect, support for what's next. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Messaging and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
At Target, make the holidays a breeze with same-day pickup and delivery. Order today and get it today by choosing free drive-up, free order pickup, or same-day delivery when you order on Target.com or through the Target app. This season, get festive faster and holiday the easy way with Target's same-day pickup and delivery. Choose free drive-up, free order pickup, or same-day delivery on everything you need for the holidays. Only at Target.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
They're chanting Purdy, by the way. Brock Purdy chants in Santa Clara.
I feel like I'm in a scene of Rudy.
Come on, man. You got Larry June in the building. You listen to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yee!
This segment is presented by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area blah, blah. For 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. We're talking Niners all day. 888-957-9570. Purdy may be legit.
They're chanting Purdy, by the way. Brock Purdy chants in Santa Clara.
I feel like I'm in a scene of Rudy.
Keep this beat going. Purdy, he's your QB 13. Purdy.
How stunned were you to see him
jaw dropped
navigate the pocket like that,
Vontae,
to run the offense like that?
Okay, he makes a couple of scramble plays, and you're like, all right. Well, early on, it did feel like I'm saying, he got hit first hard, and then he missed Debo on like a swing route,
right?
And I'm saying, if the cornerback jumps that could have been real trouble. Mm-hmm. And I started getting real worried. I'm like, like this is not good.
Right.
And then that third down pass to George Kittle, everything settled in after that. There was also a sequence on the second drive where it felt like he was running around. They ended up punting. Right. He was running around. He missed a couple of guys that were open, and I was like, is he gun shy? What's going on here? And he ran around, and I think he just kind of settled in after that. And then at some point, you got to just acknowledge he processes it super quickly. He gets rid of the ball very accurately for the most part. Mm-hmm. and he's making plays down the field.
Right.
What more do you want?
I mean, he's throwing the ball down the field on the sidelines, outside the numbers. He's throwing the ball over the middle. He has command of the offense. He was 16-21 yesterday, 185 yards, 2 touchdowns. He had the rushing touchdown in the pocket, which was, look, there was nothing there at the goal line. He kept his composure, tucked it and ran, made a nice little juke move. Boom, touchdown. You're up 14-0. Levi's was blown away. Levi's was rocking. It kind of reminded me that scene with the whole Purdy chant. It reminded me of Christmas Eve when they beat the Jaguars back in 2017. That place was rocking. They were chanting Jimmy at times. And Jimmy had stolen the crowd. He had stolen the thunder. But Purdy yesterday, where people were just kind of looking around like, what in the hell is going on here? What is going on with number 13?
You've been to a lot of Niner games, as have I. I was telling Joe, like, in my going to games, Jerry. Right. I remember that chant. I'll never forget that. We chanted for BY, but there wasn't a chant, right? We chanted for him when he was getting hoisted up in his final game in 2007, okay? And then, obviously, Derek Carr's brother, David Carr, people were chanting for, but that was like, it was different. It was like chanting for a replacement of Alex Smith. Bosa in the playoff game.
Against Minnesota.
When he got hurt and he was laying on his back. And then this Purdy one. I wasn't there for the Jimmy Jacksonville.
Yeah, Jacksonville.
Chance.
It was rocking like that. It felt like something was special, something magical was happening with Jimmy Garoppolo. So,
am I missing any other chants?
Also, I don't know about any chants, but the feeling I had, feelings like that, with Purdy lighting it up. The feeling against Jacksonville, Christmas Eve.
Yeah.
Also, Kaepernick's first start on Monday Night Football against the Bears, where he came in and lit it up, and I was like, uh-oh.
Well, no, everybody had the same reaction coming out of the stadium. This feels real.
Yeah.
It feels real.
This feels like you can't go back to Alex Smith.
That's what I'm saying.
And now with Purdy, there's no Jimmy Garoppolo. He's out for the year.
Well, they have no other options.
Trey Lance is done. So now it opens up, training camp's going to be wild next year with Purdy and Trey Lance. I'm not even there yet.
You know what? Let the best man win.
Well,
and right now, Purdy looks like the best man.
Well, this is what I wanted last year. I wanted Trey Lance to compete with Jimmy Garoppolo. Now, I believe Trey Lance would have beat out Jimmy Garoppolo in training camp. Let these guys compete for the job. It is what it is. It is what it is. And then I start thinking about, I'm like, damn, what if the Niners, Giants, and Warriors select number 2 picks? You get Joey Bart, who was the number 2 overall pick. You get James Wiseman, who was the number 2 overall pick. And Trey Lance, who was the number 2 overall pick. What if none of them work out? Which would be insane.
That might totally be plausible, B. I mean, at this point, right now, from what we've seen in the part, like a start and almost a whole game, Brock Purdy looks way better than Trey Lance did, at least in his first couple of games.
Now, I will say, was the game plan different? Was the play calling
So this would be
different?
my counter to you. Clearly, Shanahan really trusts in Brock Purdy
a lot more than Trey Lance.
He does. He just does. Like, they're telling you what they think about him, and
but I'm
still holding out reservations.
Yeah, no,
I mean, like Jalen Hurts.
Lance,
we were talking about Jalen Hurts last week. Jalen was not the player you see today. 2 years ago.
No, he wasn't.
Now, but that being said,
and is that fair to Trey? Because Trey played in the monsoon in Chicago. He played in one drive against Seattle, and he had got to have a game against Houston, and they won that football game. They won that football game.
I think both can be true for me. Both can be true. I am loving what I'm seeing from Brock Purdy. Right now, he's got the upper hand on Trey. But I'm not ready to sell my Trey Lance stock yet. I still want to see what I have in him, but he's got a long way to go. But what I've seen from Brock Purdy, look, man, they can win the West with their third-string quarterback who actually is playing at a level that feels like upper echelon quarterback. I'm not saying he's Mahomes. I'm saying watch the game. Watch how he gets rid of the ball. This is what Russell Wilson did when they were good. He played a point guard style of quarterbacking. Get it out to your playmakers rhythmically and on time. Negate the big losses and make big plays downfield. What more can you ask?
Yeah, it was hell of a play.
I mean,
now you got action. In the last 4 games. It's a hat and T-shirt game Thursday night against Seattle.
He wins at Seattle, B, and they win the West.
Now we set up the playoffs.
The Brock train is chugging along.
Brock train. There's no room on the Brock train.
Well, I'm throwing logs in there.
There's no room on the Brock train. Again, I'm going to take it week by week. I was very impressed yesterday. I'm taking it week by week.
I might be the conductor.
Because look, he looks way better than Mullins.
Oh, yeah.
No, Larry Kruger's a conductor. You can't be the conductor.
Okay.
You're not
No, fair enough. I'm talking about hopping on the bandwagon. Right. He was kind of the originator of the train.
Right.
I'm hopping on the bandwagon. I'm trying to go from the caboose to the – what's the front? What's the front?
The coach.
Is it Coach?
Is it Coach? I don't know.
Is it the engine?
The engine?
I don't know.
I don't know. All right. What's coming up in the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. More Brock talk. We're going to get all
Line
to the
them
calls.
up, Niner fans.
They're already lined up. They're
Let's
waiting on
go.
us. We're talking too much.
Sorry.
We'll go out to the roasters.
Oh, my
on the
God,
other
it
side.
is lined up.
We'll
Wow.
go out to the other side in a second.
Looks like a
and
Christmas
talk about
tree.
the Niners' victory over Tampa Bay. Brock Purdy leads the way 35-7. 35-7. Jeez. And I was talking to Slater Saturday thinking the game was going to go under. He's like, I love the under. I was like, I do too.
Anthony Slater?
Yeah. Well, the under didn't hit. The over hit, I believe.
Our new betting guru. I like it.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. All right, more coming up on the roast. 888-957-9570. We get to the calls after this break coming up here on the roast.
Can you smell what the Brock is cooking? It's Brock Purdy's show, making his NFL starting debut, and he's back to pass. Pressure coming, steps away, looking to run, and he walks it in for the touchdown. I want a Brock in roll all night. Purdy makes a swim move and finds Debo Samuel. Are you kidding me? What a play, and the crowd loves it from Brock Purdy.
All aboard the Purdy Express, right here on 95.7 The Game.
Woo, woo! Let me guess. You've been staring at a shopping list since the day after Thanksgiving, telling yourself, I'll get to this next weekend. Well, guess what? Next weekend is freaking Christmas. First stop, Flag and Anthem. You've heard me talk about Flag and Anthem before because you know I love it, but I seriously cannot say enough good things about them. It's Christian McCaffrey's go-to brand for flannels, sweaters, jackets, and more, and it's quickly becoming mine too. They even have women's clothing, so you really can do all your shopping all in one place. Head over to flagandanthem.com and use the code GAME, G-A-M-E, for 25% off your purchase, and be sure to place your orders by December 19th for guaranteed holiday delivery. Flag and Anthem, premium clothes without the premium price tag.
This holiday season, tee it up at the Golf Mart for the hottest gifts from Callaway and Bushnell. Receive up to $50 off Callaway Rogue ST Woods. And while you're there, grab a dozen Callaway Chrome Soft golf balls. And from Bushnell, save up to $75 on the Tour V5 and Tour V5 Shift rangefinders. There's also gift cards for those favorite golfers on your list. Don't miss these holiday gifts and more happening now at the Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7, with supplies and solutions for every industry, and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This week at Staples, save 40% on.
Thanks for your business this year.
Save 40% on.
Happy holidays, Nana.
Save 40% on.
You are cordially invited.
Right now at Staples, you can save 40% on custom printed holiday cards and invitations. So you can say, thanks for a great year, happy holidays, or come on over, all for less. For everything you need printed this holiday, go to Staples, the working and learning store. In-store and online. Ends 12/17. Exclusions and restrictions apply.
AT&T Fiber presents a straightforward moment inspired by straightforward pricing.
And now we just cube the pancetta as such.
So what's on the menu tonight?
This carbonara I found online. It's fire. You gonna love it, Mom.
I hope you hold on to this AT&T Fiber, son. It's nice.
Yeah, you should settle down now that you're a gagillionaire.
Oh, I am. I finally found the one internet I've been looking for my whole life.
So, no more one-year stands?
No, I'm done with all that. With AT&T Fiber, there's no price increase at 12 months.
What about equipment fees?
Nope.
Those were never any good for you.
Exactly. But now, everything's completely straightforward.
Well, in the spirit of being straightforward, I never liked any of your old ones.
Me neither.
Blah. Y'all never told me that.
But we're being straightforward now, which feels good, yeah?
Yeah. Now let's get straightforward about that girl he's been seeing.
Straightforward is better. No equipment fees, no data caps, no price increase at 12 months. Live like a gagillionaire with AT&T Fiber. Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary legendary quality.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Hey, Santa Clara County sports fans. The new Omicron booster is here and available for everyone 12 and older. Remember that kids can get really sick with COVID and the effects can be serious and long-term. You can't be at the top of your game when you're super fatigued. So keep your athletes safe this fall and winter with this important booster. And of course, wear a high-quality mask whenever you're inside with lots of people. Visit sccfreevax.org or call 211 to make your booster appointment. Stay healthy and stay in the game.
Where can you wrap up your holiday shopping and unwrap the holiday spirit? Lowe's, actually. Explore the wonder of Winterfest at Lowe's. Find unbeatable deals on unbeatable gifts like the latest tech. A Google Nest Smart Thermostat was $129.99, now $89.99. Or save $100 on a Blackstone 30-inch flat-top grill, now $299. Celebrate the season and check off all of your holiday shopping at Lowe's. Home to any possibility. Offer valid to 12/24 while supplies last.
Here's to Prilosec OTC. Without Prilosec, I wouldn't be able to enjoy all this yummy holiday food. Speaking of whoever made that apple pie, delicious. I just take one pill each morning and zero heartburn all day. So cheers to Prilosec OTC. Ooh, are those jalapeno poppers?
Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid that can cause heartburn, so you can enjoy the holidays. One pill a day, 24 hours, zero heartburn. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
They're going to run it to McCaffrey right up the middle. And a stiff arm. McCaffrey for 6.
I mean, this is just an offense that's firing absolutely on all cylinders.
It's your boy Guru from Steiny and Guru, noon to 3, right here on 95.7 The Game. Now back to the morning roast. I'm a roaster because these two guys are my guys. Yin and Yang, right here on 95.7 The Game.
Kevin Burkhardt, Greg Olson on the call for Fox Sports. Christian McCaffrey, 14 carries, 119 yards. He averaged 8.5 yards a carry. Wow. Yesterday against Tampa Bay, had a touchdown in the pass game, 2 catches, 34 yards, along a 27, and another touchdown. Christian McCaffrey, how we like that trade. How we like that trade. What a difference maker he is. And he's going to be very important moving down the stretch without Debo Samuel, who, of course, got his ankle twisted. They're calling it a high ankle sprain that he suffered in the second quarter. He got carted off after catching 4 passes from Brock Purdy, 4 catches, 43 yards, a log of 18 as the Niners win their 6th straight game. They're now 9-4, and they could clinch the West with a win on Thursday. This segment is presented by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. No guess. All calls today. 888-957-9570. Shasky, Brock Purdy mania is real. People are ready to give him the keys to the franchise.
I mean,
2 games.
I'm not mad at people for being excited. Look, man.
Give it the keys to the franchise.
Look, can you meet me here? This year has been such a roller coaster. I'm blown away that we're here, and now that we're here, People could say, pump the brakes. No, I'm not going to pump the brakes. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to ride the slip and slide. I'm going to see where this thing takes me. Let's do it. Let's hop on the crazy train. I'm in the cab, as people have been texting me. It's the cab, the front of the bandwagon.
Cab.
All right? And let's just see where it goes. And maybe it crashes and burns. But maybe we get to our destination. I don't know. But all I know is this. They've won 9 games. All right? They're 9-4 right now.
Straight.
They are one step away, if they can win on Thursday up in Seattle, which is going to be a ridiculous game. We'll get into it all week.
Can't wait.
If they can beat Seattle up in Seattle, they win the West. I mean, just come on. Come on.
You ever been to Seattle?
Oh, yeah.
You been in that stadium?
Not to the stadium, but I've been to Seattle.
All right. So, been in Seattle. Thursday night will be the first time I go to Lumen Field.
Oh. A little jaunt?
A little leaving after the show.
Okay.
Coming back that night.
Oh.
And hopefully it's a hat and T-shirt game.
A hat and T-shirt game.
But Seattle losing yesterday to Carolina shocked all of us. They're not the same team without Kenneth Walker III.
No.
They're not. Not even close. We'll see if he plays Thursday. That stadium's going to be crazy loud. This would be Brock Purdy's first road start. First road start on Thursday Night Football. Amazon. He's going to get all the headlines. Al Michaels, Kirk Herbstreit will be salivating over Brock Purdy.
Cue my dad calling me up 15 times to set up Amazon Prime on his television.
Oh, boy. He still doesn't know how to do it?
Oh, who knows? I just know he's going to. He called me yesterday to cut up a prime rib for his friends and everything before I went to the Niner game. It was a complete nightmare.
Oh, boy.
And then called me in the middle of the game and then called me after the game chanting about Brock Purdy.
Oh, boy. He's all in.
And he was very sad for Debo.
He's all in.
How can you not be? We have no other choice. Let's do this.
Hey, people send a text about Sean Mania. Today's not the day.
No, we're not talking about Sean Mania.
Clever move by the Giants to release that news in the middle of the night. Great news dump, San Francisco. Awesome PR job.
I'm not spending an ounce of my energy today on negativity. The Niners won a huge game against one of the greatest quarterbacks who ever lived. The hometown boy. They dismantled them. Another blowout this year.
Another blowout.
All right. And then Kyle Shanahan just in his bag. The only little tiny, he's like, okay, Debo got hurt. That stinks. It absolutely stinks. It's a gut punch. But it sounds like he's going to be okay at some point down the stretch for the playoffs. I love where they're at. And then the Warriors won a huge game against the Celtics.
Splash Brothers combined for 66 points.
Clay was incredible.
Looney season high 15 rebounds.
Didn't know that.
Clay, 24 that first half. He scored 20 points in 9 of his last 11.
Wow. He had that 5-game stretch, but now it's extended.
He got rid of social media. He started cooking.
Yeah.
Thank God he got rid of social media. Thank God he stopped listening to the morning roast. He stopped listening to us, Shasky. So that's that. He's on a heater. Curry's playing like an MVP. And Jonathan Kuminga. Folks.
Emerging. Emerging.
He's turned the corner.
I know.
He's turned the corner. Draymond's playing great basketball.
For sure.
Jordan Poole scored 20 in 5 straight games, even though the efficiency wasn't there Saturday night. The Warriors roll 14-13. They destroyed the Celtics. Now they go on a 6-game road trip on the East Coast. I'm excited. It's excited to be a Bay Area sport fan. You got the Niners on the cusp of close to the NFC West. You got the Warriors going on a 6-game road trip to prove that they're the champs again. As Draymond Green said, if we bring our A game, nobody is beating us.
And here's the silver lining if you're a Giants fan out there. Like, honestly, tickets are going to be dirt cheap this year.
And we still won't go.
Really short lines at the bathrooms, too. Very excited for that.
And we still won't go. And we still won't go.
Let's ride it. I'm ready, Niner fans. Let's go.
TC, Sacramento, what's happening?
I'm a Niner. 415.
TC, what's happening?
Bonte and Shasky, what's up with my bros?
I'm so excited.
Yeah, hey, listen, I'm excited too, bro. I'm juiced. I'm not doom and gloom or anything, bro. Like Shasky, I'm not trying to ruin the moment, Bonte or anything, bro. Brock Purdy looks solid, right? So all Brock Purdy is doing, to be honest with you, is the Jimmy Garoppolo bringing him back next season and the whole Tom Brady talk. He put that to bed, bro. It's only been 2 games, but he's putting that to bed. This will be Trey Lance and Brock Purdy's team going forward. You get what I'm saying? No, Brock Purdy's not getting the keys. Brock Purdy is balling. You get what I'm saying? But we can't forget about Trey Lance, bro. That's why I always call and talk to you guys. It seems like everybody's forgetting about this guy. He's still...
Look, if there's one thing that I've learned as a 49er fan, I have no idea what's going to happen at quarterback. And anything that we think to be the truth today, 3 weeks from now, could be totally different. So right now, this morning, I wake up and I have the utmost confidence in Brock Purdy. You asked me that 3 weeks ago, I would have laughed at myself for insulting my intelligence. And here we are today. So if you tell me it's going to be Trey next year, I'd believe it. If you told me it's going to be Brock next year, I'd certainly believe that. If you told me they brought in Tom Brady, I'd probably believe that as well. I don't know what to make of it. All I know, they're 9-4, and they have a chance to win the NFC West if they win on Thursday. And they just dismantled the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at home. And Tampa Bay, Tom Brady looked unbelievably terrible.
He looked bad.
He looked terrible.
Well, again, when you get a great pass rush, this is why in the playoffs, when you get great pass rush, you get great defense, you can make all the great quarterbacks look bad. Peyton Manning looked bad for years in the postseason.
You're right, B.
You know what I'm saying?
You're
Tom
right.
Brady. I remember when the New York Jets, when he was seeing ghosts in a divisional round against the Jets and Rex Ryan. You know, New York Giants twice. You get a great pass rush, you can fluster any quarterback. And again, I always stuck. We had Baldy in studio last Friday. Shout out to Brian Baldinger. Saw him at the Warriors game. He was on the court taking photos of Steph.
I did. I saw that too.
He stopped by the gatehouse after the game.
Oh, did he?
Baldy's the man. He's the man.
He is the best. So many people told me how great that show was Friday.
He discussed something and said, I don't think Brady is Brady playing in the 80s. And we got a glimpse of that yesterday. The Niners were hitting yesterday. They were trying to put Godwin, Mike Evans, Fournette, they were trying to put him in body bags last night at Levi Stadium. Brady doesn't survive in the 80s to me. Because that pass rush, man, he's seeing it. The rules protect the quarterback so damn much these days. You can't touch him. We saw the Sunday Night Football game. Phillips smacks Justin Herbert for a big-time sack. They call it roughing the passer.
I mean,
it was a joke.
The first Brock Purdy play. I mean, that to me is not a personal foul.
It's not.
It's a tackle.
That's football.
Yes.
That's football. That's Al Davis said it. Set the tone. Yeah. First 10 plays, the quarterback has to go down. When a quarterback went down the first play, and they called a play. They called a flag. It sucked, but you got to recover, and the Niners recovered, and they go down to score and take a 7-0 lead. Let's go to Gene in Oakland. Gene in Oakland, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, fellas. Hey, more importantly, Purdy recovered. I mean, he took a massive hit.
Thank you.
He got right up, and this kid has got, there's no reason why he can't be the guy.
That's what I'm saying.
It's too early to say. It's too early to say.
The guy, sure, when you say the guy, you mean the guy long-term for the 49ers?
Possibly. Hey, look, he was playing across the field from the biggest dark horse wonder of all time.
Exactly.
Tom Brady, all right? The guy was the 6th-round draft pick, all right? 180-something pick, all right? He was too slow, didn't have much of an arm, didn't show much at Michigan, okay? But as soon as he got his chance, when Drew Bledsoe went down, well, look what he's done, all right? Second-best quarterback of all time. I mean, they say that Purdy has got a weak arm, but those long passes did the trick.
Well, Gene, let me stop you right there, because I agree. We all are suckers. I'm the worst at it. Talent. 6'5", throw the ball through a brick wall. All of that gets negated if you are an incredible decision maker and just an unorthodox playmaker. And that's what this kid feels like he is. Now, I'm not saying that – I don't know if he's the long-term answer. But for right now, he's pulling all the levers, and this offense looks ridiculous.
Yeah. Can I say one more thing?
Yeah, get in there.
The thing the thing that impresses me the most is he rises to the occasion. Okay? He's got a little bit of Montana and Brady in him, all right? He loves the spotlight, okay? That's a rare quality, and that, more than anything, I think is going to give him a good chance to succeed in this league.
Yeah, I mean, he's making plays where there are none. He gets 2 free rushers yesterday. He, wiggles out of it, steps up, slinging the ball across his body. He's using different arm angles. Look, is he Mahomes? Can he beat Mahomes? Who cares? Win the West. Just win each single week. That's all we need. Like, we were talking just 2 weeks ago. Hey, I'll take Jimmy Garoppolo over anybody in the NFC. And I kind of agreed with that. I agreed with where people
taking Purdy over.
No, I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is, it's not necessarily about having the most amount of talent. It's about, can you use the players around you and play within the fabric of the system? And right now, Shanahan's putting together a script and he's executing it flawlessly.
It's complementary football. You have a great defense, and that's the thing with this defense. If you get a lead, you're going to win a lot of football games during the 6-game winning streak. The 49ers have outscored their opponents 172-64.
That's crazy.
172-64. That's an average score of 28.6 points per game.
Wow.
And giving up just 10.6 points per game. They're outscoring teams by 18 points during their 6-game winning streak. Blowouts. These are blowouts, folks.
Fonte, that was like the one knock we had on Shanahan. Too many close games.
So listen again. 172-64 in the last 6 games during the 6-game win streak. 28.6 points per game for the 49ers during the 6-game winning streak. They're giving up 10.6 points per game. They are outscoring opponents by 18 points per game during the 6-game winning streak. It's unbelievable. Jimmy started it. You got to give Jimmy his flowers. The season turned around in the third quarter of the Rams game at SoFi Stadium.
Yes.
That's when the season flipped.
Yes.
Down 14-10. Jimmy goes 7 of 8 on that drive and throws for 71 yards. They take a 17-14 lead. They move on. They win that football game. All right? Give Jimmy his flowers. He did a lot for this team. He stabilized the season. Without Jimmy, the season is over. Do I believe Brock could do this earlier this season? How am I? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
I agree.
But give Jimmy his credit. I'm not ready to kick the tire. Like, Jimmy's probably going to move on.
Got them to this
but Jimmy
point.
got him to this point.
Yeah.
And what Brock Purdy said last week is Jimmy helped him study, helped him in the film room, and prepped him for this moment. And then you see Brian Greasy on the sideline. You see Trey Lance on the sideline talking to Brock Purdy every chance they get. And Brock Purdy, man, give him what he – look, 16-21, 185 yards. The biggest takeaway for me, forget the arm talent, forget the throws. It's the poise and the moxie in the pocket. The blitz is coming, and he's standing in there delivering dimes. All right? The blitz is coming, and he's standing in that pocket and taking punishment, and he's not getting rattled. I'll give him his crap. I'll give him his props for that. He's a poised young man.
I mean, I'm getting Flutie type vibes in terms of like the way he's making plays. Now, I know Flutie had a great arm, so I don't want to dismiss his actual God-given talent. But in terms of he's just making plays, just positive play after positive play, and negating the big losses. We do this at other positions, though, B. How come a guy can turn into a Wes Welker out of nowhere?
Yeah.
But we rarely see it at quarterback, right? We rarely, like, we've got Brady, okay? But people forget, like, Brady was drafted in baseball as well. Brady has a cannon of an arm. He went to one of the glorified schools at the time. Like Michigan was at the time a great school. Some weird stuff going on with the quarterback who had been drafted.
Drew Henson,
yeah, there was some weird
Greasy.
stuff. We've forgotten it. He went to a big time school in terms of Michigan at the time. And yeah, he fell through the cracks. Even Russell Wilson, he's drafted in like the 4th round.
Yep.
You know what I mean? It was 3rd round, 4th round, whatever
Third
it was.
round.
Right? I mean, Kirk Cousins drafted later on in the draft.
3rd round.
But we never give those guys enough credit. Yet we see it at other positions.
Well, this is different. This guy was the last pick of the NFL draft. Okay, we've never seen anything like this.
So if he was drafted in the 6th round, if he was drafted in the 5th or 6th round, we'd be looking at it differently?
I think so. This guy's the last pick of the NFL draft.
It's random.
Mr. Irrelevant.
Yeah, but we do this at other positions. Why can't we allow our brains
We can, but you rarely see the last pick of the draft.
I know, it's an
no
outlier.
No matter what position.
But how many
Mr. Irrelevants have been a factor in the NFL?
No, I agree.
Whether it's a D-tackle, offensive line, running back, wide receiver, quarterback, whatever. It's the last pick of the draft.
Bonte, it never happens. But let's look at this roster for real quick. Their best players are mid to late round picks.
There's no doubt.
George Kittle has as much talent as anyone in the league, 5th round pick. Fred Warner, 3rd round pick converted from safety, as much talent as anyone in the league.
Drake Greenlaw, 5th round pick.
Exactly.
5th round pick.
Now, look, Purdy, the last pick of the draft, this is an outlier. I'm just saying, we do this at other positions and we don't blink an eye. No one questions. Fred Warner belongs in the middle of the field.
Right.
He's as good as anyone. And yet, it doesn't matter where he was drafted now. Who cares where he was picked?
Right.
Purdy is pulling the levers and it's working. Does the magic carpet ride evaporate and we turn back into a pumpkin? I'm cross-analogizing here. But, like, I don't know. But I'm here for the carpet ride.
Right. Here's one guy who's not happy. 408 Xfinity mobile text line. Purdy had thrown for 185 yards at halftime. I didn't even realize this. They didn't throw in the second half because it was already a blowout. He needed Purdy to get 201 yards passing to hit his player prop parlay. Cannot believe it. That's a bad beat right there.
Can I be honest?
Beat.
I don't care about your parlay.
Yeah, I do. All
I care about was them winning that game.
408, I'm with you. I feel for you. I've been on the wrong end of those situations.
I mean, like for example, we were talking to Baldy about Kurt Warner. Kurt Warner, like if I watched the first couple games. I remember watching him against the Niners. I'm like, he does nothing spectacular. But then you watch him, and it's like he just got the ball out to Torrey Holt and to Isaac Bruce and Marshall Faulk, and he just hit all those dudes. And at some point, I just tapped out, and I was like, you know what? He's a great player. there.
Dude,
And I'm not there with Brock yet.
That first start against the Niners, he lit them up. They beat them 42-20.
Yeah, but did you think it was real?
I did. After that one, because the Niners had dominated the Rams. They won, what was it, 17 straight or 19 straight, whatever it was.
I thought he was a
in the
byproduct of the players around him.
Dude.
Marshall and Torrey Holt
but
and Ozzie
we didn't even know
and
Torrey
Bruce.
Holt was that good. That was the fourth game of the season. Torrey Holt was a rookie.
He destroyed
Bruce was Kurt Warner destroyed them. I said, they're real. I thought once they blew out the Niners, because I hadn't seen it in 8 years.
Okay. Well, I disagree with that because I did not think Kurt Warner was something special.
I was like, damn. He's
and then
legit.
he did.
He's
but
legit.
He was also much bigger.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app, your favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget that you could also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log out and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Let's go back out to the lines. Rhea in Lancaster.
What's up, Rhea?
Rhea, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Good morning, gentlemen. Happy Victory Monday.
Happy Victory Monday.
I am calling to celebrate Brock. I said last Monday when I called, I said I felt like we could win this game because there was no tape on him for people to, look at specifically to game plan for him. So, but I just love his decision making. When he ran for that touchdown, he did that immediately. Like he saw nothing was happening. He just took off. I was like, that's right.
Yes.
Wait. Just go.
That was a great play.
And when, yeah, it was fantastic because they were just like, they didn't know what was happening. And then before half, when we are throwing a touchdown before the half, instead of going for some kind of field goal, I was like, beautiful. Because we don't get the ball back when we come back for the second half. So we need to score a touchdown right now. So I was just in awe of everything he was doing. He was fantastic. He was fantastic.
Rhea,
also shout out?
He's got this like swashbuckler cutthroat thing about him where like, okay, you guys are, you're gonna press everybody. I'm going deep, and it's like, whoa, he's just ripping it downfield.
Right.
I can't, like that touchdown before halftime felt like a game ender.
Right.
Before halftime?
No, it was. I thought the game. I thought that play right there, because a lot of people say, "Well, Brady 28-3 the Super Bowl." Thanks for the call, Rhea.
I was thinking.
I thought the biggest possession under, like, we could all point to the offensive possessions with Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
But I thought when Tampa Bay got the ball, it's 5:05 left in the first half, down 21-0. They go right down the football field. Brady hits Godwin for a big play for 32 yards. They're cooking at the 17, right? Then they get inside the 10-yard line.
Yeah.
It's 2nd and 1 at the Niners 8. 2nd and 1 at the 8-yard line. I'm thinking, all right, 21-7. What are you going to do?
I know.
What are you going to do? Next thing you know, Brady had complete the Godwin. He's crying, too. He runs to the referees. He's pointing at him. He's cursing them out. He's yada, yada, yada. And then on 4th down, he throws his short to Mike Evans. He missed it.
Were you surprised they didn't get a field goal there?
No, you had to go for it.
You thought you had to go for it?
It's 4th and 2.
I know.
It's Brady.
I know.
This is the new NFL.
And I thought he was getting a touchdown.
I
thought in my mind, I was like, this game is not over.
So the Niners get the ball back from their own 9-yard line with 2:29 left. They go 91 yards. 91 yards and take a 28-0 lead. Now, was it a gift that they got the defensive holding call on the pick?
Yeah.
I thought it was a gift. I didn't think there was defensive holding.
For sure.
That was a bad read by Brock Purdy.
They got a bailout call. I'll take it.
The next play.
That's what I'm saying.
They hit Brandon Ayuk with the stutter and go. And Brock Purdy with his shoulder, the pump fake.
Yes.
His ball skills in the pocket. So damn impressive. I didn't think he had that. I didn't think he had that.
When he did the pump fake and the line on the free release play that he threw to Debo, and the linebacker jumps in the air and he kind of wiggles behind him, and then he's running and he's throwing off the 1 foot as he's lobbing one out. At some point, I'm just like, dude, I'm here for this. This is erratic and frenetic and wild, but he's making plays.
Where's the Michelle drop? Do we have another choice?
No.
We don't have a choice. Tony in Santa Rosa.
Rocky Balboa.
Tony, what's happening?
It's from the YouTube chat.
Man, I'm feeling good, man. I was at the game yesterday in the rain and the cold. It was great. The Purdy chants were unreal.
Unbelievable.
It was unreal. It got a little chilly out there, too.
They were, man. And, man, those 2 dimes that he threw, he was getting hit when he threw those, too.
Yeah, I know. The one to CMC, he got twisted in between 3 or 4 guys. I still couldn't believe he completed that pass.
The kid can move. He's elusive in the pocket. I mean, like, I don't want to get too far ahead, but, man, it looks real. It's like the Kaepernick thing when it happened. It looks real. I mean, You can't make this stuff up the way he's playing, man. Ultimate confidence, ultimate swag.
Yeah, no, he has swagger. I want to ask you, Shasky, on the other side.
Okay.
What's the difference from Purdy, Mullins, and C.J. Beathard? And I want you to ask that I want you to answer that on the other side because this does look different. I never bought into Mullins. I didn't buy into C.J. Purdy looks a little different.
I've got a lot of answers on that.
Purdy looks a little different. All right, we'll get to the calls coming up on the other side. More coming up on the Morning Roast, brought to you by Bed Bath & Beyond.
Hey, here's a holiday gift from Bed Bath & Beyond. Between now and Christmas, get 25% off your entire purchase by texting JOY to 239663. That's 239663. New offers every day at Bed Bath & Beyond. Exclusions apply. See website for details.
Not even Tom Brady was a match for Brock Purdy and the 49ers.
Purdy back to throw. Pressure coming. Steps away. Looking to run, and he walks it in for the touchdown. Purdy makes a swim move and finds Debo Samuel. Are you kidding me? What a play, and the crowd loves it from Brock Purdy. What's coming? Purdy lofting, going deep. Has McCaffrey. He's got it. Touchdown, San Francisco.
We're reacting to Niners-Bucs all day long.
Hell yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
If you're considering remodeling your home as we approach 2023, talk with your architect or designer now about utilizing Golden State Window and Door for your upcoming project. Each location across the Bay Area features beautifully planned displays of doors and windows. You'll be surprised by the variety of styles that are available. There's nothing like seeing and feeling how smooth these modern windows and doors can open and close. You'll see double hung casement sliders and fixed windows. Also, bifold windows and doors. Their respected partners include Anderson, Milgard, Marvin, and many other top brands. Be sure to see Golden State Window and Door's wide variety of hardware accessories like handles, knobs, locks, and casings. We're confident you'll be inspired. Rest assured, the well-informed staff is ready to answer questions and help with orders. For locations, images, and more, visit goldenstatelumber.com. Click products, then windows and doors. Family owned for 3 generations. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
And a 1, 2, 3, and play. Yes, this is a holiday cover, and we've never sang professionally, but you can save a sleigh load over Verizon, T-Mobile, AT&T with hundreds in your pocket. There is no better price, and mobile speeds that are faster than a room clearing when we harmonize. We can't sing well, but our savings are swell on the fastest mobile service we say. If you haven't turned the sound down yet, switch to Xfinity Mobile today. Hey!
Rated savings, not singing. Join the 5 million customers and counting that have switched to Xfinity Mobile, the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. And get the best price for 2 lines of unlimited with 5G, compared to the lowest price plans of the top 3 carriers. Just $30 a line per month. Learn more at xfinity.com/fastestmobile. Xfinity Unlimited intro service and Xfinity Internet required. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage. Data thresholds may vary.
Monster free pick action available Monday night from TakingVegas.com. I am Chris Hodge, and these weeknight pro football games have been gold for us, and we have a side and total parlay tonight. New England, Arizona, 2 easy ways to get it. 888-9 win now is the number to call. Will be for free on a recorded message. 888-994-6669. Now, if you call the hotline, not only will you receive New England and Arizona for free tonight, side and total, we also have bowl situations available starting on Friday. We are releasing those games early, and we have college and pro basketball for the next week. Absolutely free at 888-9 win now, 888-994-6669. If you just want side and total New England, Arizona tonight, visit TakingVegas.com. The 2 plays are there over at TakingVegas.com. So 2 ways to get the plays, side and total tonight. Don't miss out. Have a great Monday, everyone.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our
donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Don't miss out for 2022. Donate at carsforkids.org and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
'Twas almost the holidays, and all over the state, not a creature was stirring, except for, well, Nate. He was panicked, in need of a really good gift. Nate's a procrastinator, if you catch my drift. So off he dashed to the closest store, and there found holiday scratchers galore. Now Nate won't get a lump of coal, unless he burns the holiday casserole. Yes, scratchers from the California Lottery are great, especially for Mr. Procrastinate. So when it's time to get your gift shopping out of the way, try scratchers. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
They're going to pitch it to Samuel. Right side, gets a block. Samuel cuts it upfield. Deebo Samuel is in for the touchdown. What a start.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
What up, Curry? Shout out to you, Aisha, and the Curry family. Boy.
Grow up to be just like me.
Boy, Christmas with the Currys yesterday. Giving out a bunch of gifts and toys, what Curry does for the Bay Area. Never seen anything like him. Never seen anything like him. 32 points, 7 assists, 6 rebounds. Saturday night against the Boston Celtics. Curry, I was in the tunnel.
Okay.
So I was in the tunnel.
Okay.
I happened to go in the tunnel. So I was looking for Anna because she was at the game.
Oh, nice.
And I'm watching Curry. And I'm like, I've never seen it from that angle. Him turn around like that. And he shoots it. And he turns around. And it felt like he was looking towards the baseline where I was at. And I was like, oh, my gosh. To see that in those jerseys, him just turn around, I was like, yeah, the Warriors winning. Warriors are winning this game. And D. Wright said the first 3 minutes of the game, we're watching it. He goes, Warriors going to win this game. I could already see it. I was like, damn.
In my mind, I'm imagining you visualizing Steph Curry doing the Palo Banchero to you
it felt
as
like
he turns around.
It felt like it. That was as close as it gets. By the way,
Now
shout
take
out
it
to
away,
Paulo.
Bonte.
Yeah, take it away. I love Paulo.
You think he's caught swept up in Brock Mania?
I think he is. How about Nick Bosa? Matt Mayoko tweeted yesterday. Nick Bosa said he shares what he thinks of Brock Purdy. Nick Bosa said, we got a quarterback.
Look, B, I understand that there's a lot of people that are going to be like, hey, pump the brakes. Let's stay reserved.
I'm taking it week by week,
but
man.
Here's my question. Why?
Why?
What are we
Because
worried about?
I need to check myself.
What's that?
I need to check myself. I'm not ready to give. You see how fickle these things are. We see how fickle it is. 1 minute we thought Jimmy was the franchise quarterback. The next minute we wanted him out of town.
But do we need him to be the franchise quarterback? Now, I just need him to win games this year.
I want a quarterback for the next 10 years. That's what I want. I'm trying to play quarterback roulette.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Are the Eagles apologizing because Nick Foles came in and they won a Super Bowl?
No, they're not. Absolutely not. They won a Super Bowl. I just won a Super Bowl. Is Purdy enough to win us a Super Bowl? I have no idea. I mean, I'm looking at, again, it's different. Tampa Bay 6-7, have they played like a Super Bowl team? Tampa Bay has been mediocre this year.
And simultaneously, I don't want to play them in the playoffs strictly because of Brady. And I know they feel very beatable.
Please bring Tampa Bay back.
Okay, well, look, I'm looking at,
they cannot do anything against this defense.
Bonte, I'm looking at the Golden State Warriors who you referenced, right? Joe, back then, okay, just think about back when he first got drafted. Okay, everybody liked Draymond Green. Like, oh, wow, Big Ten Player of the Year, 4-year starter. A lot of comps to Brock Purdy. Now, Brock Purdy was not the Big Ten Player of the Year, but point being, 4-year starter, undersized for his position, right?
Right.
But yet, like, everybody likes the guy, and there's guys. And then you watch him, and you're like, okay, it doesn't really make sense to the other players that are in the league, but this dude's a winner. Like, and I know it's a tough comp, okay, Draymond Green to Brock Purdy. But what I'm saying is sometimes you just got to kind of buy into where this thing's going. And I don't know if it's sustainable for 10 years.
I don't know.
I don't even care.
So listen,
I just want to win against Seattle.
Whoa. I said last week I'm taking it week by week. I have no choice but to take it week by week. I won a damn Super Bowl. I enjoyed myself yesterday, Levi Stadium. So don't get it twisted that I'm not rooting for Brock Purdy.
No, I didn't say
Don't get it twisted that I'm just not going to get drunk. I'm not going to get drunk yet. I'm going to take it week by week. Oh,
this is a sipping tequila.
Dude, film comes in. You heard from Rhea. Teams don't have film on them yet. They're going to adjust at some point. One thing I do know is this kid is tough against the blitz. He's very good against the blitz, but can he sustain that? Can he sustain that, especially without Deebo Samuel?
Without trying to compare him to every quarterback at every turn or to diminish the other quarterbacks, what I'm seeing from him is I feel like this offense is humming right now. You asked me, Joe, why is this different from Nick Mullins or C.J. Beathard? Well, it felt like when I was watching those guys, they would get into the red zone and it'd get constipated.
Right.
They would have too many turnover-worthy plays. They would have too many big-time sacks or losses that would kill a drive, okay? I'm watching Brock, and right now, again, small sample size, which is totally fair to be reluctant. But in the small sample size, they move the ball really well. They make big chunk plays. They stay out of the big, horrible sack that can kill a drive.
Right.
He doesn't throw turnover-worthy plays. Now, the one they got bailed out, that's one. That's one over the 2 games. But it feels to me like
he's got 2 picks now.
The other one was on a 4th down. You're throwing it down the field. Okay, that's fine. But it feels like he's done a really good job with ball security and just getting the ball out to the playmakers and utilizing the structure of Shanahan's offense, which has all of these little, here's the big play, here's the little play.
Didn't Mullins do that early on? Because people got drunk off of Mullins quick.
He fumbled in the pocket a lot, and he turned the ball over a lot, and he threw a lot of YOLO passes.
I hear you. Brock Purdy's been solid so far.
It's so early.
Look.
It's early.
It's a hat and t-shirt game Thursday. Beat Seattle. I'm not gonna rain on this parade. It's a great story. Purdy was looking good yesterday. Threw well down the field. Their one lone red zone opportunity, they converted by Purdy running into the end zone. Their running game was really good. Christian McCaffrey taking pressure off him. Christian McCaffrey yesterday averaged 8.5 yards a carry.
He was special.
14 carries, 119 yards. Special.
Even Ayuk made plays.
Ayuk made a couple plays. Great catch on the stutter and go. Kittle made some plays early on. He was really targeting Kittle, and then Kittle kind of went silent as a passing game went silent in the second half because
Kittle
they had
was
a big
run
lead.
Blocking though.
He
was run blocking.
Good.
And this is the other difference between him and Nick Mullins. Just again, my naked eye. It always felt like Mullins had the propensity to panic, and he'd get all flustered, right? And then make a horrible decision and throw. At least like the kid takes what the defense gives him. I feel like, and again, it's small.
In that moment, though, people weren't feeling like that with Mullins. They were like, "Oh, this guy's better than Garoppolo." I'm like, "Oh, wait a minute here, man. Wait a minute."
I can understand the comp. This feels different, and maybe it's not, but it feels different.
I get fandom. We all love the backup quarterback. We all love it. Am I ready to give him the keys to the organization? Let him trade battle in training camp.
Well, I'm ready to see where this thing goes this year. I'm on the slip and slide.
Right.
Let's do it.
Let's go to the consultant in Walnut Creek. We love the consultant here on the Morning Roast. What's happening?
Good morning, guys. Oh, man, I'm loving it. And I'm enjoying the moment. I don't know if it's going to be
exactly
what's going to happen every week. I mean, as 49er fans, we all go to the games every week. We talk about it whenever I call in.
Right.
You guys are asking what you guys think is different, right? I'll tell you what I think is different.
Give it to me.
With Purdy versus the other guy. I think what I'm seeing right now is what we've been talking about when we make the phone calls, when we've been complaining. We're starting to see what happens when someone can make a second or third level read beyond 10 yards across all 3 layers of the field.
That's a great way of putting it.
You don't have to be Patrick Mahomes, or you don't have to be Josh Allen in Mike Shanahan's offense. This is what every single person that you guys get on the phone that's an industry pundit that talks about the genius of Shanahan. We're at the games all the day. we see everyone running open.
Right.
Every other play, there's someone open that's not getting the ball. Purdy, at a higher percentage than all the other guys, is getting open people the ball.
Yep.
And all of a sudden, this entire offense opens up. That's what we're seeing right now, and I am loving it.
Me too.
It's a great call, because on a great point, he is hitting everybody. Second reads, third reads, going through the progressions. It is fascinating to see in real time. It is I never felt yesterday that the Niners were compromised at quarterback.
No.
That's when we go into games. Sometimes you see Jimmy early on. He's a little skittish.
It feels
He's a little
constipated.
fidgety. You're like, oh, boy.
Yeah.
All right, just run the ball. Let's play some solid defense. This is not a knock on Jimmy. It is what it is, which is why the 49ers have tried to move off of Jimmy. Not only that, the injuries as well. Can't sustain a 16-game season. Can't stay healthy. So then you see Brock, and it felt like he just had total command of the offense.
Yeah.
Again, you watch the game back. Greg Olsen, who called the game yesterday with Kevin Burkhardt on Fox Sports, he said it. Look at the way the sideline is reacting to him. It was the same way the sideline reacted to Trey Lance in that practice we saw at training camp his rookie season. Oh, my God, did you see that? Oh, man. Everybody in our seats. Diego Zuri. Man, what? Sean. Oh, man, we may have something here. All of a sudden, you start seeing people believe in real time saying, you know what? Maybe the unthinkable can happen. Now, I'm not going to talk about Operation Glendale. I just want Operation Red Paint. Operation Red
win the
Paint,
West.
which means win the West, get a home playoff game, and we'll see what happens from there.
I mean, Bunty, he beat two teams that are playoff caliber, okay? Like, whatever you think about Tampa Bay, if they were in another division, it'd be different, but they're not. They're in the NFC South. They're a playoff caliber team, all right? Forget Brady for just a second, just that team. And then the Dolphins, who he came in relief and won, they're a playoff caliber team. I don't know if they're going to make the playoffs. They were on a nice run. They're slipping now, but that's a playoff caliber team. So you can only play who's on the schedule. And the next one, another playoff caliber team in Seattle, also slipping. Now, timing's everything. We'll see what happens here. Bonte, I'm really excited for him. And then to see his parents doing what they did, that was awesome. I mean, that was really, everybody can relate to that.
It's a great story. No, enjoy the moment. Let's go to Robin in the city. Robin in the city, I'm sure she told me last week she has more faith in Brock than Trey. And Robin was right. A lot of people have a lot more faith in Brock than Trey. Robin, what's happening?
Hey, you guys. Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, Joe.
Hey.
Get on your case. Now do you see why you were just saying last week, sweetheart, how you don't understand why people preferred Brock over Lance? But now you're saying something different. Do you see why? I'll just say this, you guys. I'm just going to say this. I'm always a fan of someone that's been to 4 years of college, at least 3 years of college, in basketball and in football, because they come into the league, to me, more skilled. And this is why I'm against this one and done, like in basketball, because they all look like high school players. That's the first point I want to make. What I really called in, too, to say is, and I don't have to be right, but that first play where he got nailed, that's the same side that Jimmy got nailed, right? The right side. Is that McGlinchey? Because if so, that's a problem, guys. The last thing I want to say is I'm enjoying the Cinderella story.
Me too.
But I'm with you, Bonte. I'm taking it week by week because I'm a person that has to see consistency over time. And as soon as Cinderella turns into the ugly duckling and has a bad game, this fan base is going to be talking a different tune. And the same way that they've uplifted Geno Smith, now people or the pundits and their fan base is talking about Geno Smith is showing us who he really is because he's regressing. That's the same thing that this fan base was going to do to that boy. And I bet you. Bye, you guys.
All right, Robin. Hey, one thing I've learned this season, in all my years of doing radio and covering sports, is this year with the Niners, I just need to take it week by week. The league and the NFL. Think about how many times, for example, Jared Goff in Detroit. Think about how many times people said he sucked. He wasn't an NFL caliber quarterback. Oh, look at Sean McVay move off from him. Now look at him. He's playing like one of the best quarterbacks in the league.
And I'm rooting for him.
Detroit has a chance.
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden we're rooting for him, right?
Yeah.
We dumped Justin Fields. The first month of the season, people said this guy is not going to survive. He can't play. And now Justin Fields is playing hurt, and now he looks like an NFL quarterback. Basically what I'm saying is I got to take these things week by week. The Mahomes, the Josh Allens, the Justin, those are sure things. Okay, I know they're going to be around for a long, long time. Jalen Hurts looks like he's going to be along for a long, long time. Brady looks like he's going to be along for a long, long, long time. But if you're a second-tier quarterback, you're a third-tier quarterback, things can happen so fast.
Of course.
You can lose your job. You could throw 5 picks. The fan base could turn on you.
Russell Wilson just got a $250 million extension, and he looks
terrible.
I mean, I'm with you on that.
So one thing I'm going to do with the 49ers moving forward, especially at the quarterback position, knowing how this fan base gravitates towards the quarterback position, knowing how this fan base puts pressure on the quarterback position, I have no choice but to take this thing week by week.
Which is a fair
I don't know
point of
who's
view.
going to be the franchise quarterback. I just want to win games. And right now you have a defense that's playing out of its mind. Over the last 6 games, this defense has given up 64 points.
I'm just here to embrace it. Like, I just want to embrace it for what it is because, like, these things next year is not guaranteed. You know, they got to pay a bunch of guys. Who knows what the roster's going to look like? Right now, you feel like you have as good of a chance as anyone to knock off what I believe to be the best team in the NFC, which is Philadelphia, right?
Because of the defense.
Because of the team. Because of the weapons that they have. Because of the defense.
I'm looking at the defense.
It's not either or. To me, it's the whole thing.
To me, the defense is the headliner. And
of course.
Obviously, we love offense and quarterback sell tickets and all that stuff. But look at this defense. They've given up 64 points.
But why are you reluctant to embrace the offense? They're scoring.
I am embracing the offense. I just told
top
you.
10
Who's not
offense
embracing
scoring?
the offense? I'm embracing the offense. Shanahan has done a phenomenal
Great job.
I just said I told you last week. Any coach in the NFC, I'm taking Shanahan.
Okay.
I'm not taking nobody over Shanahan. I said that last week in the NFC. Said the same damn thing about Garoppolo. But I'm looking at this defense and I got a shot because of the defense.
For sure.
I don't have to put a lot of pressure on Brock Purdy. I don't have to put a lot of pressure on the offense. If they go 3 and out a couple times, it's not the end of the world.
Like yesterday.
Because this defense has given up 64 points in the last 6 games.
Yep.
They've given up 14 points in their last 6 second halves.
They're elite.
They've given up 10 points a game in the last 6 games. So I know I have a shot because the defense is playing at a high level. So I don't have to put a lot of pressure on Brock Purdy. I don't need to ask him to say, hey, Brock, throw it 30 times a game. Threw it 21 times yesterday, and you were able to go out there and blow off fashion and beat the hell out the Bucs.
In like 2 quarters. I mean, it was just crazy.
So I'm embracing the team. But the headline is the defense, and I know I got a shot because of this defense.
For sure.
And I don't want that to be lost in the shuffle here.
No,
because this defense has carried this team.
I'm with you on that, but I also think that their offensive weaponry has been fantastic this year. You know, Ayuk's having a great year. Kittle is starting to emerge a little again, which is good. And then Christian McCaffrey's been outstanding. And I feel like their blocking up front has been spectacular. The McGlinchey thing, come on, we all know he's good for a couple of really horrible blocks every single game. Like, there's just no other way. I saw him go to the tent. I don't know if he came back into the game. I wasn't paying attention. I saw him get his helmet taken off, and he went over to the blue tent. I don't know what's going on there.
Well, the McCaffrey deal, 14 carries yesterday, 119 yards. That Tampa Bay defense is solid. Now, they're missing a couple safeties.
Yeah.
They got great linebackers in Levante David and Devin White, and I didn't hear from them yesterday. All right, their pass rush never really got to Brock Purdy. Christian McCaffrey averaged 8.5 yards a carry against that defense. 8.5 yards a carry.
I thought he had a hurt knee.
Tough yards. And so this is why the McCaffrey trade has flipped everything. It's flipped everything. They're 6-1 with McCaffrey. All right, first game you play the Chiefs, you get blown out in the second half. Hopefully you see Kansas City soon. Hopefully. That's the hope, right? Hope. And that's what Brock Purdy, believe it or not. But in these last 6 games, you see the difference McCaffrey makes in his offense.
Yes.
The spacing he creates. You can line him up out wide. He's running fade routes down the field. He's running go routes, Texas routes, angle routes, option routes. You name it. This guy's running between the tackles, outside the tackles. He's creating one-on-one opportunities for Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel and George Kittle. This guy, if there's any difference in this offense, it's because of CMC. It's Christian McCaffrey.
He's been incredible. There's no doubt about it. I think his impact on the quarterback play, forget who the quarterback is, undeniable, right?
Yep.
Especially on the check down stuff.
Yep.
I'm very worried to see what the offense looks like without Debo. I know you reference, hey, they've won games without Debo.
They beat the Rams without Debo 31-14. And the Rams season was still there.
It was. I don't know what this Seattle defense is. I know it's been leaking lately. I don't know what it is. I am a little worried because it's an opponent that you know very well. They know you very well. Without Debo, winning in Seattle has been tough. Just forever, it feels like. I don't know what it's gonna look like offensively. They might have to hang their hat on. Well, they're going to obviously to continue to win games on the defense, but they might have to hang their hat on Mason and CMC carrying the load.
It's all good. It's a short week. Seattle's vulnerable. They don't want the Niners to celebrate and pop champagne in that locker room at Lumen Field. They don't want them to be wearing tats and T-shirts walking out of that stadium on the flight back to San Francisco. But damn, it'd feel good if they did.
There's something funny, though, and I've seen this a lot, where people are like, 4-year starters, 4-year starters. And look, there is something to be said about a 4-year starter. But take a step back. Joe Burrow started for 1 year.
Yeah.
It was the greatest season we've ever seen. He was a backup at Ohio State, had to transfer, went to LSU, had 1 great year. It was one of the greatest years we've ever seen. But, like, everybody who watches football for a living will say, it doesn't matter that Joe Burrow only played 1 year now it's different. It's LSU, but
everybody's case is different.
That's what I'm saying. And I get it. You like a 4-year starter? That's you. I get that. I'm not denying it. But don't act like you can't be a 1-year starter and be amazing.
And don't act like 4-year starters don't flame out in the league. How many years did Nathan Peterman start in college?
I didn't even think. Yeah, I mean, Zach Wilson was a 3-year starter.
3-year starter.
Yeah, 3-year starter. What I'm getting at is talent can come from anywhere.
Right, yeah, and you can't pick and choose when you want to apply 4-year starter to a quarterback. Does it help for Brock Purdy?
Hell
Absolutely.
yeah, it does.
It helps. It helps. He's undersized, doesn't have the greatest arm, but it helped him playing at Iowa State.
Hey, B, you know what he's made up for? Like the lack of arm strength is undeniable. His ability to step into his throws and then get rid of it on time, it makes up for whatever. Look, at some point, the lack of arm strength, a team might be able to take advantage of that, and that's what makes Mahomes so special. That's what makes Josh Allen. But I don't think he needs to be that with this team.
As much as I admit Brock Purdy for the Iowa game last year, where he threw 4 picks or 3 picks and he got benched. He did go into Texas the year before in Austin in a rainy game with Breece Hall and win that game in Austin. You got to give him some props. See, but the whole argument about 4-year starter, 3-year starter, 2-year starter, we can't pick and choose when it works because we've seen both things happen.
That's what I was getting at. That's all I was getting at.
We've seen both things happen.
Because I'm seeing that get kicked around, and I'm like, well, wait a minute, guys. Like, Joe Burrow literally was backing up everyone in Ohio State, left, and they made the wrong decision, and left, went to LSU, played for 1 year. Everybody would want
2 years at LSU.
Was it 2? Regardless, it wasn't 4.
The second year, Joe Brady comes in as the offensive coordinator, and they flip it, and he's got all the weapons, and they're throwing the ball around the yard. He played well, but to your point,
you get what I'm saying.
I get what you're saying. Let's go to George in the jungle. What's happening, George? You're on the roast.
Gentlemen, it's a beautiful day. You're talking about 4-year starters. I bet Vegas is going to have a line on whether or not Archie Manning starts 4 years.
That's a great point.
I would take that bet.
Yeah.
I would take that bet. You know, the other thing is special things happen to special people. Brady got the tuck. This kid yesterday, he was tackled on the first play of the game for a loss, and it turned the whole game around. The energy of that game shifted on one play.
It's a great point.
Beginning.
It did.
It was a great point. It's a 25-yard play. You lose 8-9 yards on a sack, and instead you get a 15-yard penalty, and then boom, the whole drive gets kickstarted.
Open up. And I heard rumors. Check me on this, but I heard that Brock Purdy turned to Trent Williams during the game and said, "Is John Candy in the stand?"
No.
Here we go.
Oh, my God.
49ers stew in the stack. What's happening at 49ers stew?
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing?
Good.
Hey, I got one question. First of all, is our defense that good, or is Tom Brady depleting in his game?
His defense is legit.
What I want to say is I've had season tickets for the last 2 years. I never heard that stadium. It was a whole different stadium yesterday, man. That place was rocking.
Feel me?
Purdy.
It was wild. It was a wild team. Go ahead, 49ers.
I've never seen a quarterback. Hey, Purdy did a James Hardaway crossover move on that defender and got the ball out. And one last thing I want to say, whatever size shoe McCaffrey wears, I'm glad, because if he wear one size smaller, that touchdown would have been no touchdown.
You had
last question.
Go ahead.
When was the last time the 49ers played a game and didn't kick a field goal, man?
Wow.
So
that's
happy
true.
to go down there and didn't settle for 3 points. It was the whole stadium was just rocking, man. It was a whole different atmosphere.
And it's pretty ironic because Joe Nedney was there at halftime.
Dude, wait, time out. Did you watch the 40-yard field goal attempts?
Yeah, that's too. Come on, 49ers. Nobody's
to win 49 grand.
Yeah, that 40 yards.
So they had 3 if you weren't there at the game. At the halftime, Joe Nedney comes out, and they're going to kick from the 40-yard line, and it's 3 random fans, and they have one attempt, which is unfair, one attempt to try to win the 49,000, and not one of these people even came close. I actually think our station should do this. I think we should try 40-yard field goal attempts from the hosts and see if anybody can get close. I don't think I can do it. Do you?
No chance. No chance.
Did you play soccer growing up?
No.
Oh, I did. I wasn't the greatest.
Yeah, I didn't even know
Not my
what soccer
sport.
was. I did not like soccer and golf growing up. I didn't know. They weren't on television much. They were boring to me. I was football, baseball, basketball.
Who do you think would be able to kick a 40-yard field goal of all the hosts?
Here?
Yeah, from our station.
Nobody. No, not one person.
Yep.
Not one. Not even Guru. No.
Monte, help me.
Reggie Roby?
Lay off.
Guru may have the best chance. I'll give him that. He may have the best chance.
I'm a snob.
I kind of want to do this. I think I'm going to go to Crocker Park and try this out.
No, you could have fun.
Yeah. But he's right. When was the last time the Niners played a game and didn't have a field goal attempt? I can't even think about when the last time was.
It's pretty wild.
That is crazy.
Man. A lot of people, I'm looking at the text line.
What's that?
Xfinity mobile text line. By the way, shout out to YouTube, Twitch, the Xfinity mobile text line. Download the Odyssey app, 95.7 The Game. Thousands of other stations and millions of podcasts are free on the Odyssey app. Sports talk, music, news, and podcasts are all available completely free. You can catch every single Warriors game live on the app, along with all the music and news the Bay Area needs. Follow your favorite team, stations, radio shows, and podcasts now by downloading the free Odyssey app. Don't forget 957thegameshop.com. 957thegameshop.com. We got some new gear for the morning roasters. 957thegameshop.com. You want to check that out. A lot of people were hitting me on Twitter, and I'm seeing it on the text line and YouTube.
What's that?
About Trey Lance's sideline demeanor. Now, I watched the game back, and every time I saw Brock Purdy go to the sideline, Trey was right there. Trey was right there with the iPad. Whenever I saw Brock Purdy go on the field and warm up and throw, Trey was right there next to him. So there's this, and I want to debunk this narrative right now.
What narrative?
That Trey was unhappy watching Brock Purdy succeed.
Who said that?
I just said, Shasky. YouTube,
on
Twitter,
the YouTube chat. Okay,
my Twitter,
yeah,
everybody.
I didn't
a lot of
see
people
that.
were coming out there with the sideline demeanor saying, "Hey, man, Trey, I saw having a ball." So let's debunk this narrative that Trey wasn't happy. Trey's right there with Brock Purdy every step of the way, throwing on the field with them, catching the passes for him with the iPad, propping up teammates. I've seen nothing but Trey being a sportsman. Being a great teammate the whole time.
I'm not saying you are, but I don't understand this. We have to crush Jimmy or Trey to elevate Brock, or we have to, crush Trey to elevate Jimmy, or whatever it is. Like, can we just, I'm a Niner fan. I want to win the Super Bowl. It's been 30-something years. Right. I don't care who the quarterback is. If they're playing as well as Brock is, I'm going to root for them, and I might chant their name at Levi Stadium. And whoever's on the sidelines, I would think, being a 49er player, that they would be all in on it. I don't know why we have to do this thing.
Yeah, no, I just want to debunk that.
Yeah,
Trey,
that
I saw
sucks.
nothing
Don't
but
do that,
I saw
people.
Trey being a great teammate yesterday. I don't want to see, because I'm getting a lot of tweets about it. I'm getting YouTube, text messages. Oh, man, you see Trey, Trey's. No, stop. Enjoy the moment. Trey's fine. He's there on the sideline with his teammates. Could have been in suite. I know quarterbacks who are in the suite when they're hurt and not even around the quarterback. So let's stop that. Let's get back out to the lines.
God, what a game.
888-957-9570. Let's go out to Rick in Stockton. Rick, what's happening? You're on a roast. What's up, Rick?
Yo, how y'all doing this morning? Hey, I had to get into it, man. It was like, I think it was like two callers, and one of y'all hosts, I don't know if it was Langford or somebody, when Jimmy had that bad game, when he first came back after the last got hurt, everybody was like, Brock Purdy. Well, no, everybody was like, don't even talk about Brock Purdy. And it was like me, one other caller, and the host, right? But Brock Purdy looked like the most accurate quarterback we didn't have in 20 years, bro. Like, Alex Smith was like 05 or 07, and he's most accurate. He looks way more comfortable than Jimmy in the pocket. Lance was comfortable in the pocket, but they like equal. Like, everybody was like, can Lance do what Jimmy do plus what Lance do? Brock can do what Jimmy do plus what Lance do. And we haven't seen we haven't seen the most of his legs yet. It's yet to show. Like, you see how comfortable he knew it was time to take off in the red zone, and he got a nose for the end zone. Like, I don't know. I got a nose for the kid. I mean,
he looked good yesterday, man. There's no doubt he looked very, very polished, looked very composed, threw the ball really well. Brock Purdy mania is here, folks. It's here. Let's go to Steve in Santa Rosa.
And if you want to take a victory lap, by all means, do it. You were right. Like, he looks great. I'm happy for people that had faith in him.
Steve in Santa Rosa, what's happening?
Purdy mania, brother. It's running wild. Yeah, that was a lot of fun to watch, you know, and a guy that I don't really know anything about football. It was just real fun to watch, fun game to watch. The one thing that I do see in football with quarterbacks is how well they convert third and long. And I think every big play he made was off third and long. I don't see Jimmy doing that ever. That's the big thing I took away from that game. So it was a lot of fun to watch. And I wanted to throw this in there because, you know, the Niners seem to find the good players. You got to give that to the guys upstairs.
Yep.
The Giants seem to be hurting in that department, but I got a suggestion. I have a suggestion.
Sean Mania, Mitch Henniger.
Jose in Oakland should be the new general manager. That guy's the best caller about the Giants front office that I've ever heard. I vote for Jose to be the new GM, and he will pick up all the players the Giants need to return to World Series.
Yeah, it's going to be a long time. All right, let me give you the Brock Purdy third down attempts over the last 2 games. 15 of 17 in terms of his completions for 127 yards, 7.5 yards per attempt, 2 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, 9 first downs, 137 passer rating on third down. I mean, he's been outstanding on third down, Bonte.
He's been really good. Third down, first down, second down, you name it. I mean, comes in a Miami game, and they got to have a game. They beat the Dolphins. And now they send the Dolphins on a tailspin. Then you get Brock Purdy gets Tampa Bay, gets Tom Brady on the other sideline. And everybody's hyping up. That's the first time Brady has lost to a quarterback making his first start in the league. First time Brady's lost to a guy making his first start, which is insane. Shows how long Brady's been in the league. Unbelievable performance for Brock Purdy, but unbelievable performance. I mean, the difference maker to be, again, quarterback's going to get all the headlines. Quarterback's always going to get the headlines. I get it. When the Niners lose, the quarterback's going to get all the criticism. But to me, there's 2 things going on.
What's that?
One, the defense is humming at a high level.
Absolutely.
And they've given up 64 points in the last 6 games. They've given up 14 in the last 6 second halves.
Deshaun Gibson.
Defense. Jimmy Ward was great yesterday, too.
He was awesome.
So the defense, and then Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah.
How much easier has Christian McCaffrey made Jimmy Garoppolo and Brock Purdy's life? How much easier? Because Christian McCaffrey can do so many things. Running between the tackles, running outside the tackles, lining up out wide, running go routes. Christian McCaffrey, to me, like, again, quarterback's going to get all the headlines.
Yeah.
But Christian McCaffrey's been the biggest difference maker on offense to me.
Well, he has a lot of 10-yard runs in that game yesterday. I don't know how many was the total.
He averaged 8.5 yards a pop.
I mean, that's pretty crazy.
14 carries.
That last touchdown where he cut to the outside and then stiff-armed the dude and then kept distance, that was a put-away. That was like 13 minutes to go in the third quarter.
Yeah, game was over.
And it felt like game over.
Game over.
I mean, it's just that was an old-school kind of a win, and you're right. Christian McCaffrey's been outstanding. I said this earlier, and I'll keep saying it. The outside blocking scheme, it feels like Juszczyk did a great job. The wide receivers did a great job being physical, but he timed up his stop and then cut back and then finds the little hole. He was so good yesterday. I feel like the offensive line, for the most part, played a pretty damn good game yesterday.
Clean game, no doubt.
Purdy helped them with his pocket awareness and his ability to step up when there was a little like jailbreak.
Let's clear the deck here. Clear the deck. 888-957-9570. Anthony, Highway 4. Then we'll get to Jason and our main man, Duke. Anthony, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Top of the morning, fellas. So I just had like one or two quick comments. This just shows me that, man, people, the experts don't know what they be talking about because they put a side by side up there on the screen about what the draft folks were saying about Brock, and you see him now, and he looks pretty good. And like I'm gonna take it week by week, like you said, because you never want to get too ahead of yourself. But, I mean, you see some of these players that are that people, write off real early, and then you see them, they get to a good system or they just get a good coach around them, and they seem to excel. Like Justin Fields, who people wrote off, and he got drafted to a terrible situation. Like, nobody wanted to get drafted to the Bears. And then Jalen Hurts, all he really needed was someone to really coach him up. I'm excited about what's happening. I just think that, we got to stop, writing these players off, man, because, they already got to the NFL for a reason. They're good enough to be there, but sometimes you get put in a terrible position. And
absolutely.
About it.
I mean, Alex Smith is Alex Smith is one of the, whether you think he was a great talent, a good talent, or mediocre talent, we all can agree the setting helped elevate Alex Smith's career, right? Having the right coaches, having the right playmakers, that was a make or break it for him. Baker Mayfield, I'm looking at, when they had the right cohesion around him, and I'm sure he bears some of the responsibility as well. He looked good. He broke the record for rookie touchdown passes that first year with the Browns.
Right.
Things deteriorated. He goes to Carolina. He looked terrible. Then you're watching him with the Rams, and you're like, oh boy, I don't know if I want McVay and Baker Mayfield linking up together. They look pretty good.
No, man, look, Brock Purdy in the preseason, I did not believe the hype. I watched it and I was like, no, stop. Let's stop it right now. If Brock Purdy's playing for this team, that means the season is over.
I thought that too. You're right.
What?
I did too.
Brock Purdy's playing right now, and all of a sudden there's hope again.
No, the season's not over. The season is not over.
Matter of fact, there's people who believe he gives this team a better chance to hoist a Lombardi than number 10 and number 5.
Let me ask you this. Take the names out. Was that one of the best halves of quarterback play this year?
It was a really good half. It was a really good half.
Forget the names. I'm just asking, if you were to say plus or negative plays, it's up there. I mean, you obviously referenced the Jimmy Garoppolo game against the Rams. He played a great game right there, and I'm not diminishing Jimmy. I'm just saying, Purdy looked pretty good. He looked great against Arizona.
Mexico City.
That's a good point.
Mexico
He looked
City.
great against Arizona.
Yeah, he did.
But that goes to show you how good Brock played yesterday.
Yeah.
It's not. I'm not trying to diminish Jimmy.
Right.
I'm saying they're getting great output from the quarterback. Brian Greasy, someone's texting it in right now, 650. Brian Greasy's been a great hire.
Great hire.
Rick Scangarello, get out of here as the quarterback coach. Greasy has done a great job.
Here's the other thing, too, about Shanahan coach teams.
Yeah.
Shanahan's teams get better and better. We discussed this in October. Can you make it to November around 500? Can you make it to December humming? His teams, if you look at when they're humming, they get better and better when the season wears on. Why? Because they're physically built, right? They just wear on teams.
I know.
They wear you down. They out-hit teams. Tampa Bay got out-hit yesterday. There were so many body bag hits yesterday. It was ridiculous. Tampa Bay did not want to be on that football field. They're like, damn, these dudes were hit.
Wasn't that surprising?
I was surprised. But then again, when you look at the situation, it's not to make an excuse for Tampa Bay. Short week, physical game Monday night against the Saints, traveling back to the West Coast. Tough stretch for them. Still, they got dominated.
I overrated the Brady impact. I was thinking, there's just no way. In my mind, I'm thinking, there's no way Brady isn't going to play a good game against the Niners.
Doubt.
That's what
No doubt.
And I was so wrong. He looked so overwhelmed.
Oh, he got
And
rattled.
then all I kept seeing after every play, he's bitching and complaining to the referees. And I'm like, what are you complaining about?
Yeah, well, that's what Brady does.
I know, but the whole game.
That's what Brady's been doing that for 20-plus years.
I was telling Spadoni that when I was watching him, it felt like I was watching a black and white video or film of
old school guy.
Yeah, like Y.A. Tittle.
Right.
Like this legend slowly walking out onto the field. Everything felt slow motion. Am I tripping?
It was slow motion because the 49ers defense is so fast.
Agreed. But he looked old, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. Well, the Niners made him look. He's looked old all year. He's looked old all year for the most part.
Yeah.
They're 6-7. But this Niners defense, and under Shanahan, they get better in November. They get better in December. And now they're humming.
What were you thinking when they called back the Mike Evans 80-yard touchdown?
I was like, it's our day.
Thank God. Because Vanga, right before the plays,
he was scrambling, yelling to Jimmy Ward,
and I was
running
like,
to
what
Jimmy
are they
Ward,
doing?
And it was a breakdown, and he hit Mike Evans in stride. I said, damn.
And it was going to be 7-7, and I said, we're in some trouble.
Man, Tom Brady not getting calls, you hate to see that.
Oh,
he hasn't benefited from calls his whole career.
How are you doing, Spinoti? You recovered from last Thursday?
Shasky asked me at the end of the show, hey, how did the Raiders do yesterday? I was
totally forgot.
They lost on Thursday to Baker Mayfield.
Yeah. Now you play the Patriots next week.
Who cares? I hope they get smashed. I want Bryce Young.
McCorkle.
Jason, Duke, Freddie, we'll get to you on the other side, but now it's time for the injury report.
It's time
time for the Injury Report.
That really hurt.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
What a performance yesterday. Brock Purdy, Christian McCaffrey, and that defense. Drake Greenlaw, 15 tackles and a pick. And he had Tom Brady sign the interception football after the game, which is pretty cool. Drake Greenlaw, not only a Pro Bowler, he's making some all-pro votes. I mean, him and Fred Warner play some great linebacker
he
right now.
He had an outfit on that I think would be funny to watch either one of us try to wear.
Yeah, Drake Greenlaw, well, it costs a lot of money.
They
take a year. It may cost you $100,000, and I don't know if we make that much money.
I don't think I can afford it.
The Niners got the win thanks to Brock, but man, a huge injury scare in the second quarter. Our main man, Deebo Samuel, went down after fumbling the ball, twisted his leg in the process, and as bad as the injury looked, he got carted off the field. Shanahan said after the game that Debo suffered a high ankle sprain, which is best case scenario, though there was still a question on the extent of the sprain. Depending on the severity, Debo could be out anywhere from 3 to 6 weeks. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. More of your phone calls coming up, 888-957-9570. Is Purdy real? Is this a dream or is it real? Your call's coming up here on The Roast.
All aboard!
All aboard the Purdy Express.
Purdy going deep. He's got a man. Ayuk in. Touchdown 49ers. Purdy over the middle again. He's got McLeod for a first down. And Purdy just keeps on firing. What's coming? Purdy lofting, going deep. Has McCaffrey. He's got it. Touchdown, San Francisco!
We're reacting to Niners-Bucs all day long.
Wow!
On 95.7 The Game.
Let me guess. You've been staring at a shopping list since the day after Thanksgiving, telling yourself, I'll get to this next weekend. Well, guess what? Next weekend is Christmas. So your first stop? Flag and Anthem. You've heard me talk about Flag and Anthem before, but I seriously cannot say enough good things about them. It's Christian McCaffrey's go-to brand. Flannels, sweaters, jackets, and more. And it's quickly becoming my favorite brand, too. They even have a women's clothing line. So, I copped Michelle some stuff, and they really can. I can do all my shopping in one place. Head over to flagandanthem.com and use the code GAME, G-A-M-E, for 25% off your purchase. And be sure to place these orders by December 19th. Come on, people, for guaranteed holiday delivery. Flag and Anthem, premium clothes without the premium price tag.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain. The market might not care you have a wedding to plan or a kid to put through school. And inflation doesn't know you've got a family to feed. But Bank of America does, and is here to help. With digital tools to help you save and local experts in the Bay Area, you can keep life moving forward the way you need it to. Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at BofA.com/San Francisco. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC equal credit opportunity lender.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa-la-la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, Click on Qualify Me and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
AT&T Fiber presents a straightforward moment inspired by straightforward pricing.
And now we just cube the pancetta as such.
So what's on the menu tonight?
This carbonara I found online. It's fire. You gonna love it, Mom.
I hope you hold on to this AT&T Fiber, son. It's nice.
Yeah, you should settle down now that you're a good gillionaire.
Oh, I am. I finally found the one internet I've been looking for my whole life.
So, no more one-year stands?
Nah, I'm done with all that. With AT&T Fiber, there's no price increase at 12 months.
What about equipment fees?
Nope.
Those were never any good for you.
Exactly. But now everything's completely straightforward.
Well, in the spirit of being straightforward, I never liked any of your old ones.
Me neither. Blah.
Y'all never told me that.
But we're being straightforward now, which feels good, yeah?
Yeah. Now let's get straightforward about that girl he's been seeing.
Straightforward is better. No equipment fees, no data caps, no price increase at 12 months. Live like a gagillionaire with AT&T Fiber. Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
At Outdoor Supply Hardware, to give is to receive. December 6th through Christmas Eve, get a free $10 gift card with every $50 gift card purchased. Limit 4 per household. Osh gift cards never expire. Great gifts are in the cards at all 14 Osh stores.
When you need to know what's happening, it's time to get in the huddle.
You're fraudulent. You're not in the business of winning football games. You're in the business of trying to prove your own asinine decisions correct. We can talk about the Irsay thing. Do I think the Saturday thing is the biggest joke in the history of the NFL? I do. But at least he was willing to say, this ain't working for me. I don't care that I just gave him extensions.
Listen to In the Huddle, available on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
Do you know what people see when they Google you? Search engines don't always get it right. And when they're wrong, it's your reputation on the line. So what do you do when you don't agree with your search results? Call Reputation Defender at 800-831-0771. Reputation Defender by Norton is one of the most trusted names in online reputation repair. We have over a decade of experience in fixing people's search results, and we can help you too. Using cutting-edge approaches, Reputation Defender pushes unflattering information down to lower pages of your search results, where few people ever look. We also promote the good stuff so that it rises to the top, letting you put your best foot forward. Your good name is too valuable to leave to the whims of a Google algorithm. You owe it to yourself to take control with Reputation Defender. Visit www.reputationdefender.com or call 800-831-0771 for free advice on your situation. 800-831-0771. That's 800-831-0771.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring
Fillmore's finest, Monte Hill. The pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast.
4-man rush. Purdy loaded up, going deep. He's got a man. Ayuk in. Touchdown 49ers. Are you kidding?
Well, so much for playing for a field goal. They went double move on the outside with Brandon Ayuk. Brock Purdy gave a huge pump fake, and Ayuk just ran right by him.
Oh, baby. Or should I give you the, oh, baby. The Niners have won their 6th game in a row. Brock Purdy mania is real. Spadoni, hit me with the Purdy chants, because this moment had my jaw dropped.
Me too.
It had my jaw dropped. The Purdy chants.
They're chanting Purdy, by the way. Brock Purdy chants in Santa Clara.
I feel like I'm in a scene of Rudy.
Greg Olsen and Kevin Burkhardt on the call.
It was louder.
It was louder.
Okay, so yeah, because in my section, it was way louder than that.
No,
and I want it, like, for the people that weren't there, I'm glad the television picked it up. It was loud.
It was deafening.
Yes.
It was deafening last night, or yesterday, I should say. Purdy chants, the defense flying around the football, hitting Brady. The running game, Christian McCaffrey, 14 carries, 119 yards. Christian McCaffrey averaged 8.5 yards a carry yesterday. This team is humming right now. And guess what, folks? As we say, good morning to everybody out there getting off of work. Good morning to all the graveyard shift workers, big rig drivers, truck drivers. Shout out to all the high schools who played their state championships. I know it all didn't go your way, but San Ramon Valley, I want to shout them out. Shout out to McClymonds. Shout out to De La Salle. Shout out to Sarah High School. Yeah. Shout out to Pittsburgh High. Shout out to San Marin. Great job this season. Congratulations on the spectacular season. Even Bellarmine, they lost in heartbreaking fashion. Shout out to Bellarmine. Shout out to College of San Mateo, who won a state championship in JUCO. OG, what's happening? Coach Hardy, what's happening? K Booth, what's happening? Another one to call the show and bombard them. Told them the number's blocked for the 650, but I'm kidding. Shout out to San Mateo, even though I'm a city guy. Yesterday in 49ers, man. What a performance. What a performance all around. Defense hit. Brock Purdy. I mean, Shanahan is in his bag. And Thursday, Shasky, is a hat and T-shirt game.
Explain to people that don't know what a hat and T-shirt game is.
A hat and T-shirt game is when you go in there and kick Seattle's ass, you open up the boxes. There's all these T-shirts and hats, and it says 2022 NFC West champs.
Given everything that's happened this year, I don't want to rank the seasons or whatever, but this is clearly the most adversity they've overcome under the Shanahan era, right? Like, they've lost so many.
Last year felt like, but no, I hear you.
That's not bad.
Yeah,
you're right.
But you know what, though? It's been because you lost Trey Lance in week 2. You didn't know if Jimmy was going to be on the football team. Then you lose Jimmy, and you have to turn the page to a guy who was the last pick in the NFL draft. Not a 6th-round pick, not a 5th-round pick, not a 4th, 3rd, 2nd, 1st-round pick. The last pick of the NFL draft. You're saying, hey, here's the keys to the operation.
Crazy.
We need you not to wreck the car.
And then you lose Armstead, who's one of your highest-paid defensive players,
he's
for what, 7 weeks?
Yeah, and he's playing well.
He's playing really well. You lose Mosley for the year, okay?
Yeah, and you haven't even skipped Diablo Lore.
I don't.
You don't even miss.
Don't even.
And
don't even.
Mosley's my guy.
Don't even. I know, but don't even. Gibson's out here making turnovers. By the way, no one got more tired during the return than Gibson.
Yeah.
I got tired for him. I was like, go out of bounds, doggy.
It's one of those underrated signings. He may only be here for a year, but it's a very underrated signing.
He's been great.
He's been awesome.
And then Jimmy Ward, I know he doesn't want to play the slot. He's played great in the slot.
And he's hitting.
So, like,
and he's talking.
It's not perfect, okay? I'm not here to. They made a midseason trade that's just, like, jolted the entire offense. They've done a phenomenal job. They've got basically two rookies playing the guard positions. Now, I know what's-his-face got hurt, and so they've had Brunskill
so you
in there.
You got Burford and Banks. The offensive line was a big question mark. Now we live with McGlinchey doing what he does, but Burford's been good.
How about
Brindle's been good.
The center, Jake Brendel.
Aaron Banks has been.
I mean,
people were ready to ship Aaron Banks out of town.
What I'm getting at is that he might have had finer coaching jobs top to bottom.
Right.
In terms of overcoming adversity, the fact this team has 9 wins, they're not going to have a losing season this year. They have an opportunity to win the NFC West.
And have a home playoff game for the first time since 2019.
Shanahan deserves so much credit this morning. This guy, and then you saw the photo that was circulating over the internet last night.
Kyle Shanahan sitting next to Brock Purdy after the game.
It's hard to not get the feelings when you see that. Come on, B.
That was wild. And Shanahan kept seeing the cameras. He was looking up Shanahan, dude. It was Shanahan's final moment. We'll play some sound because we haven't played any sound from Shanahan and Brock Purdy last night. We'll do that this hour.
Yes.
We promise. We just wanted the callers to talk in.
It's about them.
It's about them. It's about the fans. It's about living in this moment. As the 49ers improved to 9-4, they've won 6 straight games. 6 straight games. They've outscored their opponents during a 6-game winning streak. 172-64. That's an average score of 28.6 points per game, as opposed to 10.6 points per game. They outscored their opponents during the 6-game winning streak by 18 points per game. Not only that, the defense has only allowed 14 points in the second half during the 6-game winning streak.
I know there's the no-name defense of the Steelers, and they become the no-name because they won Super Bowls, right? The Steel Curtain, and there's a lot of different things that have been out there over the years. This isn't a no-name defense, but my God, B. This is a bend, don't break D that is perfect for the modern NFL.
Dude, Greenlaw, 15 tackles.
He's so sick.
Interception, athletic freak.
Warner's flying around late, coming in, blasting dudes.
Hufanga blasted Godwin, and thank God they picked up the flag on that one.
Thank you.
He clocked Chris Godwin.
Sick.
He rocked him.
Godwin's a shell of himself.
He rocked him. Well, he didn't want to go in the middle after that one.
No.
He was done with that.
But I'm just saying, like, all year he hasn't been the
Coming
same
off the
Godwin.
ACL, man, it's tough, dude. It's tough.
I know.
I was watching Tre'Davious White at corner yesterday for Buffalo, and I was a little worried for him now. Buffalo wins a game. They're coming to AFC. Worry about them later. Godwin he tapped out of that one. Leonard Fournette got popped a couple times.
I was surprised he was playing.
Yeah, I mean, he played. He's a physical freak, but Vita Vea was nowhere to be found.
Well, they did a great job getting rid of the ball quickly.
And they ran the ball.
Yeah.
So Shanahan is doing his thing. And then you also have to give John Lynch credit. You have to give John Lynch his flowers. No matter what, to pull that deal for Christian McCaffrey.
Ballsy.
It turned the season around. Now, that first game, they lose to Kansas City, all right, but we saw the flashes.
Yeah.
Did you see the Rams game in SoFi Stadium going into the bye week to improve to 4-4? It was a big point for them, a big turning point. And you saw the difference Christian McCaffrey could make. To pull that deal off. Now, we sitting here on Sports Talk Radio, we always throw out deals. Hey, we want this guy, we want that guy, we want this guy, we want that guy. Hell, we didn't know if the money was going to work. We didn't know if the picks would work. We just threw it out there. Hey, Christian McCaffrey, give me a home run hitter at running back. Give me a home run hitter at running back. And they swung the deal that tilted the balance in the NFC West.
Absolutely. Well, and it ended the Rams season.
It ended the Rams season?
I mean,
it ended the Cardinals season.
Ended the Cardinals season. I mean, he's been spectacular for this team. And I think the majority of Niner fans are like, oh, he's better than I thought. I knew he was good. He's better than I thought.
He's better.
And now you get to see him in the playoffs, right? Like hopefully. I don't want to jinx ourselves.
Yeah.
Hopefully see him in the playoffs. And if they can, and I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves. We got all week. If they can win this Thursday game, they've built up some cushion to where if there are guys that are like Bosa's the hamstrings and the groins, if you got to, just rest up, Big Bear. Rest up. And I want to give a shout out to Levi Stadium.
Yeah.
The amount of replays they showed yesterday was finally amazing.
Yeah.
They showed a face mask replay.
Oh, yeah, they show everything.
Then they showed the 8K.
The 8K zoom in is unbelievable. Why can't we get that on television?
The McCaffrey zoom in on the camera.
Yeah.
Mandatory. Every game needs to have that.
That referee, whoever that was, I forget his name.
He's terrible.
He's one of my favorite.
But how did you review it, overturn it, and then review your review that you reviewed, and then overturn it again?
Brad Allen. And I always love the official numbers.
Yeah.
Brad Allen wears 122.
Yeah, he stinks.
He's a little guy. Brad Allen is his name. Wearing 122. Yeah, Sarah Thomas, the down judge, wearing number 53. These numbers are funny. It's just so random.
If Disney came to you right now and they were like, you know what, we want to do an NFL style movie. All right, we're gonna have Mr. Irrelevant. The title of the movie is Mr. Relevant. All right, he's gonna be the last pick. You're gonna have this guy that they traded 3 picks for. He's gonna go down. Then the guy that the fan base really loves, but he's had opportunities, but he can't get over the hump. But he's playing his best ball. He's going to come in, then he's going to go down, right? Like any given Sunday, a lot of people thought that was unbelievable.
Yeah, no, this is unbelievable.
This is unbelievable.
Javon Kinlaw, is he ever coming back? Because if he does, you could use him.
Well, with Givens going down,
he was on the card. He got carted off.
I know. And then Debo goes down yesterday, and my heart sank for him. We haven't even talked about that.
And quietly, Brock had an oblique injury. Here's what Shanahan had to say about that.
No.
I mean, I wouldn't say it doesn't. You never know how those act up. I mean, he was able to finish the game today and stuff, but we got to see when he comes in tomorrow, when the adrenaline wears off and things like that.
So hopefully Brock is okay, because then it'll be Josh Johnson time. But what did...
wearing number 17?
Yeah. Did you see that? I did.
Outside of... there's a couple guys that have worn 17, but I was thinking Braylon Edwards for a very brief moment in time.
Brief moment.
Wasn't there a Moore? Didn't we have a Moore who wore 17 at one point?
Moore?
Yeah, maybe I'm wrong.
You're maybe right. I don't remember too many 17s with the 49ers.
I know.
But here's what
Keep going.
Shanahan had to say about Brock's performance yesterday.
He's played a lot of football in college, and he just got to play his first NFL game last week, and then he did the same stuff today. I mean, he reacts and runs around and makes some plays, and that's how he was in college, and that's how he's been so far in the league. And when you do that, it's how many good plays can you make without making the bad ones, and he's done that really well so far.
And then here's Nick Bosa on what impressed him about
give
Purdy.
it to me.
Each time he scored, he waited on the sideline. Like usually they go back and look at the iPad or whatever, talk to their coaches. He waited for the extra point and then congratulated all the linemen each time. So, I mean, kid's awesome. I saw the video of his dad crying, which was really cool.
Don't get too excited there, Bose.
One more time, man.
He's the best.
One more time.
I love him.
Each time he scored, he waited on the sideline. Like usually they go back and look at the iPad or whatever, talk to their coaches. He waited for the extra point and then congratulated all the linemen each time. So, I mean, kid's awesome. I saw the video of his dad crying, which was really cool.
You know, they say don't judge a book by its cover. I still can't get over that he's a big-time reader.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me.
Why?
It doesn't. He's kind of... a couple of years ago when I saw him at the Super Bowl in Miami, we're back here in San Francisco, but we're watching the clips.
Yeah.
Media day, and he's telling...
Yeah, I was sad we didn't go to Miami.
Yeah, don't even get me started on that. Glendale, if it happens, look out. Nick Bosa... It was right before the pandemic. And remember the Asia reporter said, hey, man, there's this COVID thing going on.
Wash your hands.
Can you just tell people in China to wash it? Yeah, hey, wash your hands. If you could pull that clip
Covey loved playing that.
Yeah, if you could find that. Right then and there, I said, I got Klay Thompson vibes.
Oh.
I got Klay Thompson vibes. Klay Thompson, he reads a lot.
Yeah.
He's got the paper airplanes. Yeah. He's kind of just in his own world.
Hi, Klay Thompson.
Hi, Klay Thompson, Cannon Curry.
Yeah,
that was pretty cool.
That was great.
I get the same vibes from Nick Bosa.
Yeah.
He's kind of in his own world. Yeah, man, he's standing on the sideline. He's giving the special teams a high five after the extra point, and he usually looks at the iPad.
To all my Chinese friends out there, wash your hands and stay clean because there's a virus going around. And just hang in there. Enjoy the Super Bowl.
Little
3
did we
months
know.
prior to the pandemic.
No,
little did we know.
That was 2 weeks prior.
Yeah,
oh, my
little
goodness.
did we know. That was February.
Did we know. Wash your hands.
Oh, my God.
Dude, by the way, number 17.
Oh, I've got a list. I've got the whole
I got
list.
the list, too. Travis Benjamin.
Oh, yeah, Travis Benjamin.
Victor Bolden.
Mike
Caldwell.
Oh, yeah. Jeremy Curley.
I figured Steve DeBerg.
Yeah, DeBerg. Yeah.
Because he also wore 17 to Kansas
Was
City.
Braylon a 17?
Braylon was a 17. I'm not even going to try to enunciate this name.
Was A.J. Jenkins 17?
A.J. Jenkins was 17.
Okay.
Josh Johnson, Jeremy Curley.
17. Curley, leading receiver, 2016.
How about Billy Kilmer back in 61
Oh, yeah, that's way
66.
back when. Yeah, wide receiver.
Brandon Williams, Malik Turner. Malik Turner last year.
Oh, yeah.
Chris Wenke.
That 2 games he started under Singletary.
Dominic Ziegler.
Oh.
And, of course, how did we forget?
Ziegler, the wide receiver.
How did we forget about Emmanuel Sanders and Tajay
Oh,
Sharp?
yeah, Emmanuel Sanders.
Tajay Sharp was on this roster for a cup of coffee. Tajay Sharp.
It was like a sip.
Yeah.
God, Nick Bosa is so good. His defense is so good.
Yeah, so good. Let's get to the call, Shasky.
Yeah.
Duke in the city. Duke, what's happening? You're on the roast.
It's right off the rip, man. We ain't worried about stumbles and fumbles and bumbles. I just went home and ate Louisiana grumble. Ask Cougnut, Selsky, and Ballhead Rick. I'm from Lakeview, the turf. My blood is thick. Niner bells, Niners all the way. Oh, what fun what it is to ride when you got that Niner pride. Hey, Nick Bosa coming through, sacking all the way. Scoop up that fumble, run it back. We in the end zone now. Let's play. Kiddos beat you there. Brock Purdy ain't no square. Niners in this playoff hunt. Contest us if you dare. Happy holidays to everybody at YouTube, Twitch, and 95.7 The Game. I love all y'all.
Man.
You're the man.
R.I.P. Cougnut.
You're the man,
The
Duke.
Rebel.
You're the man, Duke.
I love Lakeview.
You're the man, Duke. Yeah, we do love Lakeview. Lakeview's so underrated.
Come on, man.
The Emotion View.
Come on.
Coming through Lakeview
UNLV?
right there. UNLV, baby.
The running Rebel coach?
UNLV.
Look at you laughing. Ocean View Park.
Midnight League at Ocean View Park. Remember
look
that?
at you.
Freddie in Daly City. Freddie, what's happening? Duke is the GOAT.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Thank you guys so much for taking my call.
Anytime, Freddie. What you
up?
got?
Hey, I just want to let you guys know, man, Purdy, that guy's amazing. Like, I couldn't believe how he was playing. I went to the game yesterday. I took my best friend. Shout out the Daly City Football League. But
nice.
Just seeing him live, seeing him play, he had the best first half. The dude's off the chart. Last week, he ate dolphin. This week, he ate goat. This Thursday, he's going to eat bird. Shout out Niners. Let's go.
Let's go.
I can't wait.
Let's go. He's a hunter-gatherer.
I can't wait.
Let's go.
I can't wait. I can't wait. Can't wait for Thursday. To end Seattle season. Because right now they're outside the playoffs looking in.
I mean, yes, but B, to also, like, it's going to be Pete Carroll, the old defensive gunslinger against the Rook. This is like, I'm telling you, this is a Disney story. You just get on.
You know what the Niners are wearing, right?
Tell me they're wearing their all whites.
The all white throwbacks.
Are they?
Yeah, Thursday. The all white. They're wearing the all white throwbacks.
All I need is for Guru not to bet on this game. Just don't bet on this game.
I hope Seahawks are in the neon green.
I do too. I actually like those jerseys.
Really?
I do.
I was being totally kidding.
No,
Those are
I'm
the
dead
worst
serious.
jerseys I've ever
Guru's
seen
been
in my
hot,
life.
right?
I like them.
Hasn't Guru been hot betting?
No, I just want him to stay away from this game.
He will bet.
I'm just begging him to not. Don't bet on this game.
Lay off.
No, I don't. It's not a hate. I don't want. Because if I don't want him to go against my team, and I don't want him to root for my. Just lay off this one.
Can't help. He probably bet the Cowboys yesterday to cover the 17.
I will say this: I'm getting caught up in Purdy mania. To Jimmy Garoppolo.
Oh, I know you are. You're holding back. I know you are.
I am holding back.
I know you are.
You know what?
It's okay. It's okay. You got caught up in Mullins mania and it was fine.
Yeah, but this feels way more real.
You got caught up in Better mania and it was fine.
This feels way more real. I mean, this fool went from Clark Kent. He spun around in the phone booth, came out, and he's playing like Superman. You saw the video I posted yesterday. B, the throw to Christian McCaffrey. Tell me you didn't. Tell me when he made that throw to Christian McCaffrey. Tell me you didn't go, oh my God.
This is a litmus test on how Purdy's sweeping
my
everybody
jaw
else.
dropped.
Oh yeah, my Purdy mania is real because when I FaceTime my mom yesterday,
what'd she say?
She goes, "Oh, how about that quarterback? That's a great quarterback, Bonte. I watched that whole game." She goes, "You know me, I know quarterbacks." Not really, Mom, but she goes, "That's a great quarterback." She's never said that about Jimmy. She never said that about
Becky
Trey.
Tyndall's breakdowns?
Becky Tyndall's breakdowns. She said, "That's a great quarterback, boy, I tell you." I said, "Mom, stop.
Okay.
It's one game." So then we go to Big Mouth Burgers after the game. San Bruno. Shout out to Big Mouth Burgers.
It places
we go to
bomb.
pick up. It is cracking, right?
It's definitely
I've been getting
bomb.
the blue cheeseburger. It's good. There's this lady, older white lady. Older lady.
I don't know her name, but she knows my name.
She didn't know my name. I was in and out. She had her Niners sweater on. I said, "Boy, how about them Niners?" She goes, "Yeah." And she sipped her lemonade. She goes, "That quarterback's pretty good, man. I tell you, that quarterback's pretty good."
I'm telling you.
I said, "Damn,
Bonte,
it's happening."
So I text Baldy and I go, "Baldy, you were there. I can't believe what I saw." This is his response. He is an advanced student.
Yeah.
Hard for anyone in their first ever start to play better.
Yeah.
I mean,
Baldy,
that summarizes my feelings.
Yeah, Baldy sent me a couple videos, and he said, "Poise beyond belief, one perfect read, decision, throw after another." Who knew? Well, Baldy knew. And a lot of people knew.
I didn't. I was wrong. Now, I don't know how sustainable it is, but
we'll see. We'll see. Well, you know, somebody, I had no problem admitting wrong. We got to drop saying I'm wrong all the time, right? I got no problem being wrong. But some of y'all out there, won't you keep the receipts when we do win? Do we get points for winning?
I'm wrong all the time.
Ponte, I'm married. I'm never right. Okay? I've learned long ago I will never get Joe, you were right. That doesn't happen when you're a married man. You know this.
Where's the Adrian
have a choice?
Exactly.
Like, where's the Adrian Peterson drop when Brock Purdy threw that pass to Christian McCaffrey? When I seen him throw that ball. Let's go to Adam in the city. Adam, what's happening? You're on our morning roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Adam!
Morning, guys. Happy Victory Monday.
Happy Victory Monday.
Just the one thing I wanted to highlight out of everything that was impressive about Purdy's game yesterday, the one play where I'm like, and I'm not here to knock on Jimmy, I'm just not, like, he gave his heart to the team, he gave his body, whatever. That play where it was a rollout and the defender had Purdy sacked, little jump back move, fired that pass to Debo, I'm like, he's got it. Like, Jimmy Garoppolo on that play probably takes a 10-yard sack on that play. He just does. But, like, his mobility in the pocket and his pocket awareness, his toughness to take hits and deliver passes, like, this is a writing for a movie. But, like you said, week by week, let's take it by time. But, I mean, this kid is impressive. He's humble. If you saw that interview with Aaron Andrews after the game, I mean, the kid he's like, I have good supporting teammates. The leaders on our team are making me play good. Like, it's all the things that you want to hear out of a quarterback, and I'm just impressed as hell by this guy.
Very impressive. So is Christian McCaffrey.
Oh, what did he say? Was he wearing flag and anthem after the game? Yes, he was.
I don't know if he was.
Yeah, he was.
He's an impressive guy. He's fun to be around.
I think to play quarterback in this league, you have to be very intelligent. I think that's one of the biggest things that I've learned playing in, my 6th year now. And for a rookie to come in and process this offense and do everything by the book, but then add his own flair to it is very impressive. So I'm excited for him. I'm excited to keep playing with him. And, I love that guy. He's I've seen the work when I first got here. I think I said this earlier in the week, but he was the guy calling all the plays for me when I was walking through by myself trying to learn the offense. So it's a testament to him and the work that he's put in.
Fred Warner said something very interesting last week about Brock Purdy. He said, somebody asked Fred Warner, is he going to be up to speed? Is he going to be able to compete against number one defenses? And Fred Warner said, yeah. He's been going against us all year long. We're the best defense in the NFL. And I hadn't thought about that. I really didn't. Running the scout team, calling the plays against the scout team. He goes, we're fast and furious. You know what I'm saying? Windows are closing quick. And he's going against us every single week, which is something that may has flown under the radar last week. And I just, you hear that stuff all the time, and you're like, is it coach speak? Is it just a teammate bigging up a teammate?
Well, no, that was one of my takeaways watching Trey go up against the first team in the training camp. And I said to Sam, they were like, it would be a play, simple play. I'm like, no one's open. There's nowhere to go with the ball. Bosa would have had a sack. I said that over and over and over. And everyone's like, Trey doesn't look right. I'm like, dude, this defense is ridiculous. Right. And that was with Emmanuel Mosley. Right. And at the time, Debo wasn't even signed, so he wasn't playing with the first string. Yep. So it was even more constipated.
And no CMC.
No CMC at all. So, but I saw that. And so, to your point, I hadn't thought about it, but they're right. They're right. Because when I watched Trey go up against the first team defense, they couldn't move the ball. Yep. They just couldn't do it.
Yep. By the way, 4-on-5, CSM Bulldogs, College San Mateo. Yes, we gave them their props. State champs, maybe national champs. The first time they've ever won a state championship. Lincoln High blowing out Crenshaw for a state championship. Shout out to Lincoln High School, even though I'm an Eagle. Shout out to Coach Farino and the rest of the crew, Andre Walker, all you guys, JoJo, coach of the offensive line. Great high school football. I was watching a lot of high school football this weekend, man. I'm a nerd.
When did you think that Garcia was good? How long did it take for you on Jeff Garcia? Because he came out of nowhere.
I think it was a Tennessee Titans game at Candlestick Park.
Okay.
They played the Titans, and I want to say they beat them.
Okay.
And I was like, maybe this guy has a little bit of something. Maybe this guy has something here. By the way, we have a Brock Purdy update coming up on the other side.
Uh-oh.
We'll give that update. Brock Purdy update coming up on the morning roast around 95.7 The Game. Plus, the rest of your phone calls. Line them back up. 888-957-9570. We'll continue to wrap on yesterday's win. Plus, this Brock Purdy update. It's getting that MRI.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Can you smell what the Brock is cooking? It's Brock Purdy's show, making his NFL starting debut, and he's back to pass. Pressure coming, steps away, looking to run, and he walks it in for the touchdown. I want a Brock in roll all night. Purdy makes a swim move and finds Deebo Samuel. Are you kidding me? What a play, and the crowd loves it from Brock Purdy.
All aboard the Purdy Express, right here on 95.7 The Game.
Cache Creek Casino Resort is the place for the biggest names and the very best in live entertainment. On January 22nd, don't miss the multi-talented actress and singer Tsai Chin. Then be there on January 28th when the legends of Motown take the stage. This is your time to cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort. Find tickets and see our full lineup at cashcreek.com.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa-la-la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
Someday, you might be with friends in the Bay Area, telling the story of how you navigated these complex times. The market was all over the place, so you reached out to a Merrill advisor, and with their help, charged ahead. And unlike your fishing stories, you won't have to go overboard. Find an advisor at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor, member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
If you're considering remodeling your home in 2023, talk with your architect or designer about utilizing Golden State Window and Door for your upcoming project. Each location across the Bay Area features beautifully planned displays. You'll be surprised by the variety of styles. Their respected partners include Anderson, Milgard, Marvin, and many other top brands. For locations, images, and more, visit goldenstatelumber.com. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's official. Fast just got a whole lot faster. Xfinity has the fastest internet with up to 6 gig speed. Plus, Xfinity Mobile is the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. You heard that right. Xfinity just increased internet speeds again. And Xfinity Mobile gives you can't catch me speeds. The fastest internet, the fastest mobile service, and major savings? Can't argue with the facts. Now through December 21st, new customers can get 1.2 gig internet plus X-Fi Complete with unlimited data and Wi-Fi equipment included. It's just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Plus, get $200 back. Go to Xfinity.com/faster. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
Tracking the 3 right lanes, multiple emergency crews on the scene.
You can rely on your Northern California Honda Dealers Traffic Center.
On the shoulder now, so that's good. Traffic is getting by.
From your traffic leader, KCBS.
Dell Technologies' Days of Deals for Business start now with fresh, limited quantity deals on tech to drive productivity. Save on select performance laptops and desktops powered by 12th Gen Intel Core processors. Don't forget special pricing on the latest monitors, docks, and accessories, plus free shipping on everything, and special financing with Dell Business Credit. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. So you ordered a new air filter for your car. You try to install it, but it doesn't fit. So you take a little bit off the sides. Well, still doesn't fit? Well, you could try to sit on it. Or just go to eBay Motors and get it right the first time. With over 122 million parts, they have the parts that fit your vehicle. Air filters, tires, headlights, brakes, and more. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors, let's ride.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
San Francisco, mostly cloudy this morning, highs in the mid-40s.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Staples offers the latest tech solutions from HP, plus great savings when you bundle an HP printer, PC, and monitor. Explore more at your local Staples store or staplesconnect.com.
Get fast, reliable speeds at home and on the go with internet and mobile from Xfinity. Now through December 21st, new customers can get 1.2 gig internet plus X-Fi Complete with unlimited data and Wi-Fi equipment included. It's just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Plus, get $200 back. Go online, call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
When I seen him throw that ball, I was like, oh, my God.
Hey, it's Willard of Willard and Dibs, 9 to noon. Now let's get you back to the morning roast with Bonte and Joe. Boys, the changeover is coming. You better be ready. We'll talk to you soon.
Damn, he's talking forever. B-R-O-C-K. Yep, Purdy. 1, 3. That's my QB.
When I seen him throw that ball, I was like, oh, my God.
Listen, Leave the rapping to Duke, okay?
I know. I was trying to do a STUPID thing.
Leave the rapping to Duke and leave it to Walker Britt, all right? Mr. Britt, who dropped the dope line during Shasky's 40th birthday. By the way, Mark Willard, you kept going on the rejoin. It's kind of like him during the changeover. It's like, wait, I thought you were passing it right there. Shot clock violation, shot clock violation.
I'm a roaster.
I do want to do a remix for Brock Purdy because I know the songs are coming out. You know the Akon and Young Jeezy song?
Yeah.
Soul Survivor?
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah. He's the quarterback of my 49ers.
Let Duke do that. Let Duke come up the remix.
Young Shan and Brock Purdy.
Yeah, that's what the roasters are
trying
for.
to make things easy.
That's like asking me to name a rock band. You got to leave that for others. Got to leave it for others.
Want to rock and roll all night.
Does anyone really have a choice?
And Purdy all day.
So, we teased this. By the way, where's my reach at here, Spadoni? Oh, all right, here we go. Shout out to the text line, YouTube, Xfinity mobile text line. Shout out to you guys out. 9570gameshop.com, 9570gameshop.com. Shout out to everybody on YouTube. We were humming. We're at 900 at one point on YouTube. Shout out to everybody on the YouTube live stream. We love you guys. Shout out to everybody on Twitch. We love you too. Xfinity mobile text line. I love you too. Even the haters, I love you guys. I love you guys. Shasky, I blocked like 70 people yesterday on Twitter. I had to.
Did you tell him, can you smell what the Brock is cooking?
No, I didn't. That's a good one. But
when the Brock touched down in Seattle.
Well, you know what? Brock Purdy, we'll hope he's playing Thursday. He's getting an MRI today on his injured oblique, according to Tom Pelissero.
No.
Purdy got hurt on the game's second drive Sunday, the second possession, and obviously played well after it. So not a lot of concern pending further test, but a quick turnaround Thursday night in Seattle. So injured oblique.
I'm not Brock Purdy, but I have hurt my oblique. It's a baseball injury.
Yeah.
You either can do it when you're swinging or throwing, and it's right up in here. And I'm telling you, dude, the oblique hurts. The oblique hurts. If it's his right side, that's his throwing side, that's a problem.
That's a problem.
That's
Happened
not
on the
good.
second drive.
Oh, boy. The adrenaline can work out. Like, you could take some, painkillers and get through it. It will hurt even worse the next day.
No doubt.
Oh, boy, that's not good.
Could be.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, of course, Shasky talking about the oblique injuries. I always get a kick out of you talking about your injuries.
The older I get, the more the injuries mount up.
Yeah, well, shocker. Yeah. You've been injury pro for 25 years now.
You know what? Your boy's in the best shape of his life, so I'm feeling good right now.
Shasky's been day to day for 25 years.
I did leg day on Friday, and I tried to play basketball on Saturday. I was one and done, one game and done. The plantar fasciitis was killing me. The legs, the hammies, everything was hurting.
Oh boy, Brock Mania yesterday at Levi Stadium. You had to Purdy chest because when I saw him throw that ball, I was like, wow. All right, more sound coming up here. Drake Greenlaw had himself a game. 15 tackles yesterday. 15 tackles and the interception on Tom Brady. I don't see it on my board. Here it is. I want Drake Greenlaw describing his interception.
Thinking like stay on my feet because once I tipped it, I was like, all right, maybe I can catch it the first time, but I didn't, so I tipped it up, and then when I tried to catch it the second time, I was trying to get back under my feet so I can take it off and run with it, but kind of was on my ankle a little bit and just couldn't get going, but I mean, it was just crazy.
I got to give you credit. You love Drake Greenlaw from that first preseason game against the Dallas Cowboys.
I didn't know this could be this, though.
I was like, Shasky, he over pursues too much. He's reckless, but I was like, you know what? It's his first game. I'd rather him over pursue for trying to make a play than, kind of shying away from the tackle. Yeah. Then, of course, that rookie year, Quan Alexander gets hurt. Quan Alexander, by the way, playing some good football with the New York Jets. But he gets hurt. And Greenlaw comes in. He has a Monday night game against Seattle where he has a big pick in overtime. They almost win it. Chase McLaughlin kicks it into the tunnel. They're basically comparing that to Harry Kane's penalty kick from Saturday against Fretch. Remember Chase McLaughlin kicking that field goal in the tunnel?
Yes.
And then Harry Kane,
worst kick we've ever seen.
Harry Kane kicking that penalty shot 20 rows up into the stands. But then Drake Greenlaw has a tackle heard around the world against Seattle on the inch line to give him a division and home field advantage. And then you see the way he's playing this year, the pick against Brady, the tackles. Last week against Miami, that one drive, I was like, damn, Drake Greenlaw's playing some great football. He's playing at an all-pro level.
I don't want to do the comparative shopping when it comes to like whose play was better because the game's changed so much. But like Bowman and Willis is the gold standard for a lot of Niner fans our age.
No doubt.
Do you think 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 15 years from now, the younger people are going to view Greenlaw and Warner the way you and I view, and I'm not saying like they're the same players because I know Willis is in the Hall of Fame, But do you think that we're going to look at the way these guys have played the last couple of years and be like, dude, that was the golden era of linebacker play?
Dude,
in terms of modern football?
Dude, they're rising. And the thing is,
it's crazy.
Bowman was highly touted after Penn State.
Yes. Second-round pick.
Willis was a first-round pick. He was a top 10 pick.
Yeah.
You know? Fred Warner Jr. was a third-round pick, and Dre Greenlaw was a fifth-round pick out of Arkansas.
And I thought linebackers don't matter.
Yeah, well, it does.
Yeah,
These guys are knocking heads off.
These
guys are knocking heads off. Real quick, Dre Greenlaw and what he saw from Brock Purdy before we go back out to the lines.
Give it to me.
To be able to see him go out there and make the plays that he did and the confidence that he's playing with as a young guy, I mean, he only gonna get better, you know. And he's just got to believe it and work at it every day, and he gonna see the change and the growth that he's putting in.
And then here's Purdy on his oblique injury.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how it goes this week. Just felt a little tight at the end, just from taking some hits. But honestly, man, like, if I needed to play throughout the rest of the game, I definitely would have. So, gonna get some treatment on it and be ready to roll.
Remember the posters? Aaron Rowan? Gamer.
Oh, yeah.
Wait till you see the Brock Purdy Gamer posters. Dude. They're going to be everywhere.
That was an unreal moment. Here's what Purdy had to say about that moment.
I think today was wild to hear the whole stadium saying it like that. So, man, we got some great fans out here, man. They love this team, and they're right behind us all the way through. So, very thankful for them.
The apology letters. Bonte, you got an apology for Brock Purdy? We'll wait on that. It may be coming.
Start calling you Hemingway with all the letters you're writing. I mean, geez Louise.
It's all quarterbacks. It's all the quarterbacks. Jimmy, I'll apologize about Jimmy gets hurt the next week. Yeah. Crying out loud. Maybe I should have saved it for Brock Purdy. Or maybe I should have saved it for Papa Shasky.
This is like, my dad's on the line. I was going to say, this is kind of like that Eminem video, Stan. You're writing a letter to all the different quarterbacks as you're driving off the road in the middle of the rain.
Brock Purdy.
My tears gone cold.
I guarantee you there's people, that Bonte Hill. You got to apologize to Purdy. I'm not the only one, damn it.
No, all of us.
I'm not the only one.
Well, you know, who saw this guy? And these people like, I knew months ago. No, you didn't.
No, you didn't.
I was there. Like,
Stop
he didn't.
lying.
Don't
Stop
like
lying.
we're doing revisionist history.
Right.
He looked good at times in some of the drills. He looked bad at times in some of the drills. Like this thing that he was dominating or he was the most accurate. No, he showed some flashes. He showed some signs. Like we're all surprised. It's okay.
No doubt.
It's okay.
We're
This is why we love sports to be proven wrong.
And you know what? If he gives the Niners a great chance to win the Super Bowl, so I'm here for it.
Yes.
I don't care.
I'm ready.
I don't care.
It's been drought long enough.
I want to go to Glendale.
Exactly.
I want to go to Glendale. I want red paint in the end zone. I want it all.
Okay, Warren G.
Papa Shasky, what's happening? What's up, Papa Shasky? Papa Shasky, you there?
Hey, yeah, I'm here, guys. How you guys doing this morning? What a beautiful morning.
What a beautiful morning. How come you weren't out there yesterday? When are you getting out to Levi Stadium?
I offered him tickets.
Well, Joe called me and wanted me to go, but I had a dinner party of 16 people over last night. I cooked up a 19-pound prime rib. Turned out perfect, Joe. Thanks for coming by and cutting the bone off for me. I appreciate that. No, so
well, hold on. 1 second before you get to the game. You've had yourself a week. All right, 16-person dinner party.
Yeah.
All right, last night.
A full prime rib.
Full prime rib.
I cut the bones off, tied it back on for him.
There you go. And then Thursday, you at the Reardon luncheon, and I'm getting photos from everybody. Sal Castaneda, you, and you're standing next to Chris Mullen and Gary St. Jean. And I haven't seen Mullen yet, so I want to know how much you talked his ear off. But damn, you've had yourself a week, Papa Shasky.
Well, you know, it's funny. I just walk in. I pick up my little badge with my name on it, class of 75, right? Tells me what table I'm sitting at. And right away, Sal comes over to me. Hey, Joe. And he grabs me like I'm not there 20 seconds. He grabs me. He says, come on, I'm going to take a picture. I'm going to send it to your son. He takes a photo. I look at his phone. He's got Joe on speed dial. And then finally I went over and I introduced myself to Chris, right? Because everybody's kind of bombarding him, right? But Chris is a really quiet guy, right? He's real quiet. He's not really outspoken a lot. So I didn't really say much. I just said, that Bonte, told me I was going to be there and that you were on high alert. He kind of got a little giggle out of that. And then I said, would you mind if I got a photo? He goes, no problem. And then Joe gives me crap about he leans down because the guy's, a foot and a half.
No, time out. It looked like Mullen was in an interrogation hostage situation because it looked like you were like we got to take this photo, and Mullen's like, oh God, who's this crazy man?
What about the saintly one? Did you say what's up to the saintly one?
Pop?
I didn't get a chance to talk to Saint. I talked to Saint the first time about 6 years ago when he first spoke. I didn't get a chance to speak to him this time. But, hey, so what I wanted to talk about, there's two things I was listening. I was sharing at an AA meeting this morning, and I wanted to get in early, but I couldn't. So there's a couple people are talking early about the throw that he made to CMC in the end zone, and what a catch, recovery, toe tap in the end zone. Wow. Are you kidding me? That guy is phenomenal. And then the throw that he makes, the double hitch throw that he makes to Ayuk.
Yeah, the stutter and go.
Kind of underthrew him a little bit, but took it right on the chin as soon as he released that. I mean, talk about moxie. This kid's got moxie. And I'm thinking the most important part that I'm thinking is I think that Kyle is opening the playbook a little bit.
Yes.
This guy.
Yes.
Yep. No, Kyle's not afraid to open it up.
So Ed,
I love the game plan. A lot of first down passing yesterday to set the tone on those possessions as well.
Well, there's some of the throws. I don't know that Jimmy can make that double pump throw.
Yeah, I don't know.
And for him to stay in there, and maybe that's where he hurt his oblique because he got popped pretty good just as soon as he released that ball. And that was a great. I mean, that guy's shoes are still in New York. left them on a 10-yard line. So. There was a couple, and then that McCaffrey run to seal it. But the most important part somebody brought up, Karen, I think brought up earlier about that they needed that touchdown, 21 points.
Yes,
it still didn't feel right.
Yeah, I know.
Out there, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, they needed the dagger, and that was the dagger.
All right,
before halftime.
10 seconds on the Giants.
Then Farhan's not going to spend any money, you guys. He's still living off the 107 win year. They're not going to spend any money. You got to believe that he's not going to. That's not in his DNA. They're not going to do that. He's going to keep getting retreads.
2 years, $25 million for Sean Mania, and they announced the move at midnight when we're all asleep. How about that?
Now, does Sean Mania really move the needle for you? Not for me, I'm telling you.
Yeah, I saw him give up bombs in the NLCS, Pops.
You should have got Rondon for God's sake. I mean, he's a better pitcher.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
All right, Pops. I'll see you later.
Hey, you guys have a great day. Hey, Joe, are we going to go get that tree today?
I mean, I guess we are. I'll see you later.
All right, have a great day, fellas.
He doesn't call Pat at all up. What the hell is Deli Boy doing? What's Deli Boy doing?
Oh, dude, that guy. Don't even start me.
Deli Boy, you're the oldest. You should have to do all this stuff.
Dude,
my mom does the same thing to me. It's you got to do this.
He calls me frenetic in the morning. I'm about to leave at 10:30, right, to go to the Niner game. He's like, I got this whole prime rib roast. You got to take the bone off so then tie it back on so I can cook it with the bone so then I can just snip and serve later. Speaking of which, I want some of that prime rib. Oh.
So now you got to go help him get a tree.
Yeah, we'll do that later.
Where's Deli Boy?
Dude, I don't know. He's unclogging toilets at the airport probably right now for the city of San Francisco. He said he found a full pair of pants that got flushed down the toilet. If you go to the airport and you flush an entire, first off, it's an impressive feat. I don't know how you even got the full set of pants down the toilet. And you flush it down, what's wrong with you?
By the way.
What is wrong with you?
By the way, Papa Shasky with his own graphic on YouTube.
Yeah.
Who made that happen?
I don't know, but it's a great graphic, isn't it? It's him in a deadhead hat with a giant strip. It's so good. Turning back, telling you what you need to do.
It's unbelievable.
It really is.
If I stayed at the surprise party longer, we were going to talk amongst ourselves for 2 hours straight.
Oh, for sure. He had you cornered.
Yeah, it was all good. I loved it. We were chopping it up.
Who talks quicker, him or Porter?
Porter's slow, which is annoying because his stories are long and they're slow. It's like, yo, come on, speed it up a little bit. Sometimes I do that to Anna. She gets really mad and throws something at me and then walks away. I'm like, I do the little, come on, quicker, let's go.
There's a JP Money Willard joke in there somewhere.
Oh, boy. I'm going to go to Antonio in Oakland, who's probably dancing in the streets of Oakland right now. Antonio, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, man? This defense we got, we just destroyed the Bucs, man. They're about, this is probably the best defense since the 2002 Bucs. When John Lynch was on that defense, man, we're just riding high, and we don't be fair to nobody because we got all the talent in the world. And when Debo got injured, man, I was at the freaking stadium. I had to shed a tear. I'm like, oh, no, this can't be our season. But I think he'll probably be back by the playoffs. But, man, we got the next Willis and Bowman. Those two linebackers, Warner and Greenlaw, man, they just mopping everything up out there. They're so rangy. They cover up so much space. It's like having like two Andre Iguodala's in their prime. Just playing defense, covering ground their length and all that. I'm loving it, though, y'all. So, Ice Cube, you know how we do it.
Antonio,
put your back into it.
Here's the first play of the game because he got rocked, dude. Purdy.
It scared me. My heart stopped.
Rocked, and they threw a flag. I was like, "Oh my god, that's a gift." Now
yeah,
a lot of people,
big gift.
They say helmet to helmet, whatever. I just thought it was a good football play. Here's what Purdy had to say about that first hit.
Yeah, it was a hard hit. I was in the wrong play actually, so that was on me. But honestly, it felt good to sort of just get hit and just feel like I was in the game, and I was like, okay. So sort of turned out to be a good thing.
It turned out to be a good thing. What about the support from his family?
I saw them right after the game, and just, you know, the emotions on their face and just the way they looked down at me from up on the railing. Man, it just means a lot because just throughout my whole life, the ups and downs of playing quarterback in general, you know, high school and college, they're the people at home that just believe in you, and they always see the best in you. And so they've believed in me even though I was the last draft pick and all that kind of stuff. Like they've always been telling me, like, you're good enough and we know that you can do it. And so to see them after that performance meant a lot to me. And so very blessed to have them as my family.
That's awesome.
What does Shanahan think? That it was awesome. The shots, his dad crying. That was really cruel. The human element.
Yeah, that was really cool.
Look, I know I've said what I've said about Purdy in the preseason. I didn't believe he could be ready. I didn't believe he could do it. I really did. I was wrong. I've been wrong before. And I think Josh Allen would be a great quarterback.
Bonte,
I didn't believe Justin Herbert would be a great quarterback.
To be fair, like, and even the greatest coach of all time, Bill Belichick, he didn't know Brady would be Brady, right? Like until it ends up happening, right?
Yeah,
but
no doubt.
If the Niners really were like ahead of the curve on everyone on this, they would have never brought Jimmy back. They would have went right to Brock Purdy, right? Like I'm not trying to like they get credit for keeping him on the roster. I'm not here to like rip them. I'm just saying like this is an unbelievable story,
no doubt.
It's okay to say it. Sometimes we just don't know.
We do. I mean, Sudfeld.
That's why I love sports.
Sudfeld got cut. I mean, wow.
Sudfeld actually looked okay in camp. Right. Okay, not great, not bad, but okay.
So Purdy balls out, and then you see the family element. I was like, damn, that's pretty cool. His dad really crying, his mom's there, his family members. I said, you know what? Good for Brock Purdy, man. And to see that stadium, it was rocking when they were chanting Purdy.
Believe
and I said, and like when he threw that ball, like, and the avalanche came too.
Yes.
It was like an avalanche.
Yes.
Then the next possession, they go 91 yards after they stuffed the Bucs on first and goal. They had 2nd and 1 at the Niners' 8-yard line. The defense stuffs them, keeps them out of the end zone. The Niners go 91 yards, and it hits Ayuk with the stutter and go. And I said, oh, okay. Well, all right.
That's why I'm like, if they were winning, like, let's just say 17-13, like, you know, he's doing just enough to win and whatever, like, they're putting up 30 points a game with him. That's 2 games. Let's see what happens over a month or 2 months or whatever. But, like, they're scoring touchdowns. They look explosive offensively. They had to take
When I seen him throw that ball, I was like, oh, my God.
Exactly. I mean, like, I don't know what to say. Like, at some point, you just got to give the young man credit and be like, I'm in. Like, let's do it. Let's see where this goes. Let's just see where it goes.
Let's see where it goes. Shanahan, what did he think? Because, you know, Shanahan is everybody's toughest critic. What did Shanahan have to say about Brock Purdy?
He's played a lot of football in college, and he just got to play his first NFL game last week, and he did the same stuff today. I mean, he reacts and runs around and makes some plays, and that's how he was in college, and that's how he's been so far in the league. And when you do that, it's how many good plays can you make without making the bad ones, and he's done that really well so far.
You know, I'm guilty of this. We do this thing like coach worship. You know what I'm saying? Right. All the time, right? Like Bill Walsh, as someone I hold him in like the highest regard.
The highest.
You know how many mistakes Bill Walsh made? If he knew Montana was going to be Montana, he didn't have a first-round pick in '79. You think he's waiting until the 3rd round to go get Montana?
No doubt.
All right, he's taking him as fast as he possibly can.
Montana won a Super Bowl, their 2nd Super Bowl, and he's still trying to trade it from John Elway.
That's my point. So sometimes you back into things, and it works. It would be so ironic. Now I don't know what the Disney story is going to showcase at the end. He could flame out at any moment. Who knows? Maybe it's sustainable. Maybe it's not. But the irony of moving heaven and earth to find Jimmy Garoppolo's replacement, and then you find it with Mr. Irrelevant. Maybe.
We don't know yet.
I mean, the irony of trying to get rid of Jimmy only to have him save your season.
I know.
The irony of putting all your eggs in the trade basket, and then he gets hurt.
Week 2.
And then Jimmy, the guy you've been trying to get rid of, comes in and saves the day and holds the fort down. And now it's Brock Purdy. It's just, sports is wild.
Sports is wild. We didn't know Steph Curry would be this player.
Exactly.
We didn't know Steph would be this good. We didn't know Draymond would end up being a 4-time champ.
No clue.
We had no clue.
Did anybody know that Tim Lincecum was going to be a back-to-back Cy Young guy?
No,
he wouldn't have went. He was the Golden Spikes Award winner and went 10th overall, for example. All right, Steph Curry was drafted as the 3rd point guard in his own draft.
Right. fourth, really. Tyreek Evans.
I didn't even consider him a point guard, but you're right.
You know what I'm saying?
You're right.
He was 25-4 his rookie year.
It's so like that. My point, and even then, he looked good. He showed promises. They said to the Bucs, "You can have Monte or you can have Steph.
Right.
Your choice."
And the Bucs took Monte.
Sometimes the sports stuff just works out.
You need luck.
I don't
you need
know.
Luck.
I don't know. But here we are.
Drew down maybe with the comments of the day on
Give it
YouTube.
to me.
LeBron James was on the Brock train long ago.
I saw this 15 years ago.
Oh, Brock Purdy? Oh, I saw him light up Texas.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Brock Purdy should have been the number 1 overall pick. It's LeBron James right now. Shanahan.
Hey, quietly, though.
Lakers
are looking good.
Gutsy win against the Detroit Pistons. Gutsy.
Oh, it's good to have you back, Joe Spinoni.
You're alive.
It's good to have you back.
I'm glad one of your teams is
I never
helping.
get off the bandwagon.
Well, listen, I'm glad one of these guys behind the glass are happy because I haven't heard from Lubman all morning long. Chai Sai Shah Benaya and Lubman. Hey, good morning. Hey.
What's there to say? I'm not trying to ruin the good vibes today.
The Giants.
Things are feeling pretty good today, so no reason to ruin that.
That's a 3. Listen, the Giants, the biggest loser this all season. How you go around parading around town talking about we got all the money in the world, we're gonna spin, and you end up with Mitch Henniker.
They're caught between a Brock and a hard place.
That was a 5.
That was pretty good. They end up with
I'm done for the day.
And try to sneak the news through at midnight when we're all asleep. Oh,
Their
my
biggest
God.
acquisition might be this AA catcher that they got.
Oh, my God. What a joke.
Well, you know what?
Here's what
I'm here for the cheap tickets.
Yeah, what? I'm here for the free tickets. Shanahan on whether or not he thought about
time out. Even if I gave you some free tickets, you're going to be passing them down at some. You're not even going to go.
Let's hear from Shanahan on if he thought about the Super Bowl when they had a 28-3 lead.
Any time that you're up a lot, you go back to any scars that you have. So I do the math a lot. I know he came back on us when we were up 25 going into the 4th, but I definitely didn't feel good with Brady. I mean, I saw him do it to the Rams last year too. So you always got to be careful with him.
You always got to be careful. Always be careful. The Niners win 35-7. Brock Purdy mania is real. Thursday Night Football is a T-shirt and hat game. T-shirt hat game Thursday night in Seattle, which means they can clinch the division and pop champagne on Thursday in Seattle with Brock Purdy at quarterback. Are you kidding me?
Bonte, I remember when the schedule came out and you and I were going through the schedule, and in our minds, it's like, it could be Jimmy or Trey. This is like months before the season's about to start. It could be Jimmy or Trey against Tom Brady in Tampa Bay in December. Oh, my God. Where will the Niners be? Where will the Rams be? Where will this? And you look up, nothing is what we thought it was.
No.
Nothing.
Dude, the last 2 years.
Nothing is what we thought.
2 years.
The Seahawks, I thought, were dead.
Listen, we go to every Niners game. We watch every Niners game.
Over 2 and 3 times.
We've been along for the entire Jimmy Garoppolo cycle in 2017.
Yes, I felt every emotion.
We've been so damn wrong about this organization and team the last 2 years. I've had people from the 49ers saying, you guys hate Shanahan, you guys hate Garoppolo. Literally from the organization. You guys hate this and you hate that. No, we don't. We just won a Super Bowl. But damn it, I did not know in December of 2022, with the Buccaneers coming to town, off of Brady's one of his greatest comebacks in the regular season, 16-3 in the last 3 minutes against the Saints.
I know, with Aaron Judge on the sideline.
With Aaron Judge on the sideline, and you got Brady coming to town, and you got Brock Purdy making his first start for the 49ers, and the crowd by halftime is chanting Purdy with Brady in the house.
Multiple times.
I can't believe it.
I know.
I can't believe it.
I know.
I can't believe what's going on.
Debo on a cart, and it didn't even matter.
Because you got Christian McCaffrey. That's another thing. I didn't know Christian McCaffrey would be a 49er.
I did not have that on my bingo card. I did not.
What's going on,
I did not.
But I'm here for it. Let's get weird, folks. I said let's get weird. Let's get weird. Let's flex.
They can win the West with their third-string quarterback, who actually is playing at a level that feels like upper echelon quarterback. I'm not saying he's Mahomes. I'm saying watch the game. Watch how he gets rid of the ball. This is what Russell Wilson did when they were good. He played a point guard style of quarterbacking. Get it out to your playmakers rhythmically and on time. Negate the big losses and make big plays downfield. What more can you ask?
It was hell of a play.
I mean,
now you got action. And now you got action. In the last 4 games. It's a hat and T-shirt game Thursday night against Seattle.
He wins at Seattle, B, and they win the West.
Now we set up the playoffs.
The Brock train is chugging
the
along.
Brock train.
Dude.
There's no room on the Brock train.
Well, I'm throwing logs in there.
There's no room on the Brock train.
The flex of the show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
I wish you guys would have gave Flex Shasky the entire flex, because Lord knows we can't log into Instagram later on today. Lord knows that's a wrap. But take 24 hours off. Because all the I told you so's with Brock is coming out to play. They're all coming out.
Unbelievable.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG FM in HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log out and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. So, fellas, what a weekend. What a weekend. Warriors beat the Celtics.
Man,
and the Giants signed Sean Mania. What else happened?
Well, before we get to Sean Mania, which I told Mark last week, you cannot, under any circumstance, sign Sean Mania. If you do, you are the A's. So we'll get to that later in the program because
actually we won't.
I mean,
I'm ready for that.
Oh, we will because
I'm not talking Giants.
Farhan's like, let me think.
You're not talking Giants.
I missed on everybody.
Damn,
I missed on everybody. What do I do?
Negative war.
Is Josh Donaldson available?
The day Willer says I'm not talking Giants.
No,
the Giants are having a bad day.
No.
Is Ioannis Cespedes still available?
Come on, you guys.
I'm Farhan, and I love the A's.
This Brock Purdy story is in
Disney.
this moment exactly.
Is Miguel Tejada still playing baseball somewhere?
I'm joking, Mark. I'm
I
joking.
know you are.
No, I'm dead serious. What an embarrassment. I mean, so far it's Mitch Haniger and a former A. Attaboy, Farhan. But yes, the Warriors and the Celtics, my God. I mean, it's one thing to win that game. I didn't think they would win that game.
Nor did I.
It's another thing to say, hey, Boston, here's our calendar. It's still June, by the way, and we don't even need Wiggins.
Dude, just Saturday night games. Maybe I'm tripping. I know it's a newer phenomenon for the NBA. I love these 5:30 Saturday night games.
Yeah, pretty fun.
Am I the only one? Like they feel big time. Don't they?
And they had the throwback routine.
Oh, they look great.
Love the TMC. Shout out to father-in-law Craig. It was his 79th birthday party, so we're getting into it. Pre-lobster, we had lobster.
The Phil.
Which is nice. The Phil, no longer the Phil, because he's now the actual father-in-law and put a ring on it. And
thanks, fiance.
We threw it on the TV because my brother-in-law, the legendary Mike Talasian, the Bill, a.k.a. Mike, he's actually a producer for NBA TV.
Oh, wow.
So he's like, we got to put the game on. And he's a Boston guy. So we were doing a little bit of back and forth. And, but
Marcus Smart.
A little bit of Marcus Smart. But we were talking. And I said, are you like full on Boston, like Celtics, Sox, and the Patriots? He's like, yeah, I'm that guy. And so we put it on. And Steph is hitting no-look threes. And Jonathan Kuminga is Jonathan Blanken Kuminga.
Lefty layups in the lane.
Missing shots, getting back, and then dunking on fools.
All these reps for him moving forward is so good for him. Even the mistakes, these reps are good for him because I'm eager to see where he's going to be at in March and April when playoff time is coming around. Jonathan Kuminga locking up Tatum, dunking on Tatum. I mean, this guy is a physical freak. Remember Tim Roy told us, California Classic. He reminds us of Ron Artest, and I'm like, man, you know what? Tim Roy is onto something.
One last thing on that.
Just
Celtics
stay out
game.
of the stands, Kuminga.
For real.
Yeah, just don't do it. Stay off the Hennessy, too.
I think a lot of Warrior fans did what I did. God, they're playing Blake Griffin a lot. Like, right? Am I the only one who thought that?
No
like,
Horford and no Time
I
Lord.
know, but I'm sitting there going, God, he's 2 years younger than Curry. Isn't that crazy?
Which is crazy.
Yeah. That's
Same
crazy.
draft.
Same draft.
He was 40 years old 3 years ago. I don't care what anybody says. Yeah, he's been through it for sure. But I don't know. What I took from all that, too, I mean, the one thing I think we forget is the psychological edge that a champion has. And that is going to show itself at some point this season. And Jaylen Brown, to me, what he said after the game, that's all I needed to hear. He admitted, like, we played like this was a different game. You know, I know that Jason Tatum said the opposite, but Jaylen Brown, he let him into the locker room. He's like, look, we played like something else was going on here, like we were trying to prove something, and that's all you need to know. And the fact that the harder they tried, the worse it got, is a classic big brother, little brother situation. So Boston is the best team in the NBA right now, but Warriors got a big edge.
You heard what Draymond said. If we play our A game, Nobody's beating us. And with that said, their 6-game road trip coming up starting tomorrow in Milwaukee. We'll talk more about that tomorrow, but we're burying the lead here.
Yeah, we are.
The defense played great. Defense is giving up 14 second-half points in the last 6. They're balling right now, giving up only 10 points a game in the last 6.
By the way, it's still
McCaffrey
only giving up 7 as far as I'm concerned. Yeah. I don't know what the hell the review was looking at. That boy was down with his knee on the ground as he caught the ball at the half-yard line. They might have gone in the next play, but what on earth was that? Anyway,
I thought it was going to be a pick.
Yeah, it should have been a pick.
I stayed to watch Brady throw a touchdown pass.
If that's what you need to score on the 49ers
decision.
in the second half, fine.
Hey, it is what it is.
Christian
McCaffrey, how about him? 8.5 yards a carry. 14 carries, 119 yards. What a move by John Lynch in the front office. But it's the Brock Purdy show.
It is the Brock Purdy show. Before we get to the Brock Purdy show, just watching McCaffrey, his ability to get small and then get big within 3 steps, because he gets the ball, and if there's going to be contact before the hole, he's big, and then he gets to the hole and he gets small, and he gets out of the hole and he gets big, all while running at full speed. By the way, in the ball protection, the ball security is incredible, but his ability to frame up and cut and,
get small.
And always go forward. Get small, get big, and then get small again.
Wow,
it's crazy.
And a stiff arm of a guy who was behind him yesterday. That's what launched him for that touchdown.
Sick.
He saw that coming, and he's like, before you grab my jersey, I'm going to grab yours, and I'm gone. He had a phenomenal game, but I also love what he pointed out. And running backs do this, but it's true. That might have been the best game I've seen the offensive line play in
their blocking was incredible in this
3
game.
or 4 years.
Agreed.
I mean, McCaffrey gets all that credit, yes, but the holes that were being, I mean, and I know Purdy took a lot of hits. He definitely did, because he's not scared and he hangs in there and all that. But the offensive line, particularly in the run scheme, was unbelievable against a defense that we thought was pretty good defense.
I did. I mean, I thought these linebackers matched up really well with the Niners. I thought Shanahan was brilliant too.
Oh,
he was so good. When he this is
I
think
we'll get to him.
Well,
we will.
He's fantastic.
But this is I agree with you. This is where I think my frustrations watching him is that depending on who his quarterback is, it feels like the offense gets constipated, and you could tell again. I don't know if this is a mirage or what. But his play calling is telling me in the stands he believes in Brock Purdy because of the way they opened it up and the things that they were doing. It's hard for me to not sit here and say, I think he really believes in Brock Purdy.
Not only that. No, but he could throw, my biggest question going into this game, can he throw outside the numbers? Can he throw outside the numbers deep down the field? Jimmy struggles with that.
Yes.
I've seen Jimmy over and over overthrow guys, throw it out of bounds, and it's just oh, man, he's got to be in the middle of the field with Jimmy. Brock was throwing outside the numbers yesterday on the pylon.
A couple
of
blitz beaters, too, deep down the sideline.
You blitz him, he beats the blitz.
Yes,
We've seen it 2 weeks in a row.
And he can move. What was the stat that Kyle had? I think that Brock Purdy had 2 touchdown passes yesterday that traveled more than 20 yards in the air. That's one more than Jimmy's had all year. In one game. Now, look, this unfortunately is going to spill sometimes for some people over the last 24 hours into a Jimmy narrative.
I love it. Jimmy's a bum.
It's also Trey Lance, too.
It's Trey Lance.
I'd rather, I'd much rather do that. Here's a question.
It's Trey and Jimmy.
You want to talk about bearing a lead. This is what I think every 49er fan is going through today. What did that mean? How did it change your perception of everything? Whether that's the rest of this year, whether it's next year. How did yesterday change your perspective?
They can win the West, and from there, then I will recalibrate. Going into that game, I was like, oh, this feels like just winning the West would have felt like a ridiculously difficult accomplishment before yesterday. Now I'm like, you have to win the West.
Sure.
Yes. Now you have to
in 3 days.
Yeah.
Which is a tough task.
We were both at should last week. You still should have won the West, I thought.
Right.
Now, my recalibration sensation is that you very well can win the entire NFC.
Seattle,
you're going to be the 2 seed. You're going to beat Seattle on Thursday. And
you think you're the 2 seed?
Yes.
You think you're going to get
Minnesota is fading. You're a game behind Minnesota.
But this is where
Minnesota got exposed. I know we all want to get on Detroit's bandwagon.
I like Detroit.
We're biting kneecaps fine. Detroit's a nice little story.
I agree.
Detroit's still sub 500. The Niners are going to be the 2 seed. They're going to host 2 playoff games. And maybe Philly has a little hiccup, and you host the NFC Championship game.
That would be.
I do want to point out.
That would be insane.
Please,
Jesus.
I want to point out Minnesota's 4 remaining games. They do have a quirk, which is fair with what you're saying. Minnesota's got a negative point differential. Do you know how hard it is to be 10-3?
Yeah,
almost
and have
impossible.
What's that?
What's the point difference?
It's only one. It's negative.
It's that Cowboys game.
But they've won a bunch of one-score games.
They have been a lot of games.
If they had lost the Cowboys by 1, their point differential would still only be like plus 36. Yeah. Listen to what the other top teams are. The 49ers are plus 120. The Eagles are 138. The Cowboys are 131. The Chiefs are 86, and the Bills are 132. That's what a good football team that's got 9 or 10 wins looks like.
Yeah.
And the Vikings are -1. It's bananas. However, that said, the remaining schedule, because they have handled all the bad teams all year, they've got the Colts at home, they've got the Giants at home, then they're at Lambeau, and then they're at Soldier. They're going to go at least. They're going to go 3-1. They might go 4-0.
That's so. Yeah, but the other thing I was thinking about with the Niners, like just looking at the Niners, you win this week. Lick your wounds. You can rest a couple guys that have been like Nick Bosa. I would, because if you're going to go straight from the regular season to the playoffs, if you have to with Nick, he's going to get an extended period because of the Thursday game. That groin's got to be 100%. They're going nowhere without 100% Nick Bosa.
It's still a month away. I mean, look, and I don't know. There's not much difference between the 2 and the 3 seed anyway.
That's what I'm saying. You don't need to push for it.
Are you scared about going to Minnesota? Who the hell's scared of that?
No.
Nobody's scared of that.
The Niners have a playoff type of style.
Yes.
Which is why Shanahan teams, especially when they're humming, they get better in November and December because they run the ball, they dominate the line of scrimmage, they selective passing game.
Suffocate Kirk Cousins. They're going to suffocate him.
They just hit you. They have a playoff type of style that they play during the regular season, so I don't worry about the road.
What's your answer to that? So Dibs got him in the bowl.
I'm not. That's
Joe. You got him in the NFC West.
Just win the West would be an
accomplishment. But there's. I'm with you.
Thank you.
I'm with you.
I'm not doing the long term.
You can't take it week by week when you guys walked out of camp talking about Trey Lance and 5 Pro Bowls. You can't now go week by week.
Well, of course you can.
Yes, we can.
Yeah,
we didn't say anything about Pro Bowls.
No, you guys were going crazy over a guy off of one practice.
Trey Lance should have been. Trey Lance was really good in that training camp.
He was.
He was really good in that training camp.
So now you're going to go week by week? You got Seattle in 3 days?
We have the last pick of the draft playing quarterback. Although he looked really good yesterday, I'm taking it week by week.
That's
what
fine.
I'm doing. I'm not doing, hey, they're going to go into Philadelphia and beat Philadelphia. I'm not going to be that reckless person. I'm going to take it week by week.
Are they going to win Thursday in Seattle?
Dibs, that's my job to be reckless.
Well, I mean, let's go. I love the all caps takes.
Is Brock Purdy going to play Thursday?
He's going to play Thursday.
Like it.
He's going to play Thursday.
He's got an MRI today.
There's no Deebo Samuel. It's a divisional game.
Deebo injury.
I know about that house of horrors in Seattle. They know Seattle, this is desperation time. They're outside looking in on the playoffs right now.
Yep.
They have to win on Thursday. Yep. They have to. And if the Niners lose, it's not the end of the world.
That's right.
That's right. For the Miami game. But the Niners have a defense that is shutting down everybody. They've given up 64 points in the last 6.
That's crazy.
64 points in
that
their
really
last
is
6
crazy.
in today's NFL.
Bananas.
This defense is good.
Hey,
really good.
What
I feel good about the Niners, but winning the NFC, I don't know.
What if I reframe the question? It's not about, because I didn't ask, how far do you think he's going to go?
I feel better about the team today than I did 8 days ago when he first came off that game.
But just focus on Brock.
Yeah.
Whatever you felt before the game.
About Brock?
How did yesterday
change
your perspective?
Oh, the poise in the pocket was next level. The ball skills in the pocket. The pump fakes. The shoulder fakes. His agility. He's not moving in the pocket to run.
He's
still keeping his eyes downfield. Which I'm like, damn. All right, I didn't expect this one. And then the throws down the field on the sideline. Like Ayuk, it was a little underthrown, but it's a touchdown. I don't care.
But he's had someone in his face on his back foot.
I'm not going to
that was good.
And the teammates reacting to him.
And the teammates.
That
Greg
to
Olsen
me
said that on
is
the
a big
broadcast, too. Watching the game back last night, Greg Olsen was like, look at the way his teammates just responded to him. My perception of him has changed. He's a lot better than I thought. Yeah. Coming out of camp, I said, man, if it comes out to Brock Purdy this season, it's over.
Right.
Hell, Miami game, I'm sitting there like, oh, gosh, Brock Purdy time? And they win that game, and then they do this.
Yeah, the big thing we're waiting for is adversity when he has to face a deficit, when he has to face real adversity. Where maybe he's thrown a Jimmy O no pick. Maybe he's thrown 2 picks.
He almost did yesterday.
He did. They got bailed out. They had 2 great flags.
Can we just take a moment to talk about how they got the whistle yesterday?
The first play of the game.
The opening play.
Come on.
No, that's one of those ones where,
Mark,
you would be like screaming from the high heavens if that happened to Nick Bosa. Helmet to helmet. He uses the crown. 15 yards. If that goes the other way, all y'all are ripping the refs.
That was a tackle to me. We opened our show.
It's absolutely true. All you ref haters, take a moment to realize what a whistle they got yesterday.
How about the
review? They got a very kind whistle yesterday.
Said it about the interception and that hit on the first play of the game. Those are not penalties.
Those are tackles. That's a tackle. That's a basic tackle.
I thought it was to me. I didn't think it was a penalty. I didn't.
It is a penalty, but when it happens to your team, we all go bananas over the fact
I don't think it was a penalty at all.
Helmet to helmet is. I think we've all accepted that. We've all accepted that.
How about the review of the review of the review?
I mean, what are we doing?
So I'm in the stands, and they're like, "We're reviewing the play," and they go, "Okay." So then they're all talking. Then they go, "We've overturned it."
Wait, which one are we talking about?
The McCaffrey catch.
Okay.
And then so you're in the stands because you don't know what's going on, right?
Right.
And then all of a sudden this 8K like video thing. No, it was incredible because they never show highlights. And I'm like, kudos, Levi's. They're showing highlights, and this zoomed in, perfect HD, feet going down, and they go, "Actually, they've now challenged the review." Which I didn't even know you could do, and then we're going to go review our review, and I'm like, what, "This is
felt
Inception."
totally weird, but it's because it's a scoring play, so there's an automatic review.
Right.
There's an automatic review.
So they reviewed the initial call.
I can't take you through what they actually did, but that's what it felt like.
It was
but
like
remember,
a 5-minute stop.
They got themselves to a point where they were referring to it being a non-catch as the call on the field.
Gotcha.
They're like the call on the field, and then the review comes out, and they're like, "We're reviewing the call on the field of not a touchdown." And I'm like, "But you called it a touchdown."
Yeah.
So I sort of read it as you called it a touchdown. Then, as it goes to the automatic review, there was also a huddle, right? They huddled.
Got a huddle.
Right? Nope.
Actually,
call on the field is incomplete. And then comes the challenge.
So
the whole
then
thing
he
took
challenged
like
it.
8 minutes.
Yeah,
right.
it took forever, and we had no idea. And everyone's got their phone out, and they're trying to find the highlights.
They got it right.
Yeah, they did get it right. But Shanahan's challenges have been good this year.
It's been amazing.
Shanahan's in his bag. Shanahan's in his bag.
I don't know what to say.
He's in his bag.
Hey, tell me. Listen, we all went through the famous moments in NFL history last week when a backup quarterback comes in and takes off. Can anybody think of another time when the third quarterback came in,
Ty Detmer,
and did the damn thing? No,
but Kerry Cobb,
but went somewhere.
No.
Somewhere.
I think they went to the playoffs. Kevin Cobb got knocked
Kerry
out.
Collins, Kevin Cobb.
Yes, and they got Cobb got knocked out after McNabb, and then in comes one of the Detmers, one of the 15 Detmers.
Coy Detmer?
Yeah.
It was Coy. There you go.
Beat the Niners on Monday Night Football.
That's all I can think of.
He was doing that saddle
They
thing.
beat the Niners on Monday Night Football with one of those stir stringers, and the Niners won a throwbacks.
I remember that.
Yeah, the Niners won a throwbacks.
And Alex had the worst turnover of all times, rolling out to
That was
his left.
later on. That was a Sunday Night Football game. That was a Sunday night game. Anyway, what else you guys got coming up? That's the question?
No, you're right.
It's a lot. Brock Purdy.
I mean, third-string quarterback, to Mark's point, and
incredible.
People like me are still thinking, hey, the Super Bowl, it's not only a possibility, but I think that it's a stronger possibility than we think based on the way things are breaking. And I disagree with Mark in terms of Minnesota going 4-0. This Minnesota team, they've won 9 one-score games this year.
I don't think 4-0, but I do think at least 3-1.
Well, 3-1 might not be enough if the Niners run the table.
That's asking a lot too, but
I mean, you look at what the Niners are doing right now defensively. This defense is far and away the best in football. The Cowboys got gashed by a variety of Houston Texan quarterbacks yesterday.
Yeah.
Houston was treating that game like it was the Poinsettia Bowl. No, we're going to bring in this quarterback, and we're going to bring in this quarterback.
The only time I could think of a third string, because you were asking, I'm rapping, is like a college Alabama type situation where they're so loaded.
Yeah.
Like guys go down and here's our 7th, 5-star recruit who's coming into the game. He's only 19, but he was the #1 recruit this year. Like that's the only thing I can think of.
What's your third string quarterback who was the last pick of the NFL draft?
It's crazy.
That's not, I mean, this is going to be the most relevant Mr. Irrelevant of all time. It already is.
It already is.
Only one undrafted quarterback has ever been the quarterback in the Super Bowl.
Ooh.
Oh, is it Doug Williams?
Nope, he was a first rounder.
Yeah, I didn't even know that.
I did the math last week. 19 first round picks have been Super Bowl champions. 15 outside the first round. One quarterback.
Rich Gannon?
No, it's Kurt Warner.
Correct. Kurt Warner.
Kurt
Warner.
Good one.
8 #1 overalls have won the Super Bowl.
What?
19 first rounders, 15 non-first rounders.
Wow.
Including Drew Brees is on that
incredible
list.
homework.
It is.
Yeah, I was, during the breaks, occasionally you get the pen out, you do a little bit.
Call that Dorado.
Yeah.
I'm in my bag, yeah.
That was a good one. Kurt Warner. Yeah, we're talking
It's
about
funny because I was second reference to my brother-in-law, Mike. We were talking on Saturday night about how everybody's now in their bag, If I had to drive home and pick up the pasta to bring it back for turkey meatballs. I'm in my bag. I made it back in 8 minutes.
Sorry.
I'm in my bag.
Wait till your daughter starts
Everyone's in
singing
their bag.
pasta everywhere. Sorry, it's a
Nice,
song.
dude.
Baby
The
pasta
Chad.
song. Yeah, the pasta song. Pasta everywhere.
Who
Baby
doesn't like
Chaz.
pasta?
Yeah, she loves it. We got our
Come
pasta
on.
set. She
I
loves
miss pasta
so much.
pomodoro.
Oh, pasta pomodoro.
Is it all gone now?
I heard they're all gone.
Yeah.
Shout out to the one in Japantown.
I think
next
the
to
guy
Kabuki.
who created pasta pomodoro runs the Super Dupers, but don't get me right. I thought that's what I
You know
heard.
what? That may be a good call.
That's
My
a great
homegirl,
call,
Aja
possibly.
worked at Pasta Pomodoro when it opened in Japantown, and now she's moved over to
That's-
Super Duper Burger.
Super Duper's
and
excellent.
manages that. So.
Dude, we would go to the one in El Cerrito, Albany, right there on the border, and you get like your 5 dishes, and it's like $87, and it's like, you kidding me here?
Yeah.
I got 5 pasta dishes and some sauce, and you're gonna hit me for 80 plus?
And then you go to Safeway, it's 89 cents for a box
Dude,
like this big.
seriously, a rigatoni.
Well, boys, have a good show. Should be explosive today on 95.
Oh, yeah.
With Willard and Dibs.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, nobody saw that coming. I don't care who you are. Nobody saw that coming. But it changes everything. ... No,
Thank
that's
you.
tonight.
That is
and by the
tonight.
way, oh my gosh, to all my high school buddies, some of you who are still here in the Bay, tonight's stressful. Don't you love fantasy football? It can turn the stupidest, most pointless game into super stress. I got Nick Folk and the Arizona defense. Your boy needs 7 points. Let's get to the promised land anyway. Let's put that aside.
No, that's the fun of Monday Night Football.
Oh,
Like you
gosh.
say, a meaningless game.
Meaningless.
Because this is playoff time, right? For
this is the
fantasy
final
football.
regular season game. Yes, it is. So it all comes down to this. But
Are you going to get through in the 95-7 the game league, or did that not work out for you? You getting through it?
May my 95-7 the game fantasy football team.
Rest in peace.
May it rest in peace.
Man, cue up the funeral music.
I had Guru all day, and then his 2 receivers were DK Metcalf and Jerry Jeudy, and it all. You get to the afternoon, and I was watching the Niner game.
Sure.
I'm like, I don't want to care what's going on in any of these other things. And then I opened up the computer, and I'm like, what? Wait, what did I do wrong? What happened? What happened? It's all over. It's all over. But my other 2 leagues are of great health, and so in my rookie season here at 95-7, I got what was coming to me.
Can we hope
that's
that
it.
Brock Purdy's rookie season goes better than your rookie season?
It already has.
There's a transition.
It already has.
Thank
Nicely
you.
done.
Thank
We're
you.
looking for a way out of that. But anyway, here we are.
Sorry.
Look, it's still only been 7 quarters, so I'm going to split the difference here. I get what Bonte's saying. You still have to, take a breath, I think. You still have to take a breath. I'm not putting him in the Hall of Fame, okay? Here's the other side to this, though. This changes everything. That's the answer to my question. For me, how does this change your perspective? It changes everything. Everything. Both this year and beyond. If Brock Purdy is going to look like this. So here's where I'll join you, Dibs. If he's going to look like that, then yeah, that's a Super Bowl contender right there. There's probably only 5 of them, maybe 6. Who do you really think legit threat to win this dance? Chiefs, Bills, Eagles. I'm going to give it to the Cowboys. Right now, the Bengals look like a team that's found themselves. Until Lamar gets healthy, I don't know exactly what's going on there. I don't really feel like the Ravens are on that list. And as of 2 weeks ago, I felt like the 49ers were on that list. And then it all stopped. And then the engine caught. And now it starts again. So I'm not going to flatly say Super Bowl contender, but I'm going to say if he looks like that, Yeah, they are. Damn right they are.
I would just put it at 4 teams. I would say Chiefs, Bills, Eagles, Niners.
Okay.
And after what I saw from the Cowboys yesterday, having to absolutely perform CPR on that game to get by the worst team in the National Football League, a team that is openly treating it like a bowl game, 1 QB in, 1 QB out. That was not a very good win for Dallas. I know you play to win the game, Herm Edwards.
And everybody has bad, everybody has weird, wonky weeks.
Sure, but that's maybe not a spot where you can have a wonky week at home where you're double-digit favorites, and you got to, basically celebrate the fact that you rescued that thing from the dregs in order just to get over Houston. That's a bad sign to me. Minnesota, I am out on Minnesota.
Me too.
Detroit beat you from stem to stern.
Detroit's good.
Well, Detroit's all right.
Detroit's
playing well, sure, but Minnesota's a fraud. Is the bigger point.
Detroit is 5-1 in their last 6 weeks, and their one loss is by a field goal to the Buffalo Bills.
We're going to buy the kneecap.
Is Detroit a playoff team?
If you were to do this right now, yeah.
Is Detroit going to make the playoffs?
I don't know.
We're going to take your other kneecap.
Maybe either the Giants or the Commanders are going to lose next week. If the Lions win again.
That's a bold assumption, by the way.
Well, that's true. They could tie. But one of those teams is going to lose next week. They play each other. If the Lions win, they're a half game out.
Lions at the Jets. A desperate Jets.
Tough game.
At Carolina, the plucky Panthers playing much better since they fired their coach.
They're only a game out of first.
Hosting Chicago and then at Green Bay. Who knows what Green Bay is going to do? It might be an ayahuasca Sunday for Aaron. So, and Chicago, though, a team that I don't know if they're ready to shut it down. Justin Fields is playing like a guy who is still playing for his reputation. So, not an easy slate for Detroit, and they need to win 3 of 4.
They're a solid club. It may be too little too late, but that's a good football team right now. Their offense is one of the top 6 or 7 offenses in the league right now. 888-957-9570. We'd love to hear from you today, and that's our question. How did yesterday change your perspective? And you can answer that any way you want. You can make it about the Super Bowl. You can make it about the fact that if this is Brock Purdy, does everybody understand how he might just put a cape on, dude? You might save the entire organization from itself because we're going to enjoy now. But sure, March was going to be weird based on all the scenarios that, I was like, oh gosh, we've said it 100 times. Mike Silver's come on and said it. Everybody knows inside this organization. You can't come back next year with Trey Lance as your only option at quarterback just because of questions about his play, but more importantly, because of the injuries coming off of. You had to have another option going forward. Well, looks like they might have it. And if they do, they can just easily let Jimmy walk, save their salary cap, all of that. So my perspective changes in 2 ways, but it's still going to be qualified. If he's going to play like that, it changes everything for this year and beyond.
Agreed. I think it already has changed everything for next year, in particular in terms of the Jimmy Garoppolo question as to whether or not he'll be back. I don't think now that you would look at it and think about it in terms of any realistic return. And you look at Brock Purdy's cap number, and I just looked at it, Mark, and I feel bad for the kid.
He's making minimum wage.
His signing bonus this year
was
$19,252.
I'll take that, Jack.
He's making $705K, so I'm not going to say that he's he can't survive. His dead cap next year, 57, not million.
$57?
$57,000.
$57,000.
Then it goes to 38.5, and his dead cap in 2025, $19,252. His contract, 4 years, $3.737 million. So
my gosh.
we always talk about, if you have a QB on a rookie deal, you can really do some things. You might have 2 QBs on 2 rookie deals.
Willard and Dibs are starting to GoFundMe right now. See if we can get Brock Purdy a house, because there's no way in hell he's affording a home here in the Bay Area. Let's get to it.
Get him a rental. He's probably on a couch somewhere.
How did this change your perspective after watching 4 quarters of this? What's up next on the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Your phone calls next. In fact, your phone calls throughout the day. It's also sponsored by ChooseChange.org. Good morning, Twitch, YouTube. Thanks for being here. 888-957-9570 on Willard and Dibs.
Stimulant use disorder is a disease, not a choice. But getting help is. Make a change by choosing treatment for your meth or cocaine addiction. Find proven treatment options at choosechangeca.org.
Have you considered walking through another door? I don't mean to pursue another opportunity, but upgrading a door in your home. Now, if you are in fact looking for another opportunity, Golden State Window and Door can provide you with plenty. You can create renewed function and design for use indoors and out. You'll find modern options like Marvin's Elevate In-Swing French Door, Barn Doors by Trustyle, or Anderson Big Doors that welcome in natural light. Golden State Window and Door features a variety of materials, sizes, and glass options. You can get inspired by the many possibilities when you visit goldenstatelumber.com. Click on virtual tours and you'll discover beautifully planned displays of doors and windows of all kinds that will spark your imagination. Then, talk with our builder or designer to see what might be a good fit for your home. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
No one knows where this market will go. Things could change tomorrow, next week, or next month. At Merrill, we've been here before, and history shows this is the time to stay focused on your future. Because through every market, the bull will always have your back. Find an advisor in the Bay Area at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor. Member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum 2022 tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
End this year on a high note at Big O Tires year-end sale. Get great deals on name brand tires for cars, pickups, and SUVs. Plus, save on auto care services with financing options available on credit approval. Visit BigOTires.com for all year-end sale offers. Ends January 8th.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Blitz coming. Purdy lofting, going deep. Has McCaffrey. He's got it! Touchdown, San Francisco! So Brock Purdy today has a touchdown run, has a touchdown pass, and he just led a 71-yard drive, hitting McCaffrey.
Hey, this is Matt Steinmetz of Steiny and Guru, 12-3 on 95.7 The Game. Let's get back to Willard and Dibbs. Why is it Willard and Dibbs? Dibbs has been here longer. Let's get back to Dibbs and Willard on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back to Dibbs and Willard right here on 95.7 The Game. Your calls momentarily, 888-957-9570. Christmas is in 13 days, right? Christmas is in 13
Sounds
days.
about right.
Hanukkah is in 6?
Yep.
Did I have that right? 6 days? Man, shopping days are running out. How about 957thegameshop.com? In fact, we could ask, like in terms of your holiday checklist, what are you doing? What are you doing right now? Get over to 957thegameshop.com. Get yourself a What Are You Doing t-shirt, hoodie, whatever it is you want. New items are there. Get that gift. Get it done, 957thegameshop.com. Before we go to the calls, can we just take a moment to sort of capture what that was like? So I'm watching the game. I did not go to the game. This was a couch game. Lovely Christy, my 2 sons on the couch. My daughter, she's 13, so she was doing what she does during football games, hide in her room.
Elsewhere.
All right, yeah. Oh, and Penny. Penny always annoy us, get in our face, want to play with the ball. We're like, Penny, go away. Okay, so that's the scene. And we're all sitting there looking at each other with our mouths hanging open. What the hell is this? What am I watching right now? And I think it speaks to actually the conversation you and I just had, which is that how many quarters does it take before you're just going to go, okay, this is him? You want to believe it, but you also feel like you're being led on some sort of journey that is not sustainable. But the longer it goes, like I heard you say on the changeover, the one thing Brock Purdy hasn't faced is adversity. I'll agree with you to an extent. However, I would suggest in a massive showdown against the Miami Dolphins and a 4-point deficit, being hucked into the game for your first ever NFL action, there's a little bit of adversity there.
A little bit.
And boy, he handled it. Like, I don't know.
To me, it's not real adversity. Adversity is when you mess up and you have caused the team to trail and you have to go on the road. Now, these are home games. Home games. That's in fair. The first quarter, Jimmy G gets hurt, and ultimately, that was kind of a freebie, a non-conference game, and you're the third-string guy, you're Mr. Irrelevant, go play football. Until you get to a spot where now there's expectation. You go to Seattle, and the division is on the line. You can win the division with a victory. And if he comes out and he throws one in the flat, and it's and it's a pick six, and now the 12th man is going crazy, and you're down 7-0, that to me is the adversity I'm talking about.
Then again, did you watch Seattle at all yesterday?
Yeah.
Did you watch them play?
Yeah.
So remember when the 49ers played the Packers in the NFC title game and never threw the ball? Maybe just try that on Thursday night. That'll keep Brock healthy. I mean, Carolina, it felt like they ran the ball 92 times yesterday, and they killed Seattle for 30 points.
Do you know how many times they did run it?
I would guess it to be high 30s.
46.
Oh, my God.
46.
Do you see what I mean? I mean, take it from someone who
Dante Freeman, 21. Chuba Hubbard, 14. Raheem Blackshear, they couldn't stop him. He got 4 totes. Sammy D got 4 himself.
Absolutely.
LaVisca Chenault Jr. got a carry.
Yep.
And DJ Moore. DJ Moore.
I like doing that with DJ Chark a lot more because it rhymes with shark, and he actually had a great game for the Lions. But yeah.
Darnold, 120 yards through the air and a win.
Dude, the Niners.
Panthers.
You do not need to do much through the air to beat this Seattle Seahawks team. Remember what Josh Jacobs did to them just a couple of weeks ago. Same building. This is not the scary Seattle building that you think you know. It's not the same. They're not good. Their defense is not good, and Geno Smith is starting to look a little bit like Geno Smith. He's still fine. He's okay. But, man, J.C. Horn, wow, that kid is an unbelievable cornerback.
I'm going to call Geno Smith Apollo 11. He's coming back to earth.
Atta babe.
Thank you.
Yes, he is.
Shout out Guru.
On a line. Yeah, he is. And yeah, what was his line? They wrote me off, but I didn't write back. Just sit down with a pen and paper, Gino.
Wow.
Yeah, man. I don't know.
Are you
getting
stationery
something
for Christmas so we can write back?
Just scribble something because you're 3 days away from being back to 500. But anyway.
Wow.
But anyway, I think that's the dynamic that's at the core of this. We're watching Brock Purdy. Kyle said this morning. He's like, I don't know if I've had this much fun watching a 49er game in years. I even compared the 49ers yesterday. It's a little bit like the Warriors last year, which is, whoa, this is surprising. I didn't see it coming. It feels so organic and clean, and therefore it's so fun, right? How many times? Oh, this was more fun than the KD championships because it just felt so surprising and clean. Same thing yesterday. And you're watching this going, no. Every time he made a play, we would look at each other. Wait a minute. Wait, really? Am I seeing this? Does he look fantastic? Not just, we can hold it together and they've got a good defense and Christian in the flat. No, dude, you can do all of it. You can move, you can run, you have presence in the pocket, you have accuracy in the middle of the field. You can ad-lib, you have accuracy at the corners. You're seeing things, you're moving through progressions. He did it all.
He did that thing. A little bit of 2010 Giants vibes, I think, where, I mean, you look at this team and you look back at that Giants team and you say, well, yeah, of course, you had Buster and Timmy and Kaner, you had all these things, but in the moment, you didn't think that you had necessarily enough to get it done, and then you just kept winning, and then you got into the playoffs, and then you won, and then you won again, and then you got into the World Series. It was like, oh, my God, they just won the World Series. Yeah. And, this Niner drought hasn't been that long, but it feels like it's kind of been that long. It's been, almost 30 years since the Niners, or 30 years it's
30,
been since they won.
Yeah.
Since they won a Super Bowl. And
crazy.
If this all happens in February, you could look back and say, well, yeah, you had Debo and McCaffrey and Kittle and Bosa and Warner, and you had all these things. Yeah, I could see where that could happen. But right now, with a Mr. Irrelevant rookie quarterback basically sending Tom Brady into retirement,
bro,
it seems unbelievable.
My sister cried.
No, she did not.
So she did.
Real tears?
Yeah. She watched the post-game interview, right? There's all the cutaway shots.
Yeah.
Mom and dad are hugging, they're crying, they're in the stands. Did everybody hear the story that the Purdy family had bought tickets preseason because they're like, oh, Brock's on the 49ers, we should pick a game. And they all said, oh, we should go when Tom Brady's coming. We should go watch
see
Tom.
Brady.
So they had already bought tickets to go see Brady, not obviously realizing that when they got there, their son would be the flippin' starting quarterback, and it would be 28-zip at half. That was the other thing that reminded me of the Warriors. Brock Purdy was essentially like Steph, Clay, and Dre and KD 4 or 5 years ago with the Warriors. Sit out the fourth quarter, bro. This thing's over. Just go sit down.
Put the jacket on.
Unbelievable performance. So, yes, she did. She cried real tears, and, yes, she's that kind of fan, and maybe that gives you a window into our family as to why we're always just that glass is going to not be half full. It's just full. Glass is just a cup runneth over.
Might be half full of water, but the other half is full of air. That's the Willard way to look at it.
Yeah, but is it hot air or cold? But anyway, point being,
perfect room temperature air in the Willard household.
She watched that interview and she's like, this can't be real. I mean, the last pick in the draft, and his parents are up there crying. Here comes Tom Brady. DBs are asking for autographs after because they're picking the guy off, and they blew them off the field. And so, I don't know, man. I know you're all like, okay, Super Bowl. I get what Bonte means by week to week because this is going to be a hard story to believe. So even when we have the evidence to believe it, we're still going to be like, okay, really? Am I all in? Am I just going to be suckered in to believe this thing? Even though I grant you, there's not one bit of evidence right now that he's not a fantastic football player.
He sure looks good in doing what he's doing. And, you know, the things that you've talked about Kyle Shanahan, and we'll get into greater detail coming up on this show as far as Kyle Shanahan and maybe his flowers and what he needs to get. But the defense that this team has, the defense puts him in a position where Brock Purdy doesn't have to go out there and try to beat Tom Brady. 34 for 55. Brady threw the ball 55 times because he has to.
He had to.
You can't run on the 49ers, and you trail, and you got to throw. This defense makes it so you don't have to go out there and throw it that often. He threw the ball 21 times. He was 16 of 21. This defense, this run game, Kyle Shanahan, all these things make it so that Brock Purdy doesn't have to be Patrick Mahomes.
I mean, some people will look at the box score and go, dude, 185 yards passing. Did I have this right? And Kyle, could you fact check me? Did Brock have 0 yards passing in the second half? Is that accurate? I think he had 0 yards.
I'm checking right now.
In the second half.
There's no way that's right.
I'm telling you, I saw a stat, because remember, he did not play a portion of the fourth quarter. They ran the ball like crazy. They were up 35-0.
He was 14 of 18 for 185 in the first half, and he wound up 16 of 21. So he went 2 of 3 in the second half for no yards.
For 0 yards.
That's my Kyle voice.
He threw for no yards in the second half.
But he completed 2 passes.
And they won by 4 touchdowns.
We're the Yak Boys. He had 2 completions for no yards.
One of them was hurt.
I know, right? I think Danny Gray had one of those catches, too.
He did. 10-yard catch, yeah. I was in the first half. But anyway, yeah.
I thought that was one of the second half no gainers.
I'm telling you, this was the blowout of all blowouts. He didn't need to throw for a yard in the second half, and they won by 4 tugs. Jeez. This was insane. So, yeah, my sister cried. She's going to be furious with me for bringing that up. But anyway, 888-957-9570. Let's hear from you. Matt in San Rafael, you're first up. Hey, Matt, what are you doing?
Hey, guys. I'm just driving right now, but I was there yesterday, and let me tell you what, put the Super Bowl talk aside, the most exciting part, I think, of everything is that is the first 49er offense maybe since the Harbaugh days that felt like it had an identity through Brock Purdy. You could see the offense, the stadium, the wide receivers, everybody getting amped behind him and feeding off his energy. That post-game interview where he says he likes that he got popped on the first play because it felt good and got the jitters out. And then he throws the interception that gets corrected on the penalty. And instead of Jimmy G in it and throwing into the flat twice and bowing out, he goes, all right, I'm going to go for the throat, and throws a dime to Ayuk again. We found not just a quarterback, but a true football player in this kid, and it is so fun to watch. Just letting him hang, playing football against Tom Brady like he was in his backyard. I mean, I don't know how you take the reins from him if he plays anywhere near this, because on his worst day, he still looks like he's at least Jimmy G, and playing the way he is, see you in New York next year, Jimmy. This kid just took your job.
Well, I mean, Matt, I tell you what, thank you for the call, and I fall in line with everything you just said. My only caveat is, like, we've watched enough of life to know that sometimes, and I'm not saying this is that, but here's an example. Do you remember Linsanity?
Of course.
Yeah. Sometimes you get the lightning in a bottle, and then the bottle breaks somewhere down the road. I am not saying that's going to happen here. I would predict hard against it, in fact. But the caveat is that it's still only been 7 quarters. It has been 7 delicious
so
quarters,
delicious.
right?
Like a 7-course meal.
Remember the whole like, oh, the 49ers can't score 30 points. The Niners can't score. They can the last 2 weeks. They have both times. I know they got a defensive score there to put them over 30 against Miami. But man,
they could have gotten 50 yesterday, Mark. That's where that thing was going.
Absolutely, they could have.
I mean, 35, and they pulled the plug. You got 11 snaps from Josh Johnson, who joins a long, illustrious list of number 17s to throw a pass for the 49ers. I tweeted out that list yesterday, including Steve DeBerg, Chris Wanke, and Emmanuel Sanders. Great number 17s who have thrown passes in the red and gold.
Oh, how about that?
So he joins a long list. And good for Josh Johnson to get some GT, some garbage time.
Yeah. Although I hope that's the only kind of time he gets the rest of the way. Like, here we are again. We do this. We did this with Trey, and then we did it with Jimmy. Why wouldn't we do it now with Brock? We're all putting him in the Super Bowl. What if something happens to him?
True.
Something did happen to him yesterday. We don't technically know. It sounds like things are heading in a good direction. The 49ers are not overly concerned. But an MRI today, Kyle Shanahan yesterday after the game would not confirm that Brock Purdy's even going to start on Thursday night.
But even if he doesn't start, and let's just play worst-case scenario while we're in that space, I don't think that you're going to suddenly be 7-point underdogs against Seattle because of what I talked about. This defense is nasty. The run game is incredible. And your guy, Kyle Shanahan, in that beloved laminated play sheet right now.
It's been a good year.
He's in his bag, as we like to say.
It's been a good year.
I mean, it was an amazing week. You go from your starter, he gets hurt. Good thing we have Jimmy. You put Jimmy in. Jimmy does his thing. Wow, this team goes on a run. He gets hurt. Is the season over? No, it's not. Not only because Brock Purdy is a good player, but also he's been coached up, and that beloved laminated play sheet puts him in a position to play well.
He's a fantastic coach, and we'll get to a little bit more on that later. But yeah, it's been a great year for him. Remember when they were 3-4 and everyone was just like, just get to 4-4 for the bye. Please, just get to 4-4 for the bye week. They haven't lost a football game since. And they're clearly, it's getting big. The margins of victory are getting bigger. The performances are starting to look more dominant. They've only given up 14 second-half points since we had that conversation. This is a deal now. This is a real deal. Caveat being, it's been 7 quarters. Are we 100% sold on what we're seeing? I don't have any evidence to say no. I got none. I got nothing.
Right.
What are your Brock Purdy concerns? I got none.
Well, maybe it's not a Brock Purdy concern, but we can talk about a Debo Samuel concern. Because
that's fair.
When that happened, it kind of took the life out of the stadium, and then the crowd got life again when they started chanting his name, Debo, and you thought, you had to think it was the worst, right? And I thought that might be where your sister was crying.
No.
Because you thought immediately one of the CLs, ACL, MCL, PCL, LCL, and then you thought, oh, God, broken foot. This is what the Niners do. Broken foot, broken ankle. Come to find out, just, quote, unquote, a high ankle sprain.
They think. We don't even have that confirmed.
We're hopeful.
But yeah.
MRI today, and we'll get Doc Pandia before the Seattle game to get his official diagnosis.
I texted with Doc yesterday. Hey, what'd you see? What'd you think? And yeah, he said, yes, there's some concern. He thought high ankle. Thank you. I do have his number. So anyway, yeah, we talked it out a little bit, and I think right now, he and I agreed after a conversation that if Debo can play in week 1 of the playoffs, that would be a win. Like, I'd take that right now, based on what we're seeing and hearing.
Right. And
that's 5 weeks from right now.
And you got, 4 more regular season games. Yep. Short week, obviously, he's out. And I wonder about Nick Bosa, if he will be up. And, of course, Brock Purdy, all eyes on Brock now. Hopefully, he'll be cleared to play on Thursday. But after that, 3 games left to go. And think about it, Mark. You beat Seattle on Thursday. You win the division. Now all you have to really do is decide how hard you want to push for the 2 seed. You're going to be the 3 at worst. So if you can get through Thursday with a win, you can really start to throttle down a little bit in terms of who you play and how much you play them.
Always dangerous, though. Always dangerous when you take the foot off the gas to be able to hit the gas again. I kind of like that the 49ers won't have a bye. Those bye weeks can be tricky. Sometimes people come out flat, so you don't want to start sitting everybody and whatnot. But I hear you. You're absolutely right. They win Thursday night. The remainder of the season, gets a little bit more relaxing, to be honest with you. Rob in San Bruno next up here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Rob, what are you doing?
Man, I'm chilling.
Good.
Let me give Kyle some credit, man. He called a good game yesterday. And Brock Purdy, the difference between him and Jimmy Garoppolo is when the Niners had an opportunity to make them big plays downfield, when you had the blown coverage, when you had what's the name running deep, Ayuk, and you had CMC, Jimmy Garoppolo going to take the safe route. I think the only difference is that we've seen a quarterback finally play for the Niners outside of Trey, get the ball downfield and take advantage of opportunities. That was the game. It's like before with Jimmy, he wants to take the quick little slant, the little stuff, and then we got to go 3-5 more plays. Purdy just seen it and threw it and didn't care. So that's what the biggest difference is. Having a downfield passing game is what really helped Niners last game was a downfield passing game, and it made our running game even more elite. So, look, I done seen great offensive coordinators make third-string quarterbacks look good when you have good pieces around you, so I'm not going to go over-exaggerate. But for what I'm seeing right now, if you can play like this and hold up, I think we got a good chance of taking this somewhere.
Hey, Rob, I feel it. It's a really good call. You know what he kind of just made me think of? I mean, again, we're such small samples with at least two of these guys when you talk about the 49er quarterbacks. We haven't really seen a lot of Brock. We haven't seen a lot of Trey.
7 quarters apiece, right, this year?
But Brock Purdy looks like potentially a combination of the good aspects of both of the other guys. Like, he can do the game management, decision-making, timing passes that are all 10, 12 yards in front of you like Jimmy does so well and manage the game. But then what can Trey do? Well, he can use his legs. He can ad-lib. He can extend plays. He can avoid, there were a few plays where you watched Brock make a play and when you were like, well, Jimmy, this comment was made a couple times. Well, Jimmy wouldn't have made that throw. I'm like, Jimmy wouldn't have gotten the throw off.
Right.
He had already been on the ground. That scramble for a touchdown up the middle for Brock Purdy, that is an incredibly valuable skill. Jimmy doesn't have that skill.
Well, the one on that same drive, the second drive, the touchdown drive where he throws it to Debo, where he does the naked bootleg, he comes out, and he's about to get sacked, and he just, couple of 3 quick steps to the left to avoid the rush, and then, boom, finds Debo out on the right side for a 20-yard completion. That's the one where I don't know if Trey or Jimmy would have made that throw. If it's Trey, he avoids the rush, and then he thinks, I'm going to run it because I'm going to use my athleticism. Jimmy probably just gets caved in.
More of your calls coming up next throughout the day, 888-957-9570 on the Brock Purdy hype train. And also, coming up next, it is really hard for me to disagree with this guy.
Oh.
Really hard. But I have to. So we'll do that next on 95.7 The Game.
Dibs, love you, babe.
All aboard the Purdy Express.
Purdy going deep. He's got a man. Ayuk in. Touchdown 49ers. Purdy over the middle again. He's got McLeod for a first down. And Purdy just keeps on firing. What's coming? Purdy lofting, going deep. Has McCaffrey. He's got it. Touchdown, San Francisco.
We're reacting to Niners-Bucs all day long.
Wow.
On 95.7 The Game.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa-la-la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's official. Fast just got a whole lot faster. Xfinity has the fastest internet with up to 6 gig speed. Plus, Xfinity Mobile is the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. You heard that right. Xfinity just increased internet speeds again. And Xfinity Mobile gives you can't catch me speeds. The fastest internet, the fastest mobile service, and major savings? Can't argue with the facts. Now through December 21st, new customers can get 1.2 gig internet plus X-Fi Complete with unlimited data and Wi-Fi equipment included. It's just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Plus, get $200 back. Go to Xfinity.com/faster. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
This is your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort. To rock and to roll. Over the hills and bluffs. Go all out or go all in. With 4 stars and rising stars, now we do more than ever, so you can do as much or as little as you want. It's your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort.
O'Reilly. Don't risk getting stranded with a bad battery. Our professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts will test your battery for free. If your battery does need to be replaced, we'll help you find the best battery for your vehicle and your budget. Don't wait until your battery is dead. Get it tested for free today at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. 'Twas almost the holidays, and all over the state, not a creature was stirring, except for, well, Nate. He was panicked, in need of a really good gift. Nate's a procrastinator, if you catch my drift. So off he dashed to the closest store, and there found holiday scratchers galore. Now Nate won't get a lump of coal, unless he burns the holiday casserole. Yes, scratchers from the California Lottery are great, especially for Mr. Procrastinate. So when it's time to get your gift shopping out of the way, try scratchers. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
This holiday season, tee it up at the Golf Mart for the hottest gifts from TaylorMade and Bushnell. Featuring the TaylorMade Stealth Carbon Woods with 60 layers of carbon for faster ball speeds. And while you're there, grab a dozen TP5 golf balls. And from Bushnell, save up to $75 on the Tour V5 and Tour V5 Shift rangefinders. There's also gift cards for those favorite golfers on your list. Don't miss these holiday gifts and more happening now at the Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee.
When you need to know what's happening, it's time to get in the huddle.
This sham with Steve Keim out there in the desert, I mean, it's like no accountability. Never my fault. It's never his fault. Stuff just happens. Losses just fall from the sky. It's not Cliff's fault. It's not Kyler's fault. It's not my fault. It's not the owner's fault. We just have really bad luck. Just hang in there and keep throwing money at us and we'll figure it out. Shut up.
Listen to In the Huddle. Available on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7, with supplies and solutions for every industry, and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your... so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain. The market might not care you have a wedding to plan or a kid to put through school. And inflation doesn't know you've got a family to feed. But Bank of America does and is here to help. With digital tools to help you save and local experts in the Bay Area, you can keep life moving forward the way you need it to. Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at BofA.com/San Francisco. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC equal credit opportunity lender.
Television sales on Black Friday set new records as millions of Americans snapped up the hot deals. But a lot of people were out of town or too busy to take advantage of the special pricing. So, how about a redo? Right now, you've got a second chance to save big on many of the top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs. Where? At Video Only, where the smart shoppers go. So, don't miss out. Check out Video Only now, or
you'll be sorry.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Now back to Willard. Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
All right, Steph. What a game on Saturday night for the Dubs against the Celtics. That was probably about as fun as I've had watching them all year.
Pretty fun, yeah.
I would say that back-to-back days. That was the most fun watch for a Warrior fan Saturday night, and maybe the most fun 49er watch on Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, pretty fun. And this song getting me in the spirit. Spadoni letting me know it's the Jingle Bell Brock is what we're playing here.
Atta babe.
And apologies to the YouTube audience who can't hear it, but you know the tune.
Brock Purdy has a name that's perfect for this. Like if he does go on a little run here and something special happens, his last name is going to be the most punned name in the history of sports. I don't even know if that's a word. Is punned a word? But you get what I'm saying.
You allowed it, yeah.
Yeah, puns are flying all over the place constantly. And Brock, I mean, it just rhymes with all of the words that there's just a lot. There's
like
a lot.
What, Mark?
Oh, Brock and roll. Come on, man.
Rock out with your Brock out.
I want a Brock.
Totally.
There's options there. I know where you're trying to pin me, but there are options there. That's all I'm saying.
And if you are overwhelmingly loving his play, you could be a Brock sucker.
Why? Why'd you have to?
Because you're going.
Why'd you have to go there?
You're going Radio Disney.
Why'd you have to go there?
Because you're on one end of the spectrum. I go to the other.
We've already said this is a Disney Plus show. He's Mr. Irrelevant.
Right.
Why are you going to do that?
Because that's how I roll. That's how I Brock and roll. That you know how I do it, Mark. You go, cookies and cream.
Don't talk about that.
I know. Sorry, Jim.
That was Purdy racy.
It was super racy.
Okay.
It was borderline.
Yes, Kyle. This has got to. Kyle, is your head flying off? Because again, we welcome Kyle to the show. If anybody knows Kyle well enough to understand, half of his life is about puns, and so are you okay?
Yeah, I'm doing great.
Okay, good.
Especially since we're seeing such a rise in the Brock market right now. It's huge for all of us. No, my issue yesterday was all the people that are if you're going to take the low-hanging fruit on a pun, lean into the fact you're taking the low-hanging fruit. Like, that's the funny. The amount of people yesterday that were like, Purdy good throw, I'll see myself out. Like, get this.
Right.
My wife was one of them on Twitter. I was like, honey, you weren't the first one to think about that.
You're so late to the party. Yeah. Like, everybody already knows. Like, halfway through that game, how many people were like, you know what the headline should be tomorrow in the Chronicle? Mr. Relevant. Am I right?
Am I right?
I'm like, everybody's we've all thought
Tony
of it.
Montana on YouTube with Brocky Balboa. I like that. That one works for me.
Stone Cold Lead Pipe Brock.
That's also good.
I mean,
there's so many.
There's options. All right. What about this before we go back to the calls? I used to run around on Mainsail Court. I would make my mom actually give me her dish towels, white dish towels, so that you could take a Sharpie to them and write Flash 80 on them.
You would ruin the dish towel to be like Jerry?
Stuff that thing in my pants and go outside.
There's a drop. Go ahead and cut that for later. Yeah.
Flash 80.
Don't stuff it so far that it gets near your...
Tucked in the pants.
Brock.
And I'm running...
Thank you.
Running around on Mainsail Court, acting like I'm toe tapping, heading out of bounds because my man, Jerry, that's my 49er idol.
He's our GOAT from
that's
our
guy.
era. He's our GOAT.
The GOAT. Jerry, my dude, you were wrong. Don't say that. Don't say what you said on social media. And for those of you who didn't see what he said in the wake of the Debo injury, and I know it's emotional and it's hard, I get it. Please don't blame a coach for injuries in football when a player who is a playmaker and a ball handler runs and gets tackled and then gets hurt Do you want to know who's actually responsible for the majority of the contact that Debo gets? Debo, because he won't fall and he won't run out of bounds. And we love that about him. But he seeks contact. There was a play yesterday where he fought 4 tacklers for what felt like 6 seconds. What
for
did he
1
get?
yard.
A yard. Dude, hit the floor. Get out of the way. And by the way, the play that Debo ran was not designed to go up the middle. He cut it upfield. He cut off the route and he ran it upfield. Jerry wrote on social media, please stop running our skill positions up the middle. And then he did a little hashtag at Trey Lance,
at Jimmy Polo,
at Jimmy,
and now 99 problems. All hurt.
Right.
All hurt, Mark.
Is Christian McCaffrey not a skill position player? Is he not supposed to run up the middle? We got to stop. There's been too much of this year. I understand the 49ers have been through a wild injury experience. It is malpractice, in my opinion, to blame a head coach for injuries when ball handlers get tackled. Well, I hate it. I hate it from every level.
I understand that. And I'll say this. And when you have a receiver like Deebo Samuel and you're using him this much in the run game, you are exposing him to a higher percentage chance of him getting hurt by the very nature of the violence that happens between the tackles. And I'm looking at the play right now, and it's a play that's normally run by a running back, and Deebo Samuel is a wide back. So if you're going to use your running back, or if you're going to use your wide receiver as a running back, if you want him to be your wide back, you are exposing him to more injury than if you didn't have him do that. Brandon Ayuk doesn't run this play. He's not as likely to get hurt on this play
because he doesn't do that. Like, if we're going to
call him, have to do this.
Yes, he's a wide back.
You're up 21-0 in the football game. I don't think that. And I'm playing devil's advocate.
Yeah. It's a
Jerry
football
Rice,
game. 21-0.
He's played more football than you ever played on Mainsail Court.
Well, that's
and more football than I played on Eastwood Drive.
I mean, are we saying at 21-0 in the first half you want them to stop playing? I mean, they're running their plays, and this is who Debo is. We've all spent all year going, Brandon Ayuk is the more traditional, better route-running wide receiver, and we're right. This is what makes Debo special. Debo would sit there and tell you, by the way, that this is absolutely how he wants to be used, how he should be used. This was a bunch of overplayed junk in the offseason about his contract. He simply wanted to be compensated for doing what he does because he takes a lot of hits. He's never once said, I don't want to do that. He, in fact, did say to him on the sideline at SoFi Stadium last year, give me the damn ball and get out of the way, and I'll take you to the promised land. This is who he is. And by the way, no one seeks more contact than him. So the idea that Deebo Samuel is supposed to avoid contact, and it's Kyle Shanahan's fault.
It's not Kyle Shanahan's fault.
It's not fair.
But
it's not fair.
When you use a guy in this fashion, you are exposing him to a higher risk of injury.
It's football.
I know it's football.
It's the ball handlers. This is Christian McCaffrey's role too, is it not?
But Christian McCaffrey is a trained running back. Deebo Samuel does not have the same number of carries. And by the way, Christian McCaffrey is a player who has a deep history of injury.
Yes.
So in a game where you're up 21-0, I don't think that is necessarily a time that you are in need of Deebo Samuel to run this type of a play. You're at their 45-yard line. You're in firm control of the game. To me, using Debo in this fashion is reserved for the NFC Championship game, where you need a score to go to the Super Bowl, not up 3 touchdowns against a Tampa Bay team that's ready to wave the white flag.
Yeah, they're not waving the white flag in the second quarter of a football game. You run the plays that you have, and I get it. We're triggered as a 49er fan base because of all of the injuries, but I watch this even in-game, whether it's on Twitter or whoever I'm sitting with. We watch the game as 49er fans as if someone's going to get hurt on every play. Christian McCaffrey has an unbelievable game with 14 carries, and I'm watching people on social media, stop giving him the ball so much. We're the only fan base in America that's rooting for our good players to stop getting the ball.
It's because we've had so many injuries.
And by the way, when they don't get the ball and the Niners win by 21 points, we come in and scream about the guys who didn't get the ball. We got to get Debo more involved. We got to get Kittle more involved. This is a yo-yo and a seesaw that is absolutely absurd. It's unfair to the team. It's unfair to the coaching staff and doesn't make any sense. Your good players get the ball. The more you can get them the ball, the better off you are. And a 21-0 game in the second quarter is far from over. And I got a bucket load of examples this year in the NFL.
When you have a team that has had a series of injuries, you may need to approach those players in a little bit of a different fashion. And that's, it's easy to play Monday morning quarterback, and it is Monday, and it is the morning, and it's our job. And I know many people are lined up on the phones to talk about everything they saw. I'm not blaming Kyle Shanahan for Deebo Samuel's injury. I'm simply pointing out when you give a guy the ball and you run him between the tackles, he's more likely to get hurt than if you don't have him run between the tackles with the football. These are football facts.
That's true about every single player who gets the ball.
Right. So why would you have Deebo Samuel
because
in
that's
a
what he
game
does.
you're up 21-0?
Because he does it well.
But he does a lot of things. Yeah, it's not the only thing he does.
No, but actually it is the main thing that he does. Like he runs the ball.
He runs jet sweeps. He gets the ball on a screen and runs with it.
That was a sweep. And he cut it upfield.
No,
I don't want to look at the highlight.
I'm looking at it. I don't want to get too inside football.
He's coming from the side, and he's taking the ball out to the left sideline, and he sees a defender there, so he cuts it up the middle.
That's where the hole was.
Not designed to run up the middle.
We can get Baldy in on this. We'll go X's and O's on it. Either way, it doesn't matter.
Jay in the Bay on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Jay, what's going on? What are you doing?
Man, just sitting here listening to you guys. But, hey, I got a question, man. Brock and Trey have played close to about the same amount of time, right? Like not 2 full games, right?
This year, yes. I mean, if we take it, remember Trey got some time last year, but yes.
Yeah, this year alone. Where would you compare the two of them and like moving forward, how do you think that it's going to get a pick? Like because the Trey was a higher draft pick that he automatically gets priority or QB1 position? How does that work?
Yeah, so how does it work? It works however they want to work it. Jay, I think it's a fair question, but it's too early to ask it because we don't know what we're dealing with yet with Brock Purdy. If this continues and Brock rolls to an NFC title game or beyond, I think it's almost difficult to not think that next year would at minimum be some sort of like, I don't know if I want to call it an open competition, but an openness competition.
You can call it an open competition.
Like you're gonna have to. If you're Trey, you're gonna have to come in and win that gig.
Well, I think he does already.
Yeah. If this goes sideways the rest of the year, then maybe not. But where I sit today, you remember we've had the conversation a couple of times with regard to the 49ers cannot just come back next year and go, Trey's our quarterback and we got no fallback option. Can't do it because of the injury, because of the lack of what they've seen with him. But this certainly would look at this moment like the development the 49ers need in that they don't have to go onto the market, Garoppolo, Brady, or anywhere else, to find out what that fallback option would be. That fallback option would be Brock Purdy, and he may end up being option 1.
Right, Trey Lance may be the fallback option. And if you think in terms of like post-high school experience, Trey Lance, Brock Purdy's got a ton more experience than Trey Lance. Brock Purdy was a 4-year starter at a Power 5 school. He started, 46 games in college or something, and Trey Lance started 14 games in the FCS level. Pro-wise, they've had about the same amount of experience. I think that Trey Lance has had a little bit more, counting last year, mop-up duty in the games he started. But in terms of right now, and think about it, Mark, if they go 2-2 the rest of the way, they win the division, they lose their first playoff game, they go into next year, it's an open competition. I think that Brock Purdy has already, I almost said Mark Purdy, shout out to Mercury News. Brock Purdy had no relation. Brock Purdy has already earned, in my opinion, the right to go in and compete just based on what he's shown.
I mean, I guess, and his question was sort of like, where does your draft status and your salary factor into all of this? I don't know. Maybe it breaks ties. I guess if you know what I mean. And so that's kind of where we're at right now. Like Brock has done enough to be a really intriguing player, maybe to be a big piece of the future. We don't know yet, but the scenario you painted, which is now this is going to go downhill a little bit, like 2-2 and a loss in round 1 of the playoffs. Against, by the way, the teams that would mean, that means you're losing to the Giants or the Commanders or
the Lions
at home. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that people would be excited about Brock Purdy going into to next year.
That's a good point.
So but yeah, like, I mean, I think coaches, this is one thing I'll give Shanahan credit for. You can rip him for drafting the wrong people, but I think a good coach, when they get a guy into their camp, that's it. Erase wherever they were drafted. Where's Ty Davis-Price? It doesn't matter. Jordan Mason's undrafted. He beat him. And it's the second year in a row. Elijah Mitchell, drafted way later than Trey Sermon. Get him into camp, and once they're there, whoever's playing better plays. And block out the noise of money and contract and expectations. I hope that happens again next year at quarterback. I don't know what the scenario will be coming in. Is Trey fully healthy at OTAs? Did Brock Purdy run to the NFC title game? These things will all matter in that conversation. But yesterday is a huge day for the idea of the 49ers got saved from having to go spend a lot of money on whatever that fallback option might have been for Trey Lance.
Yes, and I think they also get a certain amount of vindication. It's a vindication sensation, quite frankly, in terms of their ability in the draft, because you have the final pick in the NFL draft. They could have taken any undrafted player on the planet. Yeah. Anybody in the planet. They could have taken Willard, Dibbs, Spadoni, Madsen, Guru, which
Jordan Mason.
Guru felt like Guru's mad he got passed over by 32 teams.
I know.
They could have taken anybody, but they took Brock Purdy so they can say, hey, we saw something in the kid, which obviously they did. Otherwise, they wouldn't have used the final pick in the NFL draft on a quarterback, knowing that you already had Trey Lance. You already had the QB of the future. You had Nate Sudfeld, and you were drafting Brock to be an emergency third. And then Jimmy comes in, and you still can't beat out Jimmy. We're going to keep Jimmy because we're still not sold on you, Brock Purdy. And then Jimmy gets hurt, and now he's your QB1. But they drafted him, so they get credit for that.
Yeah, absolutely. Jonathan in the city is next up on Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Jonathan, what are you doing?
Hey, good morning, guys. Just currently mooking my lunch before I head out. Man, I don't know. I don't want to, make any early conclusions based on super tiny sample size. But man, that was amazing, dude. Brock Purdy showing us things that a 10-year veteran is doing. It's not just the touchdown throws. It's what happened before the touchdown. The way he avoided the rush and maybe went to a check down, his footwork, the way he scans the field, and the perfect counter to a blitz. I mean, this guy is doing things like a Rodgers would do or a Brady would do. So, hey, like everybody is feeling right now, it's just total joy. And like I said, it's so amazing. I want to see one more game before I make any conclusion. But early on, Brock Purdy rocks. Brock Purdy rocks.
Not your best, but I appreciate it.
Thanks,
it was good.
Jonathan.
And
well, okay, he wants to see one more, and this is the perfect setup. Like, okay, you've been thrown into a situation and you won. Then you were the starter against a pretty good defense, and not a great look. Tampa's not great, but they're also not the dregs of the league. Like, you pass that test in flying colors. But you even said this earlier. He has not played a road game yet. Okay, so he's not played where he can't hear and there's a loud crowd. He's not played a division game yet. He gets all. And by the way, has he played through injury? Like, he's not going to be 100%. They've got a game in 3 days. Okay, in 3 days, he checks all the. If this guy goes out there and looks like that again, and by the way, he might, because here's the underbelly. We're used to, road games at Seattle. This is tough, and it's loud, and it's 12th man, and it's division rival. Their defense is awful.
Yeah, they're struggling.
It's awful. Everybody is scoring on them at will. So Brock Purdy, I think the likely scenario is you're going to get a very heavy dose of the run game on Thursday night. I think the 49ers are going to win that game. And Brock Purdy will have what? Passed every test.
He'll have won the division. I know he didn't do it solely. Jimmy Garoppolo played a huge role in that, but Brock Purdy will have a spot. Then you can look at it in terms of what now. Maybe Josh Johnson gets a healthy dose of the of the play down the stretch once you've won the division.
Again, I don't think the 49ers, and this is setting up for Shanahan to get yelled at again, because someone's going to get hurt over the last. If they win Thursday night, as you said, it sets up a 3-game set for the 49ers where they want them all, but they don't need any of them. No one in the NFC South is going to catch them for the 3 seed.
Right.
And how hard do you want to work to go get the 2 seed? Probably not that hard. And it's setting up 3 games where someone's going to get hurt in that window, and Shanahan's going to get blamed again because apparently we should just sit everybody out because football's too dangerous.
That just depends on how you want to go about it, because you look at Minnesota, and they've got a game against Indy, which Indy is a kind of a Jekyll and Hyde team. Then they've got the Giants. They've got the Packers. If Minnesota loses to Indy, now you're tied with Minnesota for the 2 seed. Maybe then you think about pushing for the 2. But to your point, even if you were to face Minnesota in the divisional round at Minnesota come January, you're probably going to be favored.
By the way, let's say that scenario. Let's say the Niners win Thursday, Minnesota loses on Saturday. Okay. Who does in this moment have the tiebreaker? I think it's the 49ers. The 49ers are 1 game ahead of Minnesota in the conference record. Is that where we would go?
I believe so, because they didn't play each other. Niners would be 8-2. Minnesota would still be 6-3
in the conference.
Conference. So, pending Minnesota being able to turn that around, the Niners would hold the tiebreaker.
Unbelievable.
But I wonder how much they would push for the 2.
I don't know.
As opposed to the 3.
I mean, 2's better than 3, but also nobody is scared of going to Minnesota.
Right.
Nobody is, right? So Gary in San Ramon next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Gary, what are you doing?
Well, I'm doing the same thing that Brock and Debo are doing today. I'm going to get an MRI. So
not a bad.
But
you all right?
Yeah. Yes. No. I was making the bed. So tell me about it.
Tell you what, man. Yeah, that's tough. That's a lot of different movements in different directions. Okay, Gary, what do you got?
Well, I kind of have to agree with Dibs on the injury deal, and not to blame Kyle, but our prized rookie got hurt running power. And, Debo got hurt running power. And like you say, Mark, it was probably not the play that was totally designed. But just my point being is we're at the point where, Debo was such a big factor in that playoff run. And then we can't just afford to have anybody else get hurt. And look at the defense. Gibbons and another gentleman got hurt on the line. So they're nicked up there. And that's one of the strengths. So, our factor there is such that we just can't afford having more big guys go down. So,
well, I will say this, Gary. It's football. Every organization feels the way you feel right now. Oh, we can't afford to have this guy, that guy go down. Everyone feels that way. By the way, Debo was not running power. That's not what that play was. But be that as it may, I understand everybody's angst on injuries. I wish there was a way for a team to go, you know what, we're going to go try to win the game this week, but here's our number one thing. We can't get anybody hurt. You can't play that way.
Well, there's a way to avoid guys getting hurt.
No, I disagree.
You don't play them.
Yeah, well, there you go. Yeah, you could change sports this weekend and try to go play basketball. I don't know.
Now you play Croft instead of Kittle, and Debo's not going to play. You rest McCaffrey. You actually let Ty Davis Price try to play running back. You play Josh Johnson. There's ways to do it. If you win over Seattle and you clinch the division, you can really change the way you approach the last 3 games.
Oof. I don't agree with that at all.
No, you agree with the fact that you can do that.
You're allowed to.
Absolutely.
Yes. Yes, I think it would be a horrible stratage.
It depends on, Bosa. Is Bosa going to even play Thursday?
I don't know.
With his ailment.
I don't know. But we're going to bubble wrap the team if they win on Thursday and wait for round 1.
It's certain guys. Bubble wrap them for, you don't have to fully bubble wrap them for 3 weeks, but you definitely want to pick your spots.
Yeah, I would do the same thing the Warriors have always done in this situation. You want to sit fourth quarters when we have a big lead? That's about all I would
sat
do.
Everyone last year forever.
Well,
Steph Curry sat the last 2 weeks of the year.
Bad comp. It's the NBA. They sit everyone always.
Did
you see what the Brooklyn Nets did over the weekend?
It's a joke.
They're just like, oh, by the way, our top 7 players are all going to sit. Unreal. What's up?
They won.
Yeah, they won.
They won.
What's up next on the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. It's also all sponsored by ChooseChange.org. We are taking your phone calls on Brock Mania. 888-957-9570. I got something to say about Shanahan, too. We'll do that next. But more of your phone calls coming up on Willard and Dibs.
When you're young, life is full of choices. Don't let opioids like highly addictive and deadly fentanyl take away your life or your choices with just one wrong pill. Find medically proven treatment options at choosemat.org.
Can you smell what the Brock is cooking?
It's Brock Purdy's show, making his NFL starting debut, and he's back to pass. Pressure coming, steps away, looking to run, and he walks it in for the touchdown.
I want a Brock and roll all night.
Purdy makes a swim move and finds Deebo Samuel. Are you kidding me? What a play, and the crowd loves it from Brock Purdy.
All aboard the Purdy Express, right here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Dan Dibley here. You know there's a reason Golden State has become the trusted partner for professional builders and contractors. The breadth of what they offer is remarkable. Their product knowledge can save you time and help with the decision process. They're the largest distributor in Northern California of many of the brands they carry. Their clients really appreciate having building materials delivered to the job site the next day or sooner. And when you have Golden State's newly refreshed app, you can find updated installation guides, building codes, and other necessary information at your fingertips wherever you are. What's more, the GSTV link on the homepage is a fantastic resource that can educate you on what their vendors have to offer. If you want to get a leg up on your clients' projects, visit goldenstatelumber.com. Helping you build better for 3 generations, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Don't miss out for 2022. Donate at carsforkids.org and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete $20 for details.
With PatriotSoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
Mike Chappell here, serial entrepreneur. I started my first business in a dingy basement of a factory in 1986. Instead of customers, my visitors were rats, birds, flies, and snakes. To psych myself up that I was going to succeed, I wore formal business attire and a tie to that lonely factory basement every day. I was a total type A business geek, crunching spreadsheets for my accounting. Today, my fifth successful business, Patriot Software, makes accounting simple for accountants and non-accountants alike, eliminating the need for many of us business geeks to crunch spreadsheets or wear formal business attire ever again. Go to PatriotSoftware.com. Use promo code RADIO and get 2 months of accounting software free. That's PatriotSoftware.com.
Accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
Stuff that thing in my pants.
It's your boy Guru from Steiny and Guru, noon to 3, right here on 95.7 The Game. Now back to my two guys. I actually feel like I do a show with them on the changeover. Willard and Dibbs, right here on 95.7 The Game.
Yep, you do, Goo. And we look forward to talking to you in a little bit over an hour. Gosh, Guru the Dream Crusher just came in over the top rope with a late game over the top hammer to my head to turn it into an elimination sensation.
Be happy for D.
Elimination sensation. I'm out. I asked him to bench all his players. He didn't do it. And then he even texted me yesterday. He's like, I'm sorry. I got scared. I thought I'm like, I'm kidding, dude. I didn't want to collude. That's not what we're doing here. So I will respectfully move on from the 95.7 The Game Fantasy League proceedings.
The only the worst thing in a fantasy league than the colluder is the I'm out, Sir Drop-A-Lot guy.
Oh, gosh.
Where I'm just going to drop everyone because I've been knocked out.
Like the tantrum, the fantasy football tantrum.
The tantrum Drop-A-Lot. Yeah. Sir Drop-A-Lot, where it's like, McCaffrey, I'm going to drop him. And,
I like big drops and I cannot lie. Yes. Anyway, it's Willard and Dibbs. Back to calls in a second. They're probably going to give it to Sirianni because, as we have discussed, at least in my opinion, in professional sports leagues, we do not give the Coach of the Year award to the person who deserves it. We give it to the person who surprised us the most.
We're going to bite a kneecap off.
Maybe that guy gets Coach of the Year.
Other kneecap.
School of Hard Knocks. He's working his way toward, who knows, relevance. Like, they may get into the playoff chase if they win again this weekend.
A lot of this, too, we don't know. Like, Coach of the Year. How do we know who really was the best coach? Is it the team that we didn't think was going to be good and all of a sudden they were good? Is it the team that was the best team and they turned out to be the best team? Is it harder to coach a really good team and have them be really good, or take a team that we didn't think was very good and have them be mediocre?
Right. And also there's all this stuff going on behind the scenes that we don't really know. I don't know. I mean, for years, is it Belichick or Brady? Is it Brady or Belichick?
Right. Now we know.
Belichick's a great coach, but hello? I mean, could there have been a firmer slam dunk answer to that conversation, which is Brady leaves and takes the other team to the Super Bowl?
Right.
Right? So I'm with you. We don't know exactly what's going on behind the scenes, but I know the way that we normally vote on this. We vote on this. We give it to the coach who did the best versus what we thought they were going to do. Whoever surprised us the most. And the Eagles, I think a lot of us, even especially as we got close to the start of the season, were like, they might be good. We didn't think they'd be this good. And he's got Jalen Hurts out there in the MVP conversation. And I think, actually, he's in first place right now. Wouldn't you vote for him if it were right this minute?
Based on, yesterday, that was a complete obliteration.
Yeah.
I just think about it in terms of my own coaching career. I coached 25 years of high school. I won 3 straight section championships. My last year, we went 32-7. I was Marin County Coach of the Year. But that was not my best coaching job. I had 8 seniors. We were going to win. I could have shown up asleep.
Right.
But I'm Coach of the Year. The real coaching job was my 0-26 JV girls basketball team. That's when I did my best coaching job. Not that we could have been worse than 0-26, but if I could show you what I went through on a day-to-day basis, I was coaching my ass off just to have us lose by 50 a night.
I mean, if the Warriors end up the 3 seed, the 4 seed, shouldn't we look at Steve Kerr and be like, how did you right? You're doing things right now. He's doing so much more than he did in the KD era, where he could be like, okay, Andre, you coach this half, or hey, Luke Walton, you win all the games. You know, I mean, right? So Kyle Shanahan may not get love because he's got a lot of good players on his team. So they may give it to Sirianni.
Yeah, just one postscript on Coach of the Year. You know the year that Steve Kerr won Coach of the Year? It's when they went 73-9.
Yep.
He missed the first, 35 games? They started 24-0 under Luke Walton, yet Steve Kerr was Coach of the Year.
He literally had a smoking jacket on for most of those games.
Right.
Yeah,
if you ask him what was the best coaching job of his career, that one might be dead last.
No doubt. Because, by the way, they also came out of that experience when they lose the championship thinking we played too hard in the regular season. I mean, you could almost make the case that it was bad coaching. He probably would. He's like, I kind of misplayed that. We chased wins and that whole famous story. So, yeah, look, Nick Sirianni has surprised us. The Eagles have already clinched a playoff spot, and they're 12-1. But for my money, Kyle Shanahan is the NFL Coach of the Year this year. It's not even that you just look at this year and go, who else would be able to do what they're doing with a backup quarterback? He's now on QB3. So you can go back and go, well, why was he starting Trey in the first place? We can play all of that hindsight 2020 junk. But the bottom line is, in the history of this league, nobody has ever looked like this on QB3. And he deserves a big piece of this pie. So does Brock, so does Jimmy, so do the players. The defense, obviously, is what is really driving this ship. DeMeco Ryans should be a head coach next year. There's plenty of praise to go around. But from where we were this conversation 6-7 weeks ago, when people were freaking out about Jimmy and Trey and the play calling and this, that, the other, Kyle Shanahan is a fantastic head coach in this league. He is a fantastic head coach. This year being as much evidence as anybody would need. Is every draft perfect? Is every play call perfect? That coach has never existed. But my gosh, 49er faithful, you should be so thankful that this man is your coach and that with QB3 playing, you still have life, because there is no other team in the NFL this year that would be able to say that. Lose 2 QBs and wake up on Monday morning talking about the Super Bowl? That's nuts.
That is crazy.
Kyle
right?
Shanahan's done a fantastic job this year, and he's a great coach, and I hope he's here for a long time.
And it's more than just the play sheet, and I always give love to that beautiful two-sided laminated play sheet that he carries so close to his bosom, his ample bosom, and that really is
it's not that ample, but anyway, go ahead.
You'd be surprised what lies underneath that zip-up hoodie.
What lies beneath?
2 breasts, 1 man. 1 man with 2 chi-chis. But when you think about, like yesterday in the post game, in the locker room, I don't know if you've seen the video, Fred Warner addressing the team, and you've got everybody up close. Everyone's got the fist up. Kyle Shanahan doesn't need to be the one lording over the conversation. What he's done to the locker room, and Fred Warner's talking about 1-0. Let's get ready for Thursday, and let's try to go 1-0. The mentality of this team, the unity of the team, and the fact that, yes, they're still a very viable team with their third-string quarterback. You've got a defensive coordinator who he lets do his thing.
Yep.
He's not an egomaniac. He's not a micromanager. And you know what? After this year, he's going to need to find another defensive coordinator. But I would bet that he's going to have somebody in mind, and that defense won't miss a beat next year.
They'll be ready, as they have been the last few years. They've lost major assistants each year, Saleh, McDaniel. And by the way, I hope, even though I'm a 49er fan all the way through, I hope DeMeco Ryans is coaching somewhere else next year, because he deserves it. He deserves it, and we know the underlying theme through the years with the NFL. If DeMeco does not get a chance, that's absurd. He deserves it. And yes, the 49ers will be fine.
Does he take LA or Arizona? Which divisional opponent does he go to?
Does he have to go to the NFC West? I mean,
if you were DeMeco, which of those 2 would you take?
So,
Scott, da. No, don't bother.
Doesn't feel like.
I think both are going to be open.
Does it feel like those organizations will go defensive head coach, though?
No.
Which I think, by the way, is an overused conversation, but we do it a lot. Like, a lot of organizations want a quarterback's right-hand man to be the head coach. And so when you see what's going on now from Andy Reid and Kyle Shanahan and some of the teams that I know the Bills.
Cliff Kingsbury.
Now the Bills have a defensive-minded head coach.
Yep.
So I think
does Tennessee.
Yeah, what you need is just someone to really change culture. That's what Saleh has done so well with the Jets.
Yeah.
They're not a great team. They don't have a quarterback. And so I don't think they're going far, but he has changed the culture. They've got elite defense and belief.
Dan Campbell's done the same thing in Detroit. Mike McDaniel's changed the culture in Miami, but he's an offensive-minded guy. I just wonder, if you were D'Amico Ryans, which of those gigs would you take if you had your choice of the two?
Oh, they're both in bad shape right now.
LA's in a real bad spot in terms of the roster.
LA's going into a total reboot, and Arizona
has a deeply flawed quarterback.
You have to believe in Kyler Murray going forward, and I don't think you do. So, is there door number 3?
No, Steiny. It's just a simple question.
But the Chargers don't make the playoffs. Is that one going to be open? Because
I spent 51 weeks of this. Can you please just answer the question?
I don't. Neither of them. I hold out. I don't want those 2 jobs. I want a job where there's a QB.
The Humpty Dance.
Not a dance. Not a dance. I say no. That's not the gig I want.
Just say that you're not going to answer the question.
No, I'll answer.
Yeah. It's because you're on the fence. Humpty Dumpty.
I'm not on the fence.
The
That's a very firm statement. I don't want either of them. I am waiting for a better gig. If that Charger job opens, I want that one. That's the job that I want.
Win, baby.
What else
might be open too?
What else might be open? You know what I mean? I'd almost rather have Houston so I can just start without pressure and build my own thing.
Panthers?
The correct answer is the Rams, by the way.
Yeah.
Because you'd rather have Baker Mayfield than you would Kyler Murray.
I think it's a big mistake to think that Baker Mayfield's going to be the future quarterback of the Los
Angeles
Rams.
I don't know how deep into a future, but I think they keep him and they look to draft. Well, they don't look to draft anybody because they don't have any picks.
I think Baker just went there to try to rehab the image. I think Baker was a little bit more behind this than we realized. Let's put it that way, especially with only one team putting in a claim.
The report is he had a flight to L.A. before even the waiver claim got made.
I think he asked for his release, and I think he knew exactly where he was going to end up. Let's put it that way. Brandon in New York, next up, Willard and Dibs. Hey, Brandon, what you doing?
I'm sitting here listening to you guys with my cat. Is actually named after Debo, so real fun. I'm born and raised in San Jose. I moved to New York last year and found a bar here in New York, and it's full of Niners fans, called Plug Uglies. But I was there for the game against Miami when, Brock first came in, and everyone was kind of looking at each other like, I can't believe what we're seeing, and everyone was cheering, and they were chanting Brock like they were in the stadium. And chatting with my friends back home, there's this buzz with Brock Purdy that we're seeing and we're hearing compared to when we first saw Trey Lance. We're like, wow, Trey Lance has a strong arm. He's big, he's powerful. But, I remember talking to people, and we were kind of like, well, we don't know. And the sample size we have with both now is we can look at both. And without the context of one is Mr. Irrelevant and one was a third pick, or what Lance was picked, we can look at them both and say, holy crap, Brock Purdy is amazing. If he was 6'4", we'd call him the second coming of Josh Allen, and we wouldn't even think about Lance if we're putting it that way. But I think it's awesome. It's a fun time to be a Niner fan, especially in New York. I miss home, so this is really great to see. And I'm hoping that it continues, because if we take the draft pick thing out of the picture, there's a good chance that Brock can be really, really good for the organization.
It feels that way. Brandon, thank you so much for calling, and I'm glad the 49ers are kind of a conduit to back home for you. Here's one thing I'm trying really hard to do. I know it's difficult, so this is with understanding for every fan and how your mind is working right now. I am trying very hard to watch Brock Purdy play and simply assess and experience that. In other words, when I watch Brock play and he's great, I just want to make it about Brock being great.
Not Brock being Mr. Irrelevant.
No. What I mean is I don't want to see Brock play well and have that immediately make my mind go, well, this means this about Trey. And that's what it means about Jimmy. So Jimmy's not as good as we thought Jimmy was. And Trey, if we compare Trey to Brock, because they've had both 7 quarters of action, I I want to stop.
Yeah, you have to stop.
Brock has been amazing, and that means nothing about Jimmy and Trey right now.
Exactly. It means, well, Jimmy's probably not going to play. It does mean that you're less thirsty for an update on Jimmy's situation.
Oh,
you're
totally.
less desperate for, can Jimmy make it back? And you're also less desperate about the idea of maybe Trey at the last minute can come back as well. You feel like Brock Purdy, if he can be healthy, he is good enough to get you where you want to go this year. And then when you get to next year, well, we can talk about next year when we come to it, because there's a lot of things, including the idea of TB12 maybe riding off into the sunset. You saw everything he did yesterday.
Sure.
Whipping out his phone. When everyone's around, he whips out his phone and he's taking pictures of the legends. And he goes up to Bryant Young pregame and he's hugging up on BY and telling him how much he loves and respects him and all the other Niner loving. He signed a ball for Dre Greenlaw post-game after Dre picked him off. Tom Brady did everything in his power to send the message of, yeah, I love this place. Love it here.
I love it here.
Love it. But again, that's a conversation for March, as you were talking about before.
Yeah,
March may have gotten even more interesting.
It could
yesterday.
have, but it also could have gotten a lot less expensive, and it could have gotten clearer. I mean, if Brock plays well the rest of the year, you come back with Brock and Trey, and that's it. And you see what happens.
And whatever third string veteran you want to slough in.
I'll
Sudfeld.
I'll say this about Jimmy. If you were going to draft a 1-2 punch, go back to 2 weeks ago. If you were going to draft a 1-2 punch that would cripple the idea of him being a 49er beyond this year, this is exactly what you would draft. You would draft an injury followed by an unheralded rookie,
a renaissance,
coming in and looking every bit as good. That, like we've all learned that Jimmy is the ultimate cockroach in a 49er uniform. So he's
a Brock Roach.
Very nice.
Thank you.
That's a 4. We
beat Kyle to it.
We absolutely have all learned, don't ever doubt that Jimmy is going to be back. Because he's always back, no matter what. So you won't hear it from me until he signs a contract with another team. You won't hear it from me. So I don't know what's going to happen. But if you were going to sit down 2 weeks ago, when I feel like we were hitting a fever pitch, 4-game win streak, and all of a sudden everyone's like, oh my gosh, this guy's going to run the Niners to the NFC West title? How do you
then what? How do you move
get rid of
him
him next year? If you're going to sit down and be a content creator and go, okay, here's how I get Jimmy off of the 49ers, you would do exactly what just happened. You'd go injury followed by unheralded rookie balling out.
Right. See ya. And that's the way this goes. We're not talking about
probably.
Well, I mean,
you'll never hear me say it until he signs a contract with somebody else.
I've tried to throw dirt on this guy so many times. He's like Uma Thurman in Kill Bill 2, I believe, when she was able to punch through the coffin and get out from the grave. That's kind of what Jimmy G right now is doing, trying to find his way through the coffin, because he's been buried.
Visual, but anyway.
Did you see that movie, Kill Bill?
No, I did not.
I don't know if that necessarily. Yeah. You saw the original Kill Bill.
Yeah.
It's just incredible. Quentin Tarantino, Uma Thurman. Spoiler alert. Things don't go well for her. She ends up buried alive.
Well, very few people in Quentin Tarantino movies have things, quote unquote, go well.
Yeah, but, Marcellus Wallace had a good run in Pulp Fiction.
Yeah, he did. But even
Butch, Butch was able to pull through.
Killed some people. I think in real life, you usually end up in jail. But anyway.
Kind of, not in those movies.
Or dead,
but,
right.
Yeah, Uma with a great come-from-behind story. But that's kind of how I envision Jimmy G right now, because there's no way in hell he comes back. But then again, how many times have we already said that in this calendar year?
Yep. Gabriel in Napa is next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Gabriel, what are you doing?
Salting away a Monday with stress snacks, getting ready for an event, eating stuff I shouldn't eat.
Out of
Holidays,
bed.
Right?
Out of bed. Let's do it. Yep.
Let's go.
Chocolate, cookies. Let's do it. Everywhere.
For sure. Love spending other people's money. Got my mind on my money and Purdy on my mind. It doesn't really work, does it?
No, but
it's fine. We like the effort.
Holidays.
We're an effort show, Gabriel. So, points for the effort, for sure.
Early Monday. I think you guys just referenced it a little bit. I actually looked it up while I was cruising around. If, when, how, what's going to happen. But it's fun. I mean, that's what Sports Talk Radio is about. if Purdy wins in Seattle, like, if you want to get back to the injury stuff, I guess he's resting for the next 4 weeks. That's ridiculous. It's football. Play football. You can't, it's just a non-starter with me or anybody else. You can't sit people. It's just play the game, especially in the second quarter. Give me a break. The next thing I wanted to say is back to the Purdy thing. I mean, there's some precedent. The greatest of all time, when was he drafted? 6th round, like the worst camp or worst combine ever. Drew Bledsoe goes out. Tom steps in, never gives it up. Greatest of all time. So I know that he wasn't Mr. Irrelevant, but pretty damn close, especially when you look at his 40-yard time and those push-ups he did.
Right.
And then the real tale of the tale.
The precedent, Gabriel, we're talking about, though, the difference there is there are a few examples of Tom Brady-style backups. Nick Foles, Hostetler. We can go through some backups. This is QB3. You tell me. I can't think of anything where this is ever, and I don't know what this is. Right now, it's just 1.5 games. But if this goes somewhere special, I can't think of a comp where that's ever happened in the history of the league.
You're right. The last thing I would want to say is just back to the mathematics, because this is cash business, cash money. If Purdy does this thing, gets to, let's just say the championship or wherever NFC championship game, that dude's making on a rookie contract. He's got 3 years left. He's making $3.7 million. Trey Lance he'll be in his 3rd year, $40 million. Who do you think they're going to go with? Bye-bye, Trey. Stick around, Brock. Hey, Jimmy, you're the best Jimmy G we've ever had, and that's the future, and I am totally down with that, especially if we can invest some money in another offensive lineman so that our new Purdy boy does not get hurt.
Gabriel, thanks.
Way to bring it home.
Look, people are always going to get hit. I thought the offensive line was fantastic yesterday.
Terrific game.
I thought it was their best game of the year.
No doubt.
Especially with the holes they opened up for Christian McCaffrey. Like, he was just gashing the Bucs seemingly every time he touched the ball.
Yeah, and just as I mentioned in the changeover earlier, his ability to be small, then be big, and you actually pointed out the stiff arm, and I just watched the play again. It's just an almost unnecessary stiff arm, but it's one of those where he goes out and he just kind of flicks the defender away. Before you think about grabbing me here at the 20-yard line, it's like the little feather duster when you try to reach above like the drapes. He gave him not a stiff arm, but he gave him a quick little feather duster and kept him at bay as he went on the way to the end zone.
They almost used him as a catapult. It looked like, those Hot Wheels tracks where you get the little clicker and it's like, and it shoots them off and they go, do the loop-de-loops. Like, he was in the clear, but he needed to get a little shove, and then once he got to full speed, he was gone. But yeah, he stiff-armed somebody who was already behind him.
Yeah.
He's already in his rearview mirror, but he's
crazy.
Like, I don't want this guy grabbing my jersey, so get off of me.
Stiffed him at 6 o'clock. Just a quick comp on, because you were talking about third stringers. Kurt Warner was a third-string quarterback for the St. Louis Rams the year before he became the starter.
Yeah.
So I know it's not an accurate comp. He was undrafted. Purdy was Mr. Irrelevant. Warner backed up Tony Banks and Steve Bono. He only played 1 game at quarterback. The next year, he gets the gig because Trent Green had gotten hurt early on,
bad injury.
And then Warner runs the table. So not a completely like-for-like comp, but the way Kurt Warner kind of came out of nowhere. I'm not saying Brock Purdy's going to be Kurt Warner, but it'd be cool if he was.
Yes, it would be a lot cooler if you were.
Totally, dude.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I wonder if everybody knows what this sounds like around the nation, right? We know who Brock Purdy is because we're following the 49ers on the day-to-day. But when Dick Vermeil cried and went, this team will rally around Kurt Warner. I'm like, who?
It's a 4 for your Vermeil.
Who the hell is Kurt Warner? What are you even talking? I didn't even know who he was.
That grocery guy.
And then all of a sudden, he's winning the Super Bowl. You want to know what the Wall Street Journal headline is this morning? Here it is. Quote, the no-name quarterback who just outplayed Tom Brady. That's the headline.
He's got a couple of great names.
In the Wall Street
Journal.
Yeah, exactly. Not no name anymore.
Brock up. I mean, they could have played off of the business angle of the Wall Street Journal.
That's very much could have. The New York Brock Exchange. That is all sponsored by Bed Bath & Beyond. Much more of your phone calls coming up next. And again, we circle back to the very, very initial question we threw out. You've now watched a full 4 quarters with Brock, the starter. How did yesterday change your perspective on all things Brock Purdy, All things 49ers, now and into the future. Your call's next, 888-957-9570 on Willard and Dibs.
Hey, here's a holiday gift from Bed Bath & Beyond. Between now and Christmas, get 25% off your entire purchase by texting JOY to 239663. That's 239663. New offers every day at Bed Bath & Beyond. Exclusions apply. See website for details.
At Fisher Investments, our clients know we have their backs.
How do your clients know that?
Because Fisher Investments is a fiduciary, the highest standard for a financial advisor. It means we're there for our clients and always put their interests first.
So wait. You do it because you have to?
No, we do it because it's the right thing to do. Our clients trust us with their retirement savings, and we know how important that responsibility is. So we take the time to really get to know them.
Get to know them how?
We make sure we understand their unique goals, finances, health, family, and lifestyle so we can tailor their portfolio to their specific needs. Our goal is to help them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Sounds like a big responsibility. You must make big commissions then, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We have one single transparent fee that's structured so we do better when our clients do better. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you are switching to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
When you need to know what's happening, it's time to get in the huddle.
Whatever happened to teams saying, we're not going to pay you? Whatever happened to, hey, I know you're in your third year of your fifth year, contract, your 5-year contract. We're not paying you. Come back, play great. I don't give a damn if you unfollow us on Instagram.
Listen to In the Huddle, available on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover. We'll help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
Television sales on Black Friday set new records as millions of Americans snapped up the hot deals. But a lot of people were out of town or too busy to take advantage of the special pricing. So, how about a redo? Right now, you've got a second chance to save big on many of the top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs. Where? At Video Only, where the smart shoppers go. So, don't miss out. Check out Video Only now, or
you'll be sorry. Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa-la-la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
Someday, you might be with friends in the Bay Area, telling the story of how you navigated these complex times. The market was all over the place, so you reached out to a Merrill advisor, and with their help, charged ahead. And unlike your fishing stories, you won't have to go overboard. Find an advisor at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor, member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
'Twas almost the holidays, and all over the state, not a creature was stirring, except for, well, Nate. He was panicked, in need of a really good gift. Nate's a procrastinator, if you catch my drift. So off he dashed to the closest store, and there found holiday scratchers galore. Now Nate won't get a lump of coal, unless he burns the holiday casserole. Yes, scratchers from the California Lottery are great, especially for Mr. Procrastinate. So when it's time to get your gift shopping out of the way, try scratchers. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break.
If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
They're going to run it to McCaffrey right up the middle. And a stiff arm. McCaffrey for 6.
I mean, this is just an offense that's firing absolutely on all cylinders.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Comic relief is always a wonderful thing. I don't know. What's the last thing you do before you go to bed? I have a little process that try to put my mind in a good spot right before bed because I've decided nighttime is I'm a morning person. Nighttime's kind of evil. People get irrational. Have you ever noticed this?
Oh yeah,
I think so. Huh. I think when people when
it's 3-month-olds.
Yeah,
you think they get irrational?
The witching hour, not the good one on the NFL Red Zone.
Man,
the witching hour. Why do the kids?
The NFL Dread Zone in my house.
Exactly.
This baby.
Why do kids freak out at bath time? Why at the end of the day, like when you have those moments where you're like, I'm so overwhelmed. Has that ever happened at? I don't know, 6:30 in the morning?
It happens usually at 6:30 at night, and it's post-bath when we try to put her in her sleep sack because you put the T-shirt, the diaper, the T-shirt, then the onesie, the footy onesie. Then you go to the sleep sack, Mark, and that's where all hell breaks loose.
That's where it goes down.
The witching hour.
The witching hour.
And it's like...
where losses become wins.
Dude, this thing is not lined with like spikes and acid. It's quite frankly, it's a fleece... It's like a vest with your feet going. It's pretty damn cozy.
I get it.
I wish I had one. Mila?
Why hasn't somebody... Well, now I know what I'm getting you for Christmas. I'm getting you
a sleep sack.
Big old adult onesie.
Seriously.
That's what you're getting. Yeah.
Shout out Snuggies.
I do. I watch... I go on Instagram and I watch stand-up comedy. Last thing I do before bed.
I usually play Wordscapes, which is a word game on the phone. Although lately, I've been into I downloaded a new game called Flappy Dunk. Do you remember Flappy Bird? I don't know if you were a Flappy Bird guy.
No, I don't.
Flappy Bird is a game where you hit the screen and
don't use the word
flap,
flappy.
flap, 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 and your bird would flap.
Flap, flap, flappy.
Flappy Dunk.
Flap it in.
Dude, Flappy Dunk. I'll show you during the next break.
All right, I want to see it.
It's a basketball with wings, and you push it, and it flies, and you have to make it go through the hoop. It's about as brainless as it can be.
That's what you got to dial out, man. You got to dial out, get yourself to a good spot.
Flappy Dunk,
You're about to dream. You don't want bad dreams. Get yourself to a happy place before you end up falling asleep. Good luck to all of you. 888-957-9570 is the number. Here's how I'll answer our own question, and we'd love to hear it from you as well. What changed with regard to our perspective on everything after watching a full game of Brock Purdy and now 7 quarters? And my answer is everything. Everything changed. Now, I'm not going to now predict the 49ers to the Super Bowl. I'm not going to put that expectation on them. I think sometimes in the NFL, we do get a little bit, maybe even all the sports, we get a little bit too championship focused. I understand that's what we're all rooting for. But, for instance, if you get to the Final Four in a single elimination sport where there are other really good teams It's not shameful if the 49ers go lose to the Eagles in the NFC title game. It's not shameful if you go to a Super Bowl and lose to the Chiefs or the Bills. Like, only one team is going to get that award. But I will say that based on what we watched yesterday, I have completely a renewed hope with regard to where the rest of this season can go. And I also think it is possible, assuming he continues to play like this. Brock Purdy just saved the 49ers. He went and saved them because what was coming was a completely complicated, difficult, and potentially painful quarterback situation in the offseason. Jimmy stays healthy, wins out, goes to the Final Four or beyond. Now you've got an injured Trey Lance coming back. You got a full-blown quarterback controversy, and you might need to get into a bidding war for a guy that you actually don't really want, but you have to, and that may lead to now we got to get rid of Debo or we got to get rid of someone else. Brock Purdy, if he can play like that, he just made all of that go away, and you said it, for a total of about $57.
Basically.
I mean,
his cap number's ridiculous.
He saved him.
Yeah.
He saved him.
And if you think about where we are now in terms of should, could, won't, if we play the should, could, won't game, when Jimmy Garoppolo gets hurt, before Brock Purdy even gets on the field, we wouldn't have said should win the division. It might have still been a could win the division, but it certainly was a won't win the Super Bowl, and it was a won't win the NFC, and it probably was a won't even win a playoff game. You might have been able to back into a playoff spot, but there's no way that this quarterback wins a playoff game. And now, 7 quarters in, you should win the division, and you very well could still win the NFC Championship. There's no won't in any part of your journey between now and February.
Yeah.
It's all shoulds and coulds.
Yeah, yes, and I'm going to put almost all of it in a could. They should win the division.
Should. That's the only should.
You and I said that already last week. I mean, that's
right. But would you still say that they should then win a home divisional round or a wild card round playoff game?
Yes. I felt that way.
A should.
I felt that way even before last week, to be honest with you, because while I respect the teams that make the playoffs in the NFC, there's really only 3.5 that are actually solid organizations. Minnesota's a half. There's 3.5 teams that really can put together a scary game. They can really, really hang one on you. Philly can do it. The Niners can do it. Dallas can do it. Minnesota can kind of do it. The other ones have the Giants, Washington, these teams do not have any business coming to Levi Stadium and winning a football game, almost solely because of the 49er defense. That defense will disallow Taylor Heineke or Daniel Jones or Geno Smith, whoever's going to come in to Levi Stadium week 1, they're not scoring. You're not scoring. I tried to say this to everybody last week. I made a little bit of chicken on this game yesterday. This idea that Tom Brady...
It went over, by the way. That was an unfortunate over.
The Niners minus 3.5, I was like, so all you're telling me is they need 2 touchdowns. I said it to you last week. There's no way the Bucs are scoring more than 10 points in this game.
I had it at 19-15, but even that seems foolish now. I overestimated them.
They're not going to score over 10 points in this game. And yes, a touchdown got called back. The one that they did get was wonky. They never even threatened for anything else. The Bucs have scored over 20 points twice all year. And actually, there's a healthy conversation there for another day as to whether or not anybody would want Tom Brady next year. I know statistically he's been fine, but if you really go deep into his year, like I hear people going, man, if you put Tom Brady on the 49ers with these weapons, look at the weapons he has now. This guy's got Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, and Julio Jones on his team, and a good complement of tight ends, and a good complement of running backs. Now, his offensive line is all hurt.
Awful.
They're not awful, they're hurt. You know, they had Wirfs. They have some guys.
But the guys who they played last night, they're not good.
No.
And the names that you mentioned, Godwin coming off an ACL.
Still solid, though.
But it takes a year. It takes a full year to get back to where you were. Mike Evans
he's great.
He's not the same player he was.
You don't think?
Oh, no, he's taken a step or two down.
Hey, Mike Evans, it's a really good wide receiver.
A wide receiver over the age of 30, that's when you start to see the drop-off. And, you can talk about Julio Jones. He's had a precipitous drop in his upside as well. Leonard Fournette, a lot of tread off of those tires. So the names sound a lot better than the performances would show you. And this offense has struggled all year long.
Yeah. Evans, by the way, just 29, just to put that out there. Just 29. And
Apologies,
he's got over 800 yards. I mean, he's heading to easily going to clear 1,000 yards this year as a receiver. He's a good player. So
he's a good player, but he's not the same player he once was.
I'm not going to call Brady washed by any stretch because I guess we're done with that. I don't know. Maybe he's going to play till he's 50. I don't know what the hell's going on with this guy. He is still viable, but to think that you're going to push eggs in that basket at age 46, coming off a year where he's got a bunch of receivers and they can't score 20 points. I mean, how many times have we looked at a Tom Brady box score the next day and you're like, dude, he threw the ball 58 times because they don't have much of a downfield game and they have had to rally back late in games. They're usually down. It's not a very good football team that he's engineering right now. They're in first place in spite of themselves. They're 6-7 with 2 miracle comeback wins. They are a breath away from losing this division to the quarterbackless Carolina Panthers, who played them again in a couple of weeks and beat them last time. So they've got the breaker over them. Like, these other teams in the division have all given up. The Panthers are like, forget it. We're trading Baker. We're releasing Mayfield. We're firing our coach. Atlanta's like, we're going Desmond Ridder. And the Saints are like, yeah, we're going to bridge it again at QB. And they all might win the division over this guy. And you're going to employ him next year?
No, thanks. And he, by the way, he leads all of football in pass attempts. That just tells you how bad their run game is, too. They've been unable to run the ball. I know Rashad White has shown flashes. Leonard Fournette's not the same running back that he once was. It's a team that, 3 years ago was a Super Bowl champion, but that's not the same outfit. So for me, it's a hard pass on Tom Brady. It's going to be a mix of what do you have with Trey Lance and this new Brock Purdy sensation, Brocktoberfest all over again.
Unless he goes south. You know what I mean? Again, like this, it's such a week-to-week narrative, which is why I hesitate about anything in February. Right now, the 49ers have the division by the you-know-whats, and let's go from there.
No, I don't know what.
Yeah, yes, you should.
The short hairs, Mark.
Got them by
the balls.
Yeah, that's right. They do. Jim.
You won't work at Little Blue at all. Maybe we'll see the real Mark Willard once, and before we go to the phones, how stoked are you over the Sean Mania signing? Good job, Farhan. You really got it done. Hello?
Let's go to Jim in Redwood City.
One more. And this will be the last time we get to do this.
All right.
Kodai Senga. Are we still holding out for Kodai Senga, Mark?
May his free agency rest in peace.
That's a second.
Hey, Susan Slusser did say a couple hours ago that Sean Mania signing does not get in the way of their pursuit of Carlos Rodon.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, so they're going to go with an 18-man rotation this year.
And Carlos Correa?
Well, if you don't have any hitters, you better pitch.
Yeah, you better pitch.
Give me all the Carloses.
Give me all the former A's.
And give me Jim in Redwood City.
Finally.
Hi, Jim.
Sorry, Jim.
You're all Willard and Dibs. Hi, what are you doing?
Hey, guys, you got Jim in the house. Thanks for taking the call. It's a wonderful day in Ninerland. So Mr. Irrelevant, my name for him is Mr. Revelation. How about that?
A revelation sensation.
How about that?
And one more little one, and then I'll get into the meat of my comments. So with Brady versus Brock, it was Mr. 199 in the draft versus Mr. 262 in the draft.
Yep.
How's that for two obscure quarterbacks? Not to say that he's going to be the next Brady. No, we're not going there. We're just saying. Okay, so how has this changed my perception and expectations of Mr. Purdy and the Niners' fortunes? Well, it's reinforced. I mean, I was just so blown away by him the week before. His poise and he seems like he's a 10-year veteran out there, just how cool and collected he is in the pocket and his awareness and the way he can make something happen out of nothing. It's just incredible. And I want to still reserve any expectations or looking forward to anything beyond the next game till when we really face another offensive powerhouse, because both teams haven't been very offensively powerhouse these last 2 weeks. So we'll see. But the thing is, as far as I'm just trying to focus on the present and just the game ahead and each play that he does. And let's just keep it going and all of that. Let's not talk about anything beyond that because that'll take care of itself if they keep playing like this,
Jim, you know when the next time they play an offensive powerhouse is? And thank you, Jim. Do you want to know when the next time the 49ers will play an offensive powerhouse?
Thursday?
I'm going to go week 2 of the NFL playoffs.
Not the Raiders?
Okay, not the Raiders.
The Raiders.
What did they get in L.A. the other night? 16?
I think they're still a top 5 offense, though, statistically.
Yeah, statistics are fun, aren't they? I mean, Seattle, I guess you could make the case if you look at what they've done this year. At times, this is an effective offense. I mean, they've scored more points than the 49ers have this year. So I'll give them that. Their defense, though, is so bad that sometimes I think they've scored a lot of points because they have to. I mean, what was that game against the Lions earlier this year? Didn't Seattle play the Lions and both teams scored 45 or more? Like, it's total shootouts, and the 49ers don't get into that junk because they don't have to. Like you said it, they could have busted 50 yesterday with ease over the Bucs if they'd kept playing. They stopped playing in the second half. Brock Purdy had 0 yards passing in the second half. So for all of you, and I see you box score brothers out there who are, he only threw for $185. Yeah, because he stopped.
0 yards in the second half, Mark. He was very ineffective in the second half. By the way, Brock Purdy taken 262nd overall. If he wins the Super Bowl, he would be the latest drafted quarterback by draft pick number in the history of the NFL. Now, I know Kurt Warner was undrafted. Who currently holds that distinction as the latest drafted quarterback to win the Super Bowl? Not by round, because that's Bart Starr, who was taken in the 17th round.
Jeez.
But by pick. Thank you, Spadoni.
I'm going to guess that it was a man who was on our show last week. I'm going to say Brad Johnson.
Put it on the board. Yes. Brad Johnson, 9th round pick, but pick number 227. We know Tom Brady was taken 6th round, 199. The aforementioned Bart Starr was taken number 200 in his draft. 17th round. Give me that Bart Starr. You can see the GM having a pack of cigarettes and half in the bag.
Wait a minute. How many? So what number overall was Bart Starr? 17th
200.
Round? So what did they have? Like 6 picks around?
I guess.
Get the 17th round.
I mean, there were 30 rounds, Mark.
What's 200 divided by 17?
There were 30 rounds.
Okay, 200 divided by 17. 11 picks. We need 11 picks around.
Actually, 13, yeah.
11.7 I got. That's what 200 divided by 17
I'm sure
is
some teams, like with the Bears, 11th round pick.
Like the Vikings.
The GM's asleep.
Just never went up there.
Yeah. The Niners took Earl Morrall, number 2 overall.
I love
as
Earl.
their first. Gary Glick, Mark, went number 1 overall in the 1956 NFL draft.
Yeah, Gary Glick. He's a competitor.
But Brad Johnson is the correct answer.
Brad Johnson. Yeah.
He's the latest drafted by pick quarterback to win the Super Bowl.
I'm going to try
Friend
to
of
keep.
the program.
Yes, he is.
We need to get him back.
He
by
was
the way.
fantastic.
He was awesome.
America's biggest rising TikTok star, Brad Johnson. He's incredible. I'm trying for as long as y'all all let me. I'm trying to keep the words Super Bowl and Brock Purdy in separate sentences for now. Like, that was awesome. Go win the division. Let's see this play out, and let's talk about the Super Bowl next month.
You know, he played his high school football in Arizona.
Yes.
You know,
I
the
do.
Super Bowl is in Arizona.
I do.
How many tickets would he have to get? I know Tom Brady,
what did he get,
cute
87?
story yesterday, 100 tickets yesterday or whatever for his look. I mean, Brock Purdy, the entirety of Perry High School, including our very own Adam Snyder, friend of the program.
Yes.
You'd have to get a ton of tickets to go from Gilbert to Glendale.
I wonder what Brady's section was like yesterday. Not much to cheer about in that section. But,
no.
Kyle, what's up? Kyle Madsen, everybody.
Why are you keeping Super Bowl out of the same sentence as the 49ers?
I'm not. I'm keeping it out of the same sentence as Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy.
But by extension, the 49ers, he's their starting quarterback.
Yeah, because that's not where we are. It's week 14. I don't want to hang that. I've said this to you guys so often. I hate the word expectation. It ruins everything. It's the whole reason why
we're alive.
No.
Is hoping, we're striving for the future.
No, that's hope.
No.
Striving.
Expectations and hope are next door neighbors.
No, and they don't talk to each other. They
You're
don't
damn
like
right
each other.
they
No,
do. They have a low
not.
fence and they hang out all the time. Without hope, there are no expectations.
Oh,
and without
Shawshank.
expectations, there's no hope.
Hope is a beautiful thing, and hope lives forever. But expectation ruins everything from movies to meals to football seasons. I'm not hanging expectation on a guy who's played 7 quarters. I want to see you go beat the Seahawks. You got 3 days, get healthy, win the NFC West. Let's see this be a consistent thing, and then get into the playoffs, and we'll talk about it then. But I can hope for a Super Bowl without expecting it. Absolutely. I mean, kids around the world hope for that gift under the tree. Don't expect it. That's snotty and snooty.
You're expecting something, though, for Super Bowl.
Yes.
You're not expecting...
I'm expecting to watch it. I'm expecting 2 teams to be in it.
You're not expecting coal in your brocking, I hope.
I'm expecting Trader Joe's dip, right? That's all going to be there. I don't know what teams are going to be there, and I'm not hanging that on them or me.
Niners plus 900 to win the Super Bowl.
I don't want to be disappointed, to the point where I'm angry if they don't make the Super Bowl.
No, but you gotta hunger for it. You gotta expect big things.
That's all there. No hunger. Again, I think we're mixing up words.
You expect them to win the NFC West, don't you?
Well, that's almost a mathematical
still
impossibility.
Expectations. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not saying
they could lose all these games.
We all have them, but I try to keep them in a reasonable spot. I don't think it's not reasonable right now to be talking about the Super Bowl, quite frankly, for any team. You think the Chiefs and Bills are looking at each other like that's their goal?
You think Eagles fans aren't thinking about the Super Bowl at 12-1?
And good luck with that. What if Jalen, who runs the ball more than any quarterback in the NFL, how dare they run the quarterback so much? You're going to get him hurt. Run the ball more than anybody. One hit away. Look
at you putting the bad juju out on Jalen Hurts.
I'm just saying.
Putting it out there. That's unlike you.
Brendan in Newark is next up on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Brendan. What are you doing?
I am beating the Rams in Madden while I was waiting for you guys to pick up.
Oh, what's the score?
It is 7-0 in the second, and I just got a pick.
Oh, boy. Well, it sounds like a defensive struggle. Okay, Brendan, thank you. Thank you for that update. What else?
So one of the things I wanted to chime in about Brock was I hate the term small sample size. We talked about it with Trey in week 1 and week 2. But the things that set him apart, and he's got that BCB moniker in the locker room already.
I was thinking about that yesterday, and I'm like, how do we bring that up on the air? Yeah, probably not.
Yeah, I'm going to use the initials.
Okay, good job.
But he played games in college. He won games in college. Talking to his coaches, he was upset when they had to punt the ball, and his head coaches had to calm him down and be like, it's okay, we'll get the ball back, you've got it. He's got what Trey didn't in the level of experience of recent games played, and it shows in the games that he is currently playing, because he's got that sense of swagger. He's got that sense of, I've got this under control. There was that one play yesterday when he dropped back, he was in shotgun, and he had a defender coming to him. He stepped forward, he threw that stiff arm behind him, and then he got it down the field to Debo. He's not looking at that first read and firing it off regardless of who's in there.
Yeah, no, listen, all of that assessment is real. I think we're
a little bit of Brian Feely in his voice right there, the good doctor.
That's actually a good call.
Yeah,
that's a really good call.
Sounded a lot like him. And by the way, if Brock Purdy was a fan of Flavor Flav, you could call him Big Clock Brock. So we can go with that. Thank you. I liked it.
Gonna have to ask Brock
don't talk about that.
Musical interest. But
yeah, boy.
Yeah, we could do that. What's up next on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. It's Willard and Dibs, and we got much more of your phone calls coming up. Steiny and Gouloum, right here on 95.7 The Game.
All aboard the Purdy Express.
Purdy going deep. He's got a man. Ayuk in. Touchdown 49ers. Purdy over the middle again. He's got McCloud for a first down. And Purdy just keeps on firing. What's coming? Purdy lofting, going deep. Has McCaffrey. He's got it! Touchdown, San Francisco!
We're reacting to Niners-Bucs all day long.
Wow!
On 95.7 The Game.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's official. Fast just got a whole lot faster. Xfinity has the fastest internet with up to 6 gig speed. Plus, Xfinity Mobile is the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. You heard that right. Xfinity just increased internet speeds again. And Xfinity Mobile gives you can't-catch-me speeds. The fastest internet, the fastest mobile service, and major savings? Can't argue with the facts. Now through December 21st, new customers can get 1.2 gig internet plus X-Fi Complete with unlimited data and Wi-Fi equipment included. It's just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Plus, get $200 back. Go to Xfinity.com/faster. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Cache Creek Casino Resort is the place for the biggest names and the very best in live entertainment. On January 22nd, don't miss the multi-talented actress and singer Tsai Chin. Then be there on January 28th when the legends of Motown take the stage. This is your time to cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort. Find tickets and see our full lineup at cashcreek.com.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
AT&T Fiber presents a straightforward moment inspired by straightforward pricing.
And now we just cube the pancetta as such.
So what's on the menu tonight?
This carbonara I found online. It's fire. You gonna love it, Mom.
I hope you hold on to this AT&T Fiber, son. It's nice.
Yeah, you should settle down now that you're a gagillionaire.
Oh, I am. I finally found the one internet I've been looking for my whole life.
So, no more one-year stands?
No, I'm done with all that. With AT&T Fiber, there's no price increase at 12 months.
What about equipment fees?
Nope.
Those were never any good for you.
Exactly. But now everything's completely straightforward.
Well, in the spirit of being straightforward, I never liked any of your old ones.
Me neither. Blah.
Y'all never told me that.
But we're being straightforward now, which feels good, yeah?
Yeah. Now let's get straightforward about that girl he's been seeing.
Straightforward is better. No equipment fees, no data caps, no price increase at 12 months. Live like a gagillionaire with AT&T Fiber. Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows chemicals engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
The Prophetic Matrix. Unlock the secret code to your destiny. A new revolutionary book by Michael John Toste. The first ebook to make history by being filmed in space. Discover your unlimited future. Get The Prophetic Matrix now on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Ad paid for by OpenShar Concepts. Attention firefighters, members of the military, and airport workers. For decades, first responders and firefighters at military bases and airports used a chemical-based foam to fight fires. Studies have shown that chemicals used to make aqueous film-forming foam, or AFFF, are highly toxic to humans and have been associated with several types of cancer. If you or someone you know was exposed to AFFF and were diagnosed with any of these cancers, including kidney, bladder, prostate, pancreatic, lymphoma, leukemia, testicular, and neuroendocrine, then you should call us immediately because you may be entitled to significant cash compensation. Call us at 800-868-0379. Our experienced attorneys will fight to get you the compensation you deserve, and you pay nothing unless we get a recovery in your favor. Time is limited to file a claim, so call us now, 800-868-0379. Operators are standing by 24/7, so don't wait. 800-868-0379. That's 800-868-0379. Again, 800-868-0379.
What's up, birds? Joe Shasky from the Morning Roast. You know you can listen to us every single morning, 6 to 9 a.m. Check us out on YouTube while you're at it. Now back to Willard and Dibbs. What are you doing?
We're doing the darn thing. That's what we're doing, Mr. Shasky. Thank you very, very much. Thank you to all of you who are with us today. The YouTube numbers from the get-go, from the jump this morning, have been robust. And we really thank you. We thank you for coming directly to us when big things happen. That means the world to us here at 95.7 The Game. So thank you on Twitch and YouTube and on the air and on the Xfinity mobile text line and on the phone lines, which we're going to go back to in just a second. Also, if you are a big fan of 95.7 The Game, how about doing a little holiday shopping at 957thegameshop.com. New items up now. What are you doing? T-shirt, The Hell with the Kids, Morning Roast, Damon and Ratto, whatever show you like, or even just 95.7 The Game in general. There's all kinds of cool stuff there. Check it out. Do some shopping, and we appreciate it to the end. Back to the calls in just a second. I will throw this out there just to make everybody freak out one more time. Steve Phillips, former GM of the Mets. Steve Phillips publicly stating this morning he believes that the Carlos Correa situation is down to two teams, and those two teams are the Minnesota Twins and the San Francisco Giants.
Okay.
Now, he qualifies it, of course. Now, look, another team could reemerge.
Of course, yeah. Of course.
So, we wait.
There you go.
We wait.
And even if they get Carlos Correa now, and by they, I mean the Giants, to me, I don't even know if that salvages what's been a disastrous free agent run for me.
Really?
The fact that you signed Sean Mania is, I think not only is it not a needle mover, it's an move, and it sends the message to your fan base that, hi, I'm Farhan, and I want to be the A's.
Yeah, well, if you are replacing Carlos Rodon with Sean Mania, I have a hard time disagreeing with you. That said, I don't know that that's what they're doing, and they always sign more than 5 starters. So to say now, they've got their rotation, no, they're going to come in with more than just 5. Right. They always do. They always need that. You're not going to just say this is now Webb, DeSclafani, Wood, Cobb, and Mania. God. I don't think you're going to stop there.
Right.
But again, it's all we'll see. If you go, you find another outfielder and you bring in Correa, and there's more happening in the rotation, it's all still salvageable. I don't know how you come away with free agent number 2 and call it a disaster of an offseason, but they haven't done that yet.
Right.
And I know that that's hard for a lot of people to believe. You
didn't get Brandon Nemo, and we're all devastated about that. And Kodai Senga said, no thank you. You wasted all your time on Aaron Judge, and you wound up with egg in your face, and you signed Sean Mania, and you bury the news over the weekend. ERA of 4.96 last year.
Yep, he wasn't good.
8-9 with a whip of 1.3 in a ballpark that isn't much more hitter-friendly than AT&T, Oracle Park, and now you got to pitch in places such as Arizona and Colorado. I don't see that one working out very well.
We'll see. They always pitch. The Giants always pitch. and these reclamation projects have worked. But I hear what you're saying. Yeah, Sean Mania went to the Padres last year, was on a good team, and he was terrible. He was terrible in the second half of the year.
And forget the $15 million they gave him, or it's what, $15 million basically.
25 over 2. But,
so 12.5.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, but an opt out also. So it's
after the first year.
It's just like Rodon.
Okay,
it's a 1
there
plus
you go.
1. It's a
there you go.
So
which means he'll pitch
he'll
great,
go 18-5
and go elsewhere,
and then we'll be ticked off when he leaves for the Mets the following year.
He'll be ticked off after getting taken out every game after 5 in the third.
We
don't allow our pitchers to go deep.
I don't know. That's a really big man. I don't know. Gabe goes out there. So Sean, actually, you're really big. I'm going to turn around and go back to the dugout now. Tony in Napa, hey, you're on Willard and Dibs. What are you doing?
Hey, I'm just sitting in my car, sipping some coffee, waiting for you guys.
Atta babe, here we are.
Yeah, well, first off, I just wanted to say thank you. You just gave a shout-out to the fans for the YouTube views. I mean, you guys are awesome. I don't even listen to music anymore. I only listen to 95.7 in my car every single day. So thank you for the entertainment and, all the good feedback and stuff like that. You guys.
Tony, thank you, man. It really, really, really means the world, honestly, to all of us that we all just kind of hang here and work through all this stuff. It's been an unbelievable year of storylines with regard to these teams here.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, anyway, what I'm calling for is to say, because you're asking about the fans' perspective on Purdy, which I think we're all blown away, of course. But what I want to kind of redirect is the defensive coordinator's perspective on Purdy for all of our opponents. And I feel that that's why the Buccaneers, we blew them up as bad as we did. It's because there's not too much film on him in the NFL. Like you said, he's only been playing for 7 quarters. His defensive coordinators don't know if he's got the deep ball threat, if he's going to scramble, if he's going to do a Jimmy G, no offense, but, throw those 5, 10-yard passes and let the receivers make the magic happen. So as time goes on, as we do get closer to playoffs, I feel that he's going to be challenged more and more. The next game, I think, is going to do really great, but as there's more film on him, he's going to start to face more challenges.
No doubt. I mean, this is true for any athlete, Tony. And Tony, thank you. Thank you for the kind words again. This is true for any athlete. And let's not forget, I'll give you an example of someone who's actually sort of loosely attached to Jimmy Garoppolo based on some things that happened this offseason. He was just activated off of IR today. He's going to be the backup for the Commanders on Christmas Eve. His name is Carson Wentz. Once upon a time, he came in the league and it looked like he was going to take it by storm. He was going to win the MVP, and his Eagles were headed to the Super Bowl. Then he tore his ACL. Nick Foles went on to win the Super Bowl, and we've never really looked at Carson Wentz the same again.
Well, he's had chances, but he showed himself to be less than what he immediately flashed at.
No doubt, no doubt. So that's what I'm getting at. Like, you hear things like sophomore slump for certain players, like I mentioned Linsanity earlier. We're not there yet. It's only been 7 quarters.
Run, yeah.
But it happens where somebody catches lightning, and then sometimes maybe it was just lightning, or maybe it's what Tony just said, which is that people get a book on you, and maybe you don't have the adjustment. I don't think that's going to happen here because it actually looks like what he does best, which is adjust and react and ad lib and all of that. I don't know how you stop that when he looks like a guy who sort of can do all things. He doesn't have a howitzer of an arm, but he looks like he's someone who can handle a lot of different stuff on a football field. But he is going to have to do that. Like they're going to get a scouting report and a book, but
he's got maybe the best coach in football, the best offensive coordinator / play caller. He's supposed to be the quarterback whisperer, and he's somebody about whom you've been singing his praises, and many of us have said Kyle Shanahan's one of the great coaches in the NFL. So as much as other teams are going to now game plan against Brock Purdy, and what I said to you last week leading up to the game is, yes, defense's game plan for Brock, but also Kyle Shanahan gets to game plan for Brock on the other side of the coin. So now on a short week, a little bit tougher for Seattle to get ready for Brock Purdy. Not a lot of tape on him, and tough for Kyle Shanahan to figure out if he can game plan on a short week for Brock going up against Seattle.
I'm telling you, if I'm Seattle, it's funny that we're saying this because I don't even look at Brock Purdy tape. If I'm Seattle, I'm spending the whole week going, how the hell do we stop the run?
McCaffrey, yeah.
I mean, watch that team play. Spadone might know it off the top of your head. What did Jacobs go for in that overtime win in Seattle 3 weeks ago? What were
200
Jacobs?
plus.
200 plus yards. Yesterday.
Well, a lot of that was on that 80-yard scamper to win it.
Granted, but he was already over 100,
he
he owned the game. If you didn't watch any, because it was on simultaneously, if you didn't watch any Panthers-Seahawks yesterday, you got Sam Darnold throwing for 120. The Panthers ran 46 times for 223 yards, largely on the shoulders of running backs you've never heard of. So if the Panthers can do that on the road and bust 30 on Seattle, what's the Shanahan run scheme going to do? They ought to be able to go crazy, which is great for Brock because that's what sets up the rest of the offense.
Yes, and that's what helps to keep a crowd out of the game because Seattle's going to be revved up. I'm actually going to go on with a friend of the program, Softy Mahler, this afternoon.
Oh, you are?
For those of you who will be listening to Seattle Sports Talk Radio, yes, Softy and Dick have reached out, and they're going to have me on their show. We usually go a little back and forth, talk a little trash on Seattle radio.
Ask him if he'll come on Thursday.
Well,
get him on the
live booking mid-interview.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pass on Softy. I'd rather have Dick, the great Dick Fane, a little bit more sensible. What's wrong with you people?
That's all sponsored.
I'm doing Kyle's job here.
Stuff that thing in my pants. Stop it.
You.
Stop it. ChooseChange.org.
Wait, what did I do wrong?
More of your phone calls are next, and Steiny and Goo are going to jump in here too on Willard and Dibs.
Stimulant use disorder is a disease, not a choice. But getting help is. Make a change by choosing treatment for your meth or cocaine addiction. Find proven treatment options at choosechangeca.org.
Can you smell what the Brock is cooking?
It's Brock Purdy's show, making his NFL starting debut, and he's back to pass. Pressure coming, steps away, looking to run, and he walks it in for the touchdown.
I want a Brock and roll all night.
Purdy makes a swim move and finds Deebo Samuel. Are you kidding me? What a play, and the crowd loves it from Brock Purdy.
All aboard the Purdy Express, right here on 95.7 The Game.
'Twas almost the holidays, and all over the state, not a creature was stirring, except for, well, Nate. He was panicked, in need of a really good gift. Nate's a procrastinator, if you catch my drift. So off he dashed to the closest store, and there found holiday scratchers galore. Now Nate won't get a lump of coal, unless he burns the holiday casserole. Yes, scratchers from the California Lottery are great, especially for Mr. Procrastinate. So when it's time to get your gift shopping out of the way, try scratchers. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
Television sales on Black Friday set new records as millions of Americans snapped up the hot deals. But a lot of people were out of town or too busy to take advantage of the special pricing. So, how about a redo? Right now, you've got a second chance to save big on many of the top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs. Where? At Video Only, where the smart shoppers go. So, don't miss out. Check out Video Only now, or
you'll be sorry.
Here's to Prilosec OTC. Without Prilosec, I wouldn't be able to enjoy all this yummy holiday food. Speaking of whoever made that apple pie, delicious. I just take one pill each morning and zero heartburn all day. So cheers to Prilosec OTC. Ooh, are those jalapeno poppers?
Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid that can cause heartburn, so you can enjoy the holidays. One pill a day, 24 hours, zero heartburn. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
At Outdoor Supply Hardware, to give is to receive. December 6th through Christmas Eve, get a free $10 gift card with every $50 Osh gift card purchase. Limit 4 per household. Osh gift cards never expire, fit everyone, make terrific stocking stuffers, and look fantastic tucked into trees. Plus, they make great gifts that are perfect to give all year long. So snag this BOGO deal. December 6th through the 24th for a free $10 gift card. Great gifts are in the cards at all 14 Osh stores.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum 2022 tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
They're big, and they're coming for you. Tax refund advance loans at Jackson Hewitt, up to $4,500. That's big. Like our tax refund advance can beat up their tax refund advance kind of big. Up to $4,500 at Jackson Hewitt. Book your appointment today and get details at jacksonhewitt.com. You're going to need a bigger wallet. Eligible clients can get up to $1,000 in December and up to $3,500 in January. Loans by Republic Bank and Trust Company. Finance charge may apply.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
San Francisco, mostly sunny skies today, highs in the low 50s.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. This fall, there are now updated COVID-19 booster shots designed for recent Omicron variants. Learn more and schedule your updated booster at vaccines.gov.
Hey, it's Dante DiVincenzo. Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
Yeah. Mr. DiVincenzo is starting to gain some fans around these parts, too, by the way.
Oh, yeah?
People starting to notice. Yeah, he's playing really good basketball.
Sure is.
He's in that role. No shade ever on GP2. We love that man. But he's not playing right now. He's been hurt.
All year.
All year. And so...
yeah, that's a party foul.
One thing I notice about teams that we fans aren't very good at is we get emotionally attached, and the teams don't because they can't, because they're running a business. And I think that they looked at Gary Payton II and all that he provided last year, and they went $9 to $10 million a year. That doesn't seem like a good deal.
Well, that $9 million a year is more like $25 million when you add the tax into it. So there was no way they were going to do that. We talked in the offseason about the 3 priorities, Kevon Looney, GP2, and Otto Porter Jr., and Porter Jr. was the third option. GP2, it would be nice to keep him, but we kind of knew that they wouldn't. Kevon Looney was the absolute must-have, got to keep him. They did. Last week, I offered you 3 and 5 over an 8-game stretch, and you balked at it, Mark. You didn't want 3 and 5.
No.
1 game down, 1 win. 6-game road trip coming up, and then the 8th game in this conversation is the Christmas night game against Memphis. How you feeling now? Milwaukee and Indiana back-to-backs, back. They got Milwaukee tomorrow, Indiana on Wednesday.
I mean, obviously tomorrow is
How you feeling, big boy?
I feel great. I mean, obviously tomorrow is a very, very difficult basketball game. But beyond that, I mean, now that you got Boston in the hip pocket, you're going to tell me that over these next 7 games, you think that 2-5 should be okay? They absolutely should do better than that.
They should.
They should do better than that.
I had that opener as a loss in my 3-5 because Damon Bruce and I were running to the window, chariots for fire, as you recall. We were racing each other in slow motion to get to that 3-5.
You are defeatists, both of you.
Realists.
You are defeatists. No, I didn't necessarily see them playing.
You got them going 8-0, actually, Mark.
Don't I always?
Totally.
Well, yeah, they're going to win them all. Why wouldn't they? They're the better team.
They're the 8th seed right now, Mark.
Tomorrow's going to be really, really tough. Tomorrow's going to be tough. But after that, you're going to go into a stretch, all of them, I would say. The remaining 6 games, I don't think they're going to win them all, but there's no reason on an individual basis that they couldn't win them all. Do you know what I mean? Like each night you'll go, they have a chance to win that game. They can beat Indiana. They can beat Philadelphia.
Second half of a back-to-back, Indiana.
Toronto, right? The New Yorks, the Knicks,
Brooklyn,
the Nets.
the second half of back-to-back also. So those are tough games.
Well, the one thing we don't know about this stretch, and I'll give you this, is, and this is to the Warriors and the other team, I got no idea who's playing when anymore.
Nobody does.
I mean, I'm going to show up on a Friday and be like, oh, by the way, we're starting Ryan Rollins. There we go. We're doing it. And the other team might too.
Might start Henry Rollins.
The Brooklyn Nets might just be like, we're not playing our players. We're just not. Now, I know that most teams don't do that against the Warriors because you don't do that against the really, really good teams, although some do have that reverse psychology. Like, I'm not going to do it against the bad teams because we're going to win that game if we just play our guys. But
Brooklyn
I think,
scored 136.
Unbelievable.
With Morris, Edwards, Shop, Patty Mills, Sumner, Watanabe, C. Thomas with 33 off the bench.
C. Thomas Howell is playing for the Brooklyn Nets?
Cam Thomas.
Okay.
Out of LSU.
This is an awful thing for fans of the NBA. It's been talked out for years, and the players and the coaches have done a wonderful job of explaining why analytics and bodies and an eye on the future. They even have a
catchy name for it.
Gosh,
load management.
All figured out a way to sort of like tap us down, like calm us down. But the bottom line in the whole thing, whether you have a reason for it or not, whether it makes sense, whether it helps you in June or not, if I'm the commissioner of the league, I am focused 100% of my time right now. Forget your midseason tournament and all this wonky stuff you want to do. Figure this out because it's horrible. It is horrible for fans that teams are just sitting their entire roster multiple times throughout a year.
Right.
What on earth would lead us to this situation? Baseball plays every day, and so guys are going to need days off, but you dot them. Right? Obanza's off today. Posey's off today.
Day game after night game.
Right.
But you don't sit everybody
You don't
at
sit
once.
everybody. And football, the mere idea of this, I almost threw up in my mouth when you were talking about sitting people if the 49ers win on Thursday night and clinch the division. But basketball, we've gotten to a point where it feels like once a week, your team is just like, yeah, we're out on this one.
Yeah. Well, there's no fix to it because all the fixes out there. Play fewer games. No pro sports league has ever voluntarily given up home dates. Spread the games further apart. Players are not going to give up their summer so that they can have off days during the course of the year. Make them pay to play. You don't get paid unless you play. The union's never going to allow that sort of quid pro quo system.
Well,
there is no fix for this problem.
I will say this. You're mostly right, but like when's the basketball, and I don't know this off the top of my head, when's the current NBA CBA up?
I think 2027.
Okay.
I'm just guessing, but it feels like it's about then.
What I do know, what we all know, is that if ownership wants to really...
2024.
Okay, so not that far off. If ownership really, really, really wants to step on toes, they can. Now, the order of it is usually this. The Baseball Players Union is the strongest. NBA's next. NFL is weakest. And a lot of that has to do with just the number of players that we're talking about, so many more, and shorter careers and higher risk of injury. So that's why the NFL can't, that's why they can't, guaranteed contracts. Well, the special teams guys like, dude, can I just get a check over here? So they can't make anything happen. I wonder, though, if I'm the NBA, I make this job number one in the next CBA, but the response to that will be, if you do make it, quote unquote, illegal to just sit out games, well, they'll just make up injuries.
Exactly.
So,
and I think now that the NBA Players Union is stronger than baseball's, in that the NBA players are the strongest. In other words, if you're Steph Curry, and he's a bad example because he's not the kind of guy to do this, but to your point, no matter what the league puts in place, he could still say, I got a scratchy throat. I'm running a fever of 98.7. I don't think I can go tonight, coach. And, you've seen, even when the Warriors are having these players sit out these games, and I know that Andrew Wiggins is really hurt, but, Steph Curry had an ankle flared up on him, and he comes back against Boston, and he's hitting 40-foot bomb skis. Yep. Looked like the ankle was okay. So there is no fix to the problem that ails the association.
Yeah, it's tough. All right, Willard and Debs, like we said, thank you so much. Really, really fun day as we celebrate Brock Purdy mania. Just an unbelievable story. There were multiple times where I'm watching that game yesterday, and I'm just looking at my sons, or lovely Christy's there. We're just looking at each other like, is this real? Does he actually look the way that I think he looks right now? And it has changed potentially everything for the 49ers in the present and in the future. Steiny and Goo hopping on in here. Good morning / afternoon, gentlemen. Goo, we're okay. I know what that smile's all about.
Right, no.
We're okay.
I'm not even going to bring it up.
I don't hate you.
I feel like I let you down.
No, you did the only thing you could do. You took me down.
Mark Willard got brocked out of the fantasy league. He got knocked out. He got brocked out by the Goo.
But even worse, I had a huge lead the whole day, and then while I'm watching Brock Purdy, your afternoon people just lost their damn minds.
I wasn't paying attention.
I know.
Was like,
neither was I.
Willard, get me.
I went back to the phone. I'm like, wait a minute. What the hell? Why are you telling me Guru's got a 72% chance to win all of a sudden? What the hell happened? So anyway, we're good. What'd you guys think, man? Unbelievable day yesterday.
Yeah, I'm going to go Buffalo Springfield.
Okay.
And I told Steiny.
There's something happening
There is something happening, and
that's a 3.
I can't believe that people have gone to next year, because there's a ride. There's a line. There's this Niner defense, and what I'm going to say is, I don't want to be a hater, but Brock has a trait to where he's throwing the ball downfield. Give me a chance.
Oh, that's crazy.
And right now it's working. And that touchdown to IU, I got 49er Frankie, good diehard 49er friend. That pass would have been picked off in the playoffs. Nah, you don't get to watch it like that.
No, it
That's a touchdown. Your boy's rolling. I just don't know where they're going. I got my popcorn ready.
Yeah.
You can't hate.
No, you can't. You can't. And by the way, the idea of you surprising that people are going to the future, to me, it's both. It's both. My mind goes to two places at the same time, but I'm still going to use the word could. Like it yesterday changed for me in that now I can sort of see a scenario where the 49ers could still be a very big factor come playoff time. And obviously it really feels like they're going to make the playoffs. Yesterday's two results at the same time, for the Seahawks to lose and the 49ers to win. The Seahawks
and Dallas looked like boo-boo. Did
right. Seattle.
Stop.
Seattle's
Stop what?
Right.
They barely beat the Texans. Don't come in here cranky.
I'm cranky as all get out. They wouldn't have a chance. I mean, they'd be in a dogfight against Georgia, University of Georgia. They're so bad.
Why are you cranky?
I tell you why.
Why are you cranky?
I tell you why.
He didn't even say good morning to Guru. And that,
Here's why I'm a little bit
He's cranky because he shot a 91 yesterday.
Oh, good day.
This game's gone south.
The Minnesota Vikings are 10-3. They lost to the Lions, who have won 6 of 7. They were in a desperate situation in Detroit. They're playing. They're as hot as any team in football.
They might make the playoffs.
They very well.
The Vikings are 10-2 with all kinds of room. They go into Detroit. Detroit beats them.
Oh, they stink.
Exactly.
Oh, that's right.
Exactly.
I
can't stand that. What was the game? What was the 40-8 game? The Philadelphia Eagles beat with Steve Young. Oh, they won it that year.
Oh, they stink.
They won it that year.
Wait a minute. First of all, who said the Vikings stink?
I just did. I did on behalf of
and he's not the only one.
No, this is what he's getting.
He said they stink.
Steiny hates the Monday morning overreaction theater of Minnesota.
Because it's out there about Minnesota.
And Dallas and Amazon.
But this isn't a Monday morning thing. Minnesota's good. They're 10-3.
Thank you.
Okay,
tell them that margin of error victory.
They're good.
Why don't you stop?
Oh, they stink.
No, I'm not going to stop. I don't want to stop because that's leaving context out of the conversation. It is equally ridiculous.
He stinks.
It is equally ridiculous to say, after all of the data that we have, that Minnesota is on a level of Dallas, San Francisco, and Philadelphia. Absolutely preposterous based on every NFL metric we have, unless you solely want to look at record, which I don't.
Well, that is the most important stat.
It is for standings, right? But not for a lot of other things. To even have the somehow the ability to pull off 10-3 with a negative point differential is
amazing.
Generationally odd. So
you can't look at Kirk Cousins and say, man, they've come back 5 times this year in the fourth quarter to win games.
They're good.
Okay, that's all.
No, that's not all.
That is all.
They're good.
They're one of the top 4 teams in the NFC.
They're not as good as the other
If all
three.
of their one-score games would have gone the other way, they'd be 2-11.
But I'm happy that it was Minnesota that got him great.
So, by the way,
no, your Cowboys got me upset too. And maybe you didn't hear this part. The Cowboys,
I heard it.
They're done now, apparently, because they had a close game late in the year against a terrible
inexcusably
team.
close game against a team that is openly auditioning quarterbacks.
That's an in-state rivalry.
They had an Usher quarterback in the third quarter.
That's like Texas Tech. It's huge.
You've got a point. Don't overdo it.
I do have a point.
It's not an in-state rival. It's the NFL, though.
Yeah, and
like I would ask each of the three of you,
big state.
Do me a favor. I want all three of you to do me a favor right here. I'm going to look all three in the eye. The next time.
You can't do that simultaneously.
No, but I can bounce. I can bounce right there. The next time that there is a 16-point spread in the NFL, I want a text from each of you.
Wow.
Mark, do not forget to lay $1,000 on the team that is plus 16. Please do not forget to put $1,000 on the team that is plus 17. If you forget, you're going to miss your opportunity. So I'm asking the three of you as friends to text me next time there's a 17-point spread.
I took them on
in the
our
NFL.
spread formation pool, which, by the way, you went 0-13.
You took Dallas?
Go and look for your update.
You took Dallas, Dibs?
No, I took
Houston.
Okay. Wow.
Took Houston. These are professional football players.
But all we're sharing is our confidence.
Than any other
we don't
league.
know what Brock Purdy and the Niners can do. All of a sudden, 7 quarters in, I'm like, Willard and D. I'm going, Steiny, you're really telling me 7 quarters, you've seen enough to anoint him? And that's not haterade. I'm just like, he's throwing the ball downfield.
Yep.
Oh, my goodness. Where's this thing going?
He's checking a lot of boxes. First of all, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the Odyssey app. Well, here's the thing. So, like, last week, we couldn't say anything more than we've seen 3 quarters.
Right.
Well, now we've seen 7. Right. So that's not the end of the story.
Gotcha.
You're right. I don't want to anoint anything, but it's more than double the data that we had before. And each time it happens, I think there are more boxes that you can check. There are more things that you can say. He's not just throwing the ball downfield. Quite frankly, he's doing everything you want a quarterback to do. He handles pressure. He uses his feet. He is moving through progressions. He is calm in the pocket. He has got leadership qualities. Now, we've only seen 7 quarters of him, so this can take a drastic turn. You know, I mentioned to Dibs a couple times today, Linsanity. Sometimes you see things and you're just like, this is unreal, and then it stops, and it never comes back. But I don't think this is that. This for me changed everything. Because,
well, when you say that, you're saying, I'm ready to bet this dude's a star.
I'm not a star, but here's
insanity evaporates.
Here's how it only changed for me in this way. I am now open to more optimism than I was last week for January. Okay. And if he plays like this the rest of the year, he just saved the 49ers bacon. because they don't have to go spend big money to bring in whatever option number 2 is going to be.
Please not
for
Tom
Trey
Brady.
Lance.
I'm so sick of that.
Yeah.
So Jeremy Lin,
put it bluntly,
when he was on the Golden State Warriors, was a laughingstock.
Mm-hmm.
He was Joe Lacob's pet project, and everybody thought that Joe Lacob. Thank you, Ray. Appreciate it. Jeez.
Look at Ray, cameo.
It's team player. Join us, Ray. Jump in.
Look at Ray on Tom. Yeah.
So
number 5.
You want mine, Ray?
Ray, get out.
And he's happy about it. Look, thank you.
Man.
Bye, Ray.
These hokas are made for walking.
So he was a laughingstock. They used to chant for his name to come in, and then Linsanity comes, and I mean he's throwing in 30 a game. At that point, I'm like, there's no way he's this player, but there's also no way he was not an NBA player. And I think with Jeremy Lin, he eventually became the player he was, which was a pretty good first guard off the bench, and like a legitimate NBA player for 14 years. Like, I think that's is Brock Purdy this good? I don't know. Well, I don't think he doesn't belong in the league.
He doesn't have to be that good when you have a team that's this good around him. When you have a defense that's the best in football, when you've got an elite run game, when your offensive line plays the way that it did yesterday, and you've got maybe the brightest, best coach in the National Football League and his beloved laminated play sheet, he doesn't have to be Patrick Mahomes. Mark pointed it out earlier. Purdy passed for 0 yards in the second half yesterday. 0
by 28
yards.
points.
So my question is,
but I'm mad I didn't know that.
So,
wow.
They only threw the ball 4 times.
All 3.
All Purdy's got to do.
3.
Who's the best quarterback on this roster?
Don't know.
Right now?
Brock Purdy right now.
No, not right now.
And that's kind of an indictment, though. We don't know, right?
Josh Johnson.
Of who?
Trey Lance, to no fault of his own.
I guess.
He didn't instill confidence of what we saw, even if it was the wrong game plan. Nobody was like, oh, that's it.
I know.
But they're doing that with this kid.
But we're still, this is so small what we have on all of these players right now.
That's a fact.
I don't know what Justin Fields is going to become, but you all have to admit that New England game in the middle of the year, all of the sudden, it was like, whoa, where the hell did this come from? And it
Niners should have took him.
Right. All of a sudden, light bulb goes on. Is that day coming for Trey? Maybe.
But something's happening here. He has an opportunity, whatever we want to call him. If he runs this thing to the NFC Championship game,
then what?
It's a quarterback controversy.
No.
It's an open competition next year in camp. That's what
without
it is.
Garoppolo, though.
But this would be a hell of a story.
But I think we're already at
for
that
Mr.
point.
Irrelevant.
There's 2 chapters that have been written. Good start to the book.
No doubt.
Amazing. You can't put this thing down.
I
mean, it's a page
I'll put it down
turner.
till Thursday.
It's a page turner. And I mean, Thursday you're going to pick the book up again. You can't wait till the next chapter of this baby.
Can I say something though about the whole it doesn't you don't have to be that great of a quarterback in this offense. Tap the brakes here for a second. This is fundamental to our Jimmy Garoppolo conversation through the years.
I said it about Jimmy G for years.
Yeah,
and I was right.
And it was wrong then, and it's wrong now about Brock Purdy.
This guy came in from nowhere, and he's made Jimmy G look irrelevant. Who's the real Mr. Irrelevant?
Let's go to the other teams around the league.
This is not the other teams around the league,
Yes,
though.
it is.
This is
the
where
NFL.
the argument falls short.
This is the NFL, and you do not have, I've got a running back, I've got receivers, I've got a good defense, and that's it. I just got a dude at quarterback, and it works. And everyone's going to go, but Delfer, but Johnson. These are one-offs and very, very rare. So this idea, and I hear so many of you doing it, you're now going to use what Brock Purdy's done for 2 weeks to say that Jimmy actually wasn't that good for the last 5 years. It's absurd. You don't win this consistently in the league when you're not a good player just because there's stuff around you. Do you know how many quarterbacks in this league have had stuff around them for years, and it doesn't work until you go get a QB? They're not Mahomes. They're not Allen. Sure, if you're saying you don't need a superstar, then fine. But we got to stop every time the Niners win. Suddenly, whoever's at quarterback is, well, he does a great job holding the keys. No, these are players. These are players who are doing really good things.
Well, he's
on
making
the field.
plays with his legs, his head.
Yeah.
So it looks good right
He's
now.
making Jimmy's winning percentage at quarterback look pedestrian.
And what was the stat you guys gave this morning about he's already completed more long down the field passes than Jimmy had? Good Lord, he's played 7 quarters.
He had 2 touchdown passes that traveled more than 20 yards in the air.
Man,
and Jimmy's had 1.
That's a dynamic.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying they're not going to get
fantastic. He looks fantastic. So that's another. I mean, this isn't about Jimmy. It's about Brock. I don't want to hear people go, well.
Don't diss Jimmy.
He
Yeah,
looks
no
good.
doubt.
He
Yeah.
looks good
Jimmy
the
took
last
you to
2
a
weeks
Super Bowl.
because Kyle and George and Christian and no man,
and
the guy's playing.
And
He
Brandon
is playing.
and Debo and the rest
lot
of
of people
them.
have
And
a good.
Fred
A lot of
and
people have a
Nick.
good left tackle.
The one thing I'm trying to wrap my head around, because I'm not a 49er fan, but if you're a 49er fan, like, where are you right now? Because I feel like
Cloud 9
asking Purdy to go all the way and win the Super Bowl, still probably not going to happen. But if the 49ers get to the playoffs at 12-5, they win 1, maybe lose 1, maybe they win 2. Is it a disappointing year?
I don't think so.
No.
I mean, I think Mark mentioned this earlier. If you look at the history of the NFL, what teams have gone to their 3rd quarterback and done anything in that season? Kurt Warner was the 3rd stringer the year before he became the starter with the Rams and went on to win the Super Bowl. Ben Roethlisberger was a 2nd-year player when he went on to win the Super Bowl, but he was 23-3 in the regular season. You can't find a comp for what the Niners would do if they went all the way. So in that way, you can't look at this if it falls short and think it was a disappointment. Remember when you and I went to Reno?
I'll never
with
forget.
Lorenzo Neal.
Boy, that
Raider
drive
playoff
home
game.
in the snow.
Yeah, the drive up there was unbelievable.
You saved us.
Yeah, your boy, and shout out Shane in an unscheduled stop, which will remain off the air. But, Mark, we think about that Raider game and the fact that their quarterback was a guy named Connor Cook. Derek Carr breaks his ankle in the final game of the regular year.
Had no chance.
And what would have been if they would have had Derek Carr. And that's kind of where this Niner thing is. If they go out and they lose the wild card game because their quarterback gets exposed as the rookie that he is, you can't really be, you can be disappointed because the league had such great promise, but you can't look at it and say, oh, they should have this or they should have that.
Would you say that if Garoppolo never gets hurt?
Then you could say it's a big disappointment.
But see, this is kind of where I'm at.
For me with Jimmy.
Like, from what I've just seen so far, and I get it, it's 7 quarters, but if this is who Brock Purdy is, he's the best quarterback on the roster. Like, he is. If he continues to play, he said he played 3 quarters last week, and I was like, well, if this is who he is, yeah, they got action. Okay, well, he was that for another week. So if this is truly...
He was even better, by the way.
Yeah. If this is who he is...
He was better yesterday than he was the week before.
If this is who he is... You got every right to be disappointed if you can't get it done.
But if you're going to say that, and stand by it, and there's more to come because we still got to see, how unfair is that to a quarterback? Forget how it looked. That took the same team to a Super Bowl and NFC championship game. The guys on the radio station would say, he's the best, like he's better than that. That's
well, he's played 2 games.
And
playing, yeah.
But damn, okay. Yeah. Then you should be disappointed if Brock doesn't take you to the NFC Championship or Super Bowl. Right, so if we're ready to heave that praise on.
We're throwing the same statement before everything we say, which is if this continues. And we don't know that yet. But I guess this is the only way to answer what you're saying. The first half of football from Brock Purdy yesterday is the best quarterbacking that I have seen on the San Francisco 49ers.
No field goals.
I don't know. Since Kaepernick against the Packers? I don't know. Is that fair?
Wow.
Maybe Jimmy against the Saints.
Okay.
We always go to Jimmy against the Saints.
We go to Jimmy against the Saints, right? But it's up there.
Yeah.
It's up
this
there.
This is his first start.
Right, and that's the thing. I mean, you're seeing somebody, and again, it wasn't the most dynamic. He didn't throw for 300 yards. But if you just want to look at winning quarterback play, he did so many big and little things. There's not a thing that you want your quarterback to do that he didn't display in that game. He wasn't Mahomes.
I threw it deep, avoided the pass rush, made plays with his legs,
decisions,
found the open guy.
Leadership.
Exactly.
I mean, take hits. All of it.
The interception was an ugly throw, and he got bailed out by.
QBs throw interceptions.
Yeah,
Tom Brady
exactly.
threw a couple.
That's the one thing, though, that you would look at and say,
I'm shocked with where I'm going here because I know where my partner's at.
I'm with you.
Okay.
I think.
So we've done this for 15 minutes, and last year I said the most dynamic player in the world stopped when he scrubbed his IG of his team was Debo Samuel. And we saw that in Dallas, Green Bay in the playoffs, okay? With Swiss Army knife. He got hurt yesterday. And Brock Mania has taken off to where we're saying this kid, we haven't even mentioned Debo might not play for 5 weeks, but like that bothers me that I'm saying he's so fantastic.
He's not that important anymore.
See, do you buy that?
No.
Do you buy that?
To an extent, absolutely.
Miss Debo, though.
They're going to miss him, but you can use Christian McCaffrey in many other ways.
Wow,
you got
so much more durable.
Doing that.
You get Ray McLeod involved, and I was saying to Mark earlier.
Oh my gosh,
you didn't need to run Debo in that way up 21-0. I mean, do we really need to use Debo as a running back when you're up by 3 touchdowns? A little bit reckless, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Jerry Rice didn't like it.
Yeah, I agree with him.
He also wasn't designed to go up the middle. But anyway, we're going to get that debate
he
again.
He was designed to run the
but
football.
I'm shocked
because they turned
Debo's
on
down.
Which is that's what he does.
Yeah.
Right?
Debo's down. No problem. Brock got it.
No, it is. It's interesting.
He's a gimmick. He's just he's a
Does
He's
you
a
think he
decoy.
really believes that?
He's a decoy.
Okay.
Yeah, he
He
believes
don't
it.
believe
5 or 6 touches a game is basically what he's going to be.
If you didn't have Christian McCaffrey, I would be terrified.
Okay.
I'm with
But,
Dibs.
I mean, you can use other players in similar ways to what Debo has given you.
I actually think the dynamic is more about this. I think what happened between 1 o'clock and 4 o'clock yesterday made Niner fans realize that the next 4 weeks are no longer that scary or dramatic. Yeah, wow. And
Right.
so if Debo is out, that's okay. If I told all of you right now that Debo was out for the playoffs too, you'd feel different. But right now we're holding on hope that Debo's going to be available for the next massive game for the 49ers because, quite frankly, even if something went wrong Thursday night, you're still going to win the division. Seattle's not good enough to run the table. So they've got the division now, and their next massive game is going to be the third weekend in January. And
it's going to be at home, most likely.
It's going to be at home, and you hope Debo's in it. And if Debo's in it, then everything's fine.
January 14th, by the way, your wild card round, the 14th and 15th. So that would be
5 weeks.
33 days, exactly. If you have the Saturday game, if you play the Sunday, 34 days, 5 weeks. High ankles, usually 4 to 6, so no guarantee that he'd be available.
No guarantee. However, we actually don't have a guarantee on that timetable. That timetable has been
8
guessed.
weeks, yeah.
Or it could also be 2. Like Kyle Shanahan did not update the injuries yet because he said everyone is still going through their MRIs. That's Debo and Brock.
And the Carfax report for Debo, because this does count, is another injury.
Yes. Yeah,
So,
exactly.
I will not say the Niners have no chance to win it without Deebo Samuel. I would say they have no chance to win it without McCaffrey. They have no chance to win it without Bosa. And I'll even give you Trent Williams. Whew, they can't win it without Trent Williams. But I think they can. I think they can still.
They got action.
We played earlier a little game of should, could, and won't.
Okay.
True.
So if I say the Niners to win the division, is it should, could, or won't?
Should.
Yeah, they
Niners
should.
to make it to the NFC Championship game. Is it should, could, or won't?
Could.
And
Look at
Niners
us.
to win the Super Bowl.
That's a no.
It's a won't.
I
for
just
Steiny?
can't.
Could.
I mean,
obviously,
so you would have to beat somebody in the AFC.
Could is the right answer.
Yeah, I'm going won't. Because now you got to beat somebody in the AFC.
Yeah, but
you got to win 3 playoff games,
Mark,
and then
you got to beat Mahomes.
or Allen.
Can Brock Purdy pull this off?
He's only got to beat him one game.
Defense.
Mahomes.
Look at that defense.
No, it's
Look at the defense.
when are we going to talk about
When-
Dibs and Steiny's dad, the Zebras? If the Niners didn't do this,
My dad was
first
never.
play
Don't do that,
is
Mark.
what? I don't like that NFL. That was a great
cannot stand-
defensive
let me tell you
call.
something.
No, it's
and it's a 15-yard
it's a penalty.
flag.
What I said earlier
Oh,
is
Willard, he's out.
it's what I said earlier.
It bothered me.
It's a penalty. But if it happens to your guy, you're outraged. And this is why I say all y'all want to be amateur zebras. Leave it alone. Because if you're a
nice
Tampa Bay
flag,
Buck
right?
fan, you're furious.
Exactly.
If you're a Niner fan,
The
it's a good
touchdown
call.
holding mark wasn't egregious.
I just, you know,
That was an easy call for roughing the passer.
No, in no other
helmet.
sport.
Easy.
In no other sport can an official make a call in the first quarter of a game.
First play.
That changes everything.
Yeah.
Like, they don't call holding on the Brady touchdown at 7-7. Now Purdy,
I
who
believe
knows?
this. Yeah.
But if you call Steph Curry for his third foul in the first quarter, guess what? All right, he's going to have to sit for a minute, but the whole complexion doesn't necessarily change.
And you know he's not getting his fourth unless he absolutely assaults somebody because he's Steph Curry, and we don't do that in the association. But in football...
Mark, we're changing the subject. You back?
No, he's out.
I got some injury news.
here.
You guys talked about it, right? D.
Yeah, what's up?
Johnson, torn ACL out for the year.
Who is it?
Dante Johnson.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
It's a rough sport, man. It really is.
How about
Niners a lot of depth, though.
How about the Warriors?
I mean, wow. Just impressive. The beatdown of the Boston Celtics.
To let everybody know we're still here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Quick breaking news from Major League Baseball. Not the one you're waiting for. I'll say that right away. But the A's have traded catcher Sean Murphy to the Atlanta Braves.
I thought he was coming here.
Yeah.
And what did they get in return?
Don't know yet.
Actual fans?
Don't know.
John's got a new pitcher, huh?
Yeah, $17.
Bad use of the sniffle.
In exchange, they got
wasn't bad.
They got a guaranteed 7,000 fans per game from Atlanta.
Dude. So you swapped out Rodon for Mania. Okay. Let's go.
You're the A's West.
Well,
I mean,
have you used that today?
I've used it constantly because
we'll see.
if there's one thing,
we'll see.
So
the A's
you
West.
got a pitcher coming off a bad year, a former A. You're Farhan Zaidi. You used to work for the A's. You miss out on every free agent. Carlos Correa still pending. Kodai Senga's not walking through that door. And so now what do? Let me get one of my former Oakland Athletics in through the door.
Explain that to me.
In through the
optics.
outdoor.
Yeah. Led Zeppelin. Yeah.
Well,
That's a 3.
Yeah.
It's brutal. If you get Carlos Correa, I mean, to me, it salvages a little bit of the offseason.
Right.
But if you don't, you're going to see an angry Mark Willard, which I don't know if we've seen
Giant
it.
fans could already be angered because I don't
Yeah.
care who you get. Koufax, that lineup ain't ready to compete with the Pods and the Dodgers.
No, but Mark said this earlier, and I kind of have been saying this all along. You might as well double, triple, quadruple down on pitching anyway because nobody can hit in that park anyway. Exactly. Be the best pitching. Be the pitchingest team in baseball.
I don't know. Does that make the weirdest thing ever? You know, we all talk about the 107 wins being an outlier.
It was incredible.
It led the league in homers.
I know.
In that park.
Right.
What the hell
the ball
was that?
was jumping.
Forget the
They
wins.
opened up the gate.
The arcade doors.
We've all decided
about
it.
the game. We've decided we can't hit there. They led the league in home
Right.
runs.
And even last year they were top 7.
See,
right?
without any great home run hitters.
Yeah. I felt like it still was
that's the
jumping
weirdest
last
thing
year,
ever.
too. It wasn't
That's so
just a
weird.
fall off.
Yeah.
It wasn't candlestick.
Well, and when you win 107, it's the approach and the coaching and the analytics and the
Why you making
exit
fun of
velo
me?
and the launch angle. And then when you come back 81 and 81, it's like these guys all stink. But Sonny doesn't like that. So.
Speaking of stinks, everybody's afraid to. Tom Brady's shot. Come on.
I want to hug
He's
him.
shot.
I've been saying that.
His
Willard.
arm is a noodle.
He's not
He got
shot.
that from me.
Come on.
He's
got noodle arms.
I'll tell you what.
listen,
I was
cement
not
feet.
up until about 3 weeks ago. Like JD's big thing is, I think the 49ers are going to be sniffing around Rodgers and Brady this offseason. No, Brady.
Yeah,
I'm
scratch
out
him
on
off the
Brady.
list. You missed that bus.
Does anybody know? Can you name the top 5 in yardage passers this year in the
Brady.
NFL?
Mahomes.
Mahomes is one.
Okay.
Brock Purdy.
Nope.
Brady's definitely one.
Yeah,
I mean,
Brady.
leads in attempts.
Jalen Hurts.
Kirk
Nope.
Cousins.
Nope.
Thank you.
Nope. Incorrect.
Please.
Dak.
Those are erroneous
How about
stats.
that?
Nope. You guys can't even get the second one. Nope.
It has to.
Josh Allen.
Josh Allen's
Wow,
number
that's a
5.
good guess.
Oh, Goff maybe.
Josh. Nope.
Sherbert.
Oh, Burrow.
Justin Herbert is
Now
number
look at
2.
this.
Joe Burrow
Have
is
I
number
got
3.
one?
Anybody want to guess on who number 4 is?
Kyler Murray.
It's Tom Brady.
I said Tom Brady.
Tom Brady at 35-85 with 17 touchdowns and 5 picks.
We're not talking
thing
about
on?
that, Will. He doesn't look right. He's
Well, no,
done. He's 45.
45.
I appreciate
Exactly.
him.
Pack it in.
Somebody's
Stop
going
being
to
so
win that
selfish.
division and go.
No.
Carolina's coming.
Yeah, I'm not in on Tom Brady being a 49er next year by any
that's
stretch.
all I'm
That's
saying.
it. There it is.
But shot is a little
shot.
Say this about absolute class act. When you see your career end in front of 100 friends and family, and you have the class to sign a ball for a guy who picked you off. Did you see that?
I thought you were talking about his 17 lambastings of teammates yesterday.
No. Class
He was yelling at himself.
Signed a ball for Greenlaw. That's pretty cool.
That was dope. I don't like that, but that was dope.
Oh boy, that was an age interception.
He was mad.
He couldn't get it over him. He couldn't get over Greenlaw.
Yeah. You could say it. Couldn't get it up, Steiny.
Who knew that Greenlaw was, that is an unbelievably athletic play for a linebacker.
Tom Cascade.
Has Dre Greenlaw become...
That's old school detergent.
Most underrated player in the league this year.
Who?
Dre Greenlaw.
Oh, no, I get that.
I was going to say Brady.
Absolutely.
What about Brock Purdy?
Incredible.
You keep 4 more weeks of this.
He's not underrated. We've got him winning the Super Bowl now.
And Steiny, you got 3 hours with 2.5. If they keep going, their concepts are second to none. And I came in here, the boy genius. His offense is incredible.
Where are we with Shanahan and you?
Oh, right now, this is his finest hour. That was my Al Davis. But right now, it's looking good, man.
He would have fired him.
Coach
5 weeks ago,
yeah.
He
3 and 4, he fired him.
Coach of the year.
Yeah.
I think he's the coach of the year.
I mean, they're...
Oh, no, it's Sirianni.
Oh, yeah.
And
Sirianni's probably going to get it.
Producer, he said this in sports.
It should be Kyle.
Michael Jordan could have got MVP every year. They didn't do that. They gave it to somebody else. Mahomes could get the MVP. But what Hurts is doing, and I don't believe. I still don't believe him.
Joke. Steve Kerr
Jalen Hurts is MVP.
Warriors go 73-9. Steve Kerr misses the first half of the year. Coach of the year.
Right.
That's the only time he's won it. It's a joke.
So much joke out there right now.
Is that true? The 44 Luke got.
Those are facts.
He's going to his ledger.
Nope. But Steve got the award. Yeah.
You guys ready to do your show?
Let's do
it.
It's
Steiny, good next.
I have no sources.
Not even Tom Brady was a match for Brock Purdy and the 49ers.
Purdy, back to throw. Pressure coming, steps away, looking to run, and he walks it in for the touchdown. Purdy makes a swim move and finds Deebo Samuel. Are you kidding me? What a play, and the crowd loves it from Brock Purdy. What's coming? Purdy, lofting, going deep, has McCaffrey. He's got it! Touchdown, San Francisco!
We're reacting to Niners-Bucs all day long. Hell yeah! On 95.7 The Game.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's official. Fast just got a whole lot faster. Xfinity has the fastest internet with up to 6 gig speed. Plus, Xfinity Mobile is the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. You heard that right. Xfinity just increased internet speeds again. And Xfinity Mobile gives you can't catch me speeds. The fastest internet, the fastest mobile service, and major savings? Can't argue with the facts. Now through December 21st, new customers can get 1.2 gig internet plus X-Fi Complete with unlimited data and Wi-Fi equipment included. It's just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Plus, get $200 back. Go to Xfinity.com/faster. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa-la-la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
O'Reilly. Protect your vehicle's engine with Syntec and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Syntec Premium Full Synthetic Motor Oil is formulated for today's engines to dissipate heat and reduce friction and wear. Right now, get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $33.99. Try Syntec today, exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
There's a reason Golden State has become the trusted partner for professional builders and contractors. The breadth of what they offer is remarkable. Their product knowledge can save you time. They're the largest distributor in NorCal of many of the brands they carry. Golden State's newly refreshed app offers installation guides, building codes, and much more. And the GSTV link on their homepage is a useful resource. Family owned for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee, serving Northern California golfers for over 30 years.
No one knows where this market will go. Things could change tomorrow, next week, or next month. At Merrill, we've been here before, and history shows this is the time to stay focused on your future. Because through every market, the bull will always have your back. Find an advisor in the Bay Area at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor. Member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
Television sales on Black Friday set new records as millions of Americans snapped up the hot deals. But a lot of people were out of town or too busy to take advantage of the special pricing. So, how about a redo? Right now, you've got a second chance to save big on many of the top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs. Where? At Video Only, where the smart shoppers go. So, don't miss out. Check out Video Only now, or
you'll be sorry.
AT&T Fiber presents a straightforward moment inspired by straightforward pricing.
And now we just cube the pancetta as such.
So what's on the menu tonight?
This carbonara I found online. It's fire. You gonna love it, Mom.
I hope you hold on to this AT&T Fiber, son. It's nice.
Yeah, you should settle down now that you're a gagillionaire.
Oh, I am. I finally found the one internet I've been looking for my whole life.
So, no more one-year stands?
No, I'm done with all that. With AT&T Fiber, there's no price increase at 12 months.
What about equipment fees?
Nope.
Those were never any good for you.
Exactly. But now everything's completely straightforward.
Well, in the spirit of being straightforward, I never liked any of your old ones.
Me neither.
Blah. Y'all never told me that.
But we're being straightforward now, which feels good, yeah?
Yeah. Now let's get straightforward about that girl he's been seeing.
Straightforward is better. No equipment fees, no data caps, no price increase at 12 months. Live like a gagillionaire with AT&T Fiber. Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
O'Reilly. See the road ahead more clearly with Sylvania Bulbs and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, purchase select Sylvania bulbs and get up to a $20 gift card after mail-in rebate, plus 2 times O Rewards points. Replace your bulbs today and see better tonight. Let the professional parts people help you find the bulbs you need. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This week at Staples, save 40% on.
Thanks for your business this year.
Save 40% on.
Happy holidays, Nana.
Save 40% on.
You are cordially invited.
Right now at Staples, you can save 40% on custom printed holiday cards and invitations. So you can say, thanks for a great year, happy holidays, or come on over, all for less. For everything you need printed this holiday, go to Staples, the working and learning store. In-store and online. Ends 12/17. Exclusions and restrictions apply.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
We got a lot to talk about today. Here's how I'm just going to start it. Obviously, Brock Purdy, terrific. Yesterday, 35-7. And one thing Evan Giddings, our producer, said early in the day today was, hey, is
that what he said?
To start. And then he goes, hey, they're playing with house money. Niners are playing with house money. And I was thinking, are they, though? Like, are they? Is this good enough that Brock Purdy gets him into the postseason Like, if they don't, their goal before the season, when they had Trey Lance at quarterback, was to win the Super Bowl. Then they had Garoppolo, and a lot of people thought their odds to win the Super Bowl improved. Why would they be less now?
Because
under Brock Purdy, who at least in 2 games has been better than the 2 quarterbacks they've used so far this year.
Because nobody knew that until it manifested.
Okay, well, it's now a fact.
All right, and the Niners were the beneficiaries of good luck by having Jimmy there when the rookie went down. Okay, the second-year quarterback at Trey Lance. So conventional wisdom was, in a quarterback league, Steiny, when Jimmy went down, your Super Bowl aspirations, your quest to be champs were dashed. And all of a sudden now, through 7 quarters, you just said it, this young man has moxie, he has confidence, fire, arm strength, Mr. Irrelevant, he's defying all odds. Phil Collins against all odds right now. So to me, back on the table is, you're telling me they got a chance.
Right. So if they don't win it all, it's going to be disappointing.
No. If they don't win it all,
disagree.
Guess what? The future may have just changed right before our eyes in the sense that you found a diamond in the rough.
I thought you gave up 2 firsts for your diamond in the rough.
Now, I'm going to say to that is, you just splashed my drink, Mr. Bartender, with a dose of haterade. We're not talking about him. Let's focus on this kid, Brock Purdy, right now.
Right.
If he continues to show, the Niners will answer that question about Trey Lance. When and
we
when,
have
a party, Steiny.
No, we have a fan base here in San Francisco that is made up of a disproportionate percentage of fans who think Jimmy Garoppolo is substandard and inadequate.
That's. I hate to hear you say that. You're right.
So
not all of
those people, for those fans, well, Brock Purdy should give the 49ers a better chance. He should give, if you think he stinks as much as you think he stinks, then Brock Purdy gives the 49ers a better chance.
Okay, what if I told you, Steiny, you know what? You're talking to half of the stadium.
Exactly.
Okay, but as far from a football standpoint, can they conquer their goal? And their goal was to represent the National Football Conference in the Super Bowl. And I'm just telling you, I don't know I need to see what defensive coordinator is going to show us why he was Mr. Irrelevant. Because right now, I don't see it. And if this is Lindsay, something's going on. This 7 quarters has been, Steiny, they were putting up 7s left, right. And again, it's Miami, teams from Florida. It's Tampa, 5th-rated defense coming in. The kids looking downfield. And every time I try to slow down, like, hey, Steiny, they're going to win the Super Bowl, I don't feel that way. But every week goes by, I'm like, they may have action. And
why wouldn't they have action, though? That's what I don't understand.
Because we don't
if they had action for Trey Lance and they had more action for Garoppolo, why would they have – why are now we playing with house money? We weren't playing with house money with Garoppolo, and we weren't playing with house money with Lance.
Interesting. Well,
it's because he's a 3rd-string quarterback.
Right. So give me the comp.
Look, let's
well, wait, Steiny. There's no comp.
Here's the other thing.
Rookie 3rd-stringer. Rookie.
Kyle Shanahan started the worst quarterback at the beginning of the year. Then he put in their 2nd-worst quarterback, and now eventually he's gone to their best quarterback, apparently. Like, that's the way it looks to me. Like, here's my thing. I get it. It's 2 games, small sample size, this, that, and the other thing. But if you're telling me this is who Brock Purdy is, why?
What do you got?
Why would he have been your 3rd-string quarterback?
Oh, man. You know what? It's incredible we're different, black and white. But, Steiny, I look at it as, okay, he was on your roster. You drafted him for whatever reason, so I'm giving you credit to claim this. I know you're going in sequence and order, but I'm giving the Niners credit for bringing him in and having him there. But and you keep saying the John Elway, it is only 7 quarters, Steiny. It is. So, you can't – I don't know what to think. I just know Philly, Dallas, and the Niners to me. And who knows? Minnesota could go out there and shock the world, other teams. But right now it's between those 3. I counted the Niners out.
Who's the best quarterback on the 49ers roster?
That was Jimmy Garoppolo. I'm not going to you. That end-of-the-year grade I shocked you on, I'm not going to. Brock,
and this is what I hate.
Do it.
Well, and
he took the team to the Super Bowl. Stoney, why would you ask that?
Because he didn't start week 1. And usually you start your best quarterback week 1. So Kyle Shanahan didn't start his best quarterback week 1. He might have started his third best. Wait, what if he didn't have confidence in what?
The third string quarterback.
Why? Who made him the third string quarterback?
I know when you're going in, but damn.
Here's my thing. To me, after watching this whole season play out, they're what now, 9-4?
They're lucky.
I don't think they're lucky. I think they should compete to win a Super Bowl. And if they don't win a Super Bowl, it should be disappointing.
Well, my luck was coming from the standpoint of the whole thing that went down with surgery, not with Jimmy's shoulder, kept him here as an option and put you in the position you were in before Brock took over. So please, people, just hold off on saying he's better than Jimmy. And he may be better, but we got to see a whole. This man, I'm talking about 10, took you to the Super Bowl. I don't care what his shortcomings. He took you to the Super Bowl and 2 NFC championships. Are we going to come in here and, Steiny, I'm fan short for fanatic. Shout out Pete Franklin. I'm not going to say 7 quarters supersede that, but I understand Niner fans being excited.
They should be excited. In fact, they should think they can win it all. Just because Brock Purdy's the quarterback, the first 2 quarterbacks in front of him didn't do anything. What I'm saying is, it's not house money. Why aren't they the favorites in the NFC? You can't.
Because of history, Steiny.
What history?
Labels and history. The third string quarterback is under center.
Forget
why he's the third string.
I forget who it. I forget
give me
who
that
said
story,
it.
and I'll be quiet.
Somebody called in last week or the text line and said, Steiny, Brock Purdy's not a third-string quarterback. He beat out Sudfeld, who had a guaranteed contract. That's the first thing.
Okay.
And then they kept him on the roster after they signed Jimmy. So now he's played 2 games. He's looked damn good. Okay. He may be their third-string quarterback, but he's not noticeably worse than the first 2. So because he's not noticeably worse than the first 2, I'm not saying it's house money. I'm saying they have every bit, they have an equal chance to win it with Brock Purdy than Garoppolo, don't they? Or am I wrong?
Conventional wisdom and history would say you're wrong because of this kid's inexperience. But that he don't give a damn about what I'm saying. He's got a game Thursday in Seattle. He'll get pretty much a playoff game. And right now, he could shock the world. He just looks confident, man. And I'm telling you, Steiny, you sounded like you're Ron Jaworski, Goo. The ability to look downfield for any quarterback, he's doing that, man. And you got now all of a sudden, can I run my victory lap on IU and his route running and his footwork?
No, absolutely not.
That boy is good. Fred Astaire. Look, I appreciate you.
It's unbelievable.
Come on now.
You crown people without them doing a damn thing.
I didn't say he was Jerry Rice. He balling. And they're getting 7s. John Elway.
What do you think he is now in that wide receiver class? Who's all in that? Obviously, Justin
CeeDee
Jefferson.
Lamb.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, there was some studs in there.
Right, so Lamb, Judy, Ruggs.
Yeah.
Jefferson.
Night. Well,
T. Higgins, I think, was in there.
He got hurt. Yeah. But it ain't about them. It's about what Ayuk is doing for this team.
People that are, it's not a negative take. I'm trying to figure this out.
It's ultra positive.
All we've done is talked about Jimmy this, Jimmy that. Can he do it? Can he do it? I don't think he can do it. Yeah. So that's fine. Now they have Brock Purdy, and he looks good. So stop telling me it's house money. That's all I'm saying.
Well, the premise of house money is when something happens or you lose, but you're still okay. It's not the Niner fans thought their season was over.
Now, who thought that? See, that's where I have to say
the people that didn't know Brock Purdy was this good.
And what about? First of all, there were a lot of people apparently that knew Brock Purdy was good. Larry Krueger's one. He called this back in training camp.
Did he?
Yes.
What did he say?
He said Brock Purdy's good.
Well, hey, Larry, if you're listening, that makes up for your.
He said he's the most accurate quarterback on the roster.
That makes up for Larry's 98% judges coming here. But okay.
Terrence is in San Rafael. What's up, Terrence? How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good, Matt. Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
Hey, so usually it's, Guru that might,
Talk to him.
kind of, that might kind of, I guess, jump the ship, or not jump the ship, but kind of agree with, the point I was going to make is that if someone came into the Warriors, for example, and scored more points than, say, Steph Curry after a few games, would you say that that person's better than Steph Curry?
No.
And so, in this case, I agree with Guru that we should wait to see and get a bigger sample size. So usually, I think that, I think that we should wait and just get a bigger sample size and see. I do believe that Purdy's very good. I sent you guys a text last week saying that, he actually said that he's been taking snaps after practice and going over all of the plays, so he knows the plays. The only thing that he didn't do is do an 11 on 11. But as far as that goes, I think that he was just ready. And I'm glad to see that he's doing well.
Appreciate the call.
Yeah. I mean, Scotty, this is again, I know you start from the beginning, the inception of why wasn't he starting, out the gate, or why was he third string? But the bottom line is that was his label. And the Niners now, I thought were kind of done. I was like, oh, man, it's a big ask. But I'm like, man, they got action and somehow can pull this off.
What's this off? Pull what off?
Win a couple playoff games, get to the NFC Championship
Not
game.
enough. That's not enough.
Okay, but
I'm sorry, it's not enough.
But why are you not allowing for what we just saw?
I am. That's why I'm saying I am allowing.
The two starting quarterbacks went down.
I am allowing.
And now you're saying, you know what? I'm not going to grade with a curve because this third stringer should do what
Trey Lance quarterback 2 games.
Yeah, a game and a half.
This guy's quarterback 2 games. Garoppolo's quarterback 8 or whatever it was.
Right.
Who's quarterback the best? Brock Purdy.
Who has more wins? I can't let you say that. Jimmy was 15-4, Steiny, or whatever his number. He was okay. It was better than what you think.
Brock Purdy in the last 2 weeks has been better by and large than Jimmy's been, or
but how Lance fair has been. All I'm saying, anybody thinking that, how fair is that?
It's fair. Through 2 games. It's 2 games.
Man.
It's 2 games.
I'm bringing up Garoppolo, Steiny, and nobody even knew it was like 15-4, 15 touchdowns to 4 picks, I believe. I'll get the exact number, but damn to say in 7 quarters
it's a negative take, Steiny, because you're just setting it up to rag Shanahan if they don't win at all. I'm not going to rag him, but I'm also not going to give him an out if they don't win at all because of the quarterback situation. I'm sorry.
Well, what if I said? What if people said you're not being fair?
To whom?
To Kyle.
Why?
Because you're ignoring what just happened. Something monumental happened twice. You lost your starter, then you lost your previous starter.
But I don't
sync at this juncture.
See, and that's where I'm saying
16-4.
Hit the pike with Kyle Shanahan. Why is this guy a third? He doesn't know how to evaluate quarterbacks. Oh,
well, say that. That's what you're being.
I'm sorry.
Can you really? Hey, I didn't come in here trying to defend Kyle. Can you really say that if Brock is showing moxie, even though forget what he third, fourth?
So hold on.
He drafted him.
Brock Purdy gets to show moxie. He gets to show moxie. Right. He gets to go to the playoffs 12-5,
okay,
showing moxie, and then they get beat in the playoffs. Oh, well, it was house money with Brock Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant. Wait, I thought he was showing moxie. What is he? Do we want to win the Super Bowl with him, or do we not even want to put that pressure on anybody?
Well, you want to win the Super Bowl.
That's right.
But you would think, okay, in his rookie year, getting thrown in on the fly, past halfway through the season.
First of all, you're right.
The future's promising.
The bottom line is, this guy...
Because you know I ain't defending Kyle.
The bottom line is this. How the hell could you start Trey Lance over Brock Purdy? Come on. Now, 2 games each, I've seen enough. Brock Purdy's better than Trey Lance.
Wow.
It's all that. You're right. You use the word politics. That's why Trey Lance started last year. Now they got to figure that out too.
So you're not mad when you hear, like we brought it up with Willard, and I got to give Bonte and Shasky credit. They didn't go there. Shasky wanted to go there, but we can't go to next year because they're in the midst of a run that can culminate in the Super Bowl. Like that. Right. Forget what you think. We can. We're watching. They got the best defense. It's better than Dallas and Philly. That don't mean you're going to win. They got the benefit of getting cut. See. They gave up another big play yesterday. Got called back. See, I watch games and they threw the flag, Steiny, but that still happened.
Tracy, he's in Tracy. What's up, buddy?
Hey, listen, man, I'm loving this. But look, this Steiny. You're right, Steiny. This is business, man. This has nothing to do with feelings. I don't care about Shanahan's feeling. Nobody. Look, he won the position out from old boy, from the other guy, right? So then they put him at third string. Why didn't they not start him before Trey Lance? Look at what he's done. So therefore, that just tells you it doesn't matter that he's a rookie. I know he is a rookie. Oh, well, Jimmy brought him this far. Sure, Jimmy brought him this far. Thank you, Jimmy, for your service. And you know what? Here we go. We got a business to run. Brock, you're looking good. Take us on home, dog.
Exactly. Exactly,
home.
Tracy. Exactly.
Take us on home. I mean, that's what he's trying to do. I'm stunned. I just, I don't
know. What are you stunned at?
That the offense didn't take a step back.
Exactly. I'm stunned, too, at how good they've looked.
And they may have taken a step
their
forward.
Their offense has looked better in the last 2 weeks, period. Now, will he regress? I mean, I don't want him to regress, but maybe he will regress. All I'm saying is, how do you, I guess what I'm saying is, people are saying, how come you're so negative? A big win. It's like, that's right. Because I planned on coming in today saying, I'll tell you what, this team can win a Super Bowl. No ands, ifs, or buts. And I'm hearing, no, this is a house money year. They're all down to their third quarterback. Oh, okay. So,
but the team's
everybody
not
who
doing
thinks
that.
Everybody who thinks I'm setting up to hit Shanahan if Brock Purdy can't get it done, it's like, well, wait a minute. I thought Brock Purdy on a small sample sizes looked terrific. So let's see. Let's see.
Right. But hey, it's Steiny and Guru. I'm not mad at that. But the team and the players don't give a rat's ass about what we're saying they can do and what it would mean. The bottom line is, a few minutes ago, Steiny, you correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like you're saying, even though Brock's had 2 good games and the offense as a whole, you're ready to crown him being better than Jimmy.
Well, he has been so far. He's been better. The quarterback play in the last 2 games has been the best quarterback play of the Niners this year. For the most part, they threw the ball. He throws the ball downfield. They scored over 30 points in both games. Can he keep it up? I have no idea.
Well, I hadn't heard that
I'm just
part.
saying.
Okay.
Right. I've seen 2 games with the best quarterback play they've had,
and we haven't even talked about Debo.
Why are they now in house money situation?
The only reason I give you house money is if you tell me he's going to be starting next year. If this thing ends up to where he's parlayed this opportunity, Brock, into a starting quarterback, it's house money because nobody expected him to even see the field. And the people that are not disrespecting Debo, but telling me when you go up against the big boys, I'm talking about playoffs, and let's just say Debo's not available, that's not a big deal. And you know what? That's on the table.
Let me ask you
this.
It
may not be a big deal.
408.
It has to be.
It's from the 408. Kyle has opened up the playbook these last couple of weeks. You can tell who he trusts by the way he calls the offense compared to Trey and Jimmy. Let me ask 49er fans that.
Now,
Has Kyle Shanahan opened up the offense? And if he has, why? Why has he opened up the playbook for a third stringer?
That's something I'm gonna think about when I eat my Cocoa Pimples tonight. If that's happened, that's an indictment, and I'll give you the point. Or anybody like you saying, "Goo," then that will take me back. Rewind. Why he wasn't in there before then? So you were playing 2 quarterbacks that had more limitations than the one that was sitting in the third spot. I find that hard. Maybe he does something the other two weren't doing, Steiny.
Who?
Brock, looking downfield.
Isn't that?
And to be up fair with Trey, well, those were 7 quarters too with Trey. 5 quarters.
Bob's in San Francisco. What's up, Bob? How are you, man?
Hey, man, I love the show, guys.
Thank
you guys are awesome. I think for everybody trying to convince themselves otherwise, just do the eye test. You already know. You already know he's better than Trey, right? And you know he's comparable to Jimmy. So, I just say ride the hot hand, do it, take it as far as you can go. When the playoffs come, something happens to him or whatever, then you still have the option if Jimmy's back to go into that. But, right now you stick with the hot hand. It always bugged me when Frank Reich took the Buffalo Bills all the way deep to the Super Bowl and they put in Jim Kelly. And what did he do? He lost that was the biggest loss he had. And the same thing with Rich Gannon when he was with Kansas City. They put in Gerback to play Denver, and he had the hot hand. He took him on an 8-game win streak, and they put in the other guy, Gerback, and they lost. So you got to stick with the hot hand.
But what about that? Oh, yeah. I was just going to say, Johnny, you can't lose this is different because Jimmy ain't coming back. You can't lose your job to injury.
Yes, you can. Jim Harbaugh stuck it to Alex Smith.
I think your quarterback right now, Guru, won it because of injury.
You better hope
Garoppolo.
Yeah. So you're saying if Garoppolo gets healthy by the playoffs, he should just take over.
Remember I said I'm on record as saying I don't even want Russ to be a factor. I would ride the hot hand. But that's something that some coaches, hold. Hey, get right back out there.
Let me summarize.
And McCaffrey may have been why the playbook is opened up too.
Somebody's saying it's not been opened up. It's just been simplified. So maybe we'll ask Lorenzo Neal about that.
Lolo.
But what I'm getting at is Trey Lance. Let me just see if I can do this in 30 seconds. This is where I'm at. Trey Lance starting the season as a quarterback of this team was a joke. There was no chance, none, zero, end of story, that Trey Lance was going to be able to guide this team to a Super Bowl. He gets hurt. Here comes Jimmy Garoppolo. They start winning. I'm thinking, you know what? They could win it. And it makes sense. Garoppolo's got more experience, blah, blah, blah. Now Garoppolo gets hurt, okay? Well, now Garoppolo gets hurt, and I'm thinking, well, now they're done. Because now it's a third stringer. The world
thought they were done.
7 quarters later, I'm saying, well, this guy Brock Purdy actually has been very good the last 2 weeks. Very good. Better than Jimmy's been for the most part. I mean, he's been great the last 2 weeks. So now I'm thinking, well, they can win it. They can absolutely win it all. So when I came in today and heard a lot of people say, well, it's just house money. This is all gravy. It's like, well, why would you want to give up a chance to win the Super Bowl by saying, well, it's just gravy if we'd win it this year? I saw a good quarterback. All right, here's what we're going to do. We got Low Neal coming up on the other side, and then we're going to get back to your phone calls on 95.7 The Game. Mm-hmm.
All aboard the Purdy Express.
Purdy going deep. He's got a man. Ayuk in. Touchdown 49ers. Purdy over the middle again. He's got McLeod for a first down. And Purdy just keeps on firing. What's coming? Purdy lofting, going deep. Has McCaffrey. He's got it. Touchdown, San Francisco.
We're reacting to Niners-Bucs all day long.
Wow.
On 95.7 The Game.
Hey, here's a holiday gift from Bed Bath & Beyond. Between now and Christmas, get 25% off your entire purchase by texting JOY to 239663. That's 239663. New offers every day at Bed Bath & Beyond. Exclusions apply. See website for details.
Television sales on Black Friday set new records as millions of Americans snapped up the hot deals. But a lot of people were out of town or too busy to take advantage of the special pricing. So, how about a redo? Right now, you've got a second chance to save big on many of the top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs. Where? At Video Only, where the smart shoppers go. So, don't miss out. Check out Video Only now, or
you'll be sorry.
At CDW, we get how to achieve calm amidst the chaos of a hybrid workforce.
Before I check our security updates, I unwind in my desk massage chair.
So I hear. But with Google Chrome OS orchestrated by CDW, you get built-in security with no reported ransomware attacks ever and simplified management so you can stay relaxed.
Sounds good, but I'm keeping the chair.
For proactive security, trust Chrome OS and IT orchestration by CDW. People who get it. Find out more at cdw.com/Chrome OS.
'Twas the holiday season at Total Wine & More. So many friends that you need to shop for. Gifts on their shelves are so easy to find. Just what you love for your loved ones in mind. Your father likes bourbon, Cabernet for your sis. Champagne for a co-worker, never a miss. All perfectly priced as low as can be. Shop Total Wine for them and for me.
Love what you find. Always lowest prices at Total Wine & More. Delivery available. Drink responsibly. B21.
At Fisher Investments, we do things differently, and other money managers don't understand why.
Because our way works great for us.
But it may not work for your clients. That's why Fisher Investments is a fiduciary, obligated to put clients first. It's the highest standard for a financial advisor.
So, what do you provide? Cookie-cutter portfolios like the rest of us?
No cookie-cutter portfolios here. Fisher Investments tailors portfolios to meet each client's goals and needs.
But you do sell investments that earn you high commissions, right? And make commissions when you make trades for your clients?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission investment products, and we never earn commissions on trades.
So what's in it for you?
Fisher Investments fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better. When it comes to helping clients achieve a comfortable retirement, we're clearly different. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments, clearly different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
The Prophetic Matrix. Unlock the secret code to your destiny. A new revolutionary book by Michael John Toste. The first ebook to make history by being filmed in space. Discover your unlimited future. Get The Prophetic Matrix now on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7 with supplies and solutions for every industry and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
If your pubic region was quote-unquote junk, you wouldn't need America's #1 trusted men's grooming brand. But it's not. So show some respect with new Gillette Intimate for a gentle and easy shave. Gillette Intimate, the best a man can get. Buy now at Walmart.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Purdy, back to throw. Pressure coming, steps away, looking to run, and he walks it in for the touchdown.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, it's 1 o'clock on a Monday. That means Lorenzo Neal in the house.
Hello.
And you can also hear Lorenzo Neal tonight at 6 o'clock with Sean Salisbury, the football hour. The football hour. Hey, Lo, what's going on?
Hey, not a whole lot, guys. How we doing? Big win yesterday, right?
Yeah. Hey, here's what I want to know. How can the best quarterback on your roster be the third stringer?
Yeah, I'll tell you right now. You're talking about how you talking about Purdy. Was he the third stringer? Is that what you're trying to say? Or
I'm
that
saying
what you're alluding to?
Yeah, I'm saying he looks pretty good, man.
So you're trying to say that he should have been starting all along. Is that what you're trying to say, Steiny?
I'm trying to say that the fact. Okay, I'm going to say it. Starting Trey Lance was a joke. That's what I think.
You see what I'm dealing with, Lo?
Yes, Guru. Guru, give him some water. Give him some water.
Lorenzo.
Give him
H2O. I'm kind of messing around here, but actually I'm kind of not. To me, Kyle Shanahan started the third best quarterback at the start of this season for the Niners.
Yeah, you know what? I do look at it like this, that if you said it, you looked at training camp and you talk about going through who had the most accurate and who was probably the most ready for the system, I don't necessarily disagree. I think when you hear the things that's coming about Purdy and how he was playing in preseason, and you look at what he was able to do, even in preseason, you watch him. Remember, he came in for that drive, and he was just running out the clock. Watch him get the clock down to 2 seconds, and he was snapped. He functioned like a veteran guy early. The guys, you look at him, you think about where he's come from, the school, you think, okay, is this guy going to be ready, but he was he's been ready, and he's right now meeting expectations, and I think he surpassed expectations when you look at what he was able to do yesterday. So I understand what you're saying. I don't think that he has a bigger arm than Jimmy, nor did he have it than Lance. But when you watch him yesterday in the pocket, his ability to make people move and miss and make it look effortlessly. When you see the things that he did on that touchdown run, how he was able to get out of harm's way and get into the end zone. I don't think Jimmy gets in the end zone. You watch the play. I don't know if you guys watched it. Probably the first quarter. He was throwing a quick screen, throwing the ball right out to the receiver. There was an unblocked guy coming in. He steps up, turns his shoulder sideways, and gets the ball out of his hand. Jimmy would have took a sack. So when you look at the things that he's able to do, I told you guys last week that they were going to move the pocket. You saw him on the bootlegs. You saw him even on a bootleg, a naked boot. The defensive end came up the field. He was able to make the guy miss and still throw the ball over to Cal Juszczyk. So when you watch the things that he does, even though we talk about what the things that he does, that's why I alluded to saying he's going to make the line better. He's going to hide different things that Jimmy couldn't hide because of his athletic ability and the way that he is, how dynamic he is with getting out the ball out of his hand. Not saying that he has more knowledge than Jimmy in football, but his athletic ability, his ability to move the pocket, and the things that he can do, it looks like as if it's going to give this team a better opportunity to win.
Lo, I told Steiny in the green room, I said, look, the churches are full all across the country and the world because people want hope. They want to have something to believe in. I got to be honest. When Jimmy went down, I said, oops, Saran, it's over. I thought the Niners collectively and coaching were better than Philly and Dallas because I think that's who's in their way. But, Lo, are you ready to say, and you could tell us, has anything changed in regard to how far this team could go? Because history is not on the Niners side when you say a third-string quarterback. That's what he is, and I love what I'm seeing. He's looking downfield. Lo, are you telling us that you still think the Niners got action?
This is what I'm saying. I think that this team right now, this kid was going to, he's going to take, I would say, I'm not saying win the Super Bowl. I think that he was going to take them as far, I think that he would have been just as good as Jimmy. What I've seen in 2 weeks, and I don't know how, Guru, you can't say that touchdown scrambling.
No, it was great.
So my point is this now. I'm asking you, do you think what you've seen thus far, athletically, does he move better than Jimmy in the pocket?
Yes, he does. It's not even a question.
Okay, good. Can he move up? Can he now? You've seen the bootleg. Could Jimmy boot and do those naked boots as well as this young man can?
I must say no, Lo. His ability to improvise is second. He's better than both those guys.
And I agree. Okay, so with that being said, why would you not say that he gives them the same chance that they had before Jimmy got injured?
Because of history, Lo, that's all. And you can say, oh, that ain't good enough because of history.
No, I get, no, but here's the deal. I do agree with you when it comes to a rookie quarterback or a guy who hasn't played really. And I understand what you're talking about with history. But also, though, history, Jim McMahon was, he wasn't a great quarterback.
Right.
Let's not, you know that. But what did he have? He had a great defense. And that's what this team has. They have a great defense. So if Brock just doesn't turn the ball over, if he plays within himself and he scores, if this team can score 24, if this team can score 24 points, not even more, just if they get to 24, how far do you think they get just with 24 and he just plays within himself and gets 3 touchdowns and they can kick a field goal?
It could be enough. Lo, it could be enough.
Then that's all. So I'm saying they have the potential to have enough because you're saying it could be enough because you know what they have on the other side of the ball, which is the defense. So I understand. So you're right. The difference is I'm accounting for, and I think Steiny's accounting for, because this defense, they've shown that they can pick it up and they're playing at a very, very high level.
Lorenzo Neal joining us on 95.7 The Game. Lo, I want to ask you about Deebo Samuel and whether you think the 49ers can they win it all without Deebo Samuel?
Deebo's a big loss, guys. It's a huge loss for this team. He is a dynamic playmaker. He can do things from the backfield, from the slot, and that's what makes Deebo Deebo. But as far as lining up and saying receiver, Ayuk probably runs better route. Ayuk could probably do different things, the receiver. But Deebo's just that running back, that Swiss Army knife, if you like, what he can do on a bubble screen, all those things. So they don't have that guy now. But when you think about what they've been able to do for the last couple weeks, and you look at when's the last time Deebo went for 100 yards? When's the last time Deebo really, really had it? Yesterday was a great run, great sweep when he scored a touchdown. And Deebo's a great player. So let's not take anything away from Deebo. He is electrifying. But in the last 3 to 4 weeks, has he taken over the game? Have they needed Deebo to be Deebo or be great to win these games? And so, but now I know what you're saying though. To get to the Super Bowl, would you need a Deebo-esque performance for them to win the Super Bowl? That's something that we could say, probably so.
Yeah.
To win the NFC Championship game, do you need a guy like Deebo to be that guy? Yep, I would say so. But do you have guys that are capable of doing what Deebo's done? And I think McCaffrey, guys, is that Swiss Army knife that can line up in so many different positions and presents the same type of threat as Deebo. Maybe not as physical, but he's just as fast, as not faster. He runs great routes. It's hard to cover him because you got to put corners. Think about what you have to do when you have to line up with him. You can't guard him man to man. And now you look at Kittle. He's starting to get more involved. So I think they still have enough weapons, Steiny, to answer your question, to still make a deep run.
Lo, we keep it real with you. We always have. And I fought Steiny tooth and nail about, you know what? I love the addition of C-Mac, but don't forget about Deebo. And some of, his carries went down and out of the backfield, I didn't know if that was by design. But I got to keep it real here because I ain't got to tell you the cesspool that Twitter is. But yesterday when Deebo got hurt, they were up 21. But, Lo, it was the second quarter. And I didn't know how I felt. People were coming at Kyle's head. And I'm not defending Kyle, but I'm saying, damn, the game technically wasn't over. I'm the one saying, give him the ball. You need more. But Jerry Rice, the Hall of Famer, came out and kind of went from the top rope about giving Debo the ball and added Trey Lance's name in that. So I'm asking you, because you should be in the Hall of Fame, Lo, anything there from Kyle and the juncture of the game that he shouldn't have had the ball, shouldn't have given the ball to Debo at that point?
See, believe it or not, Guru, me and you are on the same church, same pew this time because I'm with you. Because here's what you're alluding to. When we look at a guy that they know and you brought in, and what is everyone saying, Steiny, about McCaffrey? He's good, but what is everyone worried about?
Injury.
Absolutely. So all Kyle Shanahan was doing, Guru, to the point that you're making, is saying, I'm going to distribute the ball and spread it out to all of my playmakers and the weapons. And Debo is a weapon. So all he was doing is saying, I'm going to make sure that I don't run this young man too much because he's very, very important to our team. You got to have McCaffrey and you want to have Debo. So all he was doing is trying to distribute the wealth. And so I don't see anything wrong with it. Debo loves being in that situation. He loves running in between tackles. He loves running the ball. And no one said anything when he scored the touchdown, a sweep, and ran the touchdown first play. I mean, on that first series, because that's who he is, and that's what he does. So I had no problems with it.
Lo, thank you as always, buddy. Appreciate it, man.
No worries, guys. Cheers.
All right, that's Lorenzo Neal.
You see, I threw it should be in the Hall of Fame, but you believe that too?
No, I don't.
You told Lo he should. It was a crock that he's not in.
That's why I told Lo. I don't believe
it. Boy, sometimes I forget who I work with. All times you give me some love, you got to really listen. Yeah. I got a bone to pick with you, too.
You better be careful today.
No,
as you can see, I'm a little bit incendiary.
You weren't in. I came in hot.
Bottom line is,
I apologize, Lucas.
The bottom line is, what was I talking
Lo, Hall of Fame. You just said it because he was in your face.
He wasn't as good as Pete Smith.
I didn't ask that.
Huh? I'm just saying.
He's a Hall of Famer.
Who?
Lorenzo Neal.
Let me just be honest.
Yeah.
Let me just
be honest.
Okay. He's not a Hall of Famer.
And the whole premise was he should. And you said as much. I'm gonna let him know. I'll let him know you lied to him because he's on the phone. That's what you do.
No, I just don't want to. Let me see how much.
Dude, I cannot. Give me this, and Niner fans will.
Pete Johnson. I mean,
okay. Damn it! This season has gotten more exciting. Is this the way you drew it up on the chalkboard? Hell no. But
why has it gotten more exciting?
Because we think we might be watching Linsanity, but with a better outcome.
What did you just do?
Linsanity.
Yeah, but you said Linsanity. It was really strange.
No, I said I got a bone to pick with you, but I'll handle that later. My point is, something's Buffalo Springfield. Dude, this is, and if Matt Steinmetz from Reading, PA is going to say, hey, Goo, these 7 quarters supersede what Jimmy did in 8-9 games. I mean, is something happening?
The bottom line is, if Brock Purdy quarterbacked 2 games like this, why can't he quarterback 2 more like this?
And hold on, we got somebody on the phone. Who is it, E? Hello?
Really, Steiny? Really, Steiny?
He heard it.
Oh, I'm just saying. Oh, yeah, Pete Mary. Oh, okay, Steiny.
Who downloaded the Odyssey app?
When I see you signing it, you was going at it.
All right.
I love it, Lord.
Thank you, Guru, thanks for having my back.
All day long, baby.
Guru.
You know how we get out.
Me, I'm done.
I told you, Lo, I'm a Pete Johnson fan.
Oh, man. I thought he turned it off.
Why'd you do that?
Well, you did it.
Why'd you do it?
The chickens come home to roost.
Oh, yeah, but you're big. Snitches get stitches. You snitched.
I didn't. I just called you on the carpet.
You snitched, and that's what you tell me to get.
Fullback all time. You tell
I
me
didn't announce that this week. Last week I did.
Anyway.
And I always say one of the greatest fullbacks of all time because I try to get things precise.
Well, Mr. Steinmetz, I'm Dr. Darryl. This is your prescription. You say for what? You got Purdy-itis because you're all in. And it's okay. I've never seen you this juice. Like, you're letting 7 quarters affect how you're like, this thing is real. Oh. And it's okay.
I'm not saying it's real. I don't know if it's real or not. What I'm saying is, why doesn't this guy have an opportunity to win? Like, this is kind of what I'm talking about. You're not playing with house money. House money, to me, says, you know what? We'll just, it's getting the playoffs. Whatever happens, happens. Sorry. No. Why can't you win it with Brock Purdy?
Well,
in 2 games, He's shown he's every bit as comparable.
Could be
Thank
more
goodness he's better
athletic.
than Trey Lance. But he looks like he can beat Jimmy Garoppolo.
Okay, but see, I'm coming from it from this vantage point. Forget us. The players didn't feel that way. And I was like, oh, Trent Williams hyping him up. I get it. You dude's about to go out. This is a monumental ask. But right now, Steiny, he's answering the bell. My thing is, if this thing gets done, and when you say thing, I'm talking about a couple playoff wins. Oh, my. Could you imagine? Burkhardt was on the call yesterday.
I can imagine.
With the Kevin Burkhardt.
Oh.
And I was like, Kevin, it's his first game, but this thing could go crazy if you think it's crazy now. That's all. And they got a game Thursday, 72 hours.
See, I guess that's what I'm trying to get my head around. You're all excited. This would be unbelievable, but then you're saying, but if it doesn't happen, that's okay. Who's been the best?
Because it's not supposed to.
Who says?
The history of the NFL.
But when in the history of the NFL has someone so badly butchered the quarterback situation as Kyle Shanahan?
Wow.
But he's just like,
okay. Can I say something?
Can we agree that he's just kind of stepped in it? And
but
here we are.
But the boo-boo smells like roses. How has he really stepped in it if he could still accomplish the goal that was set out in training camp? So
he should.
The boo-boo you say is there is really perfume. Like, I would love for my boo-boo to be good things still happen to me. So you cited maybe he mismanaged it.
He did.
But he's coming up daisy.
That's right. Because he was so inept that the best quarterback was actually the third stringer.
Boy, could you imagine?
Tell me I'm wrong. And here's the other thing. Like, I know damn well, like, yeah, he could throw 4 interceptions next game, and they could only win one out of there. But he's already had 2 damn good games. So he can do it. Like, if he quarterbacks the rest of the season, in essence, like he quarterbacked the last 2 games,
all right.
Why are we playing with house money? I get it. Your normal old third-string quarterback, this would be house money. But this isn't your normal old third quarterback. He's better than that, clearly.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
So who gets credit for – again, I hear what you're saying. But Steiny, Shanahan's not going to get credit for drafting the kid?
For drafting who?
Brock Purdy.
I mean, no, he's not.
Well, he didn't just pick the Niners.
He's the last pick of the draft.
But they picked him.
Great. And he evaluated terribly.
You all know, boy, you a bad dude.
Look, can we look.
Evan can chime in here.
He started Trey Lance because of selfish reasons.
And politics, CNN.
Okay. That's all I'm saying.
Maybe he thought Trey was the best at the time.
Do you really think he did?
When he decided to start Trey Lance?
Do you really think Kyle Shanahan thought Trey Lance was the best quarterback week 1?
Yes.
I don't.
Sonny, I do too.
No chance.
But that would be negligence then.
Well, then why'd they go back and get Jimmy?
Let me ask you this. You really think what's the reason he would start the non-best quarterback?
Okay.
Ego?
Here's the bottom line. If Kyle Shanahan knew what he had, if he really knew what he had, Brock Purdy would have been the backup because he's pretty good. And then you wouldn't have had to bring Jimmy Garoppolo back. But you know what? Kyle, what you told me is you didn't, and I get it. He was the last pick in the draft, so why would you assume that he could be a pretty good quarterback?
Maybe he developed over the course of this season to the point where now he's ready to step in as a backup. Kyle gets no credit for that.
That's right.
Kyle doesn't get a lot of credit for it because we've got a fan base here that essentially believes the team can win the Super Bowl with a variety of quarterbacks.
But you don't.
No, I do. I didn't before I saw Brock Purdy the last 2 weeks.
Now you're ready.
I mean, look, Trey Lance, forget Trey Lance. Jimmy Garoppolo has gotten the 49ers to the NFC Championship 2 out of 3 years. They now went to their so-called third quarterback. Well, Steiny, do you think the 49ers can? No, they can't win it. Not with a third-string quarterback. Well, guess what? The third-string quarterback in 7 quarters is as good or has at least played as well as Garoppolo. Maybe better. I think some people would say he's done something. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so he's had 2 games where he's better than Garoppolo. So why would you say we're playing with house money?
Because you're acting like he's quarterbacking himself, Purdy. Because when this is all said and done, the head coach, the Andy Reid of the Niners, is Kyle. He's got to get some credit for the kid's balling, but you can't just miss Kyle not having nothing to do. Did you see the video?
So if Kyle
talking to him after the locker room after the game,
exactly, and that's the way it's going to be, and I get it, and that's what I'm trying to fight against. That if Brock Purdy doesn't get it done, guess what? Kyle Shanahan won't take any heat, and that's where I think, and that to me would be unfair.
Like he should take heat
for not getting it done with a third stringer.
For not getting it done, and for mismanaging the quarterback situation if that's the way it ends up.
See, I'm with you on potentially mismanaging the quarterback situation, but I don't know if you can kill him for not winning the Super Bowl.
Well, would we have killed Garoppolo and Shanahan for not winning the Super Bowl?
I was waiting.
Absolutely, we would have, right?
Well, not if you didn't think they were the best team. Like if they go on
but
the road and
everybody
lose
says
to
they're the best team outside the quarterback,
which I believe.
But the quarterback is the most important position.
Well, we can go round and round and round on that. I'm just saying that that Brock Purdy looks every bit as competent as
But can you admit,
Jimmy
Stoney,
Garoppolo.
you got to be Han Solo on this. There's not a lot of people holding Kyle to the standard that you're saying to us and how you feel.
So
if he gets this done with I don't care.
Win the Super Bowl?
Win the Super Bowl with a third stringer.
Okay, great.
Forget, nobody will be talking about why you didn't start him at the beginning. This will be his greatest feat.
Okay, then what do you do next year?
Boy.
Wow.
What do you do next year?
I feel like you would have to run it back with.
Okay, then what about when you don't win it this year? What about if you get to the NFC Championship game and you lose 21-20?
I'm going to whisper something to
the Philadelphia Eagles.
Go ahead.
Who's the starting quarterback
I'm going to say,
year?
to me, I'm going Niner math. If Brock Purdy gets them, that's his Super Bowl. Just getting them to the NFC Championship game. Because it's not fair to hold that man, Purdy, to the same standard as a guy that's been starting in the same system for 6 years. And Trey Lance, I get. But, man, Kyle's going to be coming up, Dracar. That was my cologne back in the day. He's going to be coming up smelling good if he does this with this youngster.
888-957-9570. Are you more hopeful right now after seeing Brock Purdy that the 49ers can win the Super Bowl than you were with either Garoppolo or Trey Lance? I mean, that's the bottom line. I still think after seeing Brock Purdy, guess what? They can win it all. And I think if you're a team that can win it all, then you're not playing with house money. You're not playing with house money if you're the favorite in the NFC. And I think people still believe the 49ers are the favorite in the NFC. 888-957-9570. It's all sponsored by Solo.
I said what I said. Can you know what the Brock is cooking?
It's Brock Purdy's show, making his NFL starting debut, and he's back to pass. Pressure coming, steps away, looking to run, and he walks it in for the touchdown.
I want a Brock and roll all night.
Purdy makes a swim move and finds Deebo Samuel. Are you kidding me? What a play, and the crowd loves it from Brock Purdy.
All aboard the Purdy Express, right here on 95.7 The Game.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa-la-la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
Dell Technologies' Days of Deals for Business start now with fresh, limited quantity deals on tech to drive productivity. Save on select performance laptops and desktops powered by 12th Gen Intel Core processors. Don't forget special pricing on the latest monitors, docks, and accessories, plus free shipping on everything, and special financing with Dell Business Credit. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
The best part about taking ZQuil Pure Z's Sleep Plus Next Day Energy at night is actually the next morning. I wake up alert with none of the grogginess from taking too much melatonin. Pure Z Sleep Plus Next Day Energy is a bilayer tablet with immediate release melatonin and extended release B vitamins to help me fall asleep naturally and wake refreshed. It's my secret weapon for a great night's sleep and a great morning.
Hi, Mom. Hi, Mom.
Can't beat that.
ZQuil Pure Z's Gummies. Sleep better, wake your best.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Don't miss out for 2022. Donate at carsforkids.org and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain. The market might not care you have a wedding to plan or a kid to put through school. And inflation doesn't know you've got a family to feed. But Bank of America does and is here to help. With digital tools to help you save and local experts in the Bay Area, you can keep life moving forward the way you need it to. Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at BofA.com/San Francisco. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC equal credit opportunity lender.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
We unfortunately have a really bad situation going on in Hayward.
You can rely on your Northern California Honda Dealers Traffic Center.
Traffic is still jammed from Whipple, but I can see it starting to improve now that you have...
From your traffic leader, KCBS.
Dell Technologies' Days of Deals for Business start now with fresh, limited quantity deals on tech to drive productivity. Save on select performance laptops and desktops powered by 12th Gen Intel Core processors. Don't forget special pricing on the latest monitors, docks, and accessories, plus free shipping on everything, and special financing with Dell Business Credit. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
Where do holiday happenings take over every aisle? Lowe's, actually. Right now, you'll save big on everything you need for the holiday season. Get up to 50% off select pre-lit Christmas trees and holiday living LED string lights. Plus, save on your gift list with up to 50% off select tools and accessories. The holidays are here, and so are the savings. Only at Lowe's. Offers valid through 12/14. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
So I switched to Boost Mobile and got this free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone.
Why do you think they call it the Galaxy?
Maybe because the Samsung Galaxy A23 has a huge screen, and galaxies are huge gravitationally bound systems of stars rotating around a supermassive black hole.
And the phone is free?
When you switch to Boost Mobile.
Cool. You lost me at gravitationally bound.
Switch to Boost and get a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. Limited time offer while supplies last. New customers only. Excludes tax. One device offer per line. Only available on certain networks. 5G not available everywhere. Additional restrictions apply. See your local Boost Mobile store for details.
Blitz coming. Purdy lofting, going deep. Has McCaffrey. He's got it. Touchdown, San Francisco. So Brock Purdy today has a touchdown run, has a touchdown pass, and he just led a 71-yard drive, hitting McCaffrey.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
It's all good right now with Brock Purdy.
And the Niners.
Exactly. Go ahead and win the Super Bowl now.
I mean,
go win a Super Bowl. Why not?
They're going to win this division. Seattle with a terrible loss.
Steiny, every day I hear you that the Niners couldn't win it with a second-year quarterback. First of all, Trey Lance stinks. All right?
We don't know that.
Here's what we do know. Right now, Brock Purdy's better than Trey Lance.
And what if I told you, and I'm being smart.
We know that.
What if I told you Brock Purdy's getting more of a chance to beat Brock Purdy than Trey Lance got to beat Trey Lance? Because Jerry Rice, even with that thing, that was an indictment towards Kyle.
Trey Lance has no skills. Like, he has no...
Well, why did Kyle draft him?
Because he got enamored with the athlete. Plain and simple. Clearly, Purdy, the 50 college games that Purdy played are huge.
And they said if he would have came out in his junior year, he would have been higher than me. He would have been a first rounder. I don't know. My sources told me that, but... Producer, but listen, I'm telling Steiny, we got to. I'm not saying you're not. If you're telling me you believe this team can still go get her done and win the NFC, holy hell!
Listen, I'll say it again,
and it's not just.
I'll say it again. At the start of the season, when they tried to pull one over on 49er fans and actually say our goal is to develop Trey Lance and win the Super Bowl. That's a joke. Okay, that was never happening as far as I'm concerned. Never. You're not, especially a guy like Trey Lance, who had very limited college experience and didn't even play at the highest level. The idea that he was coming in and they could win a Super Bowl was preposterous to me. Okay, he gets hurt. He gets hurt because he's so limited as a quarterback that Kyle can only use him one way, which is to run him as much as possible. He gets hurt. Of course he gets hurt. We all said he could get hurt the week before he got hurt, the way he was being used. Yeah. Boom, here comes Jimmy Garoppolo. Didn't play all off season. Shoulder surgery. Bad start against Denver. Next thing you know, boom, boom, boom. They've won 4 or 5 games in a row with Jimmy Garoppolo. And guess what? This team can win the Super Bowl.
But you did.
This team can win the Super Bowl with Garoppolo. They cannot win it they couldn't have won it with Lance, in my mind. Right. And now Brock Purdy has played 2 games and was significantly more encouraging than Trey Lance. And so now I'm looking at those 2 games saying, well, I've seen him play 2 pretty good games. If this is who he is, there's no reason they can't win it. Because who he was in the last 2 games obviously was significantly better than Trey Lance, and I think objectively a little bit more versatile and could do some more things in those 2 games that we've seen than Jimmy Garoppolo. Okay. And now I'm hearing that Kyle Shanahan is actually calling plays for Purdy that he would never call for Garoppolo, and whatever he's doing with the playbook.
Yeah, it does make you scratch your head as to...
That's all.
Like why did you go do what you did with Trey Lance and not use him? Because this is what we wanted Trey Lance to look like. This is what I thought. But I'm not all the way out on Trey. I am worried, Steiny. He could be, if this thing goes crazy and they win a couple playoff games or go far on a run, could he be collateral damage? I don't know.
See, and I think you just hit it for me. And I know I just interrupted, but this is what it is. If Brock Purdy, what are they now, 9-4?
Yeah.
Let's say they go 11-6, go to the playoffs.
Wow.
They go to the NFC Championship game and lose.
Okay.
Like,
that could be enough. Trey's done.
I'm sorry, that's a disappointing year. Like, you got to understand the big picture. I'm not saying Shanahan's a failure.
Right.
He'll be able to say, gone to the playoffs 3 out of the last 4 years, 3 straight NFC title games, 1 time Super Bowl, blah, 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 blah. But the reality is, everybody who's already said he can't win the big one, he's got a chance to win it with Brock Purdy. And if they don't get it done with Brock Purdy, guess what? He's 0-3 then.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
Because that counts.
If he gets to the NFC Championship and they lose, well, I'm sorry. I'm not going to be like, well, hey, there's a third-string quarterback. Kyle, you can't hold that against Kyle.
Well, okay.
Yes, I can. Of course I can.
I've been on both sides, Steiny, but you got to understand how this works. A quarterback is an extension of the head coach, for better or for worse. And I'm late to the party. I feel like you're late to the party with what I'm telling you. I don't care when he got his turn. Brock Purdy is a Kyle Shanahan production.
Exactly.
And right now, the venue is packed. And the venue is packed because everybody likes what they see. And if this thing goes far, it could go so far to where with Trey Lance, oops, you got bumped in line, you got hurt. I'm just throwing this all out there.
Do you know who Kyle Shanahan is? Do you really think that Brock Purdy's going to take this team to the NFC Championship game, lose, and Kyle Shanahan is going to be like, I made a mistake? No. He's coming right back with Trey Lance.
Wow,
Whether he made a mistake or not.
Wow. Because I think the Super Bowl, there's a bunch of scoreboards now, Steiny. You would still have the 0-3. Kyle, you didn't get it done. But people would not omit and forget what they just watched the day Jimmy got hurt. And this kid took over, and you're telling me they got again within one game of the Super Bowl, and the offense, I'm keeping it real, through 7 quarters. You said it. I don't need to say it. It does look different. It does look. I'm seeing the ball in the air. I'm not seeing the kicker out there. It's still early, but, man, Kyle's going to get credit for that. And losing, you're going to look at it as a demerit. He's got to win the
Super Bowl.
Well, him as a coach, but if you're giving me the Andy Reid clock, he's got a whole hell of a lot of time left to get that done.
He'll win a Super Bowl. I would bet on him winning a Super Bowl at some point. Kyle Shanahan. He's going to be a coach for the next 30 years.
This is three quarterbacks. This is buzzard luck, but it's good luck. You lose your starter, even though I know where you're at. You lose your starter.
It's buzzard luck.
You get lucky to have the dude you said bye-bye. He's there. He gets hurt. And now here comes Purdy mania.
And I guess that's where you and I differ.
Explain.
I don't think it's buzzard luck.
Well, buzzard luck is bad.
I think you started a quarterback who had no business starting, all right? And you had to use him a certain way because he was so limited. And the way you had to use him was running the football. Boom, he gets hurt. Okay, well, now we have our backup, our insurance policy. Well, guess what? The reason you wanted to get off your backup was because he could never stay healthy. So now, why would you have an insurance policy who's injury prone? But you did. Okay. And now, even though you dump on Jimmy, everybody, the bottom line is, you're right. He's been hurt 3 out of 5 years. Right. 3 out of 5 years, Jimmy Garoppolo has gotten hurt.
Facts.
Okay, so that's your quarterback situation. That's the one you are and were in control of. All right? You started somebody who probably shouldn't have started, got him hurt. He got hurt. You brought in, your ace in the hole, he got hurt too. You know why?
Shouldn't even been your ace.
Because he always gets hurt. Okay, so now we're at Brock Purdy, and no, I'm sorry, Kyle. You do not get to, use Brock, not have success with Brock Purdy and say, boy, we just buzzard luck. No buzzard luck. Guys have been getting hurt for you for 6 years. At some point, like I told you before, at some point, injuries do have to be accounted for with a certain coaching staff.
But you have to look past the quarterback room. It's not the San Francisco quarterbacks. I'm not saying how you feel is how you feel. I don't agree. I get off the bus sooner to your last stop. It's about 53 guys trying to get to the Super Bowl. So some people could say, F how it happened. F he got lucky. What happened when the third string took over? They went on a run. Okay, so fans...
They were on a run.
Okay.
I'll give you that. A run.
But now, here comes the third string quarterback. Who cares
Not a third string
about
quarterback.
The origin Let's just buckle up for the ride.
He's not a third stringer.
And the ride is not
He's
the
a first
quarterback.
stringer. He's better than both
San
of them.
Francisco 49ers. And if they get that Denzel, they get that glory of the NFC Championship game.
No,
oh my
sorry.
gosh, Steiny. No. Nobody's going to be saying what you're saying.
Let me ask you a question.
That's all.
If Jimmy Garoppolo gets into the NFC Championship game and loses,
nobody would be surprised. It would be expected.
Okay.
Because that's where we're going.
And then how you feeling? How you feeling with a Jimmy O no throw, as everybody likes to say,
Kyle
in
and
the
Jimmy
NFC
couldn't get
Championship?
it done. You know me. Kyle and Jimmy couldn't get it done again.
Okay.
Exhibit D.
Okay.
All right.
Brock Purdy, same kind of game as Garoppolo, doesn't get it done.
I know you hate to hear this. I got to tip my cap to the dude I want to throw up against the wall and take behind the barn. I can't do it. You're telling me you took a third-string Mr. Irrelevant to the NFC Championship? That's one of your greatest creations.
First of all,
that's facts.
First of all, no, it's not facts.
Why?
They were 8-4 when he took over. They were already in first place. He's not taking them anywhere. All he's got to do is get him into the playoffs.
But what if he was horrible, Steiny? You wouldn't have been shocked that they got an 8-8 because the third-string quarterback was, he couldn't get it done?
He's not horrible. That's why I'm saying we can win it. He's not a third-string quarterback. What I've seen is, so far, in 2 games, is he's better than the other two quarterbacks.
I got that.
So why wouldn't we expect that's him?
Because
why won't we expect Brock Purdy to get better?
Steiny,
for the next
all I'm
4 or 5
saying
games?
to you is,
I know
the ideology behind what you're saying is to fit your narrative. You want to say he's not a third stringer, buddy. He is.
Okay, I'll say he's a third stringer.
You got it. You can't. But that will never go away.
But Kyle created the quarterback situation that has made him go to a third stringer. Right. So, in a way, it's like, Kyle, you know what? Kyle did it again. Kyle did it again.
Which was?
If they win, he gets all the credit. If he loses and the Niners lose, well, they had an injury problem, a buzzard luck. God dang, I would love to have the excuse makers that this guy's got. Seriously.
I'm telling you, buckle up, Steiny.
Slick Rick. Hey, Slick.
Hey, what's up? Hey, come on, man.
Talk to us.
Y'all. Day, man. Look.
Hey, you got to call. Hold on. I couldn't. Slick, call back. He wanted to come down my road. I'll let it. But I couldn't hear him. I couldn't understand. Let's go.
And I love your labels, but he's a third stringer, Steiny. Regardless, if you feel like now you could say, because nobody was clamoring for Brock Purdy. You said Kruger. Nobody.
Why can't you understand that he's not a third stringer? That Kyle, the only reason Trey Lance is even in the picture is because Kyle Shanahan used 2 draft picks on him. Do you really think right now? Trey Lance gives the 49. Trey Lance is better than Brock Purdy? Come on. Brock Purdy played 4 years of college.
But see, 3 weeks, and hey, man, I'm not here to fight you. 3 weeks ago, I would have told you hell no.
Exactly.
Because even with Trey and how he looked in 2 games,
we find is apparently Kyle doesn't know what the hell he's looking at because this guy looks good.
That's a different story. It's a party going on, Steiny. It's a party going on, and Kyle is drinking a 40-ounce at the party. You can't say, Kyle, you can't come into the party. Why not? What you did? Why was he third? It don't matter. We have not skipped a beat, and we may have gained athleticism and dynamics.
Don't you see what you've just done? You've said we haven't skipped a beat. So then why are they playing with house money? If they haven't skipped a beat now with Brock Purdy as opposed to Garoppolo, why have we lowered the standard? The standard is let's go get a Super Bowl.
Because it's a quarterback league,
better.
And
he's
it's about experience. And
but he's better than Garoppolo. You just said.
Yeah. But who's guiding them, Steiny?
See,
who's guiding them?
What do you mean who's guiding them?
Who's his offensive coach? Did you again, pictures are worth 1,000 words. That picture of him at the locker room talking to Brock, that's what this is. I'm just telling you, get ready. Because if they keep winning, Kyle is God.
I'm ready.
It's coming, Steiny, if it's not there now.
I'm ready for it, okay? And if Brock Purdy wins a Super Bowl,
Kyle wins a Super Bowl too.
No kidding. Of course.
Okay.
What if he doesn't?
But you're not going to go credit shame Kyle.
What do you mean?
If they hoist up the Lombardi trophy.
Of course not.
No, right, but it sounds like your energy is, why wasn't this guy playing sooner, or why was he third string?
Why was he?
Right now, you could say he got it wrong. But it ain't going to supersede what this ride is right now. And this a party, Steiny.
See,
music bumping.
You're doing exactly what I'm saying. You've spent the whole show saying,
tell me,
you know what, Brock Purdy, I mean, boy, he does do things better. Looks like he's got more poise.
Right.
He throws downfield, this, that, and the other thing. But we're playing with house money. It's like, wait a minute. You wanted to win a title 2 weeks ago, and now the quarterback who just played the last 2 weeks is like better than anybody thought he'd be. And in fact, as of now, small sample size. And of course, if he stinks the next 5 weeks, well, obviously, then he wasn't as good as Jimmy Garoppolo, and it caught up with him.
Yeah.
But after 2 games, don't say they don't have a chance.
Oh, and I told you, I told you that.
They're not playing with house money. Go get a Super Bowl. And I'm not saying if they don't win a Super Bowl, they fail.
This is why I say this is okay.
That's not what I'm saying.
I gotta say what I feel here. If Kyle pulls this off, and when I say by Kyle Steiny, wins a Super Bowl with Mr. Irrelevant, it will be greater. It'll obviously be his first Super Bowl, greatest achievement.
Well, of course, he's never won a Super Bowl before.
But what was you say? Could you? I know I'm fast forwarding. Are you ready for that? To where nobody's going to say, hey, how did you botch the coming out of training camp? Why was he third? It's going to be the euphoria. Shout out HBO. It's going to be the euphoria of you took Mr. Irrelevant midway through the year, didn't skip a beat, and won a Super Bowl. Kyle's going to be, it'll be like pouring something on a gremlin. It's going to grow.
And that's what bothers me. He will get all those flowers. He will deserve all those flowers. He will have taken Brock Purdy and gotten him a Super Bowl. All those things. And he will be praised. But now you and others have set up a situation where it's a house money year. So the standards have now fallen. Even though this guy, Brock Purdy, who nobody knows, has come in and played 7 damn good quarters of football, and quite frankly has looked a little better than the other 2 quarterbacks. So why don't we still have those expectations? That's all I'm saying.
Right. Well,
why have the expectations fallen when, first of all, a lot of people don't like Garoppolo, and secondly, this guy looks better than Garoppolo.
Well, wouldn't it be because the normal narrative is when you lose your starter, you're
normal.
Okay, right.
You hear what Bosa said?
Each time he scored, he waited on the sideline. Like usually they go back and look at the iPad or whatever, or talk to their coaches. He waited for the extra point and then congratulated all the linemen each time. So, I mean, kid's awesome. I saw the video of his dad crying, which was really cool.
What a leader this guy is.
We got to get to that.
What a leader Brock Purdy is. He shook hands with the linemen. You got to be able to win it with this guy.
Can I decipher what does he mean? We got a quarterback. Was that a shot?
You tell me. You tell me, Goo.
Play the sound of him saying that about Jimmy. Oh wait, it's not on your board. It's not there. But Stoney, do you understand that you are almost a maverick here? I'm calling you Mark Cuban.
Not at all, Mark. Not at all.
Because
we got a quarterback.
Yeah, traditional wisdom is when you lose your starter, you're done.
Right.
When you lose your backup, you're super dumb.
This quarterback situation is not conventional, nor has it been from day one.
But see, that wouldn't be...
No.
I got you.
No.
But that would be like an agenda take, Scotty. People would say, forget the Bay. People would be like, whoever said that take got something against Kyle.
We have a... No.
Then what can he do to get credit for Matt Steinmetz this season? Is it done?
He has gotten credit. Like, he's got him in first place. If they win the Super Bowl, he gets credit.
What if they don't win the Super Bowl? What if they get the NFC Championship?
It's another nice year. It's another nice year for Kyle Shanahan. But he still hasn't won the big one. And I still do remember, even though everybody seems to forget, we do have a big segment of fans here that say Super Bowl or bust. So just because they got to their third-string quarterback doesn't mean it's any less disappointing. Here's the situation. And I said it last week, and maybe I was wrong. He's not the third-string quarterback. He's not.
But
he's better than Trey Lance.
But Steiny.
End of. Yeah. Could you imagine? Listen to that.
I feel like you're front running now because you never would have said that until you just saw 7 quarters.
Guru. Exactly. That's what I said. I thought they had no chance with Lance. They had a chance with Garoppolo. They're done after Garoppolo got hurt. Now I've seen 7 quarters and say, well, he's better than Trey Lance, and he looks every bit as good as Garoppolo. Wow. Why shouldn't they win it? Oh, well, I know. They shouldn't win it so that we can take pressure off Kyle Shanahan so that when they don't win it, he can say, well, we used 3 quarterbacks. How can we win with a third-string quarterback? Well, let me tell you something. Let me tell you why there's a chance this year. Because if he had started, if Trey Lance would have started the season where he should have started, which is the third-string quarterback, and Garoppolo got hurt, and then Purdy got hurt, they'd have no chance, none, under Trey Lance to make a run. 0. Brock Purdy's had 4 years of college. He looks like he's poised. He looks like he knows how to play quarterback. They still have action.
Now, if you would have said that from the beginning,
that's what I've said all day. Have you not listened?
The people are even saying, "Had you said that from the beginning?" Because it sounded like you were like, Kyle can't win in this at all. But now you're saying, you know what? It'll be a good year. You'll have to come back, but the narrative will be he still hasn't won the big one.
Exactly.
He's one hit away, one bad hit.
He's been one hit away. You can't do that.
From Josh Johnson taking the field. And now I'm wondering what Josh Johnson would look like in this offense.
Yeah, he's probably better than Brock Purdy, the way Shanahan evaluates quarterbacks.
But what I'm saying to you, Matt, and I'm going to drive home thinking of this, as passionate as you are, you cannot remove from this story, even though you feel otherwise, Kyle's doing this with a third stringer that was named a third stringer coming out of camp. Even though you disagree now,
6-5-0.
That's the story.
Last week you said expectations had to be lowered. Yes, I did.
And I backed you up on that.
But I don't think they have to be lowered now that I've seen Brock Purdy play 2 weeks. I mean, I don't think, I get it. He could wet the bed from here on out. And if he does, all this is moot anyway because they're not going to win it if he stinks.
Yeah.
All right? But he played 2 good games. So he's got it in him. Obviously, he got something in him. And in the 2 games I saw him quarterback so far, he was absolutely not significantly or definitively
better
worse
than Trey Lance.
He's better than Lance. But he was also better in those 2 games than Jimmy for the most part. He's more versatile. He can do more things. Okay. We can still win it all. We can win it all. Man. And if you don't win it all, it will be disappointing. I'm not going to say they choked or Kyle should be fired, but if they get eliminated, they're 9-4 right now. Brock Purdy's their starting quarterback.
Undefeated.
They have every bit of a chance to win the Super Bowl as anybody else, don't they?
So the bone that I had to pick when I know we're up against it, on the other side, you ready to say this kid's going to be the starter next? Has Trey Lance taken his last snap as a Niner starter?
Of course not. You think Kyle would have to admit he's wrong? When's the last time that ever happened?
I think every time they keep winning, that might be happening.
All right, coming up, I got to get to some calls. I see everybody on the Xfinity mobile text line. Mark, Doug, Jeremy, Mike, Jose. We'll get to you on the other side, and it's all sponsored by Bed Bath & Beyond.
We got a quarterback.
These days, there isn't enough easy to go around. So here's some. Meet Solo, the revolutionary single-seat commuter that makes EV easy. Easy to drive, easy to change, and at under $19,000, easy to afford. It's even easy to order at drivesoloev.com.
Get fast, reliable speeds at home and on the go with internet and mobile from Xfinity. Now through December 21st, new customers can get 1.2 gig internet plus Xfi Complete with unlimited data and Wi-Fi equipment included. It's just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Plus, get $200 back. Go online, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Hi, this is Stephanie from Safeway with great news. You can earn Safeway rewards with each each purchase you make. Then use your rewards for discounts on groceries or up to 20 cents off per gallon in gas rewards at participating Chevron or Texaco stations and up to $1 off per gallon at participating Safeway fuel stations. Not a member? Register for an account with your phone number at checkout and start earning rewards today. Restrictions and exclusions apply. Learn more at Safeway.com/for-you. This is Stephanie from Safeway, and we'll see you soon.
Our company, Repurpose, has a really cool mission. Get rid of plastic. Meanwhile, we had this problem. Our office was all paper, and nobody wanted to file paperwork, print checks, mail them. We don't do that anymore. Now we've got Bill. It lets us be digital. Bill saves us paper and time. No matter where our key players are, they have visibility into our cash flow. Goodbye plastic, goodbye paper.
Automate your finances with Bill. Learn more at Bill.com.
Television sales on Black Friday set new records as millions of Americans snapped up the hot deals. But a lot of people were out of town or too busy to take advantage of the special pricing. So, how about a redo? Right now, you've got a second chance to save big on many of the top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs. Where? At Video Only, where the smart shoppers go. So, don't miss out. Check out Video Only now, or
you'll be sorry.
AT&T Fiber presents a straightforward moment inspired by straightforward pricing.
And now we just cube the pancetta as such.
So what's on the menu tonight?
This carbonara I found online. It's fire. You gonna love it, Mom.
I hope you hold on to this AT&T Fiber, son. It's nice.
Yeah, you should settle down now that you're a good gillionaire.
Oh, I am. I finally found the one internet I've been looking for my whole life.
So, no more one-year stands?
No, I'm done with all that. With AT&T Fiber, there's no price increase at 12 months.
What about equipment fees?
Nope.
Those were never any good for you.
Exactly. But now, everything's completely straightforward.
Well, in the spirit of being straightforward, I never liked any of your old ones.
Me neither.
Y'all never told me that.
But we're being straightforward now, which feels good, yeah?
Yeah. Now let's get straightforward about that girl he's been seeing.
Straightforward is better. No equipment fees, no data caps, no price increase at 12 months. Live like a gagillionaire with AT&T Fiber. Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
'Twas almost the holidays, and all over the state, not a creature was stirring, except for, well, Nate. He was panicked, in need of a really good gift. Nate's a procrastinator, if you catch my drift. So off he dashed to the closest store, and there found holiday scratchers galore. Now Nate won't get a lump of coal, unless he burns the holiday casserole. Yes, scratchers from the California Lottery are great, especially for Mr. Procrastinate. So when it's time to get your gift shopping out of the way, try scratchers. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry's starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover, all for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code JOY at checkout. That's harrys.com, code JOY. Enjoy.
Here's to Prilosec OTC. Just one pill each morning and no heartburn all day. My holiday hero.
Prilosec OTC. One pill a day, 24 hours, zero heartburn. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's official. Fast just got a whole lot faster. Xfinity has the fastest internet with up to 6 gig speed. Plus, Xfinity Mobile is the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. You heard that right. Xfinity just increased internet speeds again. And Xfinity Mobile gives you can't catch me speeds. The fastest internet, the fastest mobile service, and major savings? Can't argue with the facts. Now through December 21st, new customers can get 1.2 gig internet plus X-Fi Complete with unlimited data and Wi-Fi equipment included. It's just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Plus, get $200 back. Go to Xfinity.com/faster. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Four-man rush. Purdy loaded up, going deep. He's got a man. Ayuk in! Touchdown 49ers! Are you kidding?
Well, so much for playing for a field goal. They went double move on the outside with Brandon Ayuk. Brock Purdy gave a huge pump fake, and Ayuk just ran right by him.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, let me summarize where we're at. And then if you want to come down my road, feel free. Because to me, it's pretty... I think most people, when I tell them where I'm coming from, would be like, okay, I get that. Yes, that's what I think.
What scoreboard? You're not using Nielsen. I mean, what are you basing that?
I'll tell you exactly what I'm basing that on. They started the season with Trey Lance.
Gotcha.
1AA. Didn't even quarterback last year. Didn't quarterback during COVID. By far the most raw quarterback of the 5 that were taken up high in the draft. The idea that Trey Lance was going to guide the 49ers to a Super Bowl in his first year as a starter, I thought was preposterous.
All right.
And I said, they have no chance. They're not going to win the Super Bowl with Trey Lance. He gets hurt. Now here comes Jimmy Garoppolo. Well, they can win the Super Bowl with Jimmy Garoppolo, I think.
I said Super Bowl or bust.
Okay.
He did.
So now Garoppolo wins 4 or 5 straight. Now he gets hurt. Okay, guess what? We got trouble. We got big trouble because now we got to go to a third-string quarterback, Brock Purdy.
Done.
Yes, we're done.
Yep.
We cannot win with a third-string quarterback. Now he's played 2 weeks. And it's like, you know what? He's been pretty good. And then you start to think about Kyle and the quarterback situation. And you realize that the reality of the situation is, you know what? Right here, right now, Brock Purdy is better than Trey Lance. He's better because he had 50 college games under his belt. So after I've now seen Brock Purdy show poise as a quarterback, and I start thinking about Trey Lance and Garoppolo, his strengths and weaknesses. Garoppolo's kind of a middle-of-the-pack quarterback. When he's good, he's like 12. When he's not good, he's 18. Okay, well, Brock Purdy, well, maybe he can be 12 to 18. So guess what? I come in this morning and say, this team can win it all. This team can win it all.
But
And everybody now is like, don't put that pressure on. Oh, no. Don't do that. Why not? Is all I'm saying. Why not?
Yeah,
why can't they win a Super Bowl?
Well, that's why everybody's excited.
Right.
The reason we thought they couldn't may not be the reason. And
why did we think they couldn't?
Because you're on your third-string quarterback. And normally, Steiny, those guys, they're third stringers because they can't get it done.
Normally.
Right. But my question to you after a win is, don't you understand you may be Gilligan? You're on an island all by yourself in the sense that you're focused on the origin when this party's still going. Like, everybody doesn't give who cares almost? Like, you're right when the dust settles, but right now it's, can this team win it?
That's right.
And through 7 quarters, you and I both believe, like, they got action.
I don't know what you're saying. Like, I came in saying, I've seen Brock Purdy play 2 games.
Well, it sounds like house money triggered you.
It did. It did, because
but house money change.
House money is what a long shot says.
Oh, well,
they're not a long shot. They're not a long shot. They're not a long shot. The expectations right now haven't changed. Let's win the Super Bowl. It doesn't mean if they don't win the Super Bowl, Shanahan should be fired.
Right.
But if they don't win the Super Bowl with Brock Purdy, to me, it's every bit as disappointing as not winning it without Garoppolo or not winning it with Trey Lance.
Yeah, but this ain't young. This ain't Montana to Young. This
was.
This is. You're right. But normally, you just ask, why can't they win it? Because we're on the third-string quarterback. That's the label. That's the term.
But we already know that's a joke. It's a joke.
Do we?
He hasn't played like a third-string quarterback in the 2 games we saw him.
But when you talk like that, you're taking credit from Brock. Forget Kyle. You're taking it sounds like me, Stoney. You're taking credit away from Brock. And you know what Brock had to do? He had to stay ready. He had to study. He had to wait his turn. And I would have bet my right arm.
Anything away
he
from Brock. I came in here today saying they can win a Super Bowl with Brock Purdy. So I'm not taking anything away from Brock.
But when you say he's better than the third, you're taking away from the story. The story is
he better than Trey Lance?
I'm not ready to say that.
Okay.
Stoney, we've seen 2 games. Please. A game and we've seen 5 quarters of Trey.
He's better than Trey Lance because he played 50 college games. Period.
Well, you probably ain't by yourself with that, but I ain't ready to say that. Then what? Then why did Kyle start Trey?
Because he invested in him.
No, that is bigger than that. What did you see to invest in?
Well, that ship has sailed. That ship has sailed. All right. What he saw in him, I don't know.
He never had
Maybe we will still see what he sees in him. Maybe Trey Lance may be great in 2 or 3 years. I'm not writing Trey Lance off. But right now, or at least week 1 this year, yeah, you were going to wait. Yeah, okay, you were going to win a Super Bowl with Trey Lance. Okay, all right.
Well, you remember the talk he had with the veterans.
Your chance just improved to win the Super Bowl with
that.
That
could be facts.
All right,
but it doesn't change in this story though. Third string quarterback is the story, Stoney. Even though I know you think he's better than that, this is a thing because it's the third stringer.
Stop hating, Stoney. Yeah, you know what? Let's just
Xfinity
cash in.
There's a lot of that on the YouTube.
Let's just cash in this season.
Watch yourself.
San Bruno. Let's go to Mike. Shut up, Stephen
A. You better be careful.
Hey, fellas.
Hey,
what you guys doing?
Hey.
P1 listener here, all day, every day, baby.
Thank you.
Hey, so I have a fat rat to put on the table. I'm talking master splinter rat.
Uh-oh.
Shanahan is the stubbornest stubbornest coach that we know of. He was willing to put Trey Lance into the situation where we would just roll the dice to see what happened, rather than to let things play out naturally. Like, Guru, you're a guy that likes style, right? You're a style guy. What happened right now?
You see me on YouTube right now?
Drebin. This is Fred Drebin. This is organized. This is like chaos that happened to go right. This is Naked Gun. This wasn't planned. You don't draft your 7th round, the Mr. Irrelevant, to actually play in the first year. Even if you put him on a roster, most people that are there, they don't belong. They're just going to be there, and they're usually, they travel from team to team. They don't stay on one team, start, and then have the success that they have, as well as pick up the playbook the way that Brock Purdy has. My point is this. Shanahan whiffed 120% or even more on the draft pick, right? And all I know is that what Brock Purdy has, he has it. I don't know what it is, but I know what it looks like on the screen. He has it more than Trey Lance and Garoppolo combined.
Oh.
Why? Because he was able to take the playbook that he sort of moved around for Jimmy Garoppolo. Because let's remind ourselves, he had to adjust the playbook so that Jimmy could be able to not do turnovers or have Ono throws, right? So now he studied under Jimmy for 7, 8, 9 weeks and perfected it. And at least through 2 weeks, the system that Shanahan's put in place is working out.
And he gets credit for that. That's my whole point. He gets credit for that.
Credit for it.
We spent 2 hours, almost 2 hours, saying, this is a Kyle Shanahan production. Nobody wants to hear how he got on the field, why he should have been on the field earlier. The bottom line is this dude I'm talking about Kyle, is on the track with a rookie quarterback to finally do something possibly that he's never done.
Okay.
There's no shade. Like this,
right? But clearly, the way the quarterback situation has played out and has left them with Brock Purdy right now.
Gotcha.
If they don't win it, you won't even sniff at Kyle Shanahan. Like, see, there's a difference. I just said to you, well, of course, if they win it all, Kyle gets credit. He becomes a Super Bowl winning quarterback as coach.
Gotcha.
He got a Brock Purdy. He gets all that. But you're doing the opposite and saying all the pressure's off Kyle now.
Ask me why, though, I'm doing that, Stoney.
It's all house money.
Ask me why.
If they lose 4 in a row under Brock Purdy,
but
Kyle Shanahan cannot be criticized.
Ask me why I'm doing that.
Because
I'm not doing it on purpose.
This is what
you're
you do.
minimizing, and you're being selfish, trying to take out the component of Brock Purdy being slotted the third-string quarterback. No, it don't matter by.
Yes, it does.
He's the third-string quarterback. You're throwing it out to make something that it's not.
And you continue to say third-string quarterback so as to protect Kyle
from what?
If and when
what
they
am I
don't
protecting
win
him
it.
from? No, not at all.
From expectations.
What I'm getting you
from
ready.
expectations.
I'm trying to prep you for the Super Bowl with Brock Purdy's the NFC Championship game.
Exactly.
If he gets them there.
Exactly. Would that have been enough for Garoppolo?
No, I would have been disappointed.
Okay, well, Brock Purdy looks like he's better than Garoppolo. See, that's what you're doing. You're taking all the pressure off Kyle Shanahan for the way he's handled this. And now Kyle Shanahan gets to say, well, you really didn't think we were going to win it with my third-string quarterback.
What would anybody get from that?
From what?
Protecting Kyle or taking the pressure off. I'm being real,
So
Steiny.
you can go back and say you called him a
with
genius.
third-string quarterbacks in damn near anything.
Is he a third-string quarterback?
Okay, that's how you feel?
He's not.
But on paper, he is.
No, he's actually not. He's a third-string quarterback in Kyle Shanahan's.
I can't win today.
He's a third-string quarterback
I cannot
in
win
Kyle
today.
Shanahan's mind.
Boy.
Just like...
No. There's not one person on this earth
say Kyle's
that
off
was
the hook.
pro Brock Purdy.
You're right.
Except Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch.
Okay. They were so high on him, they brought Jimmy Garoppolo back. That's how high they were on Brock Purdy. It's just like, my whole thing is, Brock Purdy just played an unbelievable game against Tampa Bay, and now we're coming in here today saying
they got action.
It's all no. Oh, house money. Oh man, they just got to win.
Hearing that. I hadn't heard the house money.
First damn thing I heard this morning. Yeah. I'm like, house money? They can win this thing.
Well, what if he ends up being your quarterback of the future?
Good.
And that erases for the Trey Lance. You ain't even got to go through that. What if they got their quarterback of the future and they lose in the second round of the playoffs? Could that be house money to where, we lost, we didn't get it done, but we got our quarterback of the future?
Who is it?
It could be Brock Purdy. I think that's what part of the excitement is. Because I just don't see a scenario. Well, Jimmy's gone, right, Steiny? He's got to be gone. But, hey, I said that before. I'm just letting you know, Matt, you cannot change his label. Even if you tell me, hey, Goo, he was better than a third-string quarterback. That's what part of this story is.
And that's where you must, as someone who lives in the Bay Area, we're not national media who's looking at the Jets from 3,000 miles away.
Bay.
We are here in the Bay Area.
Got you.
So we know what Shanahan has done with the quarterback situation and how he has handled it. So, yes, there are mitigating circumstances to this third-string quarterback. I mean, that's what a sports debate is. Well, he's a third-string quarterback. Yeah, he is, but let's not forget that he actually was better than Trey Lance. Let's be honest about that. He's better than Trey Lance, at least right now. So I don't understand how the 49ers win 35-7 against the Bucs, and we're not saying we can still win it all, man. This is now 2 weeks of Brock Purdy. He looks pretty damn good. We can win it all.
I think a lot of people feel that way. They just they don't want to tap into it and be heartbroken because, again, my words today, conventional wisdom has it that this guy was Mr. Irrelevant for a reason, and there's going to be a team down the road that may show his warts.
That probably
he
will
threw
be.
an interception.
There
all
probably
of them do
will
yesterday.
be.
Got called back. That's
and then
fine.
What, is Kyle going to cut him? Because he hates quarterbacks?
No, he may be so good and showed you so much, Steiny, that there'll be a quarterback, what do you call it, competition.
So, and then let me
That's fascinating in itself. But right now.
Yeah, see, it's fascinating. What about it was botched? Would you say it was botched? If Brock Purdy starts quarterback next year, he beats out Trey Lance.
You know what? I'm going to be honest with you. Hey,
now where are we?
You ain't going blue on me. Botched, we said, before, when Trey went down. And how he was. So we're past botched. Before Brock Purdy even entered the equation, we were past botched.
Joe, San Francisco. What's up, Joe?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Thanks for having me on. I agree with you 100%, Steiny. I think you got it right on the button there, buddy. Brock Purdy should not have been the third string, and if you looked at Trey Lance's face yesterday, he saw his starting job kind of slipping away. And not to mention that you also have Brian Greasy has been working with Brock Purdy the entire time behind the scenes as a quarterback's coach because he was working with Garoppolo as well. So you got to put all those things into the conversation of why he observed so much the way he did. In 4 years of college, he has more experience than Trey Lance. He's just a better quarterback, period. End of story.
Appreciate the call.
And I'll never argue that. I will step back and listen. If you tell me quarterback A played 50 college games, quarterback B, Trey Lance, was pretty much an unknown and played umpteen games. I get that. But that's not how this story jumped off. Kyle cut in line, traded up in the draft, and said, that right there is my Beyonce. That guy.
Yeah, but he wasn't. And he's not. He's not right now. Okay. Purdy's better than him. What's so hard to understand?
No, I'm not even mad at that. What I'm mad about is then you're saying he got a scholarship. Trade it.
Duh. No, duh, as Clay would say. You think he would have beaten out Garoppolo if they would have if they actually would have opened up the competition?
See, you say the duh, which was great. You say duh.
No duh.
Like somebody on this earth said that before training. Nobody was even talking about Brock Purdy. So you can't come back now after 7 quarters and say he was better than Trey.
He is.
But nobody was saying that until
both quarterbacks 7 quarters this year. Who looked better?
That's a landslide.
Well, exactly.
Yeah, but that's Monday. My point is, Steiny, he started Trey, and nobody was up in arms about Brock Purdy not getting a start.
Right. Because we didn't know that Trey Lance wasn't any good yet.
Well, that's strong. To say Trey is no good, Steiny, Kyle, that's botched. Come on now. Please. He ran him like a fullback.
Why?
I don't know.
Because he can't throw. That's why.
Then why'd he draft him?
Because he made a mistake. A big mistake.
But you know he better own up to it.
He doesn't have to own up to it if Brock Purdy wins a Super Bowl. See,
then what happens?
Then he's a Super Bowl champion coach, and nobody cares about Trey Lance. Man. Just like nobody cared about Barry Zito making $190 million when the Giants won in spite of him.
Wow, man.
Feels great, baby.
You're done. Let's go to Wichita, Kansas.
Wow. Shout out Dorothy.
There's no Dorothy over here. I should be sailed, as you like to say. Hey, man, so I just wanted to point out a couple of things. So far as Trey Lance is concerned and him starting the season, I think this was a reboot year to begin with. And if I'm not mistaken, we started with the weakened running game with Elijah Mitchell being out, and now we got CMC. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, and that's not saying that I think Trey Lance is better because from what I've seen out Brock Purdy the last couple of games, the dude is a natural. And you don't always get to see that, when you're scouting, until you get him put in the game. I mean, Montana was a third-round pick. Turns out he's the GOAT. Yeah, Brady, that's right. Montana's the GOAT, not you. And, I just don't think it's an apples-to-apples conversation because what Trey Lance is bad at, Garoppolo's actually good at. And what Garoppolo's bad at, Trey Lance is good at. But what they're both bad at, Purdy looks like he's pretty good at. So it's optimism, man. It's just optimism. I'm sitting here in Wichita.
Exactly.
From my Niners, looking at him play.
Brace it, baby.
Man, this dude looks legit.
Oh, majestic. Thanks. He looks majestic, Brock Purdy.
I love that word. That's what they used to say about my home runs on the softball field. What I'm saying, Stoney, is you sound like a hater. Let me tell you why.
Because
everybody's excited
dumbass
in
people out
Ninerville.
That's right.
And you're going to go back to the origin of the quarterback, Duck, Duck, Goose, which is valid. You know what? But now's not the time.
You know what?
Give me that. Just give me. I'm not saying that's what. There's a party going on, and you're on the phone like the Karen lady.
See, this is where you piss me off.
No, I'm just telling you the truth.
I came in today saying the 49ers can win the Super Bowl. Brock Purdy can win the Super Bowl. He's shown that he's in 7 quarters.
Okay.
He's shown that he can win a Super Bowl. How's that hating?
But what takes you to Lance? What takes you to Jimmy? That's what I'm saying. That's the part that's shade.
Because you have to look at the quarterbacks. You just say, oh, he's a third stringer. Well, let's really look at it. Can we? Can we really look at it? Because guess what? Trey Lance started the season at quarterback. You cannot tell me Brock Purdy is not as good as Trey Lance.
You're right.
Thank you.
But that's
Let's
a
just
downer.
leave it there.
That's a downer.
It's a downer saying that Brock Purdy. See, you know what? I'm not playing that crap.
But you're doing crap now. And I don't get why you're trying to have an end-of-the-year discussion when a party's going on.
Do you not, like, seriously?
House money?
Do you not hear me?
What trigger is
that?
I've been listening to you for 2.5 hours. You're the only man talking about he botched. This dude's about to be bigger than he would have been if he won a Super Bowl with Jimmy. I'm just getting you prepped for that. Like in the hospital before surgery, you got the robe.
Take it somewhere else. Take it somewhere else. Because I just told you what I said. I said I saw Brock Purdy play the last 2 weeks. This team can win the Super Bowl. Plain and simple. Expectations should not have dropped or should drop after Jimmy Garoppolo.
Keep going.
Well, there it is.
No.
I'm a hater.
No,
that's a hater.
You turned down Trey Lance road. How long have we been on Trey Lance's road? I ain't saying you're wrong.
The best quarterback.
But you're fixated on the botch.
I'm not fixated on it.
It's a party. They just won. They got a chance to win it. You just said it. I'm just blown away. I'm sitting there looking at you like, wow, this is end-of-the-year stuff that you are doing now.
What? Saying they can win the Super Bowl
it ain't
is end-of-the-year stuff.
You have mentioned that.
You are
all
absolutely.
For 2.5 hours, you've been fixated on he ain't started. Who cares? He's on the cusp, probably, of getting it done.
Who?
And you want to spray a little perfume and say, oh, I said they could get it done. And then we spent 2.5 hours on the negative. That's all. And I'm not saying you're wrong. This ain't the time. They just got a chance with a third-string quarterback, and now you want to make the third stringer the first stringer. You don't get to do it that way. He's the third-string quarterback on paper. The world has reacted to a third-string quarterback playing good 7 quarters, but you want to fixate on Kyle and Trey Lance. I'm here for it.
Not at all.
I'm here for it, Sonny. I'm here for it.
You fell for the trap.
Yeah. There shouldn't be traps.
Listen, I get it. You're not going to criticize Kyle Shanahan no matter what happens.
Oh, that
because
hurts.
now they've got a third-string quarterback. That's where you're coming from. Anything they get with a third-string quarterback is gravy. We were not going to criticize Kyle Shanahan because he's already doing great with a third-string quarterback. And I'm just sitting here saying, you know what? I think they got just as good a chance now as they've had at any time during the season. How's that negative? I don't understand how it's negative when I come in here today and say they can win it. If this is Brock Purdy, I said it last week, if this is Brock Purdy, they got action. Okay, well, it was Brock Purdy again. You know what? They shouldn't take a back seat to anybody. They should have Super Bowl aspirations just like they always have. I don't get it.
I don't think that's fair.
What isn't fair?
That you come in here and say a third-string quarterback all of a sudden is Joe Namath. So to fit your narrative, he's now no longer a third-string quarterback.
Okay.
And what's so fraudulent about that take is you never were pro Brock Purdy before the last 2 weeks, and that's fine.
That's right.
But don't come in here and say the story's minimized because he should have been second string. Come on, man. If that ain't the ultimate Monday morning quarterback, I don't know what is. And if I would have done that, you would have been like, come on, Goo.
Actually, it's not true. I went through it step by step. And I don't understand what's so hard to explain. I really don't. If you want to take Kyle Shanahan off the hook for everything that happens from this point on because they have a third-string quarterback, you can do that. And you know what? You'll have plenty of people on your side.
But that bothers you.
No, it's just a difference of opinion.
You said it. That's bothering you.
Well, yeah,
I'm the dude that said I didn't drawn up the divorce papers from Kyle.
Well,
but now I can step back. Come on, third string, Steiny. He's third string regardless. That's your kryptonite. He's third string regardless if you think he's high or not. That's what this story's about.
The story's about
I'm listening.
You want to hold on to this Kyle. Like, you're just, whatever. We know what's going on. Don't we? All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Half hour left in the show. Let's get it on.
Jimmy, no!
At Outdoor Supply Hardware, to give is to receive. December 6th through Christmas Eve, get a free $10 gift card with every $50 gift card purchased. Limit 4 per household. Osh gift cards never expire. Great gifts are in the cards at all 14 Osh stores.
Television sales on Black Friday set new records as millions of Americans snapped up the hot deals. But a lot of people were out of town or too busy to take advantage of the special pricing. So, how about a redo? Right now, you've got a second chance to save big on many of the top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs. Where? At Video Only, where the smart shoppers go. So, don't miss out. Check out Video Only now, or
you'll be sorry.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa-la-la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum 2022 tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
O'Reilly. Improve visibility in your vehicle and save $10 on a pair of Trico Force wiper blades now at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Don't risk your safety because of bad wiper blades. Be ready for any weather. Our professional parts people will even install your new wiper blades for free. Visit your local O'Reilly Auto Parts or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey, here's a holiday gift from Bed Bath & Beyond. Between now and Christmas, get 25% off your entire purchase by texting JOY to 239663. That's 239663. New offers every day at Bed Bath & Beyond. Exclusions apply. See website for details.
Dell Technologies' Days of Deals for Business start now with fresh, limited quantity deals on tech to drive productivity. Save on select performance laptops and desktops powered by 12th Gen Intel Core processors. Don't forget special pricing on the latest monitors, docks, and accessories, plus free shipping on everything, and special financing with Dell Business Credit. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had two challenges: improve their brand presence and message and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to kansascitysteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEBNOW1. That's 877-WEBNOW1.
San Francisco, mostly sunny skies today, highs in the low 50s.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Staples offers the latest tech solutions from HP, plus great savings when you bundle an HP printer, PC, and monitor. Explore more at your local Staples store or staplesconnect.com.
11th play of the drive, and it's intercepted. Trey Greenlaw with a beautiful play. He tipped it to himself. He picks it off, the second one this half for the Niners.
He's the GOAT. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, this segment sponsored by Outdoor Supply Hardware. Let me instruct people. If we could turn back the clock to 12:30, and I start out the show and go, let me tell you something. Brock Purdy looked pretty good yesterday against the Bucs, but no chance. No chance they're going to win it all. You know that, and I know that with his third-string quarterback. You're not going to win it with a third-string quarterback. This is dumb. Thinking they're going to win it. That's a hater. That's a hater. That's not what I came out saying today. I came out saying, damn. Why would you lower your expectations after you've seen Brock Purdy for the last 2 weeks? Why would you lower your expectations? All I'm saying is I still think they're a Super Bowl contender, and that should still be the goal.
We all said that. But it's funny how you just...
Why?
Okay,
what's
look,
so difficult?
Nothing's difficult. I'm checking you on you saying Brock Purdy. You don't got the power to change the narrative that Brock Purdy ain't a third-string quarterback. And I think it's fake that you try to take credit like you knew Brock was something better than a third-string quarterback. That's all. So you did come in here at 12:30 and say all that. Kudos to you, Matt. But you also spent 2.5 hours denigrating Kyle Shanahan on why Brock Purdy's better than the third-string quarterback. Come on, man. How front-running is that? You ain't mentioned Brock Purdy's name all year. Now this Monday after a win, you want to come here and claim it. You want to claim
one of the reasons,
great, Matt. One
of the reasons.
Great job by you.
Is because I'm able to look beneath the surface a little bit.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay.
Gotcha.
See, I get, I mean, the bottom line is that you're right. You're right.
What's the bottom line? You said, and you got quiet.
Yeah, bottom line, Trey Lance, he's better than Brock Purdy, clearly. Division 1 AA quarterback.
Wow.
1 AA. 1 AA.
I don't know what Trey did to you, Donnie.
Nothing. He didn't do anything to me.
Well, you said Brock's better than him.
He is better. Okay, let me just do you think Brock Purdy right now, or this year, Brock Purdy, does he give the 49ers a better chance to win than Trey Lance would have? I think the answer is yes.
Well, it's obvious, yes. One's not even able to play, and we only short sample
not when he was healthy. Not when he was healthy.
I'm not even going to.
Exactly.
That's obvious.
It is obvious.
Who started?
Brock Purdy's better.
Who got the start?
It's okay.
Right, but I'm asking you who got the start.
Will be better probably down the line than Purdy.
And you,
not right
you know
now.
what, Donnie? You might be right.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that's not the case. I'm just wondering, because you come in here and say, I still think they got action.
They do.
I do too.
No, you don't.
Yeah, but we didn't spend 2.5 hours on how they got action. We spent 2.5 hours on Brock Purdy's better than a third-string quarterback, and Carl knew it,
I think he is.
he botched it. I'm like,
I think he is.
All right.
I think he is.
There's a party going on, not for us, though.
I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means.
Like they
I
got
didn't think
action.
I know they
and
do. That's what
all
I came
we're
out
talking
saying.
about is botched and Trey Lance and who.
See,
and
you're
then you claim
misrepresenting.
no,
You're
stop.
misrepresenting
Ask
so
your producer, Steiny. Anybody listening? I got the stuff up. Do you not hear yourself?
I
and
don't.
it's okay, but just admit it.
Admit what, Goo? What? Admit what?
That you're front running and trying to change the narrative because
What
you all of a sudden
narrative?
that Kyle Shanahan messed up because Brock Purdy was a third-string quarterback. That narrative, Matt. And it's fictitious because you ain't said a damn thing about Brock Purdy all year long.
That's
and it's
right.
okay.
'Cause
But
I
don't
never-
come in here and say
Okay.
he's better than the third
He is.
string.
He is.
Whoever you texting
He
and
is,
talking
babe.
to, say that for them.
Yeah.
But you can't get that past me without me saying something about it.
Okay.
I really must be a sheep. Bah. Come on, man. Now all of a sudden, you know Brock Purdy is better than a third-string quarterback. That's the biggest part of this story. Mr. Irrelevant.
Now it is because you didn't really follow what I was saying.
Right, of course.
Clearly.
Right.
And the reality of the situation is you have to look at the circumstances of what the quarterback situation is. Did he start the season as a third stringer? Yes. Now it's week 14. Who do you think would have given the 49ers a better chance to win this
And
year?
you're doing
Purdy
that off of
or Lance?
7 quarters, huh?
Yes, both of them had 7
okay.
quarters.
Right.
Yes, both of them. Absolutely. Because in the first 7 quarters that Brock Purdy's played in the NFL, how can you not be like, wow, he looks good. He looks poised.
And how can you leave it at that?
He does not look at like a rookie.
Right.
Trey Lance was none of those things.
Right. But you come in here like you're on the shallow end, but you're on the deep end, the abyss, when you say he's not a third-string quarterback.
Well, that's
like
what
that's heavy as hell. So
I don't
now
think he
you're
was.
saying
I don't think he was.
Let me just ask you this, Matt.
Yeah.
When did that dawn on you?
When I've seen the last 2 games.
Okay. All right.
When I've seen the last 2 games. And okay, let me ask you this. Is it fair? Do you think it's even fair to question Kyle Shanahan as to why he started Trey Lance this year?
We've done
Is
many
it fair?
shows. Yes, and
Okay.
I've done my part.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm talking about why now after a win
Because
and
he
us
looks
talking about
good.
them chances
Because he
against
looks
who
good.
in matchups, we're going on how he
looks
botched
good.
it.
Because he looks good.
And I'm just, what's
Brock
my
Purdy
word?
looks
I'm
good.
going hospital on you, Steiny. I'm prepping you because if somehow they get this done or they go to the Super Bowl, Kyle's going to look greater.
Mm-hmm.
And that bothers you. And
No,
that's
it
fine.
doesn't.
Well,
I know you
like
think
it did.
it doesn't bother me at all. And then he'll be a Super Bowl winning coach. He'll get all the accolades he can get. But the only thing I don't like is I'm willing to give them all the credit in the world if they win the Super Bowl, but you're not willing to hold them accountable if they don't. That's the difference we're talking about.
I don't know what coaches want it with the third string quarterback. Regardless that you think in your mind, the third string quarterback's a starter. Brock Purdy, he should have been starting. Okay.
I thought the 49ers.
I'm looking at it different.
I thought the 49ers quarterback just had to not make mistakes.
How'd that work out for Trey Lance?
Well, he made mistakes.
Well.
He made mistakes. Let's go to Ted and Hayward. What's up, Ted?
How you guys doing?
Dynamite.
So, Steiny, I have just a little bone to pick with you regarding the argument with Trey Lance and Brock Purdy. So, you do realize that Brock Purdy has had 13 weeks to develop. You do know that, right?
Yes.
So, with that being said, why is it a revisionist history like you're saying he should have started second or first? You don't know these things. Let's give Shanahan credit for actually finding a third-string quarterback the last draft, right? I mean, that was the last draft pick, and he's starting now.
How many weeks?
Give him credit, right?
How many weeks did Trey Lance have last year? As a backup quarterback to learn the system.
Weeks, but that's not. We're talking about development, Steiny.
Right.
13 weeks this kid has had. He's had 13 weeks going against the best defense, right? So do you think if Trey Lance had that same...
He did! He had it last year! He had it last year as a rookie! He was on the team all last year for 17 games, doing what Brock Purdy did for 13.
This is the number one defense this kid is going against. Like you said, he does have more experience. Brock Purdy has way more experience in college. I understand that. But don't you think in 13 weeks, of course he should be ready. And we got to give Shanahan credit for getting the last quarterback, the last player in the draft, and this kid is starting. Look at how he looks.
And I'm saying right now, Brock Purdy's looked good enough to let me think they can still win a Super Bowl. And
he's better than the third. He's better than the third. Don't forget that part. He's better than the third string quarterback, which takes away from the story.
I heard it all on the text line last week that he wasn't a third string quarterback. That's just what I heard. Purdy with Christian McCaffrey looking better than Lance without CMC. Great. Ty in San Francisco. What's up, Ty?
Oh, I guess Clyde. But
Clyde.
I got your back, man. Brock Purdy's bringing home ring number 6.
Yes, sir.
He was the best quarterback in camp. Now, hear me out. Trey Lance got started position because of draft picks, and it was his year, and Jimmy was supposed to be gone. Jimmy was brought back because Shanahan saw that Trey Lance wasn't going to be able to make the throws he needed to make, so that's why he was a runner, and we bought Jimmy back for injury insurance. Brock Purdy should have been a starter from day one. He just didn't know the offense, and now that he was able to sit back with Greasy and learn the offense, he is now the best option we've had to bring home number 6 in 3 years.
Wow.
You think that's true?
It's looking good. It's looking good.
So if he has the best chance of a 49ers quarterback to win the Super Bowl in the recent past.
That part, I didn't hear him. I didn't hear that part. I didn't hear that part.
Well, that's what he said.
Yeah. I think having a 10-point lead with 5 minutes left was their best chance to get a Super Bowl.
Let's go to Jose in Modesto. What's up, Jose? How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing great, guys. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hey, so look, I just want to say, I love the takes. Everybody's got points here and there, but Trey, he was a high draft pick, so we had to see what we had. But Kyle didn't run him properly. He was running him like a running quarterback, and he should have just ran the plays like for Jimmy. And then Brock, he's coming in here with a lot of experience. He had all them weeks to prepare. And, obviously Jimmy had a lot to play with it too because he was helping him out. And Trey looks like he's supporting him a lot too. I'm just saying, look, we got a good QB controversy. We got 3 good quarterbacks, possibly 2 now going forward. And, hey, you know what I mean? Like, what else can I say? I feel like Brock moves better than Jimmy. He processes the field very well for a young kid. And who does that as a rookie? Comes in and possibly takes a team to the Super Bowl with this defense and this offensive, these offensive playmakers we have, barring Debo coming back, even if Debo doesn't come back, Brock will make that thing move. I believe so. And, that's all I got,
Appreciate the call.
Yeah, I know you're over there thinking I'm disagreeing with every take you had, and I'm not. And I heard you this morning. But the one that just blows me away is all of a sudden now the biggest part of this story is Brock Purdy being a third-string quarterback, regardless if Kyle botched it or not, and you're fixated on now, you feel confident enough to say he was better than a third-string quarterback. Right. And I never, ever heard you say that. And on top of that, I never heard anybody say that.
Okay,
so that takes away from the story.
Well, okay, so what if it takes away from the story? Most stories are fictitious anyway.
Well, it sounds like you're making it up. You're making up your own fictitious story by saying he botched it. And he's better than a third-string quarterback.
Right.
How can you feel good claiming that?
Because I have an explanation. You can disagree with the explanation, but don't act as though I'm just coming up with something off the top of my head.
I've heard the explanation.
And then just say you don't buy it. I think Brock Purdy, who quarterbacked 4 years at Iowa State, 4 years at Iowa State, Division I, Big Ten, or whatever their conference is, compared with Trey Lance, 1 AA, didn't even quarterback the year before he was drafted. I believe if you look inside the 49ers quarterback position, well, yes, did he start as the third quarterback? Of course he did. He's the third stringer on paper, all that stuff. But look at why Kyle started Trey Lance. Like, it's fair to ask after seeing Trey Lance. By the way, Trey Lance played 4 games, 2 his rookie year. And it's fair to ask, I mean, it's just like to not think in your own head, boy, Brock Purdy's looked a lot better than Trey Lance. Like, you won't give me that?
No, I'm telling you this.
You won't give me that?
I'm telling you what I'm going to give you. It sounds personal. When you
With who?
When you giddy up and go all the way there.
Well,
and
you can say
Trey,
that too.
The Kyle Shanahan, for whatever reason, Steiny, for whatever reason, did he prepare and give him the best option, Trey Lance, to bubble like we seen Brock? We don't know. And we don't know why, but it sounds personal that you're so confident all of a sudden to say 7 quarters supersedes anything from Trey Lance. And I'm uncomfortable with that. That's all. Like, damn, you don't like Trey Lance that much to where now I'm waiting for you to come in with your Purdy jersey tomorrow. Because all of a sudden, your partner talking about me, I didn't know you knew Brock had it in him. I didn't know you was riding or die for him like that.
Yeah, no, I didn't either. I would have thought a third-string quarterback would have been able to be exposed. But you know what? He's pretty good.
And maybe who drafted him,
Maybe it has to do with his 4 years of college experience.
But so Kyle gets no credit for drafting him, just like the caller said a couple
I never said that.
No, I brought that up when we were discussing
Give him credit. Give him credit.
I hadn't heard you say that. All right.
Why wouldn't I give him credit?
You said, he was Mr. Irrelevant, like it didn't count.
No, that's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. What I meant is there's a very real possibility that Kyle knew Brock Purdy was more ready than Trey Lance. I'm not saying that's the case. Yeah. I'm just saying.
Well, why would he shoot it? Why would he do that?
Because he picked Trey Lance.
Team,
and why do you think he called the team in and asked them about Garoppolo?
Allegedly.
No, not allegedly. That's been reported as a fact. Right. Shanahan called in the veterans and said, what do you think about Jimmy? Why? Because everybody knew Trey wasn't the best quarterback. Mike Silver reported that people in the locker room believed in Garoppolo more than Trey Lance. All right. So I'm just saying, maybe Brock Purdy isn't like a real number 3. Maybe he's better than Trey Lance right now because he's got more experience.
But right now, Stoney, the party is about 2 people. It's about the team. It's about Trey Lance. It's about Brock Purdy and Kyle Shanahan. And you keep defaulting to Trey. And, hey, I get it, but not today.
You do not.
You keep defaulting to Trey.
No, I said the 49ers can win a Super Bowl with Brock Purdy. But you don't want to put that pressure.
That's your disclaimer, and then you go on a term paper on how he botched it. Get out of here with that. Okay, you say your little disclaimer, and it is 4 hours of da-da-da-da-da. I get it. I'm just telling you it's about Kyle, and it's about Brock Purdy. And if they get it done, I said the NFC Championship game is the Super Bowl, Steiny. Like, man, why does that bother you?
Because
from a Kyle standpoint,
because that wouldn't meet expectations any other year as a 49er fan.
Well, from a guy over here, I think he's a third-string quarterback because that's what they told me.
Okay, well, good. Okay. Then Kyle Shanahan,
you think he's better than that.
Shanahan's playing with house money, and there is no Super Bowl expectation anymore. That's fine. That's fine. I'm looking at the quarterback situation a little differently, and I'm thinking they still have action at quarterback.
And Stoney, how many teams get to their third-string quarterback and the goalposts don't change?
Well, how many teams have their best quarterback as the third stringer?
Well,
let me ask you this. Serious question. Let's say Brock Purdy keeps playing like he's playing, and they win the Super Bowl. How do you explain that? How would we explain that?
Kyle got it wrong. Like,
Nobody got it wrong. They won it with a third-string quarterback.
Right. So do you change it? I couldn't. When you say explain it, I don't know. But I'm giving Kyle and company credit for drafting the dude.
If they win the title with Brock Purdy, a third-string quarterback, and he looks like he looks here, and they win the Super Bowl, how would you explain that Brock Purdy looks better than both those other guys?
I wouldn't explain it. Obviously, he did something both of them couldn't do. But while whoever you are, you criticize Kyle and ask him that question, the next question would be, dude, get with it. We just won a Super Bowl. Who gives a rat's ass about that?
Well,
unless you're holding somebody to the fire for something they can never, ever change, even when they win the ultimate prize. Because if you're hanging on to that and they win a Super Bowl, I would just politely ask, why? Who cares? We won the Super Bowl.
That's what will happen if they win the Super Bowl. Nobody will care that it's Brock Purdy.
Right. Well, you just asked me what happens. How would you explain it? I'm like, how would you have...
Okay, well, how would you explain... Hey, you're Kyle Shanahan. Why is your third string quarterback better than your first two?
Well, Matt, I don't...
why did you give him more?
I thought I saw something in Trey. Yeah.
Exactly.
All that I'm not fighting you on.
30 seconds.
Because Trey's better. He's better than...
I'm not fighting you, but see... hey, Trey didn't look great. But to say 7 quarters, for a fact he's better.
I don't know for a fact.
But you keep going, and I'm going to give it to you. The 50 college games, okay. But please, people in the back, to say Brock Purdy and claim him now like you knew, that's what.
I didn't know anything.
A couple seconds here, guys. Michael Irvin on with Damon and Ratto at 4:15. Peter King coming on at 5 o'clock. Of course, Heavy Niners Day.
Yeah.
There it is.
I want a one-liner. Are we done?
Yes.
We're done.
Television sales on Black Friday set new records as millions of Americans snapped up the hot deals. But a lot of people were out of town or too busy to take advantage of the special pricing. So, how about a redo? Right now, you've got a second chance to save big on many of the top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs. Where? At Video Only, where the smart shoppers go. So, don't miss out. Check out Video Only now, or
you'll be sorry.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
This holiday season, tee it up at the Golf Mart for the hottest gifts from Titleist and Bushnell. Elevate your performance with Titleist TSR drivers designed to maximize distance. While you're there, grab a dozen Pro V1 or Pro V1X golf balls. And from Bushnell, save up to $75 on the Tour V5 and Tour V5 Shift rangefinders. We also have gift cards for those favorite golfers on your list. Don't miss these holiday gifts and more happening now at the Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee.
Bear Robotics makes robots for restaurants. Automated servers to do the heavy lifting. But get this, our office, it wasn't automated. Paper invoices going in and out, getting lost. We don't do that anymore. Now we've got Bill. It automates our finances the way we automate restaurants. With Bill tracking our invoices and planning payments, we can focus on growing. The old way, not going back there.
Automate your finances with Bill. Learn more at Bill.com.
What's up, San Francisco? If you're a fan of the team, which I'm sure you are, you've been following Christian McCaffrey light up the competition. This season, Christian will be hydrating himself with Body Armor sports drinks. It has potassium-packed electrolytes, antioxidants, and no artificial sweeteners, flavors, or dyes. In fact, Body Armor has 820 milligrams of electrolytes per 16-ounce serving. Body Armor is the sports drink of choice for Christian McCaffrey. It's more than a sports drink. It's Body Armor sports drink. Available at your local Safeway.
'Twas almost the holidays, and all over the state, not a creature was stirring, except for, well, Nate. He was panicked, in need of a really good gift. Nate's a procrastinator, if you catch my drift. So off he dashed to the closest store, and there found holiday scratchers galore. Now Nate won't get a lump of coal, unless he burns the holiday casserole. Yes, scratchers from the California Lottery are great, especially for Mr. Procrastinate. So when it's time to get your gift shopping out of the way, try scratchers. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
Some fans gear up for game day, but some fans follow their team every day. That's why the Locked On Podcast Network has a daily podcast for your favorite NBA team. Every trade, every overtime win, every game, our local experts cover the biggest stories around your team every day. Search Locked On plus your favorite NBA team on the Odyssey app or wherever you get podcasts. The Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
AT&T Fiber presents a straightforward moment inspired by straightforward pricing.
And now we just cube the pancetta as such. So what's on the menu tonight?
This carbonara I found online. It's fire. You gonna love it, Mom.
I hope you hold on to this AT&T Fiber, son. It's nice.
Yeah, you should settle down now that you're a gagillionaire.
Oh, I am. I finally found the one internet I've been looking for my whole life.
So, no more one-year stands?
No, I'm done with all that. With AT&T Fiber, there's no price increase at 12 months.
What about equipment fees?
Nope.
Those were never any good for you.
Exactly. But now everything's completely straightforward.
Well, in the spirit of being straightforward, I never liked any of your old ones.
Me neither.
Blah. Y'all never told me that.
But we're being straightforward now, which feels good, yeah?
Yeah. Now let's get straightforward about that girl he's been seeing. Straightforward is better. No equipment fees, no data caps, no price increase at 12 months. Live like a gagillionaire with AT&T Fiber. Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Back from Las Vegas. I survived. We don't have to put the house on the market. Makes Jillian pretty happy. It was a nice little run. Saw Fortenbaugh, saw Goulet. A little bit of a 95.7 The Game show reunion happened out there. Ray, we missed you. You should have come along. You would have loved it.
My wife would have let me, but she wouldn't have let me come back.
Yeah, I was allowed back in the house, and it is good to be back. We have a hell of a show for you here this Monday afternoon. We're doubling up on the 2 best NFL guests any radio show in America could possibly give you. In an hour and 15 minutes from right now, at 4:15, Michael Irvin joins us. In 2 hours from now, Peter King joins us at 5 o'clock, and we are going to be talking about what was an unbelievably entertaining game out of the 49ers. The Brockett ship is obviously a huge topic. We will get to him in just a second, but we begin with the news that is breaking at this moment. One of the topics, one of the things that we were going to talk about today was how serious is this Deebo Samuel injury? Well, we now know. Deebo Samuel has an MCL sprain in his knee. He also has a sprained ankle. However, he is expected to return in the regular season. So that really honestly looked like it was going to end his season when it happened in real time. And then punctuated by his head in his hands. That just looked, good news usually doesn't travel off the field on a cart. Deebo Samuel is pretty gosh darn lucky, all things considered, if that is it and he actually can come back and play this year. The 49ers are awfully lucky, given their recent injury. That's usually not good news. It's pretty good news.
They could have done worse.
A lot worse.
I mean, the fact is they can actually even baby this a little bit if they want to, because the back end of the schedule is not very daunting. The 49ers got through what they figured were going to be the toughest part of their schedule with 2 incredibly comfortable wins. And I don't know how you feel about Seattle, but I think they're running on E. Washington's a tough out, but not a terribly tough out. And the Raiders and Cardinals stink. So they don't actually have to rush him back before the end of the regular season.
They can wrap up the division Thursday.
Yeah, I mean, not just wrap up the division, but I mean, they're not that far behind Minnesota. They could catch them, because I think the Vikings are showing their vulnerabilities now.
Little bit, by the way. That's the Fade the Public segment coming back to bite me, Ray, when I'm actually in Las Vegas betting money on the segment for the first time. So thanks a lot. Public had that one right. Although, crush that Texans plus 17, Jets plus 10 parlay that I put together. That paid nicely. But got crushed at the blackjack table. My Hoosiers did not win. Means Steve Kerr's not going to have to fly me to Paris after all to get minutes on the U.S. Olympic team. He's probably happy about that.
I don't think he was going to do that.
I don't think that was probably going to happen. But let's talk about what is obviously, beyond this Debo news coming out right now. We can also tell you, speaking of injury news, that Andrew Wiggins is going to miss the first 2 games of this road trip. He is shut down tomorrow and on Wednesday as the Warriors get going on a 6-gamer. So we'll talk about that a little bit later, because it is a huge football Monday. Again, Michael Irvin at 4:15, Peter King at 5 o'clock, and Brock Purdy. I mean, we'll see what this all looks like 3 or 4 weeks from now, Ray. Professional athletes and professional sports are all about adjustments. There's a lot of guys who have looked good in debuts, and then it starts to peter off. There are a lot of guys who have struggled in debuts, and then they've built very impressive careers out of that. Once coaches and film allow other opponents to start sniffing out tendencies, taking away strengths, making you play left-handed, things can change, and things can change quickly for young quarterbacks who get off to good starts. But that is the end of my pessimism. And that's not even being pessimistic. That's just how sports works. Ray, that was as good of a debut in a first career start as we have seen, maybe in a 49ers uniform. He was above and beyond even the most optimistic expectations. It was impressive, the way that he came out and played, especially against a defense that actually carries a little gravity to it. The Buccaneers are not bad, but Brock Purdy and the San Francisco 49ers offense made them look like they were just standing around and browsing, not really shopping for a win on Sunday afternoon. That was incredibly impressive. The defense was very, very impressive, but we went to see Brock Purdy. And Brock Purdy, indeed, we did see. He was good.
He was okay. I mean, I'm not going to get out over my skis on this. For the second week in a row, he was gifted with multiple turnovers. Good for him. None of this is a criticism of him. And this week, the 49ers did what I thought they would do, which is run the hell out of the football. I mean, they ran the ball, I think, like 10 more times than they threw it. They got 190 yards out of their running game. They ran an even more careful game plan this week than they did last. And Purdy, within that narrow window, did well. But I think it's the running game that won that game, and it's the defense that won that game. And in fact,
had Jimmy Garoppolo played, do you think you'd be saying anything different today, though?
No, but that's my point.
Yeah.
But see, I think maybe this is one of those games that prove what my point's been all year long, that the 49ers are a team that can run independent of its quarterback, that their quarterback is ancillary to the things that win or lose games for them. If their defense is playing, as it has the last 6 weeks, where they're averaging like 11 points allowed per game, it doesn't matter what the quarterback does as long as he doesn't throw 5 picks. And, Purdy was efficient, wasn't spectacular, had a couple of nice throws, but nothing that would make you, go on the roof and scream at your neighbors about. He was okay. But the 49ers are going to go as far as they go based on how well they run and and how well they defend. And right now they are running and defending very well.
Given the circumstances, I think he was a lot better than okay. He made throws that I don't know if Jimmy makes. And I'm not going to turn this into a let's compare and contrast one guy against another. I'm not doing that today. I only want to look at this through the prism of someone who played as close to perfect given the asks of the offense in the day that they asked it of him. And for a guy who's only been able to run with the ones for about a week, I want to see more reps with the ones in practice, and let's see if this can continue on what is a very good start. He understands the pocket, Ray. Like, he understands when to move around. He understands when to step up in the pocket. Whatever he lacks in arm strength, he makes up for in choices. And if you really think about it, Kyle Shanahan's passing game is about making the right choice. What he lacks in physical stature, I think he makes up for in foot speed. He's not fast, but he's quick. And I was really impressed. I mean, I thought that he would be serviceable. I didn't know that he was going to have an impressive day. I think Brock Purdy had a pretty impressive day, all things considered. The numbers were not gaudy. Like Ray says, the quarterback's numbers are probably not often going to be gaudy in Kyle Shanahan's system, which is play defense better than anybody else and run that football as well as anyone in the league. And right now they're doing both of those things. It is kind of nuts to say the quarterback is just along for the ride. But it's also a big ask to say, all right, the season's now in the hands of a third-string quarterback. Anything off schedule? No, not really. Not as it looks right now. That's impressive.
Well, and again, I'm not trying to denigrate Purdy in any way, but he's in a great situation for him, which is not much is going to be asked of him except for those people who want to compare him to Joe Montana or compare him to Colin Kaepernick, in the early part of his career. He's none of those things. He is the thing that people used to say with denigration about Alex Smith. He's managing a game. That's what he's doing. They're not asking him to do anything else. Yesterday, he managed the game well.
To ask a guy, though, to be a game manager in his first career start, where you basically hold your breath and pray a little, in most first start scenarios around football, the kid's mature. I mean, what mistake did he make in that game? Did he make the mistake of not being born with an eye that looks out his helmet's ear hole? Because he got clocked, obviously, on that very first play. He missed Debo in full stride, I think, on his first official throw of the day. He overthrew Kittle on a tight end screen. This was both early on, settling into a game, and outside of that, he was perfect. The touch or the interception that might have been wasn't. So, look, he had some, weighing it against history, some historic numbers for a guy making his first start. It was impressive. He did it against a good team. And it was any 49er fan who was gripping about this being Purdy time, I think you're gripping a little bit less. That was pretty darn good, all things considered. And now it's officially time to say that the 49ers are very, very good. I think they're going to be a hard out, Ray. For anyone that plays them, they're going to be a hard out. Would you go as far to say they're going to be Brock hard?
No, I will not do that. And that's creepy, and I'm ashamed of you.
You should be. Michael Irvin at 4:15, Peter King at 5 o'clock. Until then, phone lines are open. We want to talk to you about an awful lot of what we saw yesterday, not only at Levi Stadium, but around the league as well as the NFL officially starts to turn the corner to the final stretch of its season. Things are coming into focus, and we got ourselves a hell of a show today. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. We are brought to you by Pfizer.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's official. Fast just got a whole lot faster. Xfinity has the fastest internet with up to 6 gig speed. Plus, Xfinity Mobile is the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. You heard that right. Xfinity just increased internet speeds again. And Xfinity Mobile gives you can't catch me speeds. The fastest internet, the fastest mobile service, and major savings? Can't argue with the facts. Now through December 21st, new customers can get 1.2 gig internet plus Xfi Complete with unlimited data and Wi-Fi equipment included. It's just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Plus, get $200 back. Go to Xfinity.com/faster. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa-la-la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
The Prophetic Matrix. Unlock the secret code to your destiny. A new revolutionary book by Michael John Toste. The first ebook to make history by being filmed in space. Discover your unlimited future. Get The Prophetic Matrix now on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valente, where they break down all the headlines in the NFL. Brought to you by Fish Hippie. Save up to 70% right now at fishhippie.com on comfortable, casual, and active apparel.
Someday, you might be with friends in the Bay Area, telling the story of how you navigated these complex times. The market was all over the place, so you reached out to a Merrill advisor, and with their help, charged ahead. And unlike your fishing stories, you won't have to go overboard. Find an advisor at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor, member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
With car prices at an all-time high, Cars for Kids donors are now getting the highest receipts ever. Don't miss out for 2022. Donate your car today at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
They're big, and they're coming for you. Tax refund advance loans at Jackson Hewitt, up to $4,500. That's big. Like our tax refund advance can beat up their tax refund advance kind of big. Up to $4,500 at Jackson Hewitt. Book your appointment today and get details at jacksonhewitt.com. You're going to need a bigger wallet. Eligible clients can get up to $1,000 in December and up to $3,500 in January. Loans by Republic Bank and Trust Company. Finance charge may apply.
The best part about taking ZQuil Pure Z's Sleep Plus Next Day Energy at night is actually the next morning. I wake up alert with none of the grogginess from taking too much melatonin. Pure Z Sleep Plus Next Day Energy is a bilayer tablet with immediate release melatonin and extended release B vitamins to help me fall asleep naturally and wake refreshed. It's my secret weapon for a great night's sleep and a great morning.
Hi, Mom. Hi, Mom.
Can't beat that.
ZQuil Pure Z's Gummies. Sleep better, wake your best.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs.
But the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more. And you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
All right, boys and girls, attention shoppers. The merch store is open. Everything you probably didn't even think you wanted, but might, can be found at 957thegameshop.com. We've got, in an hour from now, Michael Irvin joining us, the Hall of Famer, the playmaker, Peter King at 5 o'clock. Until then, it's me, Ray Ratto, and an awful lot of you. We got lines lit right now. Everyone wants to talk about what they saw. Kind of a rude homecoming for Tom Brady, right? That was not the game that he was expecting to have. You don't see a lot of quarterback ratings for Brady. 36.1, but that's what it was. And 2 interceptions for Brady. I know that, Mike Silver, when he knows that Brady's coming into town, probably has an idea where he wants to take a story or two. And it's not just Mike Silver saying this. It's other people saying, hey, Tom Brady might be on the 49ers radar next year. No thanks. I mean, with all due respect to Tom Brady and everything he knows about football, and I'm about to talk about how, this is a decision-based passing game more than it is a talent-based passing game. Therefore, why wouldn't you want somebody who makes a level of decisions that come with, Tom Brady's reputation? To me, right, it's the wrong time to be getting into the Tom Brady business, right? I mean, of all the time you could have possibly gotten into business, it's just, why hop on the train on the caboose? I don't understand that.
Well, I mean, at some point, you have to decide, how many quarterbacks do you actually need? I mean, the 49ers have enough decisions to be made with the 5 that they have roaming around the grounds now.
How excited are you about Josh Johnson?
I mean, it is his time. He is the one inevitability. You guys can wax euphoric about Brock Purdy all you want. Josh Johnson is the guy who's taking this team to the Super Bowl. And it should be so, because that would be an even better story than Brock Purdy.
Right. 1 of 2, 10 yards.
He's ready.
He ready. Now, look, it was a very, very interesting day of football. We got a lot to say, obviously, about Brock Purdy. I want to circle Christian McCaffrey. My God. He is special. He is very, very good. And obviously, Deebo Samuel did not get to do everything he wanted to do in that game after leaving with his injury, but he was off to a good start. And as I've said in the past, maybe, just maybe, Deebo Samuel, as important he is to this team, you can sort of spackle over his absence because quite often, he's a decoy or, he's making a catch or a play that doesn't really go to change the outcome of a game, but he made a game-changing run early on, scoring the first touchdown of the afternoon, and it felt like he was on his way to having a really good game. But I do think that, if he can't go for a while, they've got options. And those options are coming into focus, and Juwan Jennings and Brandon Ayuk is obviously having the best season of his entire life in the NFL. George Kittle, time to step up and get even more involved in that passing game. Maybe Ray McLeod. I mean, we even got a catch for Danny Gray yesterday. So the 49ers have done an incredible job bouncing back from whatever injuries they've had that week. And they've been able to, again, spackle over their problems. And what Brock Purdy did, finishing 16 of 21, 185 yards, 2 touchdowns. He was not sacked. He was not picked. It's reassuring. It's reassuring to the guys on the team. I mean, they need to believe. There's Christian McCaffrey and what he thought of Brock Purdy's debut.
He's an impressive guy. It's fun to be around. I think to play quarterback in this league, you have to be very intelligent. I think that's one of the biggest things that I've learned playing in my 6th year now. And for a rookie to come in and process this offense and do everything by the book, but then add his own flair to it is very impressive. So I'm excited for him. I'm excited to keep playing with him. And, I love that guy. He's I've seen the work when I first got here. I think I said this earlier in the week, but he was the guy calling all the plays for me when I was walking through by myself trying to learn the offense. So it's a testament to him and the work that he's put in.
Again, we learned last week when we talked to Dan Minucci, who is a guy who's been coaching Brock Purdy since high school, that he's a smart kid. He processes information quickly. And look, great, lots of reps, lots of football makes you, or at least helps you, doesn't make you, but it helps you make better football decisions. I mean, this is a game where you're processing an awful lot of information in a level of speed that you've never really faced on a football field before. And Kyle Shanahan's greatest strength as a passing game coordinator is giving his quarterback options. You've got choices out there, and really, you'll succeed if you just make the best choice, if you avoid the riskiest choice. I thought Brock Purdy made a lot of good choices yesterday. And they weren't just first-read choices. He was looking over the field, and he saw things. And I'm not saying that Jimmy doesn't see things. And maybe this is unfair to compare him to James Wiseman. And I'm not talking about Brock Purdy, but Trey Lance. You know what you might want to stop doing here in the Bay Area? Is drafting guys that really don't play much in the sport you're drafting them into. Trey Lance hardly played much college football. James Wiseman hardly played much college basketball at all. And, struggles to their careers that are different but also similar in a way. Brock Purdy, in just a blink of an eye, looks like he's prepared for a career that will be twice whatever Trey Lance's career might be. It's unfair to Trey Lance. We haven't seen enough. We do not know. But this guy looks like a quarterback. I'm not saying he looks like a Hall of Fame quarterback. He looks like a great quarterback. That guy looks like an NFL quarterback. You either can see it early or you can't. And that's not the definitive, this is the way you go and there is no turning back from it. We've not seen it early from Trey Lance. We haven't. We saw it early from Jimmy Garoppolo. Then there were times where he didn't show you nearly enough to where they continued to believe in him. What a crazy, crazy ripple effect all the quarterbacking decisions have on this team and how they sort of play into each other. So you draft Trey Lance because you gave up on Jimmy Garoppolo, but because nobody else believes in Jimmy, you actually get to keep him around. And thank God, because Trey Lance gets hurt. But maybe you didn't see enough from Trey Lance in year one, or because you didn't really see anything from him. And maybe Shanahan doubted him a little. He decides, all right, I'm going to take a flyer here. I'm going to take a flyer on Brock Purdy, final pick of the draft. If Trey Lance came out guns a-blazing, he probably doesn't do that. So it's amazing how these decisions are all sort of connected to each other.
Well, and, ultimately, Purdy's success hinged in some ways yesterday on the fact that McCaffrey is one of the best players in football because they gave him the ball 14 times. They threw the ball another 3, and they didn't have the ball a lot yesterday. I mean, Miami ran a lot more plays from scrimmage. But what the 49ers like to do, and the way they like to do it...
Tampa.
No, I'm talking about the 49ers.
Oh, no.
Is they like to eat clock, and they don't need a lot of plays to get done what they need done.
You said Miami, honey.
Well, no,
you're going back a week before.
I was talking about McCaffrey
okay.
and how he makes the 49ers, their offensive choices, much simpler. I mean, just not only did he get to hand the ball off 36 times and only throw the ball 22. So that's that's more than 60% runs in a sport that does 60% passes routinely.
Right. Brady threw 55. They rushed it 19.
Yeah. I mean, it's Brock Purdy. If you put him on any other team, I bet you see more holes in his game because the 49ers have in their offense, and because their defense plays the way it does, a safety net that can hold up nearly any quarterback who isn't Zach Wilson. I mean, it's easier to run this offense. It's not harder. And I think that's one of the things that we're looking at with Purdy is that, and it's one of the things we saw with Garoppolo and that we didn't get to see with Lance because he hasn't simply played enough. It's that Kyle Shanahan's actual gift as an offensive play designer and caller is that he simplifies the game for his quarterback. so that he doesn't need the extraordinary performance. He just needs a performance that doesn't involve you chasing after a guy from the secondary who just took your ball away. I mean, it's a simple, it's elemental, and it's easy to deal with. I mean, their offensive line is a great run blocking line.
And we might have to readjust our doubts on their pass blocking as well, Ray, because, and we're not going to talk about the offensive line very much today because things went well. And it's like one of those, you only talk about offensive lines if things go wrong. A lot of people thought that this was going to be a big problem. How many weeks has Jimmy played with a clean uniform? The answer is actually 3. 3 times Jimmy Garoppolo has not been sacked this year. Yesterday, no sacks given up once again, plus 209 rushing yards. This is the 4th game of the year without giving up a sack. Purdy got rocked on the very first play of the game, but, flag for helmet to helmet. He was actually, he was happy that he got hit. Kind of drew him right into the football game.
Yeah, it was a hard hit. I was in the wrong play, actually, so that was on me. But honestly, it felt good to sort of just get hit and just feel like I was in the game, and I was like, okay. So sort of turned out to be a good thing.
Look, you're going to win football.
That's not healthy.
Yeah, but you're going to win football games when you control the line of scrimmage. And the Niners are doing it on both sides of the line of scrimmage lately.
Well, and one of the reasons why their pass blocking is looking better than people thought it was is because Purdy, like Garoppolo, is asked to get rid of the ball quickly. They don't linger over decisions.
No, but boy, does he buy himself time. I mean, there are, if Jimmy's getting everything out ahead of 3 Mississippi, Brock used his legs and extended like 6, 7 Mississippi on a couple times in a few plays. Like, that's the difference.
But for the most part, I mean,
yeah.
because every quarterback's going to have a few of those. That's just the nature of the sport. But for the most part, he was safe because he got rid of the ball quickly, because he could get rid of the ball quickly. And, I mean, I think Tampa, we want to say it's a good team. It's not a good team. They're injury racked, and they're old, and they're done. I mean, they looked tired, and I just think it's exactly the kind of team that other teams will have trouble with. The 49ers had very little trouble with because they just said, we're not going to let you tee off on our guy. And if you want to tee off on our guy, we'll just give the ball to McCaffrey and make you pay for that with another 8-yard run. I mean, it was almost too easy a game to evaluate anybody.
888-957-9570. This is Telmo in San Francisco. What's up, Telmo?
What's up, gentlemen? Happy Monday to you. So I'm with Ray. I'm a little kind of in between. I'm just choosing to be cautiously optimistic at this point. I'm a season ticket holder, so I got to see him in preseason. I did like him, and I was hoping that the Niners would keep him, and he would be the 3rd quarterback. And he got the advantage of playing scout team against the number 1 defense in the NFL against the Niners starters. So he has seen some quality defenses just even in practice. And there was a couple things. He went into the wrong audible first play of the game. If that could have been a fumble and they took it to the house, the game would have been different. There was an almost an interception, which with Jimmy, we call those oh no Jimmy throws. With him, it was just almost an interception, but he played very well. But if we recall Nick Mullins' first game as a starter, his passer rating was 151, 3 touchdowns, 0 picks against the Raiders, and a lot of people were ready to anoint him the next Joe Montana.
Well, no one was, because it was the Raiders, and the Raiders straight up quit and gave up in that game. I remember it. But look, you are right to be cautiously optimistic. Again, we've seen some pretty good debuts, and then things start going downhill quickly. But I will just say that Brock Purdy has a level of maturity about him that the team is picking up on. I mean, Nick Mullins, for a minute there, he looked good. And then reality hit. Reality might hit Brock Purdy too. But that was as good of a start as you can actually ask for. I mean, there's some historic numbers that he actually put up. Purdy is the first rookie in the Super Bowl era with at least 2 touchdown passes and 1 rushing touchdown and a passer rating of 125 or higher in his first career start. That's Get better than that, you know? I mean, he completed 16 of 21, 185, 2 touchdowns. He was good. He was real good. His 134 passer rating is the 6th highest by any NFL quarterback in his first career start since 1970. I mean, I'm not saying that we owe Kyle Shanahan apologies, because I think that when we were wondering whether or not this was going to happen early on, not just this year, but in other years, there have been some head scratchers. And eventually here we will talk about, choices. And Kyle Shanahan needs to start making some better risk-reward choices. The sport of football hurt Debo Samuel. So did that run call. You know when you don't need to run your stud wide receiver? When you're up 21. Debo Samuel got hurt running the football up the middle when the team was up 21-0. It's not negligence. It's football, and injuries happen. But I felt like Kyle Shanahan put Trey Lance in a bad spot when he didn't have to put him in it. Debo Samuel was in a bad spot when he didn't necessarily have to be in it. Get Jordan Mason in the damn game. Get anybody in that game other than run between your center and guards, please, Debo Samuel. I was surprised that he was getting the ball that often. Ty Davis Price, does he even dress? I guess not. But Jordan Mason had 11 carries yesterday, 56 yards. It's a 5.1 average. There should be no doubt whether or not that guy can run against NFL teams like Jordan Mason. Give him the ball when you're done giving Christian McCaffrey the ball. And I'm glad that somebody basically took Christian McCaffrey's helmet away from him in that fourth quarter, too. He doesn't need to be risked at all. He's too important to the mix now. Dennis in San Francisco. What's going on, Dennis?
How's it going, guys? Really appreciate the show. I agree with both of you. That old grouch Rado cracks me up. But anyway, I'm with you, Damon. I mean, you look at what the kid's done. He came into the Miami game trailing 7-3, and he did a great job, and yesterday he did another great job, and he has great footwork. He's quick. He gets out of the way. I love Jimmy, but Jimmy can't get out of his own way, and the kid's got something that we haven't seen in a while, and he seems to be more accurate than Jimmy, and I wish the best for him. I know it's a small sample size, but I'm rooting for him,
Thank you very much, Dennis. I mean, if you're a Niner fan, you better be rooting for him, because he is the answer probably the rest of the way. And if he continues winning games and continues playing like that, I don't even know if you're going back to a healthy Jimmy Garoppolo. Just wrote instantly, them's the laws, that's the way it goes. I think Kyle knows not to take the ball out of the hot hand, and if his hand stays hot, if he's got this team winning and scoring, and that's – I thought Kyle showed an awful lot when that Brandon Ayuk touchdown happened, and obviously Ayuk did a lot of that with his feet, but that's the way the offense is designed. But that was an easy opportunity to sort of, put the game plan in your back pocket, just get to the halftime up well, and don't risk anything here. You played well enough to not get risky. You kept attacking. And that was significant, I thought.
Well, I mean, I think he recognizes that you have to kill Tom Brady to kill Tom Brady. You don't, I mean, that's why I don't think he took Samuel out that he waited too long to take Samuel out. I mean, I didn't have a problem with the play call. Football's football. Stuff like that happens. I think you operate as though Tom Brady will stab you in the face when you're not looking.
Well,
so get as much as you can while you can. And if that's the best play call he had at the time, fine. And the fact that he went for it later in the half, fine again, because you have to get the kind of lead where you don't have to worry about Brock Purdy making a difficult play. And they were in a situation where even up 21 against the beleaguered Tampa team, you're not out of the woods yet. Get the fourth touchdown. Then you can talk about being safe. And I think that's, I think Kyle Shanahan's been burned being too careful too late at times. So I think yesterday he said, nah, I'm going for the kill shot. And I think.
And I appreciate that, but I'm also going to tell you right now, Niners got a 21-point lead this year. They're in the barn on anybody with that defense, right?
Well, until you're not. I mean, it's goofy stuff can happen in football. So, if it's where there's 5 minutes left in the second quarter, you're not in the barn yet.
And look, when it comes to being stung by a big Tom Brady comeback, who knows more about that than Kyle Shanahan, right? And he was even asked about it post-game.
Any time that you're up a lot, you go back to any scars that you have. So I do the math a lot. I know he came back on us when we were up 25 going into the fourth, but I definitely didn't feel good with Brady. I mean, I saw him do it to the Rams last year too. So you always got to be careful with him.
But this is a defense that it ain't playing around. I mean, they really, there's something else. And I'll tell you, who might be the real difference maker, Ray, in this defense, and we don't talk about him nearly enough. Dre Greenlaw might really be the difference between this being a good defense and a great defense. That guy is a tackling machine. Career high 15 tackles yesterday. A pass deflection, his interception. He actually took the ball to Brady to have him sign it post-game, and he did. Brady signed it.
And I thought that was interesting because the competitive Tom Brady, the one who really feels like that loss stings because we're trying to get in the playoffs and all, would have walked away. I think Tom Brady knows that he's on a team that he can't save. I mean, they may still win the division, but that's only because the division is god-awful. But that was almost it almost felt to me like he was going, yeah, I'll make your day because my day's shot.
I think there was a little of that. I also saw it was reported he didn't even bother showering before they got to the airport and flew home without a shower. So he might have had it up to here, especially after buying 100 tickets to get his friends and family in there. But look, I also think Tom Brady understands that it's a time to smell the roses as they're being handed to you. And he knows he's a lot closer to the end than anywhere else in his career. And I think he understands that Dre Greenlaw walking up to him and saying, could you please sign this, is, about as big of a, it's a respectful act. That is an admission that I made a play against you, Tom.
And I'm going to tell my grandkids about
exactly. This ball goes on the mantle forever. Dad, why do you have that ball right there? Well, I intercepted one of the greatest single athletes that has ever played sports. That's what I got to do. Did you also? There was one other thing that Tom Brady did this week leading up to the game that I thought was fantastic. He had a very honest, back and forth with Tampa Bay media, and he was like, "Look, man, it's fun to go home. When I was in high school, I was a hell of an athlete. I could hit the baseball. I could play golf. I could throw darts. I'm a really good ping pong player today. Obviously, football became something I cared deeply about." Anything that didn't have to do with speed or jumping, he said. If it wasn't about running or jumping, I was good at it. And then he says that he does dot drills to increase his footwork or his foot speed, and he even continues to do them today. And he said, look, I'm slow, and I can't just have 80% of my slowness. I need 100% of my slowness to survive these games. I thought that was a great line by Brady. It really was.
Yeah, I mean, he seemed unusually relaxed for a guy who's trying to quarterback a team with diminishing weapons and a 6-7 record.
If you're on hold, I want you to stay right there. We're coming back for your calls. I see you all in line. We've got Michael Irvin joining us at 4:15. And again, the whole point is that the rocket ship has officially launched. I think we know that this thing can fly. I mean, that was the big question. Can this thing fly or not for real? Yeah, it flies. The question is, how far? It's a hell of a season for the 49ers, man. This thing is fun. 888-957-9570. Damon and Ratto here, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, No compromises.
If you're considering remodeling your home in 2023, talk with your architect or designer about utilizing Golden State Window and Door for your upcoming project. Each location across the Bay Area features beautifully planned displays. You'll be surprised by the variety of styles. Their respected partners include Anderson, Milgard, Marvin, and many other top brands. For locations, images, and more, visit goldenstatelumber.com. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
O'Reilly. See the road ahead more clearly with Sylvania bulbs and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, purchase select Sylvania bulbs and get up to a $20 gift card after mail-in rebate, plus 2 times O Rewards points. Replace your bulbs today and see better tonight. Let the professional parts people help you find the bulbs you need. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
'Twas almost the holidays, and all over the state, not a creature was stirring, except for, well, Nate. He was panicked, in need of a really good gift. Nate's a procrastinator, if you catch my drift. So off he dashed to the closest store, and there found holiday scratchers galore. Now Nate won't get a lump of coal, unless he burns the holiday casserole. Yes, scratchers from the California Lottery are great, especially for Mr. Procrastinate. So when it's time to get your gift shopping out of the way, try scratchers. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
What's up, San Francisco? If you're a fan of the team, which I'm sure you are, you've been following Christian McCaffrey light up the competition. This season, Christian will be hydrating himself with Body Armor sports drinks. It has potassium-packed electrolytes, antioxidants, and no artificial sweeteners, flavors, or dyes. In fact, Body Armor has 820 milligrams of electrolytes per 16-ounce serving. Body Armor is the sports drink of choice for Christian McCaffrey. It's more than a sports drink. It's Body Armor sports drink. Available at your local Safeway.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain. The market might not care you have a wedding to plan or a kid to put through school. And inflation doesn't know you've got a family to feed. But Bank of America does, and is here to help. With digital tools to help you save and local experts in the Bay Area, you can keep life moving forward the way you need it to. Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at BofA.com/San Francisco. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC equal credit opportunity lender.
Goody Nation is a nonprofit that connects small, diverse companies to big money. At one point, we had to send millions of dollars to 76 companies overnight, tracking every penny all on paper. I know, right? We don't do that anymore. Now we've got Bill. It knows where the money's going. Once we automated that process, we got more time back with our community. Bill is accurate, and that gives us confidence.
Automate your finances with Bill. Learn more at Bill.com.
This holiday season, tee it up at the Golf Mart for the hottest gifts from Ping and Bushnell. Save $150 off on the Ping G425 drivers, the most forgiving driver in golf. And there's hot gifts from Bushnell. Save up to $75 on the Tour V5 and Tour V5 shift rangefinders. We also have gift cards for those favorite golfers on your list. Don't miss these holiday gifts and more happening now at the Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee.
Triple Points Weekend at Outdoor Supply Hardware is your chance to give and receive. Club OSH members earn triple points on every dollar spent December 16th, 17th, and 18th. Great gifts await at all 14 OSH stores. With tidings big and small, mark your calendars to get in, gift out, and earn points 3 times faster towards the next $5 off coupon. So December 16th, 17th, and 18th, make your way to OSH for Triple Points Weekend. Not a Club OSH member? It's not too late. Sign up today to start earning.
Every morning at 8:50, the Morning Roast presents the Xfinity Flex of the show. Fonte and Shasky flex with their best moment of the day. Replayed at 8:50.
You'll win it. 4th championship. Steph, Draymond, Clay helped the Warriors win this one alongside Jordan Poole, Kuminga, Moody. Nobody can say anything. They can't take this one away.
The Flex of the show. Presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium. Free with Xfinity Internet.
Christmas is in season on the Odyssey app.
Whether you're out shopping, cooking up a Christmas feast, or just decorating the house,
The Odyssey app has the playlist for your holiday season.
like Christmas classics,
Disney Christmas,
countrified Christmas,
Viva Navidad.
hip-hop Christmas, and more.
It's all here on the Odyssey app.
Download the free Odyssey app today. Search for holiday stations and get into the Christmas spirit.
That's AUDACY.
Odyssey.
Odyssey.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Did you know Nissan EVs have traveled 8 billion miles? Just a quick trip to Pluto and back. And what did we learn along the way? Well, that an EV can take on the world, like the Nissan Leaf. It can move racing forward and take your breath away, like the all-new Nissan Ariya. We learned to make EVs that electrify. 8 billion miles driven by Leaf owners globally since 2010. Ariya not yet available for purchase. Expected availability late fall, subject to change.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
We're on the air. We're officially streaming. You can check it all out on youtube.com/957 The Game. It is there. Otis Bird III and his gang are chatting away. We got a lot of people weighing in on the text line. We got a lot of people on hold. We told you that we were going to come back and take your calls here in just a minute. Ray, would you say it's time to Brock and roll?
No, I wouldn't.
No? Why not?
Because I'm not doing puns.
That's not a pun. That's a rhyme. Right?
It's also a pun.
Would you say you're between a Brock and a hard place?
Again, no.
Do you realize that you can take anything that's got the word rock and substitute Brock, and it works?
It works for you.
You want to rock out with your Brock out?
Oh my God. See, this is how...
No, this is what you started. You own that one. That's you.
Big Rock Brock?
Stop.
You ready?
Seriously, stop.
Shut up.
It's only Brock and roll, but I like it.
Well, you're going to have to read all these when those lunatics out there start texting him in. That's your punishment.
Oh, someone's like, my favorite B-52 song, Brock Lobster. See, now that's taking it too far.
No, you
stinks.
took it too far. You started this. This is all on you. You can't chastise others for a bad idea that you midwifed.
Thank you for saying. Would you call me a lovely little midwife?
Again, not today.
JJ in San Jose, save Ray from all these Brock puns, if you would, please.
Well, I tell you what, I'm ready to Brock and roll.
See, that's what I'm talking about right there. Mama said Brock you out.
I got it. Hey, I got it. Hey, so the game yesterday, it was one of those, I got to tell you games where you just, as a fan of football, never mind if you're a Niner fan, as a fan of football, you watch that game and you watch Purdy's performance and you go, I got to tell you, the Niners aren't half bad with Purdy under center. And I got to tell you, again, one last time, it's the potential that the Niner fan have always felt like the team has had. They just have never had a chance to actually believe in it or have the confidence in it. With Jimmy G, they saw more limitations in skill. With Trey Lance, they saw the same thing. He wasn't really ready. But with Purdy, it's almost like when you watch Purdy play, you're like, dude's got some skill. And the team believes it, and now the fan base believes it. I think they can go a long way.
JJ, it's the eye test, isn't it? I mean, it really is. It's that eye test, and I believe eyewitnesses are the worst witnesses you can bring in a court of law. Our eyes lie to us quite often. But there was just an innate comfort on a football field that you felt coming out of a kid who is, he's in his rookie year. He's being asked to do something from a draft position that no draft position has ever given to football. Ever. The last pick in the draft usually doesn't make an NFL team, much less be the guy who is the third string quarterback that makes you think, hey, we really haven't lost a thing here. 2 weeks from now, 3 weeks from now, that could change. Reality is a sledgehammer in this league. And maybe it swings at Brock. But you can only make one impression in your first impression. And in his first career start, I was impressed. Blown away. Call Canton, tell him to get the bust ready. No, we're not there. But he looked better than a Hall of Fame quarterback that he was sharing the field with. He looked as accurate, if not more accurate, than even Jimmy Garoppolo has. And again, this is not going to turn into a referendum on this is why everyone said it's always so easy to replace Jimmy Garoppolo. We're not doing that because Jimmy was everything the 49ers didn't even ask him to be this year. They asked him to leave. He didn't. And then he saved their bacon when the Trey Lance experiment went awry. So this is a team that has had a revolving door at quarterback, and I don't know how many we've seen look as natural a fit for what Kyle wants to do as early on. And again, you can't get earlier than your rookie year. By the time Jimmy Garoppolo hit Kyle Shanahan's offense, he had been in the NFL understudying Tom Brady and being coached by Bill Belichick for years. So he steps into a game in an incredibly difficult ask, and he made it look easy. Against the defense, it's not bad. Really not bad. You want to know what a big break was? Vita Vea exiting that game early with an injury because he is a monster. And if you're wondering, hey, it was a really good day for an offensive line, it'll be a better day for any offensive line that doesn't have to deal with that guy. He's a problem.
Oh, no, and I'm not going to say that Tampa would have won the game if he'd played all four quarters because it changes the chemistry of that game greatly. Well, it changes the chemistry of the game for Purdy, and it changes their ability to run the ball with impunity. But I think they could have played four more quarters after the four they played, and Tampa would have been lucky to get another field goal. Because ultimately, that's what these guys are. They don't let you score, so whatever they get on offense after the 14th point tends to be gravy. In the last 6 weeks, they've allowed 11 points a game. 11. I mean, that's a preposterous number.
Would you say it's Brock solid?
I would not, again. And I may have to come over there later and stab you.
Raising a Brock in a hard place. It's in between these things. See, it works with the word rock all the time. Feel free to use this at home or at work.
Yeah, if you want to get punched by your boss, by all means.
Ken is in Chicago. Hello, Ken. You're on 95.7 The Game.
Hi, gentlemen. Good afternoon. Ray, I'm going to paraphrase and use the movie A Few Good Men, and I'm going to give you the opportunity to restate or reuse a different word, an adverb, rather than the word okay. And if you don't remember using the word okay on Brock Purdy's performance yesterday, I can have the court reporter replay the tape back. I can't understand you using the word okay in Brock Purdy's performance yesterday. Football's a team sport. Was McCaffrey just okay? The quarterback's involved in every play. He's the guy responsible for moving the team. And no comparison to any other quarterback, just a moment of Purdy playing yesterday's game. He was more than just okay. It was more than we could have asked for. And I can't disagree with you more in your assessment. And I normally agree with you and love your opinions. But I really think you need to reconsider the word okay. It could have gone really south yesterday against one of the greatest quarterbacks who's ever played the game. As you mentioned earlier, Brady could have come back and stabbed us in the eye. And he beat the GOAT.
No,
I'd like you to reconsider your assessment of okay.
He didn't beat Tom Brady. He beat the Tampa defense. And in terms of, McCaffrey was excellent. But I'm not going to give Brock Purdy an unusual amount of credit for completing a handoff 14 times. That's not what I'm talking about. Brock Purdy ran the offense efficiently. That's okay to me. He wasn't eye-popping. He wasn't jaw-dropping. He was the quarterback Kyle Shanahan wanted him to be yesterday. And that's plenty good. There's nothing wrong with that at all. But I know to my soul what wins football games for this team. And it's defense and running. And that's not a quarterback thing. Did he get in the way of their progress? At no time. But that is the standard for a 49er quarterback. And I'm not worried about what people's expectations were for him or where he was drafted. He's been given a table that's already set, and he made sure it had a really nice centerpiece to it. And good for him for that.
Have you ever in your entire football life seen it go to a third-string quarterback and absolutely no change could be detected?
No, because the one thing...
So it's better than okay then, right?
Well, no. Let me finish my point. On this team, the quarterback is at best a tertiary consideration because they have weaponry that is better than what their quarterback, whoever it's going to be, is. Because that defense changes games by its very existence. And Christian McCaffrey changes games by his very existence, which means the quarterback's job in San Francisco is to not get in the way of the things that are excellent. And that's what he did yesterday. And that's fine. That's for him, swell. He gets to enjoy everything about yesterday that he wants. But in terms of being magic, no, because he didn't have to be. The 49er quarterback is not asked to be magic. He's asked to be efficient. He's asked to be what Jimmy Garoppolo's been all year long.
How many third-string rookies can just be asked, go in there, do the job, don't impede our chance to succeed? Like, I don't think you should grade him against other 49er quarterbacks. You should grade him against the historical context that is almost automatically by default you are about to fail.
Because most Super Bowl contenders with a 9-4 record and playing the way they are not working with a third-string quarterback. Most teams that have to use their third-string quarterback are tire fires. So that's why I don't regard that as the comparison. The 49ers are that very unusual construct of a very good team that is not entirely dependent on their quarterback, so that if your third-string quarterback is competent, he will thrive in this offense. Because this is an offense that does not require him to be anything other than efficient.
Any third-string quarterback in the NFL would do. It doesn't even matter who he is. Third-string quarterback who can complete an 8-yard pass is exactly identical to any other guy who could possibly play.
If you're asking me if Josh McCown could have won that game yesterday, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I'm only taking yesterday as I'm not projecting into the future, and I'm not trying to imagine what he could be in 3 weeks against Washington. I have no idea. I only go on what I saw. What I saw was a guy who ran the offense. Kyle Shanahan gave him the run, and he ran it well.
What if he wins his next 3 games?
Then we'll reevaluate. We reevaluate this stupidity every week. That's why they keep paying us. If he sticks the joint out on Sunday, is everybody going to turn on him?
Thursday,
whatever.
Get it right.
Well, I'm trying to ignore the fact that they're playing Thursday. I mean, if he's awful on Thursday, is everybody going to walk this back?
Oh, sure, people will be walking
Of course
it back
they will. That's why I don't trust immediate reactions to anything. I got time. I'm not dying yet. That's Christmas Eve.
I think he was a little bit better than okay.
Okay, which is fine.
Getting a compliment out of Ray Ratto, it's a hard thing to do.
He was fine.
He was better than fine, Ray. Come on.
No, he was fine.
His official letter grade is a C.
Fine is not a C. Fine's a B. He was a B.
Okay.
C is average. C is A.
That's what fine means.
No, fine doesn't mean that.
Fine is an upgrade from meh?
Very much so.
All right. Welcome to 4 o'clock, everybody.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
How about this? How about you and I play a little game? And if I win, you upgrade your adverb.
Wait a minute, who's going to evaluate who wins?
Oh, no, you and I will know it in real time because we're going to play rock, paper, scissors.
No, we're not.
See, it never ends.
No, it doesn't end.
Gary and Martinez.
Which is why you're going to have to explain to your wife why your shirt doesn't fit right because there's a knife sticking out of it.
Gary, hello. What do you got?
Hey, fellas. Hey, kind of to both of your guys' points, it wasn't crazy throws or anything that impressed me the most about Brock Heward. Brock Purdy.
Any Brock will do.
The first play, the first, series when he gets absolutely ear-holed and the full-on shot from a guy you didn't see and he pops back up. A little stumble could have found him in the protocol tent and, who knows what would have happened. But he leads him down, finishes it with a touchdown, and then the whole game, not once did the clock wind down and, we're frantically calling timeout. Nobody was out of position. He ran it perfectly. But Thursday in Seattle is going to be the ultimate test with everything I just said, with the crowd noise and everything like that, and I can't wait to see how he handles it.
It's going to be an incredibly different atmosphere, obviously, and I do think, though, that the best of the Seahawks is officially in their rearview mirror. They just lost this week at home to the Carolina Panthers. So, it feels like this could be a little bit of an easier game than you might have expected, but then you got to remember that Pete Carroll does know what he's doing, and he does know his in-division opponent better than anybody else. He really does. So we'll see if this team can get it done in Seattle. When it comes to, chanting Brock's name, it's not going to happen up in Seattle. It did happen at Levi's. He said he heard it. He loved it.
I think today was wild to hear the whole stadium saying it like that. So, man, we got some great fans out here, man. They love this team, and they're right behind us all the way through. So, very thankful for them.
This is Anthony. Speaking of Seattle, in Seattle. Hello, Anthony.
Hi. I keep hearing about the Nick Mullins comparison, and it just really starts to bug me because Todd Bowles, whatever else he is as a head coach, is a really good defensive coach. And my memory of the Raiders when they were playing Nick Mullins was that wasn't the case. So I wish people would quit making that comparison.
Yeah, look.
Saying it's the same thing.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to, tweak or get underneath the skin of any remaining Raider fan who's listening to this. But at that point, at that moment, the Raiders were a bunch of quitting dogs who didn't deserve to be called football players. That was a disgraceful performance even for the Raiders. That's how bad they were that day.
Yeah, the Nick Mullins thing I don't get at all. That makes no sense to me. The idea, though, that Todd Bowles could make this defense in the shambolic condition it's in, there's only so much he can do. And the fact is they're not able to stop the run. They haven't been able to stop the run all year. And you saw that yesterday. The 49ers ran where they wanted, when they wanted.
Look, they came in winning 3 of their last 4 games. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers did. It's not like these, just stumbling, bumbling fools.
No, but their defense has not been the reason why they've won. They've pulled games out because Brady is a sorcerer.
Well, okay, so they haven't allowed more than 16 points in any of those 3 wins I'm talking about. They won 16-13 against the Rams. They won 21-16 against the Seahawks. They won 17-16 against the Saints.
Rams and Saints, they're awful.
All right.
But what I'm telling you is when you look at what their defense has done against the run over the year, they're 20th. And part of that is because there are a lot of their good players are out from time to time. It's not a healthy team. And it's not about Todd Bowles' coaching. It's about the players you can put out there on any given day. And, there's a reason why they're 6-7, and it's not the offense.
This is Jeff calling from Marin. What's going on, Jeff?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call. I have to disagree with Ray to characterize his performance as just being okay, and I'll tell you why. First of all, would you say that Garoppolo is just an okay quarterback? Because if you do, then clearly there were things that were done by Purdy yesterday that Garoppolo is simply incapable of doing. His escapability, the fact that he eluded a rush and still completed a pass, the way he rushed into the end zone on a play that was busted, and then the two deep passes. The first deep pass to CMC was right on target. The deep pass to Ayuk was underthrown, but he completed it under pressure. So I think he's clearly demonstrated more skills athletically, and his passing arm is better than Garoppolo. So I think you got to say he's more than just okay.
I don't have to say that at all. I said what I meant.
But did you mean what you said?
Yeah, I did. Oof. I don't think okay is an insult.
By the way, there's some people who, Carlos in Concord says, Damon, you got to back off the word fine. Like fine wine, she's fine. That doesn't mean average. Fine china. I hear you.
We're arguing semantics. That's not healthy.
From the 510. We don't need Purdy to be the Brock of Gibraltar. We just need him to be Brock solid.
Oh, my God.
Get him on the phone now.
We're about 10, not even 10 minutes away from saying hello to Michael Irvin here on 95.7 The Game. Bob in San Francisco. Hello, Bob.
Hey, I love the show, guys. I thought it was an exceptional performance because I don't see Mullins or Beathard looking like that. I just took the eye test, and I walked away thinking, wow, So I think it was an exceptional performance.
I mean, I here's the thing. Ray doesn't like success or having to measure it in any way. He only appreciates failure and catastrophe.
No, you're wrong again. He has a great team around him, not a good team, not a team that he has to be superb.
Okay, then why wasn't Trey Lance instantly phenomenal then?
Because he wasn't. I mean, again, you're asking me to evaluate one game in which everything else the 49ers did was exemplary. He was part of that. He wasn't an outstanding part of it. He was okay. He did what he was asked to do. And he did it well enough.
Well, that's the thing. I think if you check every single box that you're asked to check, and then you're just going to be like, that's okay.
Yeah, you're okay.
You got some extraordinarily difficult standards.
Yes, I do. Although you wouldn't know it to figure out who I'm working with.
Hey.
Sorry, you put it on the tee.
I did. Look, we got coming up on the tee, Michael Irvin. He'll be joining us in just a second. Defensively, this team is officially now starting to flirt with the concept of maybe it's the best defense in its team's history, though. I mean, would you say that? I mean,
it's in the argument.
We'll see where it goes.
Yeah, I'm trying to decide if it's one of the 10 best defenses in football history. But they still got at least 7 more games to prove that.
Right. There's a lot that has to happen.
But for right now, I think they're in that argument.
Through 14 weeks, they've been spectacular.
Yeah.
But for a game.
Yeah.
A game.
But for one game where they weren't entirely healthy and where Patrick Mahomes was a sorcerer.
Right. And by the way, Mahomes does that to everybody. Did you see the throw that he made this week where it looks like he found car keys?
The underhand.
Car keys in his pocket and flipped him to a valet? I mean,
if he hadn't done that about 6 other times in his career, I'd have been stupefied.
His eyes weren't even downfield.
Yeah. No, he does things that human beings can't do. Not just that other quarterbacks can't do. I mean, he's Inspector Gadget.
He's something else. And so is this Niners defense. Again, they've held opponents now to 17 or fewer points in 6 consecutive games. It is the longest streak by a team allowing 17 or fewer points in the same season since doing so for the 49ers in the last 6 games of the 1992 regular season. And that 92 defense is also among the, handful of greatest 49er defenses of all time. I think the Merton Hanks defense that went to the Super Bowl won that. That's right up there. Harbaugh, the Navarro Bowman, Patrick Willis, Justin Smith, Aldon Smith defense was a hell of a defense. And we'll have to go back a little bit further in time to find the others to compare it to. But right now, not only are they special, but they're taking points and snapping that concept in half so dramatically where, that's really not happening around everywhere else. Points are happening this time of the year. Some offenses have finally gotten their feet underneath them, but not offenses that are playing the San Francisco 49ers. They are just knocking people out, or should I say, I won't.
Yes, you will.
Not now.
There's just not a chance you won't do it.
I won't do it right now. I refuse to. I want to keep you in an okay mood, Ray. It's the goal of today's show. We have an awful lot coming up. One of our favorite conversations of the entire week is next. And then one of our other favorite conversations is happening at 5 o'clock. We have Michael Irvin coming up next at 5 o'clock. It's Peter King. Damon and Ratto. We're brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa-la-la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's official. Fast just got a whole lot faster. Xfinity has the fastest internet with up to 6 gig speed. Plus, Xfinity Mobile is the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. You heard that right. Xfinity just increased internet speeds again. And Xfinity Mobile gives you can't catch me speeds. The fastest internet, the fastest mobile service, and major savings? Can't argue with the facts. Now through December 21st, new customers can get 1.2 gig internet plus X-Fi Complete with unlimited data and Wi-Fi equipment included. It's just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Plus, get $200 back. Go to Xfinity.com/faster. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
No one knows where this market will go. Things could change tomorrow, next week, or next month. At Merrill, we've been here before, and history shows this is the time to stay focused on your future. Because through every market, the bull will always have your back. Find an advisor in the Bay Area at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor. Member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
Television sales on Black Friday set new records as millions of Americans snapped up the hot deals. But a lot of people were out of town or too busy to take advantage of the special pricing. So, how about a redo? Right now, you've got a second chance to save big on many of the top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs. Where? At Video Only, where the smart shoppers go. So, don't miss out. Check out Video Only now, or
you'll be sorry. Tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valenti, where they'll break down all the headlines in the NFL. Brought to you by Hyundai. There's never been a better time to get away with a great deal on a new Hyundai at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Visit buyhyundai.com today.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Daly City, partly cloudy tonight with a low of 38.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. This fall, there are now updated COVID-19 booster shots designed for recent Omicron variants. Learn more and schedule your updated booster at vaccines.gov.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
It is really good to have you here today. It is really good that the 49ers have Brock Purdy on their roster because, boy, what an impressive debut in his first career start against Tom Brady, no less. A convincing, a dominating win for the San Francisco 49ers. And to talk about that and bounce around the league, NFL Week 14 wrapping up tonight. We're very happy to welcome in the man, the myth, the legend himself, the Hall of Famer, the playmaker, Mr. Michael Irvin, here on 95.7 The Game. Thank you, Michael. Always a pleasure to talk to you. How are you, pal?
I'm doing great, guys. I'm doing great. That wasn't a crazy good game, man. Watching that game the other day was just insane. Watching Brock Purdy go up against Tom Brady. That was an incredible game.
All things going into the mix of what's most important. For the 49ers to get to where they want to go, what was more impressive to you? Brock against Tampa Bay's defense or the way that the San Francisco 49ers turned Tom Brady into just another guy?
Well, truth be known, let's be real and lay all out. Tom Brady has played like just another guy pretty much all year here this year. You know what I mean? And what he's going through off the football field and all of that, and what he's going through on the football field, there's been a lot. But that defense that Tampa has played pretty good sometimes during this year. This was a top 5 defense. And Brock made that top 5 defense look like it was nowhere near a top 5 defense. I would have to lean to that side being more impressive. Mr. Irrelevant taking over that defense more so than the number one relevant guy in here playing against the 49ers defense, because he's kind of been having that kind of year the whole year.
On the very, very first play of the game, he got earholed by a blitzing cornerback. And it's funny, after the game he talked about how he almost appreciated that happened because it got him right into the game. You know, you feel that first hit and you know you're playing football. Do you ever feel that way in your career? Does any wide receiver feel that way in his career? You want to get hit once to know, all right, we're out here.
Well, I don't know that you really want to get hit, but sometimes there are certain things that surely wakes you up. You know, we had a streak of beating Arizona for, 100 years, and we were playing Arizona. Phoenix, we were playing Arizona, and I was like, we've been beating them for 100 years. And then that's when Lorenzo Lynch was like, Michael, I'm going to kill you. Just don't stop right here. I said, hey, okay, thank you. Whew. Thank you for waking me up. I committed to putting about 210 yards on his butt that day. And I doubt I would have had 210 yards in me had he not woken me up in that moment. I was on that whole is Arizona again. We done beat them a million times until he opened his mouth.
Did he ever do it again?
No. He didn't.
Yeah.
He didn't. It was like the second play of the game. I went 87 yards. And I was in this dude's ear hole so bad. Emmett came to me and said, "Stop, man. Stop. You're a spiritual man. God don't like that. Stop right now." He said, "Stop." I was like, okay, I'll leave him alone. But I was killing it.
The 49er defense has been talked about a great deal this year. And you played with several teams in the mid-90s that had defenses as good, maybe arguably better. Can you reasonably compare those defenses with this one you're looking at now?
And I told you guys this, man. What you're starting to see is this defense put up playing the kind of defense that when we talk about some of the great defenses in the league. And let me tell you what I saw even the other day watching that game. You know, you got the confidence in your guys up front. And you know what you're seeing now? And those interceptions that they got on Tom, you're seeing the ability to float now. Linebackers are floating now. They're going in the area. They know, hey, I know my front dogs got their business taken care of, and even if we sit back in the zone, I'm going to slip over and float in this area. I'm baiting the quarterback. I'm looking like I'm looking this way, and I know he's going to try to get that tight end in behind me and then turn around, and I get that interception. That's what they were doing to Tom yesterday, man. So that means they're beating you physically, shoulders down, and then they're beating you mentally, shoulders up. Very few defenses get to do that.
Michael, very few third stringers make it feel like you haven't missed a beat in the history of this league. I mean, you get to a second stringer who plays, on par with the first stringers, it feels like a huge win. A third stringer, especially at the position of quarterback, it's almost an ask that it feels ridiculous to even make. How incredible is it that there doesn't seem to be much of a drop-off between, Brock Purdy and Jimmy Garoppolo, and this is not a shot at Garoppolo in any way, but with a level of pocket presence that, we've seen 4 quarters now, not even 4 quarters, 4 starting quarters, 7 quarters in total, going back to the Miami game when he came in for the injury. We're looking at someone who isn't just treading water at the position, but maybe is it being a little too hyperbolic to say maybe this actually in a weird way makes the Niners better, or is that just sacrilegious?
It's just hard to say that when you see and know the experience that Garoppolo has, and in the direction and the distance he's taking. He's gotten to the point.
Uh-oh.
I always talk on.
We got a shaky phone connection. We got a shaky phone connection real quick with Michael, so let's go ahead and reboot that bad boy. Sometimes you got to unplug it and plug it back in, right? That's all the thing I really know about IT help.
Or recrank it.
Yeah. Stick the crank in there.
Get the hamster rebooted.
Get going. I'm wondering, and I guess we got Michael back. Michael, let me just re-ask the question.
Stay right. Yeah. Hey, listen, sorry about that, guys. Well, I must have went through a spot.
It's all right.
I'm pulling up at an event right now with Jerry Rice is throwing here in Dallas.
Ooh.
Jerry Rice is coming to an event, and he calls me in Dallas. And what do? You got to show up if he calls you.
I mean, when Jerry Rice puts out the bat signal, all wide receivers must report.
You must report. That's what I tell him. I said, Jerry, I'm here because of you. The pictures you hung in my, I will definitely show up. I'm landing at this time, and I'll shoot right over, buddy. He said, I appreciate it, so I'll get to spend a time.
Hey, since you did bring up Jerry Rice, though, I got to ask you, because he was one of the first to go online and criticize the Deebo Samuel injury that he suffered, just saying, you probably don't need to be running your wide receiver in between tackles up 21-0. That's not me saying it. That's Jerry Rice saying that. I don't know if you saw that or not. What'd you think of the way that Deebo got hurt?
Well, somebody asked me about it. And I understand what Jerry's saying, especially up 21 when you say you're up 21 points. But taking Deebo off that regiment, telling Deebo not to do those things. I think it's important to your survival, your ultimate place that you want to go, to have Debo playing Debo like football. You know what I'm saying? That's just Debo like football. I'm more worried about Debo than I am Purdy. After seeing this, you ask me, is it hyperbolic to say that he gives you more of a chance than Jimmy Garoppolo? Absolutely it is. But it's also okay to ask that question after that one start, because he was that impressive in that one start. And what you're looking at, like most of us recognize things, we say, man, if that is somewhere near the floor, and it has to be, boy, we need to go and check and see where this ceiling is. You see what I'm saying? That's your mind assessing it, and that's the right way to assess it. So, yes, it's hyperbolic to say it, but, man, your mind got to read it this way.
The 49ers are on a roll. They went from being a mediocrity to one of the best teams in football in about 6 weeks. Do you believe that there is such a thing as hitting your stride too early, or does that sound like nonsense to you?
No, I think there is such a thing. I do think there is such a thing. And that's why I always say it goes beyond, okay, what kind of talent we have. Because even if you hit your stride too early and you want to try to reconnect, it's how close are we as a team? How connected are we as a team? That's what gets us over. Like, I don't think we'll have that issue in Philadelphia. And they've been playing well for so long. Maybe they hit a little low, but I think they'll go because of how close they are, how tight they are. Jalen Hurts and Arthur Brown, A.J. Brown, how good friends, all of that. All of that talent, and you're not hearing grumblings about this guy saying I ain't getting enough balls, and this guy said I'm not getting enough balls. Those kinds of things tell you how tight a team is. So yeah, you can hit a stride too early. And San Fran, I don't think you can say they're hitting the stride too early. Because you keep bouncing in and out quarterbacks. I don't know how you can say you hit a stride bouncing in and out quarterbacks, to tell you the truth.
Michael Irvin here on 95.7 The Game. Who is doing more to bring out the best in the other? Christian McCaffrey and Kyle Shanahan, or the other way around?
Don't fool yourself. Don't fool yourself. Christian McCaffrey was other places. He did some good things and all that, but that offense right there, the Kyle Shanahan been watching since he was born, has always produced great running backs, produced great numbers in running backs. So now you put those two together. Absolutely, Christian McCaffrey is a great skill set and a great talent, but that offense is tailor-made for him. So that it's the commingling of those two that makes it right. Be honest with you. You're like Emmett. I think Emmett in our offense, I don't know that Emmett would have been as effective in any other offense. That offense, low left, low right, was tailored for his skill set. We had Terrence Flagler and all those guys in before he got in with that same offensive line, and we went nowhere until he got there. So yeah. You get that right group, that right back, that right system, in that right line, you do great things, and it all comes together.
Let me ask a personal question at this point. If Dallas had lost to Houston yesterday, would you have picked up the phone when we called?
Yeah, I would have had to pick up the phone. Now, that it would have been, yeah. And let me ask you all this, too. It would have been hard. I would have had a rough day. You know what I mean? It would have been hard. I had a rough day. But let me ask you, you see how the Armageddon feeling comes down when Dallas wins by one against the Texans. Now, we didn't get that same Armageddon feeling when Philly won by 1 against the Colts. I just find that to be interesting. That we laid at. And I heard people today say that, man, I don't know if they can win with that. But dude, that was the number one offense the last 5 weeks. They put up 38 points a game the last 5 weeks. They got a 40 and a 50 burger. So I think Dallas will be all right. That's like that little brother thing. Houston always plays Dallas like that. Back in the days we were winning Super Bowl, that's the one team we did not want to see. I can't tell y'all, I swear to y'all on my kids, I was so happy when Frank Wright brought them Bills back over to Houston. Ain't no way in the world we wanted to see Houston in the Super Bowl. They always played us a certain kind of way, and I didn't want to see it.
Well, and it feels like a big question is, can Dak do it? Look, that was a really impressive, 98-yard drive at the end of the game. I saw today Cowboys went out and signed, T.Y. Hilton. Does that mean there will be no, or let's call him Nodell Beckham Jr. in Dallas after all? Did Tyreek?
Yeah. I don't think Odell's coming, and I think what we saw was, Odell started talking and he got out there. Looked like he thinks he's going back to New York. But what Jerry wanted to talk about was this year. I'm willing to pay you some extra if you can help me this year. We need to get this done right now. I want to get me another one before God said, hey, come on out of time. It's time to come to eternity. I want me one right here, right now. So I understand that.
I think he asked a very fair question. Why all the scrutiny and a 1-point win or whatever, a small win for the Cowboys as opposed to the Eagles? We'll call that the price of fame, right? That's the white hot spotlight that the Cowboys are always standing in. But I got to tell you, man, these Eagles are an undeniable 12-1, and they look like they're actually getting better, not regressing.
Right, and it's incredible to watch the ascension of Jalen Hurts from where he was, and think about all these rumblings coming out of Alabama that we don't know if he can even make it in the NFL. He's not that kind of a quarterback. Okay, he's not nowhere near accurate enough, and now he's leading the number one team. It's just it's an amazing story. It's an amazing story, and I believe leading this new era of quarterback. Where he was really a runner first that learned to pass. We're usually looking for passers that learn how to run, but this dude here was really a runner that learned how to pass, and the system fits his game perfectly.
Yesterday's results notwithstanding, are you looking at the NFC now as Philadelphia, Dallas, San Francisco in any order? Do you believe that Minnesota is still part of that group, or are you starting to have your doubts?
I said I put Minnesota right up under that group, but has an ability to beat anybody in that group because they have the explosion and out wide and Justin Jefferson. That dude, that's just phenomenal. That dude's phenomenal. You say what you will. He is phenomenal. But so we're playing one game. We're not playing 3-4 game series, 7 game series, 5 game series, 7 game series, 3, 5, or 7. So we're playing one game, and in one game, Minnesota can get hot and beat anybody, but they are still up under those 3 teams that I say I have at the top of the NFC.
And the team that beat Minnesota yesterday, Detroit's now won 5 of 6. And Dan Campbell pulled plays out of his ear all day yesterday. Is he the kind of coach that players naturally want to play for because of that? Or do they just play and because that's the job?
Yeah, I like Dan. Great dude. But you know what I mean? And I love when people say that because he's an old player, ex-player. He's the kind of coach people want to play for. And you want to say, yeah, this is the ex-player, and I want to promote players. But I want to play for a damn coach that knows how to help me win and win Super Bowl. I like you in the locker room. We can be cool. But I need you to make sure we can win some Super Bowls around here. And hopefully Dan will get a chance to lead his bunch in that direction. But Detroit is playing much better, man. You got to give them some credit. He talks about it. They fight hard. They don't give up.
The 49ers have the Seahawks on a short week. How much of a problem will a short week be for Brock Purdy getting ready to play, the Seahawks, again, it feels like they're backing up a little from early expectations. I mean, the Panthers just beat them in Seattle. But now you got the short week compounding, Brock Purdy and a little oblique strain that he's got going on. No Debo when you get up there by all accounts. So what do you think happens on a short week? If you're Kyle, what are you prioritizing with Brock Purdy?
Man, that's a great question. That's a great question. And if it's if it's someone else, then I'm saying, man, you're narrowing the playbook. You're trying to say, hey, here's what we're going to focus on. Let's cut out all the noise and get real good at these things. But I told you, I got that old Tom Brady like vibe. And as I was talking with Dan Orlovsky, he's talking about how when he's watching, because I always listen to quarterbacks. I listen to, especially when they're talking about quarterbacks, I'll call, say, what'd you see? He said, man, I see this kid going through all his reads and stuff like that. Now, that tells me something. You can see him going through his reads. That means he understands the game, shoulders up. The game didn't seem like they shrunk at all last week. So why would I start to shrink it now? If I'm Cal, I'm just going to add on to what we were doing. You know what I mean? You don't limit the kid. What did I talk about earlier? We're trying to say, wow, I would imagine he was somewhere near his floor in that game. Now we got to go and try to find his ceiling. And that doesn't require us limiting him. We still want to do what we did the other day and give him as much protection as we can, playing great defense and run the football. But I think the game is open up to him.
We are talking to a Hall of Fame wide receiver who's on his way to an event with the Hall of Fame wide receiver that is Jerry Rice. But, Michael, I want to wrap up with this because not that football's ever about you beat one guy, you beat a team. But to me, if the 49ers can slow down DK Metcalf, if they can just keep him honest all day and he doesn't go off on them, I think that's a big, big way to go on and beat the Seahawks on a short week. I just saw that with 31 more receiving yards, DK Metcalf's going to become the 5th player since the merger with 900 receiving yards and 5 or more touchdowns in each of his first 4 seasons. The other guys to have done that are Randy Moss, A.J. Green, Michael Thomas, and Joey Galloway. That's pretty good company. What do you think of DK Metcalf as a player?
I think he's a physical beast. He's a physical beast, and he's learning to play the game better and better every year also. And I'm talking about transitioning. But they've helped him, and they're smart on the way they play him by not asking him to run direct transition routes, in, out with comebacks. They'll transition him out in routes, man. And this big boy, once he get that ball, I mean, he plays so strong, goes up and get the ball. So yeah, you do got to control him. But you control him first by controlling the run game. And you want to put the pressure. You want to put the pressure on Geno to carry the whole game and then try to take DK Metcalf out and make him go to other people to win games. That's how you beat Seattle.
What do you think is next for Tom Brady? If he called you and said, what should I do next, Michael? What would you advise?
I'm not the man. I'm not the man to give him any advice. I'm just going to be straight with you. I don't know. You know, I mean, your wife, oh, you lost your friend. Oh, yeah. Boy, listen. I ain't qualified. You got to know where you ain't qualified because they ain't that good. I mean, I'd have been over there throwing karate chops at the jiu-jitsu dude. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. I just, hey, man, I hope Tom, when we talk to football, I hope Tom continue to play and continue to bless us, you know, and continue to enjoy the game. I know he loves the game, so I hope we still get some more of them. I don't know if it'll be in Tampa because that thing looks like it has run its course totally. You see what I'm saying? But I don't know why go home now and sit in that house. And I'm just being real, guys, by yourself when you still got some football left in you and you can still be around the guys and in the locker room. I say Tom still plays football.
Michael Irvin, you are the man. Tell Jerry we said hello. Give him our best tonight, and thank you as always.
I will do, buddy. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Michael Irvin here on 95.7 The Game. And you know what that is? That's respect. It's respect. Hall of Famer to maybe one of the greatest ever done. I am a Hall of Fame wide receiver. I am not qualified to give Tom Brady career advice.
Especially when the career advice includes that marital piece that nobody wants to touch.
Yeah, it's a really, really awkward, weird situation. And again, I know that a lot of people looked at Tom Brady. He's taking pictures walking into Levi's. Obviously, it meant something to him to come back to play in the Bay Area. To pivot to maybe he should be next up for the 49ers. That to me, like, it's just, with all due respect to Tom Brady, it is the wrong time to be getting into the Tom Brady business. And I wouldn't be surprised at all if the 49ers concluded that too, especially with Brock Purdy, who is obviously about to be the next greatest quarterback of all time. And you got him already, so upgrades needed.
Oh, and Josh Johnson.
888-957-9570. A call or two before we get to Peter King at the top of the hour to talk about a spectacular weekend of 49er football and where does it go from here. It's Damon and Ratto. We are brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
Monster free pick action available Monday night from TakingVegas.com. I am Chris Hodge, and these weeknight pro football games have been gold for us, and we have a side and total parlay tonight. New England, Arizona, 2 easy ways to get it. 888-9-WIN NOW is the number to call. It will be for free on a recorded message, 888-994-6669. Now, if you call the hotline, not only will you receive New England and Arizona for free tonight, side and total, we also have bowl situations available starting on Friday. We are releasing those games early, and we have college and pro basketball for the next week, absolutely free at 888-9-WIN NOW, 888-994-6669. If you just want side and total, New England, Arizona tonight, visit TakingVegas.com. The 2 plays are there over at TakingVegas.com. So 2 ways to get the plays, side and total tonight. Don't miss out. Have a great Monday, everyone.
This is your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort. To rock and to roll. Over the hills and bluffs. Go all out or go all in. With 4 stars and rising stars. Now we do more than ever, so you can do as much or as little as you want. It's your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort.
'Twas almost the holidays, and all over the state, not a creature was stirring, except for, well, Nate. He was panicked in need of a really good gift. Nate's a procrastinator, if you catch my drift. So off he dashed to the closest store, and there found holiday scratchers galore. Now Nate won't get a lump of coal, unless he burns the holiday casserole. Yes, scratchers from the California Lottery are great, especially for Mr. Procrastinate. So when it's time to get your gift shopping out of the way, try scratchers. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Don't miss out for 2022. Donate at carsforkids.org and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
Triple Points Weekend at Outdoor Supply Hardware is your chance to give and receive. Club OSH members earn triple points on every dollar spent December 16th, 17th, and 18th. Great gifts await at all 14 OSH stores. With tidings big and small, mark your calendars to get in, gift out, and earn points 3 times faster towards the next $5 off coupon. So December 16th, 17th, and 18th, make your way to OSH for Triple Points Weekend. Not a Club OSH member? It's not too late. Sign up today to start earning.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain. The market might not care you have a wedding to plan or a kid to put through school. And inflation doesn't know you've got a family to feed. But Bank of America does, and is here to help With digital tools to help you save and local experts in the Bay Area, you can keep life moving forward the way you need it to. Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at BofA.com/San Francisco. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC equal credit opportunity lender.
This holiday season, tee it up at the Golf Mart for the hottest gifts from Callaway and Bushnell. Receive up to $50 off Callaway Rogue ST Woods. And while you're there, grab a dozen Callaway Chrome Soft golf balls. And from Bushnell, save up to $75 on the Tour V5 and Tour V5 Shift rangefinders. There's also gift cards for those favorite golfers on your list. Don't miss these holiday gifts and more happening now at the Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Hi there, I'm your host, Dog, filling in for the human who's normally here and bringing you the smells and sounds of the holidays, courtesy of Beggin' Dog Treats.
We wish you a begging Christmas. We wish you a begging Christmas. Dog rest ye merry Doberman, let begging you acquire. Deck the halls with strips of begging. Arf, 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 arf.
Remember, for bacon-loving dog excitement this holiday, it's beggin'!
At Lowe's, every pro is an MVP to us. That's why MVP's Pro Rewards members can earn bonus points on select products and brands like Power Pro, Weehaw, and Valspar. Then redeem your bonus points for exciting rewards like tools, sports memorabilia, Lowe's e-gift cards, and more. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Points expire at end of calendar year. Visit lowes.com/L/pro loyalty terms for details. Now through 1/8/23.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
It is really good to have you here today. Thank you so much for stopping on by. Damon and Ratto, we've got Peter King coming up in just a little bit. And more 49ers talk can be found on the 415ers podcast. Mark Grandy, Evan Giddings, rolling out a new podcast. All right. How'd it go? How'd this week go for you? Grandy, would you call it a solid offering?
It was a. I'm not sure I go that far. It was a good episode, but
you gotta be a shameless self-promoter.
It was okay.
It was okay. Thank you very much. That's the highest compliment you can get from Ray.
It was fine.
What was wrong with it, Grandy? Can I have you
self-evaluate?
Yeah.
We self-evaluating?
I got to go back and give it another listen. Got to go watch the tape.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
Why would you do that?
We got a few calls coming up before Peter King joins us in 10 minutes, but the Brock Mania, it's out there. It's happening. Favorite song? Brock the Casbah. Favorite dog? Brocker Spaniel. Favorite fungal infection, Ray? Brock itch. I mean, that's just taking it a little too far, don't you think?
No, you've already jumped the shark. I don't know why you're pulling back now.
Favorite movie? Hunt for Red, Brocktober.
I just don't understand how you can go through life without any sense of shame whatsoever.
I'm just Brock solid that way. Rich in Roseville. Save Ray from these segments.
I'm dying here.
What's going on, Rich?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Love you guys. Really fast about Brock. I love him right now. He kind of reminds me a little bit like Jeff Garcia. I'm still not happy until I see him exposed and how he handles that. And we'll see in Seattle when they pick on him and see what he does then. But I am happy for now. I want to know why Will Fuller, I believe it's Will Fuller, hasn't been signed yet. He's on a free agency. He's a good wide receiver. Got excellent stats that you can't ignore. I don't know why he's not signed. And then the third thing is I don't know why Shanahan would compare linemen to linebackers. When he
I have no idea where this call's going. I'm just hanging up on Rich right now. Why is Will Fuller not signed?
Because T.Y. Hilton, I guess, must be better.
Maybe. And look, the whole Odell Beckham Jr. thing, like, is that guy going to sign with whatever parade decides to celebrate the Super Bowl? Like, if you wanted to play football this year, you would have done something by now.
My suspicion is that he's not fully healthy yet. And if you're signing him, you're taking a chance that maybe T.Y. Hilton, though he's not as good a receiver, does not represent because he's healthy. That's the only thing I'm figuring. Because somebody would sign Odell Beckham if he could show them that he was 100% and ready to go, because there are 4 weeks left.
I mean, I just don't think he's a good investment this time.
Well, it depends on how little he wants to be paid. I mean, if you could pay him the minimum, why not? The answer to that would seem to be because he's not healthy.
You know who's calling him a bad investment? H&R Brock.
I hate you. I just hate you.
Thank you. That was from Bob on the YouTube text line.
I want to apologize. I hate Bob.
This is William in Fremont. Hello, William.
Hello. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
What's up?
Long-time listener, first-time caller. I know that head coaches do some first-round picks, and not every quarterback go in the first round goes the distance. Do you guys think there's a future for Trey Lance? Not that anybody gives anything about next year, but what do you do and the accountability for a head coach on a pick with that first-round pick there?
Well, so here's the deal. As we stand here today, the Trey Lance investment starts to look like a sunk cost of doing business, and that's just it. It's not lining up the way that they hoped it would. Obviously, there are a few things standing in the way of his timeline, and one of the things that is standing in the way of his timeline could be Brock Purdy, which would be extraordinary. But as long as the Niners got a quarterback that can win, does it even matter? I mean, of course you would like to have the first-round picks back and not have a guy. I have no idea what the future holds for Trey Lance. And obviously the 49ers don't either. I think Brock Purdy has a better chance of being a successful NFL quarterback in the small little bit that we've seen of him than Trey Lance does. Trey Lance definitely has the better physicals. He definitely has the prototype of a body that is built to sustain, a pounding from the NFL. And having said that, he's already damaged goods with his broken ankle, which again, I hate to label a guy as such a thing, but if his legs were going to be a big part of who he was, I don't know if he's even got the speed to be billed as that. I'll tell you that I feel better about Brock Purdy's apparent ability to just maintain plays and keep them alive by moving around the pocket than I am inspired by, well, what if Trey Lance is Jalen Hurts and he can run for, what if he is Justin Fields, who, by the way, you could have just gone ahead and picked there at 12. You didn't have to trade up for Justin Fields. And he's really good. He's getting better, Ray. He's getting better.
They found a quarterback in the 7th round. The whole point is, the longer you sit there and worry about past draft choices, the nuttier you make yourself. The 49ers will not have to pay, Kyle Shanahan will not have to pay any sort of cosmic price for being wrong on Trey Lance. If he turns out to be wrong on Trey Lance,
we don't know yet.
Because the team is 9-4. And last year they got to the conference final. That makes a potential draft mistake seem like nothing, because ultimately it's not about how you score on draft night. It's how you score in September through December. And if he's winning twice as many times as he's losing, and they're making deep runs in the playoffs, none of this will be held against him. Because there's draft choices that come every year.
But boy, they held that against Jimmy Garoppolo.
Well, but they do hold stuff against quarterbacks in this town because people in this town are weirdos.
Not people. Kyle Shanahan.
Well, okay, but that's also that's a sunk cost now. Stuff changed.
I'll say this. Based on where he is in his career and his contractual situation, Trey Lance is 1,000,000,000% on the 49ers roster next year. And I think we are moving towards a reality where Jimmy Garoppolo is the odd man out, and Brock Purdy could, in his remaining rest of this year, show proof positive to Kyle Shanahan that whatever Jimmy can do, I can also do. So do you want to circle back to him at a big free agent number, or would you like me on whatever $100,000-ish contract I'm making? I could absolutely see Kyle Shanahan, the coach and the general manager, preferring a future at the right price with Brock Purdy and Trey Lance than an overpay to keep Jimmy home.
But will it be an overpay? I mean, that's the thing. Kyle Shanahan, if nothing else, has shown that he is flexible in the face of an intractable problem. And this is the prime example. I mean, he made the right choice, bringing Garoppolo back after it looked like he was trying to fire him. And he got away with it. I mean, they were 7-4, when Garoppolo got hurt. Some of that falls on Garoppolo for being a very efficient quarterback. He's just not magic. And I don't know why people keep waiting for magic. This team has all the magic it needs in its backfield and on the defensive side of the ball. And if you're going to complain that your parade wasn't stylish enough because it was won by a running game and a defense, well, then you're an idiot.
The raw data on where the Niners sit right now, things are pointing in a good direction. They're 6-1 at home for the first time through 7 games since 2011. The 49ers just ran for a season-high 209 yards. That is the 6th time that a Kyle Shanahan offense in the regular season has produced a 200-plus rushing yard game. They are 6-0 in those games. The 49ers defense hasn't allowed more than 17 points since the Kansas City game. And the last time that they have won 6 straight in the regular season at any point in time, they went to the Super Bowl. And when that was happening, it wasn't exactly a team that was built around a spectacular quarterback. And I would say that this running game now with Christian McCaffrey is even better than that, with all due respect to Raheem Mostert and the good times that was. Ray, I don't know if this is politically correct or not. As a matter of fact, I know it isn't. But I can say it because it's my race. Christian McCaffrey is the baddest white boy running back in the history of football. What are you going to tell me? No, it's Larry Zonka? Get out of here.
Well, if you're going to answer for me, then I'll just...
Right, but no, I mean, he's the baddest white boy running back in the history of football. There isn't a white boy who's ever produced like this in any football season, much less this point in his football career. McCaffrey, he had 153 scrimmage yards. He's registered 100 or more scrimmage yards 41 times since he entered the league in 2017. That's the most in the NFL since he was drafted. He's just a bad man. He's unbelievable. Like, I guarantee you, NFL teams go back to their locker rooms after playing Christian McCaffrey, and you got a bunch of dudes just saying, that white boy's nice. Over and over again. He's unbelievable. He's really, I think, in the small amount of games that I've seen him play, and far away in the best running back this team has had since Frank Gore. Far and away.
Stylistically, he's Roger Craig. And Roger Craig has been on the fringe of the Hall of Fame any number of times.
Which is a shame because he's an evolutionary step and I think should get the credit for being an evolutionary step. But Roger Craig should be in the Hall of Fame.
Well, whether he is or not is irrelevant to me. My point is he became a singular weapon that other teams tried to recreate. And teams have been trying to recreate that since he retired. And with not a great deal of success.
Thurman Thomas.
But Thurman Thomas was predominantly a running back. He would catch the ball a little bit, but
Neil Anderson, one of my best post-Walter Payton memories as a Bears fan. So
yeah, again, though, when you think of him, you think of him in the backfield, not coming out of it. McCaffrey comes as close as I think any player has to being that Roger Craig type. And I don't know that they're easy to recreate. If you're a running back, you're a running back. He's that hybrid.
He might be the way that Debo Samuel might be just as good, if not better, of a running back than he is a wide receiver. We're looking at a running back who might be better as a wideout or a slot receiver than he is as a running back. Like McCaffrey is unbelievable. By the way, welcome, boys and girls, to your 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
It's officially time to welcome in Peter King to the Brock mania that has swept throughout the Bay Area. And look, we're not trying to get too far over our skis. There are other shows, other hosts saying this is the best thing ever. We got a long way to go before it's that. But in terms of debuts, Peter King, have you ever seen a better third rounder take the reins of a team that's supposed to go somewhere and make it appear that they haven't even hit a speed bump? It was very impressive yesterday from Brock Purdy.
You mean a third dayer, not a third rounder? I mean, because obviously Brock Purdy, the end of the 7th round of the draft, I think there's two things about this situation that I think are really, really interesting. One is that I think that when you're a quarterback, especially, and I think I'm right in saying this, I think he played 48 games in the Big 12. I mean, look, the Big 12 is not the SEC, but it's also not the MAC, I look at it and I basically say, people are talking about Brock Purdy, who started for 3.5 years in a major college conference. They're looking at him like he's never played before. And I think that is the first real misleading thing. It's funny, the other day I had a long conversation with Baker Mayfield about his game. And I asked him, are you surprised that the 49ers didn't put a claim in on you? And almost like right out of the box, said a couple things. But then he said, hey, I'm telling you, this is before yesterday. He goes, I love Brock Purdy. He said, I've always thought that guy was tough, confident, really, really knew what he was doing, and it totally unprompted. And so I think his point was, they wouldn't claim me. They got Brock Purdy. And that sounds so funny coming from a guy who was the first pick in a draft versus a guy who was the 262nd pick in another draft.
It's some Big 12 brotherly love happening right there. I mean, Purdy is, and the number on its surface, you're the 39th best ever. But when you think of all the quarterbacks that have ever played, he is the 39th most prolific passer in the history of college football.
Yeah. He had a good career, and he lost a bunch of games, especially in his last year or so. And people just said, that's the end of Brock Purdy. And plus, he doesn't have great quarterback size. As I said last week, I met with him last week, and he's 6'1", so they say. I mean, he's probably closer to 6, but whatever it is, look, he's had a lot of experience. And I think there's one other thing. I've always thought, I've covered the NFL for 39 years. And one of the things I always think that is a part of a quarterback's ethos, that if he doesn't have it, he will not win. And that is the ultimate confidence in himself. And, there were times, the first team I ever covered in the NFL was the Cincinnati Bengals. There were times I talked to Boomer Esiason, like after a game, and I would think, what game was this guy playing in? He was talking about, how many chances they had and what they should have done and all this stuff. And we had this and we had that. But that's the way you have to be. It's like this in the Seth Wickersham story about Andrew Luck the other day. Anthony Costanzo, the former tackle of the Colts, said to Luck at one point that, hey, listen, you have to be the most confident guy on the team, whether you believe it or not. Because if you're not, people are going to see that. They're going to smell it and all that. And so I think that's one of the things that quarterbacks have to have. And look, in my 10-minute meeting with Brock Purdy, I said, oof, this guy really thinks he's good. Not in a cocky way, but just like he's not intimidated by saying Tom Brady's going to be on the other sideline. He thinks it's cool, but he doesn't say, oh, my God, I'm not showing up. He thinks he's got a chance. Here's the one interesting thing I thought after yesterday's game. So now Brock Purdy has played one full game and about 50 minutes of another, maybe 53, whatever minutes of another one. So he played two full games. And you would think about Brock Purdy that if this guy can average 20, 22, 23 points a game, that's going to be great because the defense is that good. But, look at what's happened in the first two games. I think I'm right in saying that Brock Purdy's put up 57 points in his 105 minutes or whatever it is, 110 minutes. And so he's done more than we all thought that he would do. And so that's why, and again, look, it's silly to sit here and say, yep, the 49ers got a chance to beat the Eagles in the NFC Championship game at Lincoln Financial Field the last weekend of January. It's silly to say that because I don't know who's playing for the 49ers that day. Is Bosa going to be healthy? Warner going to be healthy? Is Aziz going to be healthy? I don't know because the 49ers play football like a rolling ball of butcher knives. They are all out every play, and so they tend to get a few injuries. So I don't know who's going to be on the field if and when they were to play the Eagles. So I can't tell you who's going to win that game. But right now, if they faced off against the Eagles, I don't think Brock Purdy would get shut down by any stretch.
Let me ask not a stylistic question, but a narrative question. What's the most apt historical comp, just in terms of narrative, to the idea of a third-string quarterback getting the job in, still with 4 or 5 games to play and still making a deep run? What's the narrative comp?
Well, I'd have to think about that. The lazy one that comes to mind is Tom Brady. He was the second string quarterback, but the one commonality they have is that in 2001, which was the year after Brady got drafted, he basically was in an indoctrination session in the year 2000. He wasn't going to play. He was just there to learn about the game. But I think starting in 2001 in training camp, Bill Belichick honestly thought in that year that if this guy needs to play, we might be better than we are with Bledsoe. And I know that sounds crazy because at the time, Bledsoe was the highest paid player in football, and Brady was a 6th-round pick who nobody ever heard of. But I remember going back to training camp when everybody was wondering about what was going to happen with the Niners and how was Trey Lance going to play. Garoppolo wasn't even in the picture at that point. But it was basically Trey Lance, Sudfeld, and maybe they could stash Purdy on the practice squad, or maybe he'd be a number 3. But he'd impressed so many people so early in training camp, Kyle Shanahan was already telling everybody, hey, don't forget about Brock Purdy. He could be a factor at some point. And you knew, I'll never forget my first thought when they basically got rid of Sudfeld, and Sudfeld ended up in Detroit. My first thought was, and this is amazing, but that's how much confidence that Kyle Shanahan has in Brock Purdy. And obviously he's borne out that confidence. So Brady is a lazy person way to look at it. there must be a good third stringer, Ray. If I had been able to think about this for 10 minutes before this, I'm sure I would have thought of somebody, but the only person I can think of low pick coming absolutely out of nowhere, in the last, 20 years or so is Brady.
And now the question that strikes me with all the Brock Purdy stuff. How much easier is it for him to run an offense with that defense as a cushion and Christian McCaffrey to hand off to and to throw the ball to in the backfield as many times as it is? Is this the easiest job a third-string quarterback has ever had?
Well, maybe. But, Ray, Brock Purdy would be an idiot if he said, hey, I only have to score 17 points or 20 points and we'll be fine. I mean, he's not going to think like that. He just isn't. And so he's thinking, we're going to score every time we touch the ball. So I really don't think he thinks like that. But as far as in reality what the job is, I think the reality of the job is very much like you say, that, don't turn it over. I mean, I think I think I'm right in saying this, guys. You would know this, right? I think that in these first two games, the Niners have had to burn 3 timeouts total because they were getting down to it and they didn't want to get a delay of game call. Maybe 1 or 2 or all 3 of those were because of communication issues, between the sidelines and Brock Purdy. I don't know. But the fact is, and I wrote it today, and I forget how many plays, whatever, a lot of plays, 120 plays or whatever. And Brock Purdy has not had a delay of game yet. And so, you would think that that's because Brock Purdy knows what he's doing. He knows the offense. He knows the calls. And he can get them to the players very, very quickly. And look, I could tell last week when I was in their locker room after the game, there were veteran guys who were talking about this almost with a shrug of their shoulders, like, he just picked up, where our offense clearly would want him to. That he wasn't struggling with any aspect of the job. And you also notice that in both games so far, one time in each game that I've seen, he got the crap beat out of him on a pass rush. One by Jalen Phillips last week against Miami, and then yesterday, I forget who, but it was very early in the game, one of the first plays, where he just got leveled. I think it might have been Keanu Neal, I forget, but it was somebody. But anyway, my whole point is he's just not affected by it, and that is from having played in 48 games in the Big 12 and having come in as confident as a player can come in.
He's a tough kid. He looks like he's got a good head on his shoulders. He sees the game. He feels the pocket. And that's a good place to start. Peter King with us here on Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. And Peter, it's really hard to measure an hour before every minute has ticked on by. But given the fact that he's having a degree of success, even though Jimmy Garoppolo isn't a typical second-string quarterback, maybe it's unfair to say that. Trey Lance wasn't a typical first-string quarterback. Jimmy takes over, and now it's Brock Purdy. Given the fact that Kyle is not only the coach of this team, but the GM who swung for Christian McCaffrey, given the fact that DeMeco Ryans is getting the credit for the way this defense is playing, this defense has been handpicked by Kyle Shanahan as the general manager in conjunction with John Lynch. Is this Kyle Shanahan's finest hour?
Well, you would think that when he has designed an offense that is quarterback friendly enough so that a guy who was the 262nd pick in the draft, regardless of his college experience. Nobody else wanted him, regardless of the fact that he now has to play the 262nd pick in the draft in 2 big games. You know, obviously the game against Tua, the most electrifying offense, whatever you'd call it, in football 9 days ago. They're certainly not now, but just this incredible offense comes into Santa Clara, and the defense handles them. But the defense handles them certainly, but they also, you know, even if the defense was just okay, Brock Purdy played well enough in that game to, you know, to make sure that they were going to score enough points. And I think, obviously, the weird game that yesterday was, the one thing I would say about it, because it's a cliche to say Brock Purdy against Tom Brady, but what that showed me yesterday was that, you know, as I said a minute or so ago, Brock Purdy is totally unafraid of everything. He's unafraid of a good pass rush, which Tampa has. He's unafraid of the storylines, the plot lines headed into the game. He's unafraid of, you know, obviously of playing Brady. And he has taken what Kyle Shanahan has educated him about, and he basically has made it so that I'm just out there playing football. And that's the thing. You can tell if a guy has happy feet, or you can tell if a guy is not ready for the moment. Zach Wilson of the Jets, when he played the Patriots and threw 2 out of his 3 picks in the game, were absolutely absurd. They were just terrible throws, horrible decisions. Zach Wilson was not ready for the moment. For whatever reason, maybe because his college days, maybe because, you know, he's worked so much with Shanahan and Garoppolo and Lance and all that, whatever. He's ready for this moment. And that's one of the reasons why now I don't think anything this year is out of the question for the Niners.
The rest of the league, you know, is starting to sort of hit a wall here or there. I mean, Dallas had trouble getting past Houston, and I'm exempting Philadelphia in this, but I asked Michael Irvin this earlier, and I'll ask you, given that the 49ers have hit their stride and have now been at full stride for 6 weeks now, is there such a thing as peaking too early, or?
Yes.
Okay. Elaborate.
Yeah, because, hey, Ray, you know why there is? Because when you peak too early, I guarantee you that 6 weeks from now, in their biggest game of the year, the 49ers are going to have 5 or 6 personnel issues that we did not see coming. Every team will, almost every team. The Eagles have been remarkably uninjured, remarkably whole. I think they've only missed one of their starters on the offensive line has missed like 2 or 3 games. And the rest of them have just played them all. And so that to me is something that says to me that that's a hugely valuable part of it. It's not necessarily peaking too early, but can you keep your team whole? And I'll never forget this. My second and third year covering the National Football League, I worked for Newsday in New York. I covered the New York Giants. In 1985 and 1986, the New York Giants had what I would say individually were mediocre players on the offensive line. You know, Brad Benson, Carl Nelson, Bart Oates was a pretty good player, but I mean, they were pretty average offensive linemen. But you know what was interesting? You add in Mark Bavaro, and those 6 players, the 5 linemen and the tight end, started 32 games in a row in the regular season. And so you know what happens at that point? The chemistry becomes a huge issue. It's a huge factor. So the only reason I mention that is that very few teams today are the same on December 12th that they are on January 25th. Things happen. People get hurt. You know, injuries happen. And so as of right now, I would say I wouldn't necessarily say peaking too early. I would simply say that if you told me that, and if you told me Deebo Samuel was back, if you told me everybody else was in the same situation they're in right now and they're all playing, I give the 49ers a 50-50 shot of going to Lincoln Financial Field and winning the NFC Championship game. But, you know, as Bill Parcells once said, they don't sell insurance for that kind of stuff.
Peter King with us here on 95.7 The Game. A huge game for the 49ers in Seattle because it's the fork in the road of keeping the pedal to the metal or winning your division. And just on that alone, you know, your playoff spot is secure. Obviously, health is paramount. Should the 49ers, looking at a regressing Minnesota team, try to chase a 2 seed? I mean, they're obviously not going to go out and try to lose.
I don't think it matters. I just don't think it matters. I think Kyle Shanahan, you know, Aziz Al-Shair told me something in the locker room last week that he goes, you know, so many teams, you know, have this mindset that we'll be okay next week. We'll be fine. I'm not that worried. We're not that worried about not playing well this week. He goes, we don't care. He said that's definitely not our attitude. We play every game, you know, like it's the most important game we've ever played. So a game in September matters exactly the same as a game now at this time of year. And I mention that because, like, my opinion is, I think sometimes, and look, the 49ers need to win this game for a lot of reasons. I don't think for seeding purposes, but I do think that it's pretty important to make sure you win this division. And if they lose this game Thursday night, they breathe life into a reeling team. And I'm not saying that Seattle will win the division if they win Thursday, because I think even if they win Thursday, they're not going to win the division. That's how good I think the 49ers are. But you don't want to let them up off the mat. Having said that, if your trainer comes up to you and says, hey, Bosa is, you know, he's going to go, but I'm worried about him making this injury a little bit worse.
Sit him.
If I were Kyle, I would be thinking very, very seriously about limiting the amount of play that Bosa has, knowing that you've got 10 days after this game before you're playing again. And that, to me, that mini bye coming at this time of year is utterly fantastic. I think it's a huge edge to the Niners, knowing that they can take Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. And I don't know how Kyle Shanahan will work the rest of this. What I mean rest is, you know, resting players. But a lot of coaches will say, like, let's say coaches would normally come in, have players come in on Monday, and then on Tuesday they'd give them off. A lot of coaches now say, listen, guys, take these 4 days, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and we'll see you on Tuesday. Because they're telling them, get off your feet, rest, do what you need to do to take care of yourself. But I think having that mini bye at this time of year is a big advantage to the Niners.
Peter, this Niners defense has held opponents scoreless for an entire half 8 different times so far this season. That's the most in the NFL this year. And it's the most by the franchise in a single season in at least 52 years.
Wow.
And, sometimes just one guy, and maybe it's a less heralded guy, can be the difference between really good or great. I'm thinking that guy might be Dre Greenlaw on this team. He had a career-high 15 tackles, pass deflection, an interception of Brady, which Brady was nice enough to autograph that football for him after the game. But Dre Greenlaw, just like we were talking about last week, Talanoa Hufanga is not getting enough press, enough attention.
Yeah.
Dre Greenlaw might be the next in line. Yeah.
Look, he's on my very short list right now. Normally you think, you pick a linebacker for your all-pro team, you're going to pick Fred Warner. But I'm thinking very seriously about Dre Greenlaw. There's a bunch of really, really good linebackers in the NFL right now, some of whom are really flying under the radar. Greenlaw, it's hilarious, but I watched his little press conference after the game that, when he was talking very sheepishly about he's a little fangirl, wanting to get Brady to autograph it. But look, give credit right here to Adam Peters, give credit to John Lynch, give credit to Shanahan, and now give credit for an excellent linebacker in his own right, D'Amico Ryans, for developing the instincts. Look, the athleticism of these guys is good enough, but I think because D'Amico Ryans played the game at a very high level, he can see how good guys like Dre Greenlaw and Fred Warner are and all that. So I think the team that is developing, that is drafting and developing players on the defensive side of the ball, I think we all thought that Robert Saleh would be a really, really big loss, and he has been a big loss. But the fact is, D'Amico Ryans was ready for this job, and D'Amico Ryans has his fingerprints all over Dre Greenlaw.
As a guy who carried the banner of Sports Illustrated in his career, any thoughts on the passing of Grant Wahl?
Well, other than I hope I don't start crying because I've been talking about Grant a lot in the last few days. And, Grant Wahl was everything you would want in a colleague, everything you would want in a friend. And I've told this story a few times over the weekend. I went to Sports Illustrated, was delighted to send me to the World Cup in South Africa in 2010. And I wanted to go. I thought it'd be a cool assignment. It's kind of in the football off season and everything. So I go to the World Cup and I am under Grant Wahl's supervision and he's telling me everything. Get to know this goalie. Great guy. He's going to be the key to the U.S. hopes. So I spent 45 minutes one day with Tim Howard, this goalie for the U.S. He goes, go meet Bob Bradley, the head coach of the U.S. team. He's a Parcells freak. He loves he's a Jersey guy. He loves the Giants, all that. So I told him 10 stories about Parcells, and he was a rapt audience one day. So, but Grant understood the currency of information and how to basically be able to do your job better. And he was never selfish about it. And I just think that there's so many young people in our business today who really owe so much to Grant Wahl. And even though I was 15 years older than he was, I owe so much to Grant Wahl for his perspective, for his absolute total passion. There was nobody. I don't think anybody loved his game more than Grant Wahl loved soccer. I mean, Paul Zimmerman loved football. He didn't love it more than Grant Wahl loved soccer. Peter Gammons loves baseball. He did not love baseball more than Grant Wahl loved soccer. And it showed every day when he did his job. I just think that as this sport gets so big in the United States, the saddest thing is that the bard of soccer in the United States, who would have written 50 memorable stories in the next 20 years, who would have ushered in everybody in 2026 when the World Cup is in the United States and in all of North America. He would have been your tour guide and your person who told you, educated you the most, and entertained you the most about soccer of any media person in the United States was Grant Wahl. And we'll miss him professionally, and I know I'll really, really miss him personally.
The pouring of emotions from all directions speak to the life he led, not just, like you said, professionally, but personally as well. And I thank you very much for sharing that about him. I know I didn't even plan on asking you that, but I'm glad I did. Peter, thank you for joining us. It's always a pleasure.
Guys, a pleasure being on with you. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Peter King. And Ray, for those who do not know, and again, I don't follow soccer, but I don't know how anyone could have avoided the news that as a sports fan. Grant Wall died covering the World Cup in the press box of the World Cup. And I'm not saying that there's any foul play involved, although I don't think it's out of the question to speculate that it might be. His body has been returned to U.S. soil, and I'm sure comprehensive autopsies are being conducted. But to me, Grant Wall's family should be suing FIFA for about $1 billion because there was no defibrillator in that stadium. There was a horrific medical response to an emergency to the point where he was brought to the hospital by an Uber. How in a world-class sporting event, in a brand-new sporting venue that FIFA has signed off on, these bare minimum protocols that you would find at most high school sporting events seem to be unavailable to a World Cup that is spent on, guesstimate $30 billion preparing for the whole damn thing.
Yeah, I'm reminded of the fact that how cavalier the Qataris were about getting this thing done. And it's a reminder that, things like a defibrillator at a big event are not a luxury anymore. There should have been plenty in the stadium anyway. How it is that there wasn't one brought up to him is an outrage at best, and that's being kind about it. It'll be interesting to see what the autopsy reads. His wife is a world-class immunologist, so she will know if she's getting the straight answers from the coroner on all that. So there is that small comfort, but it is an amazement to me that that the medical care for him was as lacking as it was.
And let's face it, he'd become a target. He had become a subject of threats over there. And another journalist, a photojournalist, has died. And look, conclude what you will from that information, but let me just say this. 2 journalists dying at a sporting event is 2 more than usual. It truly is. And in a World Cup that has nothing but red flags over all of it, these are the 2 biggest red flags imaginable.
Yeah, the games have not been good enough to overshadow that. And the games have been sensational. But this is not going to be a World Cup that will be remembered fondly for any number of reasons. And those are 2 of them.
So, look, there's no way to transition from that to anything else, but I did want to talk about that because I was sitting in Las Vegas waiting for friends to arrive in the sports book. And the passing of Grant Wall rolled through that sports book in conversation with people just slack-jawed at that information.
I mean, it's the equivalent of Tom Verducci dropping dead at the World Series. I mean, it's a morbid thought, but right. Grant Wall was every bit of that. In fact, Grant Wall was a guy who cared about soccer but did not write as though he was working for FIFA. He didn't write as though he was working for the U.S. Soccer Federation. He worked for the game. And a lot of people who reach sort of that level forget that, and they start writing about the business as though they're in the business. And Grant Wall was, he literally, and I can't stress this enough, he covered the game. And the game is about players on a field with a ball. 2 other things. This is awkward transitions, but Kyler Murray was carted off the field 2 plays into tonight's Patriots-Cardinals game. Does not look good. It looked like a knee, and he was in tears as they were carting him off. And Cade Cunningham's year with the Detroit Pistons is over with a knee injury.
No.
Apparently surgery is scheduled.
Wow. It's a lot more than they thought they were going to find in that.
Yeah.
One other story to just put out there, only because the man is a brilliant offensive mind, and as big a personality as the sport of college football has in terms of a coach. But Mike Leach remains in critical condition. Mike Leach, who was, of course, the coach at Washington State, where the air raid was kind of put on the map first by him at Texas Tech. He apparently had a huge heart attack, and everyone around Mike Leach is saying, please pray for Mike Leach. It sounds as dire as possible. And, can he make it through this is the only question that matters, not can he be back to coach Mississippi State in a football game ever again.
Yeah. This is not apropos of any of that, but we talked about this earlier. Chris Beard, the men's basketball coach at Texas, who is being charged apparently with domestic violence. After about 3 hours, the school suspended him and named somebody an interim coach. So
he's all done.
I would think so. I mean, the police report alone is harrowing. We don't have time to get into it before the break, but it's awful.
Well, with all that bad news, I do have something special coming up after the break. Arthur Renowitsky is an absolute inspiration here in the Bay Area. He is someone who was a victim of a random act of gun violence that left him paralyzed from the waist down. His charity, the Life Goes On Foundation, has an event coming up at Jack London Square, and information on how you can either go to his Life Goes On Foundation event, the gala this Thursday is coming up next. And if you can't make it, hopefully you'll consider a very nice donation to a charity and a guy who was an inspiration for those who are survivors of gun violence and living with spinal cord injuries. He's an amazing person, and I've introduced him to this audience in the past, and he'll be joining us again in just a moment. One other note to just kind of wrap up sports for the show here. Obviously, Ray and I got short shows. No show, as a matter of fact, on Wednesday. That's how early.
Yay, best show of the year.
That's how early the Warriors are going to get going on Wednesday. Warriors get going early tomorrow, too, so a very short show for us tomorrow.
Second best show of the year.
And it's not like we work in a coal mine here, man.
Hey, do you want to spend 3 hours or do you want to spend 1 hour?
Fair point. The San Francisco Giants signed Sean Mania, 2-year, $25 million deal with an opt-out after just one. Look, he was not particularly good last year, but you know what he is? He's a major league pitcher. And the Giants fix guys like that. And for 2 years, $25 million, it's a price that is nice. I mean, there's no risk involved at all in signing Sean Mania. He was good with the A's, and he's the kind of reclamation project that the Giants have had success with. And look, nothing in sports comes and goes like pitching. Nothing. So maybe some new voices, some new techniques, some new religion in his ear with the Giants will straighten out Sean Mania. It's the second free agent move after Mitch Haniger. Neither are particularly sexy or going to sell a single ticket on their own. But I actually, in a world that is just crapped all over this signing, I think it's a no-risk, upside-only move. You're asking Sean Mania to be your fourth starter. He's fine in that role.
Yeah, the people are complaining because it's not Carlos Rodon or Chris Bassett, who signed with Toronto today. But
Rodon's still out there. By the way, the A's traded Sean Murphy today, and I won't even tell you who they traded him for, because if they work out, they'll be traded too. If you are an A's fan and you hate that team with all your heart's in the right place. God, they're terrible to their own fans and their team and their fan base and
their city.
And their city. Thank you very much. A guy who's great to his city, Arthur Renowitsky, joins us next here on 95.7 The Game. So stick around for that, and then more sports will be coming up a little bit later on this evening. The football hour, by the way, gets going at 6. Here on 95.7 The Game, we are brought to you by Pfizer.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort. To rock and to roll. Over the hills and bluffs. Go all out or go all in. With 4 stars and rising stars. Now we do more than ever, so you can do as much or as little as you want. It's your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort.
Someday, you might be with friends in the Bay Area, telling the story of how you navigated these complex times. The market was all over the place, so you reached out to a Merrill advisor, and with their help, charged ahead. And unlike your fishing stories, you won't have to go overboard. Find an advisor at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor, member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
'Twas almost the holidays, and all over the state, not a creature was stirring, except for, well, Nate. He was panicked, in need of a really good gift. Nate's a procrastinator, if you catch my drift. So off he dashed to the closest store, and there found holiday scratchers galore. Now Nate won't get a lump of coal, unless he burns the holiday casserole. Yes, scratchers from the California Lottery are great, especially for Mr. Procrastinate. So when it's time to get your gift shopping out of the way, try scratchers. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's official. Fast just got a whole lot faster. Xfinity has the fastest internet with up to 6 gig speed. Plus, Xfinity Mobile is the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. You heard that right. Xfinity just increased internet speeds again. And Xfinity Mobile gives you can't-catch-me speeds. The fastest internet, the fastest mobile service, and major savings? Can't argue with the facts. Now through December 21st, new customers can get 1.2 gig internet plus X-Fi Complete with unlimited data and Wi-Fi equipment included. It's just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Plus, get $200 back. Go to Xfinity.com/faster. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Our company, Repurpose, has a really cool mission. Get rid of plastic. Meanwhile, we had this problem. Our office was all paper. And nobody wanted to file paperwork, print checks, mail them. We don't do that anymore. Now we've got Bill. It lets us be digital. Bill saves us paper and time. No matter where our key players are, they have visibility into our cash flow. Goodbye plastic, goodbye paper.
Automate your finances with Bill. Learn more at Bill.com.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
At Total Wine & More, save big on what you love this December with hundreds of deals. Get up to 35% off over 200 different wines and spirits, including Cabernet, sparkling wine, single barrel bourbon, and so much more. These savings are huge, and even better, they're on top of prices that are already the lowest in town. Deals this good don't last long, so visit Total Wine & More to find yours. Love what you find at the lowest price, only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly, B21.
This season, get low prices and great deals at Target. Find low prices on popular gifts, holiday decor, gift wrap, and so much more. Plus, order today and get it today with free drive up, free order pickup, and same-day delivery when you shop Target.com or place your order on the Target app. Holiday shopping at Target is easier than ever. Get low prices and great deals so you can holiday your way, only at Target.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. Avoid giving useless knickknacks this holiday season and look for durable items that will last for years. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Here's what happened today on The Game. Presented by the County of Santa Clara. The morning roast from 6 to 9.
They can win the West with their third-string quarterback who actually is playing at a level that feels like upper echelon.
Willard and Dibbs from 9 to noon.
I have completely a renewed hope with regard to where the rest of this season can go. Brock Purdy just saved the 49ers.
Steiny and Guru from noon to 3.
This young man has moxie. He has confidence, fire, arm strength. He mystery relevant. He's defying all odds.
And Damon and Ratto from 3 to 6.
The season's now in the hands of a third-string quarterback. Anything off schedule? No, not really. Not as it looks right now. That's impressive.
The best of the game, presented by the County of Santa Clara. Book a COVID-19 booster shot now at sccfreevax.org or call 211. Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Wrapping up a Monday here on 95.7 The Game, and we're going to do a little good with the final segment of today's show. So we have already, of course, released Ray Ratto on his own recognizance, but I'm very happy to welcome in a friend of mine, a friend of the show, Arthur Renowitzki, who has a very cool local charity event that is coming up this Thursday just over in Oakland. And Arthur has hopped on the show with us before in the past. He is a gunshot wound survivor. Randomly happened to him one night in North Beach, took away his ability to walk. And that's what the Life Goes On Foundation does. It is a support group for spinal cord injuries. It is continuing raising funds for spinal cord injuries. And Arthur Renowitzki, along with being a great ambassador and a hell of a guy, is an incredible basketball player. His wheelchair basketball team is affiliated with the Golden State Warriors. And I mean, Arthur, what are you guys about to go on and win a national championship or something like that?
Yeah, that's the goal. That's the goal. I love the game of wheelchair basketball. I found it after my spinal cord injury, due to my gunshot wound in December 2nd of 2007. And ever since finding wheelchair basketball, it gave me a new outlook on life and to get back to sports. And, I play with the Golden State Road Warriors, which is affiliated to the Golden State Warriors, and our goal is to win a national title this year. We're currently 8-0 right now and undefeated, and looking to make that trend towards the championship game.
Arthur Renowitzki's gala for the Life Goes On Foundation, which he is the officially chairman. Is that it? Is it the chairman of the Life Goes On Foundation? Founder?
Yeah, the founder and executive director. So it's a huge passion of mine. Like, I wake up to it. I go to bed, thinking about it, helping people in my position with spinal cord injuries and those that have suffered from, gun violence, senseless gun violence. I know what that trauma is like, and you definitely need that support system, and that's why I'm very passionate about this mission.
December 15th, which is this Thursday at Scott's Seafood right there in Oakland, and it's a wonderful event that I've been to several years in a row. I'm so So upset, Jillian and I, that we cannot be there this Thursday night, but you're going to be in good hands. And if anyone wants to come on out and support you, please, Arthur, tell everyone where they can get tickets and how they can sign up to help your charity.
Definitely. I appreciate it, Damon. We're definitely going to miss you there. You know, you've come out throughout the years. You were there when Steph Curry was there back in 2019, and then also last year. You know, always a big support to our foundation, 95.7 The Game. I can't thank you guys enough for, you know, supporting. So if you'd like to support this year, you can go to LGOF, the acronym for Life Goes On Foundation, lgof.org/gala. And you can also support there by getting a ticket. There's a few tickets left. It's going to be at Scott's Seafood from 6 to 10 p.m. In Jack London Square. Please come out and support our evening hosts, are Jason Dumas and Olivia Horton. Frank Ofen, Warriors hype man, will be there, along with some guest DJs and some special guests. So there'll be a live auction, a nice dinner, amazing speakers, great community leaders and public figures. So, you know, I encourage everybody that's out there listening that wants to support to make it out. If you can't, you know, you can make a donation or sign up to be a volunteer on our website, lgof.org, for more information.
And if you can't pick up a ticket for whatever reason, you can't go, it's a great place to make a donation, and we would encourage everyone in a time of giving to go ahead and support this unbelievable cause. Arthur Renowitsky joining me here quickly on 95.7 The Game, just to let everyone know about it. And I think one of the most important things you do, and we're seeing this all over the place, about representation mattering. And the peer-to-peer mentorship that I think you and your charity do is among the most important aspects of your charity. I can only imagine, and you know, but for the grace of God, we all collectively can only imagine what it must be like to wake up in a hospital bed knowing that the use of your legs is no longer up to you. And I'm guessing that you need a level of community and support around you. And I think it's amazing to see what you bring together in the way that you have shown out to support each other.
Yeah, Damon, I really appreciate that. I mean, I think it's so important. When you wake up from an injury like this due to senseless gun violence, you're dealing with, like I said, the trauma of that, but also to hear from the doctor that you may never be able to walk again. You need that support. You definitely need that community and that mentorship. And I got that, you know, when I was injured. So I'm just paying it forward and doing the best I can to help others in this position. And our board, our whole entire foundation is doing the same thing. And it's really just an amazing family, amazing movement that's been created to tackle this mission because it's so needed. And again, I appreciate you, Damon, your lovely wife, Jillian, and 95.7 The Game support throughout all these years. Can't thank you guys enough.
You're a remarkable person. You know how I feel about you. You know how I feel about your cause. I love you, man. I really, really do. I wish you the very, very best with the event this year. And, hey, give me a call next year, and I'll make sure that my mom's not flying into town the same night that you're doing it, and I'll be back, man. Thank you so much for joining us today. One more time, hit everybody with a website where they can go to either pick up tickets or make a donation.
Yeah, definitely. You can go to lgof.org for more information on how to, you know, support and buy tickets. If you have any direct questions, I'm on Instagram. You can follow me at my initials AR the Inspiration, and you know, I'm opening up DMs and responding back. And any gunshot survivors or anybody living with a spinal cord injury that has questions or wants mentorship, reach out to me directly. I would, you know, love to meet you for sure.
You're a beautiful human being, man. We'll talk soon.
Sounds good. Thanks, Damon.
That's my man right there, Arthur Renowitsky. Again, it is the Life Goes On Gala, the Life Goes On Foundation, lgof.org for tickets or to go ahead and just make a donation, which I do hope you consider doing. It's a wonderful person with a wonderful community that I'm asking you to go ahead and help support. It would mean an awful lot to me, and it would certainly mean an awful lot to Arthur as well. And that's it. I know that this means a lot to Ray, but we didn't have much time. So I said, Ray, get the hell out of here so I can talk to Arthur. And I am now going to get out of here so you can hear from the Football Hour. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Coming up next, it's Sean Salisbury and our friend Lorenzo Neal here on 95.7 The Game. We're going to have shorter shows throughout the week. Ray and I got a little show tomorrow ahead of Warriors basketball. I believe we got Wednesday off. That's how early the Warriors tip on Wednesday with their back-to-back as they begin the 6-game road trip. But we will have much, much more on the Thursday night 49er game against the Seahawks, which is a big one, obviously, as we get back into the saddle tomorrow. Thank you very, very much for tuning in. Thanks to Peter King. Thanks to Michael Irvin. Thank you very much to Lucas and Grandy. For Ray, I'm Damon. LGOF.org. Go be generous. And remember that sports don't build character, they reveal it.
And like that, he's gone.
There's a reason Golden State has become the trusted partner for professional builders and contractors.